The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. I remember when I was in high school, I studied a poem which struck terror to my heart. I still recall the opening lines, which went, I fled him down the nights and down the days. I fled him down the arches of the years. I fled him down the labyrinthine ways of my own mind. Some of you will recognize the author as Francis Thompson and the poem as The Hound of Heaven. And it's still terrifying. But think how much more fearful it would be if the hound you were fleeing from was a hound of hell.
Good Lord! What's that?
I don't know, Sir Henry. Some sound they have on the moor, I think.
Don't coddle me, Watson. When the people of the moor hear that cry, what do they say it is?
They say it's the cry of the hound of the Baskervilles, seeking its prey.
Our mystery drama, The Hound of the Baskervilles, was especially adapted from the Sherlock Holmes classic for the Mystery Theater by Murray Burnett and stars Kevin McCarthy. It is sponsored in part by General Electric Citizen Band Radios and Buick Motor Division. I'll be back shortly with Act One. The mantle of immortality is elusive and unpredictable. Two fictional characters, created at the turn of the century by Arthur Conan Doyle, have become undying legends. So strong is the public belief in their existence that the City of London recently granted the owner of the premises at 221B Baker Street the right to change the number of that address permanently, in order to avoid the hordes of tourists flocking to see the actual living quarters of Sherlock Holmes and his colleague, Dr. Watson. Our story today starts in those very rooms in the year 1902.
My training as a medical man made me an early riser. Sherlock Holmes wasn't. On this morning, my friend was at the breakfast table while I was intently examining a cane that had been left behind by a visitor who had missed us last night.
Well, Watson, what do you make of it? You've been looking at the cane for some time. Since we've been so unfortunate as to miss the owner and have no notion of his errand, this accidental souvenir carries some importance. Let me hear you construct the man by an examination of it.
Well, very well, Holmes. Really, it's child's play to read that the man's name is James Mortimer, that he's a physician. But I would go further and say he's an elderly country practitioner who does a great deal of his visiting on foot because the end of this stick is very heavily worn down.
Excellent, Watson.
Now, the stick was given to him by the Friends of the CCH, which I take to be the Something Hunt, a local group to whom he's possibly given some assistance. Now, has anything escaped me?
Now, here, let me have a look at it, Watson.
Well, I trust there's nothing of importance I've overlooked.
No, Watson. This man is certainly a country practitioner who walks a great deal.
Then I was right.
To that extent. But since we know that the man is a doctor, likely that presentation to him would come from a hospital rather than a hunt. And when we see the initials CCH, does not Charing Cross Hospital leap to the mind? Can we not also infer that such a presentation would be made at the time he left, perhaps to practice in the country? And since the date is on the stick, and it's only 5 years ago, it's highly unlikely that an elderly, well-established physician would go into country practice. So, we now have a young fellow, amiable, unambitious, and possessor of a favorite dog, which I should say is larger than a terrier and smaller than a mastiff.
Come, Holmes. Well, the dog is too much.
No, not at all. If you'll observe these tooth marks in the middle of the stick, where the dog has been accustomed to carry it. The dog's jaw is too broad for a terrier and not quite broad enough for a mastiff. It may well be... It is a curly-haired spaniel.
My dear Holmes, how can you possibly be so sure
For
of
the
that?
very simple reason that I see the dog itself on our doorstep. And there is the ring of its owner, and we shall soon discover why he has come to see us.
The appearance of our visitor was a surprise to me because although Holmes had correctly deduced his age, his back was already bowed, and he walked with a forward thrust of his head. As he entered, his eyes fell upon the stick in Holmes's hand, and he ran to it with an exclamation of joy.
Ah, I'm so very glad. I wouldn't want to lose that stick for the world.
Presentation, I see.
Yes, indeed.
From Charing Cross Hospital?
From some friends there on the occasion of my marriage.
Ah, dear, that's bad.
I beg your pardon. Why was that bad?
Well, only that you've disarranged our little deductions. We had surmised that you left the hospital.
Oh, and so I did. Immediately upon my marriage.
Ah.
It was necessary to make a home for my wife.
Well, we weren't so far wrong after all. And now, Dr. Mortimer, I think it wise if you'll tell me what the exact nature of the problem is in which you ask my assistance.
And then, to my astonishment, the physician took a worn and ancient manuscript from his pocket and read to us a most horrifying tale concerning the manor of Baskerville, located in Devonshire, and the origin of a curse on the Baskerville line. The manuscript told of the abduction of a young girl on Michaelmas Eve and locking her up in Baskerville Hall. The girl, being both courageous and ingenious, dared to escape from an upper floor by clambering down the ivy and then setting off across the moors towards her home.
Upon discovering that the maiden had indeed escaped, Hugo Baskerville became as one possessed, and he cried aloud before his companions that very night he would render his body and soul to the powers of evil if he might overtake the girl with the hounds he would set upon her.
Excuse the interruption, Doctor, but you're certain of the authenticity of this document?
Oh, absolutely, Mr. Holmes. It's in the form of a letter from the third Hugo Baskerville to his sons, explaining why they should fear going out on the moors at night.
I see. I presume that manuscript gives a reason.
Oh, it most certainly does. The hound of the Baskervilles. If you let me continue. Hugo's companions, riding after him across the moors, came upon a night shepherd, a man so crazed with fear that he could scarce speak. He told the riders that he'd not only seen the maid running for her very life, but also Sir Hugo on his black mare and running mute behind him, such a hound of hell as God forbid should ever be at my heels. When I come to the close, Mr. Holmes, it says here that 3 riders came upon the body of the maid, dead from fatigue and fear, and also the body of Sir Hugo Baskerville, with a great black beast, larger than any mortal hound, ravening at Sir Hugo's throat with its jaw dripping blood. Well, such is the tale, my sons, of the coming of the hound, which is said to have plagued the Baskerville family so sorely ever since. Well, Mr. Holmes, don't you find it interesting?
Only to a collector of fairy tales.
Well, then how would you classify this newspaper account in the Devon County Chronicle of 3 weeks ago?
3 weeks ago. regrettable death of Charles Baskerville. Body found at Famedew Alley of Baskerville Hall. Pronounced dead by his friend and physician, James Mortimer. That's you. Coroner's verdict, cardiac exhaustion. Despite some strange aspects of the death... Well, now, Dr. Mortimer, everything seems straightforward, but evidently you entertain some doubts in the matter. Something you didn't state to the press or at the inquest?
Yes, Mr. Holmes. When I first saw the body, Sir Charles lay upon his face, his arms out, fingers dug deep into the ground, and his features convulsed into such a grimace of terror that I, his best friend and physician, hardly recognized him.
Dear me. No physical injuries?
None. But although Harrison, the caretaker who found the body, said he saw no traces at all upon the ground, I did, Mr. Holmes, I did.
Footprints?
Footprints?
A man's or a woman's?
Neither. They were the tracks of a gigantic hound.
And your reason for withholding this information at the inquest?
Because the people of the countryside do not share your opinion about the curse hanging over the Baskerville family. Sir Charles himself believed in it, and I certainly had no wish to add fuel to the flames. Besides...
Yes?
Well, there's a realm in which the most acute and most experienced of detectives is helpless.
You mean the supernatural? Well, I confine my investigations to this world, and I cannot understand why you are now consulting me.
But I came to ask your advice about what I should do with the heir, the new Sir Henry Baskerville, who arrives in Waterloo Station in exactly 1 hour.
Meet him, take him to a good hotel, and both of you come back here tomorrow at noon.
Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson, this is Sir Henry Baskerville.
How do you do? I'm all at sea. I have been ever since I got the news of my uncle's death and my inheritance. I had no idea Uncle Charles was so well fixed.
Dr. Mortimer, as the executor of the estate, can you tell us, are there any other claimants?
No, sir. And then this morning, I find this note at my hotel, and one of my brand new boots is missing.
May I see the note?
Of course. Dime novel stuff, if you ask me.
As you value your life or reason, keep away from the moor. We must all agree there's nothing supernatural about this. Now, the missing boots?
A brand new pair. I bought them just yesterday. Left them outside my hotel door to be polished, and one of them's gone this morning. I can only tell you that there is no devil in hell and no man upon earth who can prevent me from going to the home of my own people.
And so it was arranged that on Saturday I was to accompany Sir Henry and take up residence with him at Baskerville Hall, because Holmes was insistent that someone be with Sir Henry at all times. When Holmes and I called to pick up Sir Henry at his hotel Saturday, we found the young baronet in a rage.
I won't be played for a sucker in this hotel.
You still haven't located your boots, Sir Henry?
But this is a different one.
What?
I got the other one back, and now I'm missing an old black one. I'm beginning to think this hotel is nothing but a den of thieves.
I think it's very odd and damnably dangerous.
Mr. Holmes, if you know something, you should inform us so that we may...
Dr. Mortimer, I know only that you were concerned about the safety of Sir Henry, and quite rightly so. I also know that someone knew that you were in this hotel and saw fit to warn you to keep away from Baskerville Hall and the moor. And we all know that there were extremely suspicious circumstances surrounding the death of Sir Charles Baskerville. I therefore suggest that anything out of the ordinary, such as the curious incidents with the boots, must be taken very seriously.
Well, surely you must be joking about the boots, Holmes. I failed to...
My dear Watson, did you bring your revolver as I asked?
Well, of course.
Good. Carry it at all times.
Well, I confess, your instructions are making me nervous.
They should have precisely the opposite effect. Now, Dr. Mortimer, as executor of Sir Charles' will, you know the exact amount of the estate. Is it considerable?
Well, I should say that a sum in excess of £740,000 is indeed considerable.
Dear me. That is a stake for which a man might well play a desperate game. In the event something happens to Sir Henry, who stands to inherit?
You mean a distant cousin named James Desmond? And if you have any suspicions in that direction, let me inform you, he's a clergyman in his 70s.
Thank you. Now, Watson, I want complete and daily reports from you. When the crisis arises, as it surely will, I will direct you how to act. Now, gentlemen, goodbye and Godspeed.
Ever since I was old enough to read, I have delighted in the adventures of Sherlock Holmes and his bumbling but lovable colleague, Dr. Watson. The game is afoot, and we'll be back shortly with Act 2. One of our most successful writers of modern detective stories once made a terrible pun, but a perceptive comment on Sir Arthur Conan Doyle's stories about Sherlock Holmes. It went this way: be they ever so humble, there's no police like Holmes. I agree wholeheartedly. And now we have the pleasure of rejoining Dr. Watson, Sir Henry Baskerville, and Dr. James Mortimer in the wagonette, carrying them and their luggage across the moors on the way to Baskerville Hall.
Hello, look at that, Sir Henry and Watson. I believe it's a mounted soldier with a rifle. Pull up, driver! Pull up!
Not to worry, sir. He's on the watch for a convict that escaped from Princeton. The farmers here don't like him. He's a man that will stop at nothing. It's seldom. The Notting Hill murderer. I gave an involuntary shudder. It was a case Holmes had taken an interest in because of the ferocity of the man, Selden, who escaped the death penalty only because his atrocious conduct had led to doubts about his sanity. As I shivered, the wagon swept onto a long driveway where stood a huge building with mullioned windows. Standing in front of the large, heavy door was an angular woman with deep-set eyes which blazed with fanatic fire.
Welcome to Baskerville Hall, Sir Henry. I'm Mrs. Harrison, the caretaker's wife. My husband will be here shortly. He joins with me in wishing you a long, happy life and in begging you to avoid the moor, particularly in those hours of darkness when the powers of evil are exalted.
The very next morning, I set out to explore the moor by daylight. As I walked along a gray and lonely road, wishing that Holmes were here to help me, my thoughts were interrupted by a man calling my name.
Dr. Watson! Dr. Watson!
Yes, sir.
I'm Stapleton. I just live down the moor at Merripit House. Most of the folks around here call me an eccentric because of my hobby. I'm a naturalist.
I can see that from your net and box. But how do you know me?
Oh, no mystery about that. You passed Dr. Mortimer's house a short way back. He pointed you out to me as you passed. As our road lay the same way, I thought I'd overtake you and introduce myself. How is Sir Henry? None the worse for his journey, I trust?
Well, he's very well, thank you.
Not afraid of living down here after the sad death of Sir Charles?
That is of some concern to you, sir.
Well, it means a great deal to the countryside to have a wealthy man such as Sir Henry with us. Well, I'm glad to hear he has no superstitious fears of the fiend dog, which is supposed to haunt the family.
I don't believe he has. How do you stand on the matter?
I'm a scientist. But it's extraordinary how credulous the farmers are. Any number of them are ready to swear they've seen such a creature on the moor.
And you haven't?
Of course not. Although I have no doubt the story led to Sir Charles's tragic end.
Indeed. Why do you think that?
Well, Sir Charles had a vivid imagination and a diseased heart. His nerves were so on edge that the appearance of any dog at all at night near the Yew Alley might well have triggered a fatal heart attack. Do you agree?
Well, I've come to no conclusions.
Quite so. Well, if you care to come along with me to Merripit House, I'll introduce you to my sister.
Well, that's very kind of you.
Tell me what you think of the moor.
Well, this morning's my first venture on it, But that large plain to the north looks like a fine place for a gallop on a horse.
That thought has already cost several lives, Dr. Watson.
What? That seems hard to believe.
You see those bright green spots scattered thickly over it?
Yes. Yes, they seem more fertile than the rest.
Well, you might say that. But in reality, that's the great Grimpen Mire. One false step for man or beast, and you die slowly and agonizingly in the quicksand. An awful place, Doctor. And yet, I find my way to the very heart of it safely.
Why would you want to go to such a place?
That's where the rarest plants and butterflies are. And I have the wit to reach them.
Good Lord, what was that?
The natives say it's the hound of the Baskervilles calling for its prey.
Well, you don't believe that, do you?
Perhaps it's the mud settling in the bog. Excuse me, but unless I'm mistaken, there's a purple hair streak. Very rare. I'll join you at Merrifit House. You can't miss it.
Stapleton was off with amazing speed and agility. To my dismay, the creature fluttered straight for the great mire. But Stapleton never paused for a moment. I stood watching him and then turned to find a woman near me upon the path. Slim, elegant, with a sensitive mouth and dark, eager eyes.
Go back. Go straight back to London. Instantly. Instantly.
What? Why? I mean, why should I go back?
I cannot explain, but do what I ask. Go back and never set foot on this moor again.
But I have just only come.
Can't you tell when a warning is for your own good? Get away from this place immediately.
But, ma'am,
My brother's coming back. Don't say a word.
Hello, Beryl.
Well, Jack, you're very warm and out of breath, I see. What was it this time?
Purple hair streak. Seldom found in the late autumn. Pity I missed him. You've introduced yourselves, I see.
Yes, sir. I was telling Sir Henry that it was rather late for him to see the true beauties of the moor.
You think he's Sir Henry Baskerville?
Of course.
Oh, no, ma'am. I'm only a humble commoner. My name is Dr. Watson.
Oh, we've been talking at cross purposes.
Well, you've not had very much time for talk.
Well, I merely mean that I talked as if Dr. Watson were a resident instead of a visitor.
I chose this out-of-the-way spot to settle down in, Doctor, because it offers an unlimited field of work in the areas of botany and zoology. Dr. Mortimer is a learned man, and Sir Charles was also an admirable companion. We knew him well, missed him. Of course, we miss our boys, too, don't we, Beryl?
Most certainly.
Your boys?
Yes, I had a school in the North Country. However, serious epidemic broke out and 3 of the boys died. School never recovered from the blow.
Well, I feel I should be getting back to the hall.
Well, as you wish. Do you think we'd be intruding if Beryl and I were to call this afternoon and make the acquaintance of Sir Henry?
I'm sure Sir Henry would be delighted. I set off rapidly upon the same path by which we'd come. But there must have been some shortcut, because before I'd reached the road, I was astounded to see Miss Stapleton sitting upon a rock by the side of the track.
Oh, I've run all the way in order to cut you off, Dr. Watson, and to tell you to forget what I said. I must not stop, or my brother will miss me.
Now, hold on a moment, please. Sir Henry's welfare is a close concern of mine. Why were you so eager he should leave here?
Well, my brother and I were very much shocked by the death of Sir Charles. We all know the story of the hound, and I felt he should be warned.
But the hound's story is nonsense.
No, I happen to believe it. Now, I must go back.
No, just one more question. Why did you not wish your brother to know about the warning?
My brother's most anxious to have the hall inhabited. He thinks it is for the good of the people here. He'd have been angry if he knew I'd urged Sir Henry to leave.
My dear Holmes, I am writing to report that I have solved one riddle, only unfortunately to come up with another. You may recall my mentioning to you that I believed I heard a woman sobbing during the first night I spent at Baskerville Hall. I mentioned this to Sir Henry, and we agreed that if I heard anything this night, I should wake him and we would investigate together. Along about 2 o'clock in the morning, I heard stealthy footsteps going past my door. I was out of bed in a flash and waited until they'd passed. I went to Sir Henry's room and tapped softly our prearranged signal.
Yes? You heard something, Watson?
Footsteps.
No sobbing?
No. The footsteps passed my door and went down the corridor. I see that it turns left. Where does it end?
At a window overlooking the moors.
And the steps went in that direction. Oh, softly now.
What? Why, it's Mrs. Harrison. What in the world is she doing?
She's holding a candle against the window and peering out. Her face is pressed almost against the glass.
And crying bitterly. Come on, Watson. We'll get to the bottom of this. All right, Mrs. Harrison. Tell us what you're doing up here.
Oh, Sir Henry, I was just going round to see that the windows were fastened.
On the second floor?
Oh, yes, sir. Yes, sir. I check all the windows at night.
And that makes you cry.
Well, I was doing no harm, sir. I was just holding a candle to the window.
She must have been signaling someone.
Oh, no, sir.
There it is, Sir Henry. An answering signal from the moor.
No, sir. It's nothing. It's nothing at all, sir.
Move that candle across the window, Watson. That's it. There. Mrs. Harrison. You see, the other light moves also. Now, speak up. What is the meaning of all this?
Oh, please believe me, Sir Henry. It has nothing to do with you. It's a personal matter.
So you say. I know your family has been employed by mine for more than 50 years, but I'm not in Baskerville Hall a week before I find you deep in some dark plot against me.
Oh, no, sir, not against you, not you. You see, sir, my unhappy brother is starving on the moor. I cannot let him perish on my very doorstep. This light is a signal that food is ready for him, and his light is to show me and my husband the spot to which to bring it.
Good Lord. Then your brother is...
Yes, the escaped convict, Selden, the evil Notting Hill murderer. He is my brother.
We took the weeping unfortunate woman to her husband and left her. Sir Henry insisted on accompanying me on the moor to assist me in capturing this dangerous criminal. I had my revolver and Sir Henry a hunting crop. The moor was pitch black, but we easily picked out the pinpoint of light where the fellow was waiting. Mind the footing, Sir Henry.
Yes.
A pity we can't show a light.
I think we should bear more to the right. There's his light. Watson. What's that?
I don't know. A sound they have on the moor. I heard it once before.
Don't coddle me, Watson. That was the cry of a hound.
They say it's the cry of the hound of the Baskervilles.
You believe that, Watson?
No, but I think that we should forget our expedition.
No, by thunder, whatever that cry was, it came from far away, near the mire. We must continue and get that convict.
I don't think that's wise. I urge you to return to the hall.
You don't believe in this hellhound, and neither do I. Come on, man.
Well, I'm charged with your safety. Holmes would never forgive me if something happened to you while you were in
While
my
we
care.
stand here jawing, our man will get away. Now, come on.
No, I cannot allow it.
You can't prevent it.
Well, either you come back to the hall with me now, willingly, or I shall be forced to knock you down and carry you back. Now, which shall it be?
Each of us carries within us the seeds of our own destruction. It would appear that Sir Henry Baskerville was no different. His pride was driving him to disregard the advice of those who were there to protect him. We'll be back with Act 3 and his decision in just a little while. People have varying thresholds of fear. For example, I have no particular fear of heights, but a friend of mine hugs the wall if he finds himself on a terrace more than 3 floors up. As for me, I shudder at the thought of being hunted down by a pack of dogs, whereas an experienced woodsman might not find that so terrifying. However, I think even an experienced hunter might, well, find the baying of a fiend dog, a hound from hell, a soul-shattering experience.
There it is again, Sir Henry. I don't know what it is, but you're walking back to the safety of the hall with me, or I shall knock you down and carry you.
And allow this murderous convict to escape.
And that, my dear Holmes, you must acknowledge, solves one mystery. The other, I frankly don't understand. It seems Sir Henry is much taken with Beryl Stapleton, who is indeed handsome. She talks of nothing but his leaving Baskerville Hall, and he suspects her brother, Stapleton, of being subject to fits of insanity. I repeat to you what he told me of yesterday's conversation.
Please, Sir Henry, why won't you listen to one who means you well and leave this place?
I will, if you come with me. We can be married anywhere you say,
Oh,
and...
heaven save us both. I have no defense against your stupidity.
This kind of behavior must come to a stop, sir. How dare you offer attentions to a lady which are obviously distasteful to her?
Now, hold on a second, Stapleton. I'm not ashamed of how I feel about your sister. I was hoping she might honor me by becoming my wife. And if you can find anything dishonorable in that, then you can go to the devil.
Oh, my sentiments exactly, sir. Come, Beryl. We're going home.
You can imagine that Stapleton's conduct left both Sir Henry and I completely bewildered. And another thing, I'm sure there is another man on the moor. I swear I caught a glimpse of him when Sir Henry and I were out there searching for Selden, the convict.
I ask you, Sir Henry, not to report what I told you to the police.
The man is a public danger.
My husband and I have made arrangements for him to go to South America. If you don't inform the police, he can lie safely on the moor until the ship sails. That is, if he can stay out of the way of the other man who hides on the moor.
What other man? Whom are you talking about?
Gently, Watson.
I only know what my brother told me. There's another man in hiding out there. My brother says he seems to be playing some game of his own.
Did he say where he saw this man?
Around the old stone huts where the old folk used to live. About my brother, Sir Henry. Are you going to inform the police?
What do you say, Watson?
Well, if he were safely out of the country, it would relieve the taxpayers of a burden.
Oh, Lord bless you, sir. Oh, thank you, sir. I swear he'll go and you will never hear from him again.
And Holmes, no sooner had we gotten done with Mrs. Harrison than Stapleton was upon us with an explanation of his strange behavior of the other day.
I would ask you to let bygones be bygones and understand my sister is everything in my life. We've always been together.
Yes, but surely you must have thought that someday a beautiful woman like Beryl would naturally...
Marry? Leave me alone? Oh, of course. But when I was faced with the reality, it came as such a shock that I really wasn't responsible for what I said or did.
I understand completely.
That relieves me greatly because, in that case, I'm going to ask a favor of you.
Yes?
Give me some time to become accustomed to the situation.
Well, how do you mean?
I will withdraw all opposition if you give me 3 months before claiming her love. After that time, I should have prepared myself for losing her. But if she's willing, she can become your wife.
I myself was determined to discover the identity of the other man hiding on the moor. And early that evening, I went to examine the abandoned stone huts where Mrs. Harrison said her brother believed the man to be lurking. I approached one of the huts, closed my hand over the butt of my revolver, and entered quickly. The place was empty, but there were distinct evidences that it was being used. As I looked around the remains of a meal, I heard a stone click. Then a figure loomed in the doorway.
It's a lovely evening, my dear Watson. I really think you'll be more comfortable outside than in.
Holmes! I was never happier to see anyone in my life.
Oh, more astonished, eh? Please, be careful with that revolver.
Oh, I thought you were busy working in London.
That was what I wished you to think. By keeping you in the dark, I've been able to pursue my inquiries freely. And I've uncovered some information which will lead us to the villain.
And all my reports have been wasted.
Not at all, not at all. I have them with me, and they helped me immeasurably. For instance, they've led me to the vital bit of information. The vital bit of information, my friend. The lady passing as Jack Stapleton's sister is really his wife.
Good heavens, Holmes. Are you sure?
Thanks to you, Watson. In all the pack of lies that Stapleton told you, he dropped one grain of truth. He was once a schoolmaster in the north of England. A check of scholastic agencies turned up the evidence I just passed on to you.
But why? Why this deception?
Because he foresaw that she would be much more useful to him in her character as a free woman.
But what does it all mean, Holmes? What is Stapleton after?
It's murder, Watson. Refined, cold-blooded, deliberate murder. But my nets are closing in on him, even as his are closing on Sir Henry. Another day or two at the joust, and we'll have him.
Good Lord, Holmes! The hounds!
Which way did it come from?
There, near the Black Door.
Come, Watson. You must not be too late. Not now. Faster, Watson. Faster. He's beaten us, Watson. We're too late. Fool that I was to hold my hand. And you, Watson, see what comes of abandoning your charge. Come on. Up there. Up there against the slope. Come on.
Wait. It's Sir Henry. I recognize the tweed jacket.
No. No, Watson, no. Oh, the man has a beard. It's not Sir Henry. It's Selden. It's Selden the convict, wearing Sir Henry's clothes, no doubt furnished him by his sister.
Dr. Watson. If you're the last man I should have expected to see on the moor at this time of night. What's this? Somebody hurt? Don't tell me it's Sir Henry.
It's Selden, the escaped convict who appears to have fallen and broken his neck. What brings you onto the moor at this hour, sir?
I heard a cry. You heard it too, I expect.
Yes.
You hear anything else beside a cry?
No.
Well, that's very comforting coming from Mr. Sherlock Holmes.
Well, you seem to be very quick at identification, Mr. Stapleton.
Well, you also, Mr. Holmes. Now that you're on the scene, perhaps you've made some discoveries.
No, only that this tragedy will make an unpleasant memory for me to take back to London tomorrow night.
You return tomorrow?
That's my intention.
Does that mean you already have a solution to the strange events which have been troubling all of us here on the moor?
No. Any investigator needs facts, not legends or rumors. No, on the whole, this has not been a satisfactory case.
I couldn't believe that Holmes meant to leave the scene, and when I questioned him, he quickly set my mind at rest. He was laying a trap for that cunning Stapleton, and he needed also to have Sir Henry believe he wouldn't be on the scene. The following morning at breakfast...
Good morning, gentlemen. I see you've already helped yourselves from the sideboard.
I'm afraid I've made some rather heavy inroads on the bacon. It's exactly the way I like it. Tell me, tonight you dine with our friends, the Stapletons.
Yes. I hope you and Watson will join me. I'm sure you'll be welcome.
I'm sorry, but Watson and I must go to London.
London? Oh, I hope you and Watson are going to see me through this business.
My dear fellow, what I'm going to say next will try your trust in me even more sorely. But I beg of you to do as I ask.
What's that?
After you dine, walk back to the hall across the moor.
What? Isn't that the very thing you told me never to do?
I'm asking you to believe me when I say you'll be perfectly safe. But it's essential that you do it.
Of course, Holmes and I would be hiding along his path to Baskerville Hall, but we did not tell him that.
Careful, Watson. Oh, look over to Grimpen Mire. Isn't that fog hanging over there?
It is indeed, Holmes.
Damnation. And it's moving toward us. Our success and even Sir Henry's life hang on his coming out before the fog is over the path. Oh, thank heaven. He's coming now, whistling in the dark. And I can't say I blame him.
Help!
But after him, Watson. Get your revolver.
Good Lord, Holmes! What is it? A creature from hell!
Watson, shoot!
The creature that lay lifeless on the path as Holmes and I stood over it was part bloodhound, part mastiff, and large as a small lioness. Even in the stillness of death, the huge jaws seemed to be dripping with a bluish flame, and the eyes ringed with fire. A white-faced Sir Henry staggered back to us.
What in heaven's name is that creature?
The family ghost, and it's dead. Whatever it is.
Yes, but the fire.
Phosphorus. Look. Now my fingers seem on fire.
Holmes, it's a cunning preparation because it has no odor. Thus it didn't interfere with the brute's power of scent.
And now we must bring the man behind the brute to book. He's undoubtedly been warned by the shots that the game is up. And he's headed back to Merripit House and his wife.
Wife? You mean his sister? And surely it isn't Stapleton, but...
Sir Henry, I meant what I said. Beryl Stapleton is his wife. And his name isn't Stapleton. Since he's your younger cousin. The black sheep who didn't die in Central America, as we've been told.
What? I can't believe it. It can't be.
Ah. The door's open. I'll wait till the bird has flown, but let's go in and see.
There you are, Holmes. The villain's tied and gagged her. One moment, Beryl. Easy does it. Yeah.
Oh, Henry, I tried to warn you. You see what he did to me?
There'll be time for explanations later, madame. But where is he?
Where is he? Burning in hell, I hope. Dying slowly in the quicksand of the mire.
He knows a path. He told me so.
The path, yes. The path to his safe place in the center where he kept the great hound. I helped place the guiding wands. But yesterday, I changed them. And in tonight's fog, he'll not notice.
Stapleton's body was never found. Some days later, when Holmes and I were back in the Baker Street flat, I asked, there's one thing that still puzzles me. That business about the boots. What did Stapleton want with two different boots?
Oh, the first boot he stole was brand new, and therefore useless to him because he needed a boot with Sir Henry's scent for the hound.
Amazing, Holmes.
Elementary, my dear Watson.
What is even more amazing is the fact that Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, the man who created the greatest detective of all time, a man whose cool, incisive reasoning served as a model for hundreds of lesser detectives, was himself a dupe of the spiritualists. He was constantly fooled and defrauded by mediums, and was laughed at by the world for relaying a message from Houdini's dead mother to Houdini. Only the message was in English, a language Houdini's mother never knew. I'll be back shortly. The record shows that Doyle, tired of writing Sherlock Holmes stories, and attempted to kill off his popular detective by having him thrown over the Reichenbach Falls. Popular demand, however, forced a reluctant Doyle to bring Holmes back. Our cast included Kevin McCarthy, Lloyd Battista, Carol Teitel, Robert Dryden, and Court Benson. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown.
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Welcome to the terrifying world of your imagination. What would you say is the one single feature that distinguishes man from all his fellow creatures? His brain? Speech? His ability to walk erect? The fact that he's the only living thing that kills for any other reason than self-defense or food? None of them. Something much more simple. A phenomenon shared only by our cousins, the apes. The human hand. This is a gripping, eerie story of a pair of... how best to describe them? Superhuman... unique... no, perhaps best. A pair of immortal hands. Our mystery drama, Death by Whose Hands, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Ian Martin and stars Stephen Schnabel and Robert Drivas. In the beginning of the 19th century, no city in Europe shone more brightly or boasted a more resplendent culture than Vienna. City of dreams, of glittering balls, of royalty and nobility and beautiful women, but most of all, of music. Music to the Viennese was, and is, a religion, a faith, a passion. And passion is an insidious, destructive emotion which can lead to sinister and deadly results. You are listening at the moment to the hands of Rudy Baum on the piano in Vienna's great concert hall.
No more encores. I have nothing left. My hands are too tired.
Quite right, my boy. You must not strain them at any cost.
Let's go to my dressing room.
Rudy, Papa and I wanted to take you straight home to supper.
I must go to my room at the university and change first. I am wringing wet.
The touch of your hands. From the whisper of Mozart to the thunder of Beethoven. We must protect those hands. As a doctor and your future father-in-law, I will make that my business. Well, I intend to be a little part of that legend, you see.
Magnificent, Rudy. Du hast wirklich glänzend gespielt.
Yes, you were at your best, my friend. It was a remarkable debut.
Remarkable, France. It was a succès fou, beyond our wildest dreams.
Beyond mine, I must admit. Rudy, I'll drive you back to the university. No, we can drive, Rudy.
Oh, Papa, there won't be room for five in the carriage. Well, you and I, Helga, Rudy, and Franz. You are coming to our little supper and celebration, aren't you, Franz?
I wasn't sure I was invited.
Rudy's best friend and fellow pianist. But of course.
Well, I accept.
I'll go and fetch my hat and cape.
Ilse and I will go with you. There will be important people coming backstage. You won't mind waiting a while, huh, Helga and Franz?
Natürlich nicht.
We'll try not to be too long.
You didn't answer the Herr Dr. Franz.
Did I have any other choice than to remain and cool my heels?
I think, my friend, tonight your nose is a little out of joint.
Why do you say that?
Listen to them. Can you hope to match it at your debut?
That remains to be seen. I think I'll wait outside. It's uncomfortably hot in here.
Only for other pianists, I'm afraid, Franz Langemann.
big night for you, Rudy.
No, it's only the beginning.
I'm sure of that.
No, but you're right. It is a big night. It's the start of everything I've worked and slaved for all my life. You wouldn't understand.
Why not? Haven't I done the same?
You? How could you know what I've suffered? You started with everything. I with nothing. I'm poor. I'm short. I'm not downright ugly. At least I'm no tall, handsome, elegant dandy like you. But I've got it all in these hands of mine now. I've got the girl. I've got her father as patron. And soon I'll have all the rest. The money, the fame, the clothes. I've beaten you, Franz. I've beaten you. And I did it all with my talent, with these.
All right, Rudy. All right. You've had a great success, but don't let it go to your head. You're not the only pianist in Vienna.
Oh, yes, I am now.
Well, some of your classmates still have to make their debuts.
Who? Gelbach? No technique. Struck? His ear, made of tin. Rangel? He's all thumbs.
And me?
You are nothing. With no tone, you're wooden, you're stiff. You play like a music box.
I ought to stop this carriage right now and throw you out.
Go ahead, we're almost there.
No, I'll do you this one last favor. We'll get there as fast as I can so I can get rid of you for good.
Get up! Hey, look out, Franz. The streets are icy.
It's your big night. I'm only giving you something else to thrill about.
There's a curve ahead, and that wagon has stopped blocking the road. Franz, look out! Look out!
Listen!
The carriage is slipping!
What on earth do you suppose is keeping Rudy so late?
So impatient to announce the engagement, huh?
Well, of course. Why not?
It's not easy to be the wife of a man who belongs to the public.
Oh, but I can't wait to be married to Rudy. To travel with him everywhere, to be feted by the great, to have kings and queens lavish praise and honor on us.
There isn't much warmth in the light from reflected glory. What warms a woman is love.
Oh, really, Papa? I'm getting exactly what I want. But I do wish...
Seien Sie bitte, verzeihen Sie.
What is it, Helga? What is it?
Bitte, Herr Doctor, may I see you alone?
No, I want to hear also.
There is an inspector of police downstairs.
Police?
There's been an accident. We are both needed at the infirmary.
An accident? To whom?
I don't know how.
Speak up. If it concerns Ilse, she'll have to know sooner or later.
Herr Langemann's light carriage collided with a heavy wagon. Franz has been badly hurt.
And Rudy?
Were his hands injured?
No. He has a concussion only.
Well, we'll go immediately. Is he conscious?
No.
Oh,
Catch her, Helga.
No, I'm all right. I'm not going to faint. I'm going with you to the infirmary.
The hemorrhage is so massive. Brain destruction is irreversible.
I'm surprised Rudy's still breathing.
Oh, the music these hands made less than 3 hours ago. The music they could have continued to make. All vanished. Oh, what a loss. What an irreparable loss to the world.
And to your daughter.
Oh, yes, Ilse. I cannot face her now, Helga. Will you, old friend?
Trust me. I'll take her home and sedate her.
No. Give her something here before she leaves. The inspector can see her home. I need you here.
As you wish. But she'll want to see Rudy. What do I tell her?
Tell her she must wait. Don't hold out any hope.
And Franz?
Well, I'm going to see him now. Tell Ilse he had some hand injuries. Say he's under sedation. And be sure that policeman takes Ilse home. He's asked all he needs to know.
It's all right here, Doctor. I'm awake.
Yes, I see.
How is Rudy?
Rudy is asleep. Are you in pain?
No, the morphine dulls that. I deserve it anyway.
Why?
It was my fault. He was so swelled with his success, he blurted out the truth. He's been using all of us. Me, you, Ilse. informed me he had no use for me anymore. Of course, he still needs you and Ilse. Oh, I don't know why I'm even saying this, mein Herr.
Rudy has no need of any of us anymore.
You said he was a... He's dead.
He might as well be.
What does that mean?
His skull was fractured. He has had massive intercranial bleeding. His brain is damaged beyond repair. In a sense, he's still alive. Medically, he's dead. It's only a matter of time till the rest of him dies, too.
And I am the one to live.
Yes. You will live.
My hands, how bad are they?
When the wagon ran over them, the right one was severed, was moribund, devoid of all life by the time you were brought here.
And the other?
Crushed beyond hope. If it can be saved from amputation, at best it will be a withered, motionless claw.
Oh, why wasn't I the one to die? I can never play the piano again.
There is one way you could.
How?
If I gave you Rudy Baum's hands.
In stunned, incredulous shock, Franz stares up at the usually kind and humorous face of the Herr Dr. Herschel. Now it is stern and drained, the eyes boring down at the young man, gleaming with a strange fanaticism. What he is proposing is beyond belief, beyond possibility, beyond the laws of man and God. I'll return shortly with Act 2. The year is 1804. Vaccination has been discovered 8 years before, but anesthesia will not even be conceived of till 1842. The only antidotes against pain are alcohol, opium, and a man's determination. And Franz Langemann lies in a bed in Dr. Herschel's private infirmary facing a transplant infinitely more complicated than anything medicine has dreamed of today.
Rudy's hands. But he's still not dead.
At the moment his heart stops to beat, we can take them, still alive and pulsing.
Could it work? Could I use them as hands?
I don't know, Franz. I know only you have nothing to lose. If the transplant fails, you will be no worse off than you are now.
And if it succeeds?
If it succeeds? You're a musician. What better tools could you have to create beauty in music than the fingers and the hands of Rudy Baum?
Very well. If Rudy is gone, I agree.
Johann, put the horses away. I'll sleep till mid-afternoon. I won't need you before then.
Papa!
Oh, Ilse. What are you doing up so early?
Early? It's almost 9 o'clock. How is Rudy?
Oh, what can I say, Liebchen? To make it easy for you.
He's dead. I knew it. He's dead.
Yes. Ilse,
It's all right, Papa. When you were so long, I knew. And Franz?
Franz is, he will live. He's fine.
What about his hands?
That's what kept me so long. Helga and I were operating on them.
Well, will he have the use of them again?
I hope a great deal more than that.
He might even be able to play again?
It's too soon to know anything. It'll take months.
Oh, what's the difference? It won't be Rudy. Nobody ever will play like Rudy Baum again. Not in your lifetime, Papa. Or in mine.
It would seem too much to hope for, would it not, meine Tochter? And yet, I am going to dare to hope.
A week now and no sign of gangrene?
Yes. Yes, there seems to be circulation in all the fingers. But no sensation yet.
The nerves need time to regenerate.
So, now, Franz, we are taking off some of the bandages to free the fingers.
Yes, Doctor.
Now, Franz, which hand am I touching?
I don't know. I don't know. I have no hands. It isn't working.
Patience. Now, we try something else. Move your right thumb.
I can't.
All right. Now try the left.
It moved. It moved.
So, we make a beginning. Now we try the other fingers one by one. And as you see, today we take all the bandages off for good.
These terrible scars.
No, not terrible. Beautiful. Well, you will see within a year there will be thin white lines you can hardly detect. Besides, I made the grafts far enough back so that your linen will cover them at all times. Even when you play.
You really expect that I will ever play the piano again?
I hope with all my heart. Now we try the exercises again. Here, pick up the pencil.
I can't feel the damn thing.
The feeling will come.
No, never. They work, they move, but they have no feeling. I tell you, it's all been for nothing. I'm wearing a dead man's hands.
Guten Morgen, Franz.
Morgen, lieber Herr Doctor.
How do you feel today?
Oh, I haven't had any pain in them for the last 2 or 3 days.
Now, the first part is over. We are going home.
Home? I will not go back to the Schloss. It is too big, and with my family gone...
Of course you don't return to the castle. You're coming home with us.
Ach, no, mein Herr, I cannot impose on your hospitality.
I insist. You are my patient, you're my protégé, and my prodigy. Besides, you still need care and supervision for your exercises. Yes, at home we will have a new teacher for you.
Who?
Ilse. Helga has been training her to assist with your rehabilitation.
Does Ilse know about the hands?
No. No one knows that secret. Save you and I and Helga. No one does ever know. As far as the world is concerned, and you, Franz, these are your hands. You must think of them from now on, every moment, waking or sleeping, as your hands. Yours.
But they are not. They are Rudy Baum's.
Rudy Baum is dead. Come, let us go home. I have some special bandages that you will wear always. Now, come. Ilse is waiting to see you eagerly.
Ilse? To see me?
Well, I will tell you a secret, and then we shall never mention it again. I believe sincerely that it was not Rudy my daughter loved. She was just blinded and bewitched by his talent. I can be truthful when I say she mourns him no longer. Well, aren't you anxious to see her?
Ilse? Yeah. Let's go home.
Guten Tag, Franz.
Ilse, I didn't hear you come in. Guten Tag.
Where's Papa?
He went back to the infirmary after lunch.
Oh, I thought you and he were together. And now that I'm here, I must take up my duties. Will you come to the table?
Are we to eat again?
No. We're going to start your exercises.
Oh.
Your poor hands. To think. That night, Papa never told me how badly they were injured. There's not a sign of a scar.
Your father is a magician.
No. I know he's prouder of his success with you than anything he's ever done. Do they still hurt?
No.
Even when I hold them?
My hands are not what you heard, Ilse. It was my heart that was in your hands.
Oh, that was a long time ago, Franz. It's over.
Shall we start again, then?
Us? Again?
No, I meant the exercises.
Morgen, Franz. What are you doing here in the music room?
Ilse, suddenly, yes. I feel that my hands may be ready to try again.
Then try it.
Ilse, forgive me. I know you will understand. I want to be alone in the house. I want no one to hear me until I'm ready.
If that is what you wish, Liebling.
Liebling?
Oh, that was a slip of the tongue.
I'll take it as that. For now. But if will you help me in a plan I have?
Ask me.
Well, your father's birthday is 2 months away. I want to repay him for all he's done for me in a way beyond money. Let me have 4 hours a day. Alone. Here. No one but the servants in the house, and swear them to silence. Let the hair doctor think I'm taking my regular exercises to strengthen my hands. Instead, let me exercise them where they belong. On the keyboard.
Oh, that's marvelous. If only
Only what?
No, if only I could share it with you.
No one can share this private agony. Liebchen, yes, I will call you that, and I hope that I have the right to. But I won't know for at least 2 months. Help me.
In everything. Always.
Ilse.
Oh, darling. Darling. And that was not a slip of the tongue. I'll be out of the house in 10 minutes, and you can start to build your triumph alone.
A dinner fit for a king and a birthday cake made for an emperor. I had forgotten it was my birthday, but then it's easy to do at my age.
We'll have port and brandy and coffee in the music room.
Music room? Why there?
Now, don't ask questions, Papa. On a birthday, there are many surprises. There's one very special gift you haven't received yet. From France.
Oh, I don't need any gifts.
This one, permit me to offer you. Ilse?
Thank you, Franz.
Lieb Herr Doctor.
Dankeschön.
Now sit with me, Papa. Here on the sofa.
Well, this is all so mysterious. What are you up to?
Listen.
Lieber Herr Dr. Herschel und mein Liebchen Ilse, this is a moment of terrifying truth. I am Lazarus. But am I surely risen from the dead? For all of us, music is a way of life. If it is still mine, then this is the best birthday gift I can offer either of you. In return for all you've done for me. Here it is.
superb.
Franz, it was magnificent. I've never heard it played better.
To live. To live for moments like these. Oh, Franz, how can I thank you? But this is not just for me. You will concertize.
Oh, of course. He's going to set the world on fire. And that's the other birthday present we have for you, Papa.
What? More?
Franz is not only your prodigy. He's going to be your son. We're going to be married.
Oh, at last. Well, this is not my birthday. It's the beginning of the world.
Good night, Ilse.
Must you go?
Time enough for us. This is his celebration. Let us wait for ours.
If I must.
Don't tempt me.
You were so wonderful tonight. The tone, your hands.
All of me is yours.
Then come. Come to bed.
Ilse. Oh, how sweet you sleep. Your hand in mine.
Where are my hands?
What?
Who stole my hands?
Rudy.
You, Franz. You stole them.
No, Rudy. No.
Try to use them, Franz. Try to borrow my talent. Try to win the world and grasp it in your hands. Only you won't. Never. 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 You are nothing except for my hands. And they will never belong to you.
Ilse, so sure of her future at last, turns lazily in her sleep. She has no intimation of the restless dreams that are torturing her intended husband. And neither of them is aware of the nervous tensing and extension of the hands that once were Rudy Baum's. Hands joined to the body of Franz Langemann. I'll return shortly with Act 3. The debut that fall of Franz Langemann was sensational. The public took him to their hearts, and the critics were unanimous in praise, projecting for him the brilliant future that had been denied Rudy Baum by his untimely death. So bright, indeed, were all Franz Langemann's prospects that he seemed to have banished the tortured dreams that haunted his sleep, till the morning of his wedding day. He was standing before the pier glass, adjusting his white cravat, when...
Rudy.
No. Don't turn around, Franz. You won't find me in the room. Here. In the mirror.
Why are you here? What is it you want?
Everything that was mine. Ilse. My career. My hands.
I cannot give any of it back.
You will give me all of it back, Franz. All that is mine. Look how they buried me. 2 bleeding wrists. My hands torn from my arms. You might as well have opened my chest and ripped my heart from its moorings. But I will have my revenge.
You're dead.
Not till I am whole. I can never rest until I am
Stay
whole.
back! Stay back! God help me!
Franz, are you all right? Franz, What happened?
I seem to have smashed the pier glass with a chair.
But why?
Here, Doctor, I cannot marry Ilse. We will have to call the wedding off.
Guests already arriving. Ilse is dressed in her bridal gown. What's the matter, boy? Are you mad?
More than a little, I'm afraid.
I can guess perhaps what troubles you. Let us sit down together then and talk this over. So Rudy has been haunting your dreams, and now today his specter appeared in the mirror.
Yes.
And you feel that his uneasy spirit is doomed to haunt you, that his ghost will forever dog your footsteps?
Yes. Certainly if I marry Ilse. And I love her too much to put her through that, too.
Franz, you are an exceptionally kind and sensitive man. You have been through an agonizing and traumatic experience. You have been driving yourself, practicing long hours for your concert debut. You are exhausted physically and emotionally. The mind is simply playing you tricks.
No, you don't understand. Rudy Baum was no friend of mine. You remember? I tried to tell you that night, the night of the accident.
Oh, yeah, so you did, I recall.
Rudy was my enemy. He resented me, hated me. The night of his triumph, when he had everything, he gloated over it. He threw it in my teeth.
Well, then, that is it, Franz. Why should you have any remorse?
You think it is only remorse that conjures up these visions?
Of course. That and your oversensitive nature. When I can help there, I will give you some mild sedation for the days.
And for the nights?
If you need it. I should think Ilse would be better than all my pills for that. What you need is her to take care of you. Ilse, Franz, welcome home.
Oh, Papa, it's good to be back.
It's good to see you, Herr Doctor.
So, now tell me all about the tour.
It was brilliant, marvelous, unbelievable. Standing ovations everywhere. Franz was the lion of the hour.
He looks like a rather tired lion.
Oh, just need a couple of days' rest. I must look a fright after that long carriage ride. You'll excuse me while I change. Oh, I forgot. We are to give a special concert recital for the Emperor at Schönbrunn. Imagine! Our own Emperor.
Well, she is wildly happy.
Yes, Ilse thrives on all the social life.
Well, you don't seem to share her enthusiasm.
Oh, my God, how can I?
Oh, come on, Franz. Not so bad to be wined and dined. The important thing is to remember it's a tribute to your genius.
My genius? Do you really think it is I they applaud?
Who else?
These, that's what they come to worship.
And who makes them work?
Not I. I tell you, they have a life of their own. Do you think I could attack the Beethoven Emperor as though notes exploded from one of Napoleon's cannons? I tell you, they are beyond my control, and it is driving me mad. I want to play my own music, be my own man. These may be the hands of a genius, but Lord help me, they are not mine. I never want to play the piano again.
Franz?
Yes, Ilse.
What are you doing out of bed?
Thinking.
Well, must you sit by the window, come back to bed, and think with me?
I'm afraid in bed with you, Ilse, I don't think very clearly.
It's better when you don't think at all.
That used to be a way out. No longer.
What do you mean?
Ilse, listen to me. I don't want to play again.
Are you out of your mind? The king, the queen, Napoleon, and the Empress Josephine.
Are they so important to you?
Well, what are you trying to say?
Are they more important to you than my peace of soul?
Now, really, Franz, you should live to play.
Why?
Because it's expected of you.
By whom?
Well, by the nobility, royalty, everyone who hears your music.
And you?
Yes, and my father.
Oh, no. Your father understands. And for the rest, there's always a new artist, a new interest. The truth is, isn't it, that I must keep on playing for you?
Well, that isn't true.
Then, if you love me, agree that my career is over. Would you love me still, just as Franz Langemann?
You're being foolish, Liebling. This is just another temperamental display. Why should you stop playing? I won't allow you to.
Won't you, Ilse? I think it's time we put things to a test.
What are you doing?
I want to show you something.
I don't think I want to see it.
At last you must. You see my arms? Why do you think I wear these bandages above my wrists?
Well, you always said the scars were ugly and that...
Ugly? Let me show you the truth. Look at both arms.
Why? There's nothing there but a thin white line.
On each arm, all the way around. See?
Yes, but I thought...
In the accident, Rudy's brain was injured fatally, but the rest of him was untouched. All of me was untouched, except my hands. They were completely destroyed.
But if they were... Oh, no.
Yes, Ilse.
Oh, no.
Yes, these are Rudy's hands, grafted to me miraculously by your surgeon father.
No.
These are what you love, aren't they? Not me. Even when they were still Rudy's, it was these hands and the fame and the notoriety and the acclaim that could win and really claim your love. The man behind them meant little except a means to an end.
Oh,
right.
No, Franz...
No, I give you one last choice, Ilse. Rudy can never play again, and promise you I never will. But you stay with me as my wife, and care for me and nourish me.
Now I know you're mad, and I'll not waste my life on you. I forced myself to endure Rudy because I knew he could carry me with him to the top. I found you more endurable if you could give me the same. But if you turn your back on success and glory, don't ask me to do the same.
You cannot love me for myself, only for these.
With those hands, no matter whose, you can rule the world.
Even though they destroy me.
Oh, I don't know why I wasted my time on such a fool. Those hands are not for destruction.
Even about your throat. Say you love me.
Oh, stop being a child, son.
Say you love me.
At this moment, I despise you. Now, what?
What?
Well, the new beer glass I brought today, you better knock it over.
She fooled us both, Franz. Kill her. They're my hands.
What are you looking at?
Can't you see him? Rudy, in the mirror.
You're mad. Franz, no.
You said to use them. Rudy, they're not mine. Not mine. Yours.
Now what is there to do? Police will come, Franz. You will be hanged.
What does it matter?
Nothing can bring Rudy or my daughter back. I was as guilty as anyone in this. I wanted to save a rare musical gift for the world. And I was tempted in the operation to play God. And now there's only one thing to do.
What?
Poor Ilse must have fought. Your face is damaged. Now we must ransack the apartment. Well, I will take enough valuables away with me, then I will say I came to visit you, and that I found my daughter and you, and then that I rushed out for the police.
Franz!
What is it?
Look in the glass.
Rudy.
Did you really think I'd let you escape?
Do you really think I care anymore?
Take my hand and put them around your throat. That's it. Now, let me do the rest.
I came to visit my daughter and her husband and found them, as you see. My daughter is dead. My son-in-law merely rendered unconscious. I placed him on the bed, as you see, and came for you, Inspector.
Murder and robbery, obviously.
I don't know how much is missing. Certainly my daughter's jewels, some ivory pieces I gave them as a wedding present.
Your daughter is quite dead, strangled. How is the young man?
Oh, some facial wounds, possible concussion, and...
What is it here, Doctor?
Franz! Franz, he has been strangled too!
Tongue protruding, face livid, marks on throat, not much doubt. Some kind of maniac, it looks. Good Himmel.
What is it?
A maniac, all right, look. Cut right off above the wrist. He has no hands.
Now I wonder if anyone stopped to exhume Rudy Baum from his solitary grave. Would he prove to have hands or not? As it happened, no one did. And since Herr Dr. Herschel died quite suddenly from a heart attack during the solemn requiem mass for his daughter and his son-in-law, why should it have occurred to anyone to question this extraordinary tale further? I'll be back shortly. One comment in closing. Man proposes, God disposes. There is never a time when man can take his work into his hand. No truer words have been spoken than in the Bible, Hosea 8, chapter 7. They have sown the wind, and they shall reap the whirlwind. Our cast included Robert Drivas, Stephen Schnabel, Marion Seldes, Ira Lewis, and Roger DeKoven. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Friendly music station, KIXI, dial 91 AM, Seattle.
CBS News. President Nixon apparently will lose his power to impose wage and price controls when current legislation expires April 30th. I'm Stephanie Shelton reporting on the CBS radio network. The Senate Banking Committee voted 11-4 Tuesday not to extend the Economic Stabilization Act, and so all wage and price controls imposed under it will die when the current law runs out. One of the Democratic members of the committee, California's Alan Cranston, said the controls weren't doing what they were created to do anyhow.
There is now reason to believe that wage and price controls actually create inflation. They create bottlenecks. They upset the market. They may actually be inflationary. I think we'll be better off without them.
The Nixon administration did not fight to extend the curbs. However, it did want the health industry to remain controlled. But Leonard Woodcock, head of the United Auto Workers Union, disagreed.
Despite controls, there's been almost no impact upon controlling the rising costs of health care. And patchwork controls are just not having any effect. What needs to be done in that regard is for the Congress to enact health care reform.
President Nixon has awarded the nation's highest civilian award, the Medal of Freedom, to his former advisor, Melvin Laird. At a black-tie White House dinner in Laird's honor Tuesday night, the president said few men have served America better. Laird recently resigned as a White House aide. A former congressman and Secretary of Defense, Laird is now working for the Reader's Digest. Mississippi poultry breeders began carrying out Environmental Protection Agency orders Tuesday to kill millions of contaminated chickens using makeshift gas chambers. Where to bury the dead birds had been a problem, but a site was finally agreed upon, as Bruce Hall reports.
The first load of the pesticide-contaminated Mississippi chickens arrived at a remote burial site. The selection of a burial site had held up the destruction of millions of chickens for nearly 4 days. Government agencies wanted to be certain the cancer-causing agent dildrin that was found in the chickens does not contaminate any other food source. Investigators believe they have found the source of the contamination. 1 tank carload of vegetable fat oil, which is used in chicken feed, apparently still had a residue of the dangerous pesticide in it. For the farmer, the dumping of the chickens was a financial nightmare. The losses could run as high as $1 for each chicken killed, and at least 8 million chickens will have to be destroyed. For the consumer, it means there will probably be a slight increase in chicken prices. Bruce Hall, CBS News, McGee, Mississippi.
Seattle voters have rejected an initiative to remove city laws against the possession of marijuana. With about half of the precincts reporting, the vote for rejection is better than 2-1. Pennsylvania became the 23rd state to restore the death penalty Tuesday when the state legislature overrode Governor Milton Schaap's veto of a capital punishment bill. Schaap predicted the law would be ruled unconstitutional by the Supreme Court. George Foreman is still the heavyweight champion after that fight in Caracas, Venezuela. He won over Ken Norton in the second round. More after this. The chorus of protest has begun in Britain against the new luxury taxes imposed by the Labour government. Beer, wine, hard liquor, gasoline, even sweets will all cost a lot more, biting into the little person's pocketbook as well as soaking the rich. Said a Royal Automobile Club spokesman, this means the horse may come into its own. Ice cream makers protested that their product is officially a food, not a sweet. But the extra 10% tax on the sweet tooth stuff delighted the dental industry, and a housewife's group said the move would safeguard their children's teeth. Stephanie Shelton, CBS News.
It's the friendly sound of better music. This is KIXI, dial 91 AM or 96 FM, Seattle.
12 midnight.
CBS News. Secretary of State Henry Kissinger and Soviet Party leader Leonid Brezhnev are scheduled to meet again in an hour for a third day of talks in Moscow. I'm Stephanie Shelton, reporting on the CBS radio network. Kissinger and Brezhnev have already met for more than 16 hours. According to State Department spokesman George Vest, Tuesday's talks were devoted to the Middle East, the European Security Conference, and troop and arms cuts in Europe. The talks are supposed to end Wednesday, but Soviet sources say they may be extended because the two men have not been able to work out an outline for a strategic arms agreement, which President Nixon would like to sign if he comes to Russia, as planned, early next summer. A $2 million food giveaway program that was supposed to help free Patricia Hearst is broke, and its director, A. Ludlow Kramer, is leaving. At a San Francisco news conference, Kramer said it's now time for negotiations to free Patricia to begin, since he has carried out the Symbionese Liberation Army's demands. And Kramer revealed some of the behind-the-scenes problems the People in Need program encountered, as Richard Threlkeld reports.
A lot of food never even got to the poor. It was simply stolen from the warehouse or hijacked from the trucks or just swindled, something that People in Need has tried hard to keep secret. The man in charge, Ludlow Kramer, is leaving to go back to his job as Secretary of State in Washington State, and today, for the first time, described how it really was at People in Need.
The constant yelling, day in and day out, the constant threats on our lives, the constant ripping off of Mr. Hearst, as far as I'm concerned, and I'm not talking about a group, I'm just talking about so many people were seeing what they could get out of it for themselves.
Kramer said that most of the volunteers were, as he put it, magnificent. He conceded he did have to spend his time here protected by bodyguards, and said his biggest disappointment is that he is leaving without an ongoing program to feed the poor. Richard Threlkeld, CBS News, San Francisco.
House and Senate conferees have agreed on a bill raising the minimum wage from $1.60 to $2.30 an hour by 1976. The measure also extends coverage to 7 million more workers. The House is expected to pass the compromise measure Thursday. More news in a moment.
Actresses, like anyone else, often have doubts about how well they're doing. Betty Davis, for example.
I never could bear to look at myself on the screen, physically. And therefore I would get so sort of upset by this. I don't think actors are terribly good judges of their own performances.
How did Julie Andrews feel about winning an Academy Award for Mary Poppins?
A little ambivalent, because I wasn't too sure of my own contribution at that time in Poppins, and I wasn't sure whether everybody was being very kind and giving me the Oscar anyway. Simply because I had lost the role of My Fair Lady.
Hear Betty Davis, Julie Andrews, and lots of other movie greats on The American Movie with Lee Jordan this weekend, March 30th and 31st. It's a star-studded weekend with your longtime favorites, as well as those who are lighting up the Hollywood skies right now. Listen for The American Movie this coming Saturday and Sunday, March 30th and 31st, on the CBS Radio Network.
The House has approved a strong anti-busing amendment to the $7 billion federal aid to education bill. The vote was 293 to 117 on the amendment, which was sponsored by 4 Michigan congressmen. The provision lists 7 specific remedies for segregation which must be tried before a limited form of busing is allowed. Stephanie Shelton, CBS News.
Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. I hope you're ready for a journey into the bizarre, into the very, very strange, for that's where we're going. A round-trip journey, of course, but one we promise you won't forget. Sarah and David Hughes have just finished dinner and have taken their coffee out to the patio, where dusk is coming in behind a lovely sunset, and the world seems bathed in serenity. But beware of peaceful places at peaceful times. Things change. Sometimes suddenly.
David?
You know, I was almost asleep.
David, what is that up there?
What's what? Up where?
Up there, in the sky, those funny lights.
Well, it's a jet, I guess. We'll be hearing it in a few seconds.
A jet making a circle of light? And they don't come in from that direction. Or that fast either. David, it looks as if it's heading straight for us.
Nonsense. Of course it isn't heading straight for us.
David! A flying saucer.
Oh, come off it, Sarah.
An unidentified flying object. We actually saw it.
Sarah, it was nothing of the sort. It was simply... Well, it was...
Can you identify it?
Well, no, not offhand.
An unidentified flying object. David, we've made a sighting.
Our mystery drama, The Sighting, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Fielden Farrington and stars Kim Hunter. UFO sightings, although they are remarkable, are not uncommon. There have been, who's to say, thousands of them, maybe tens of thousands, if you include those that have gone unreported. Of course, some people poo-poo them as optical illusions or weather balloons or light reflections on clouds or even just plain imagination. But others, many others, take them quite seriously and would like very much to know what and why and possibly even who they are. Sarah and David have certainly seen something.
though they don't agree about what it was.
You know the trouble with you, honey. You let your imagination run away with you. You see a funny light in the sky, and wham, it's a flying saucer.
Well, you can't say it wasn't a flying saucer. You don't know what it was any more than I
But,
do.
Sarah, when you can't explain something a little out of the ordinary, you don't pounce on the most unlikely explanation you can find and close your mind to all the others?
Look who's talking about closed minds.
Oh, okay. Maybe I'm a little bit conservative. Bankers get that way, I'm told.
And, man, are you ever a banker?
Well, don't knock it. It buys a lot of goodies.
No contest. I think I'll go next door and ask Bea and Harry if they saw it. Want to come along?
So what? Oh, yeah, the thing. Sarah, I really wish you wouldn't do that.
Why not, for heaven's sake?
Well, I'd just as soon it didn't get around. I mean, that we saw... Well, the first vice president of a bank doesn't see flying saucers. He just doesn't, Sarah.
Okay. The first vice president didn't see it. He's as blind as a bat.
Yeah.
But his wife saw it.
Sarah,
Look...
I don't want you to talk about it.
How do we know what they are? How do we know what they're doing here? What their purpose is? How can we be sure that they don't mean us some kind of harm, David? I think we ought to report it.
No. You're not to say a word about this to anyone. Look, honey, old man Ellsworth is talking about retiring again, and this time J.D. thinks he means it. And if he does go, J.D. will almost certainly move up to chairman of the board, and that leaves the presidency open. I'm the first vice president. But can't you see, Sarah?
Look, I think that's wonderful, David. You know I do, but I can't see what it has to do with...
Well, I just told you. I'll have to ask you to take my word for it. I want you to promise not to say a word about this thing we saw, not to anybody.
Anybody home? Oh, hi, Bea. You got any shopping to do this morning?
I don't think so, no. How about a cup of coffee?
Okay. They're supposed to have some fresh whiting at Avery's today. Doesn't David have a big thing about whiting?
Yes, David has a big thing about whiting, but he's more likely to get cold stew and leftover parsnips.
Oh?
Garnished with arsenic.
Bad one, huh?
Honestly, Bea, you ought to thank your lucky stars you're not married to a banker.
Oh, I don't know. You ever try living with a man who was in wholesale pharmaceuticals? Give him whiting. That's my advice. He can't eat and quarrel at the same time. Did you and David see that thing come over last night?
Come over?
Fly over, you know. Looked like a flying saucer to me. But Harry said it was a jet with some fancy new kind of lights or something. I never heard a jet sound like that.
Oh, no, I guess we must have missed it. Why, doesn't Harry believe in flying saucers?
Wouldn't believe in one if it landed smack on top of him. We still playing bridge tonight?
As far as I know, at your house. Want me to bring anything?
Money. It's our turn to win. You want me to get some whiting for you if Avers has it?
Oh, would you mind? I'm not much in the mood.
Sure, I'll bring it over later. I'll tell you one thing. I don't ever want to fly in a jet that sounds the way that thing last night sounded.
Good morning, David.
Oh, morning, J.D.
You busy right now?
Nothing top priority, no.
Well, come on into my office. I've got some news for you.
Sure thing.
You, read this thing this morning?
Oh, Times. I glanced through it before I left the house.
A couple of people out your way claim they saw a flying saucer.
Oh, I read that, yes. One of the fellows belongs to my club, as a matter of fact. I wouldn't want to be in his shoes next time he goes into that locker room.
You know, I don't understand people. I just can't figure them out. Fellow sees something up there he never saw before, and he goes running around like a chicken with its head off, yelling, "Flying saucer!" What do you think he is, some kind of aeronautics expert or something? Sit down, David.
Thanks.
What would you say if I told you old Ellsworth finally made up his mind?
Well, I'd say congratulations, J.D.
He's retiring the end of the year. Made up his mind yesterday afternoon, apparently. Plans to announce it sometime later today.
Congratulations, J.D.
Oh, no. It's premature, my boy, premature. Board has to vote on the new chairman. There's no guarantee they'll pick me. I can be pretty crusty sometimes, you know. Made some enemies.
That's your year's salary.
Oh, yeah, bankers don't gamble now. Had to vote on the new president, too, of course, but, you've got me in there lobbying for you.
Thanks, J.D.
Ah, nonsense. Best man for the job. Would be anyway if he didn't sit around loafing all day in the boss's office.
Well, I guess I'd better get back to work.
I guess you had. And, David.
Yes, J.D.
Try not to see any flying saucers. Wouldn't help a bit.
Sarah Hughes. Sarah, I know you're in here. There's nothing to be afraid of. I must speak to you.
How did you do that?
Do what, Sarah?
When you talk, your lips don't move. Or anyway, I couldn't see them move. It sounded as if you were talking through that little black box strapped on your chest.
Yes, you are quite right. You see, we don't have any vocal equipment.
We? Who's we?
We come from a very long way off.
Like Mars?
No, much farther. Another galaxy altogether.
I told David. I told him.
Yes, we sensed that you were sympathetic.
Then what do you use? Mental telepathy?
That's what you would call it, yes.
And the box?
I think into the box, you might say. It comes out English. Other languages, too, of course, depending upon the setting. I'm glad you are not frightened.
If I were, I wouldn't let you know. Look, where you come from, do you just walk into strangers' houses?
I am very sorry, but I had to speak to you. It's really quite urgent.
About what?
We need your help.
To do what? Take over the earth?
You mustn't say that. You mustn't think it. We're on a friendly mission. My colleagues and I, we're what you might call a scouting party. We must know more about your planet before we can be sure that it is safe to... We want to help you.
Well, we're doing all right.
Are you? Really, Sarah?
Look, what's your name? You keep using mine. Don't you think I should know yours?
I have no... We do not use names in the sense you mean. I have a designation, of course, but there is no way to convey it to you.
It's pretty weird. And how did you find out what my name is?
We were able to pick it up. We get very dim readings from your minds. Actually, yours is the clearest we've been able to pick up so far. We need someone to cooperate with us so that we can learn more.
And that's what you want me to do?
Yes, Sarah, it is.
Well, come back tomorrow.
I don't understand.
I'll have to talk to my husband about it.
That is exactly what you must not do. Do you understand me? You must not consult your husband. You're not to tell him even that you have spoken with me. I want you to understand that very clearly. He is not to know that we have contacted you.
Then you'd better just go back onto your flying saucer and fly away. I'm not sure I want to speak to you again.
You will, though, Sarah. You will.
You don't believe me, do you?
Of course I believe you, honey. Have I ever accused you of lying to me?
All the same, you don't believe me.
What did he look like, this man you saw?
Well, he wasn't green, if that's what you mean. He didn't have tentacles or flippers or any of that. His hair was kind of coppery and funny. More like chicken down than hair. I didn't notice the color of his eyes. His face seemed all right, except that his ears were flat against his head. He was tall and too skinny to look healthy. By our standards, that is.
Mm-hmm. How was he dressed?
Ordinary. Except for a box he had sort of taped onto his chest. Like brown slacks and a kind of yellow shirt, open at the throat. But the clothes didn't look right on him. You don't believe one word of this, do you?
Now, Sarah, I haven't said I don't believe you. All I'm saying is that you're tired and overwrought.
And seeing things. Look, I'm not sure I want to play bridge tonight. Sit there all evening being humored. And, well, I'm not at all sure I want to do it.
Look, I'll tell you what. You trot upstairs and take a little rest. Now, wait, then, just let me finish. You are tired. You are overwrought. You don't deny that, do you?
Well...
So why shouldn't you take a little rest? Now, what's wrong with that? And when you get up, if you don't feel like playing bridge, we won't play bridge, okay? Doesn't that sound fair enough?
Well, all right.
Fine. Right now. Close the bedroom door and see if you can't actually get a little sleep. Will you do that for me?
Okay. But if I should go to sleep, don't let me sleep long, will you? And David.
Yes?
I did see that man and talk to him. I really did.
The whole thing an hallucination? Let's not be too sure it wasn't just because we heard it ourselves. After all, we were primarily interested in what Sarah heard, weren't we? Or thought she heard. Let's not rule out the possibility that we were hallucinating along with her. Perhaps we'll learn the truth about that when I return shortly with Act 2. David and Sarah have spent the evening playing bridge with Bea and Harry Vincent. But their minds haven't been on the game. Sarah's is more on the events of the day just ending. How often do you speak with a man from outer space? Now the game and the evening have finally come to an end.
David, my friend, we ought to do this more often.
Yeah.
You owe us, you can check my arithmetic if you want to. You owe us $3.76.
With the cards you two held, how could you lose?
Oh, come on, don't grouse, David. About 10 more nights like this, and maybe we could get even.
Oh, it was all my fault. I told you I didn't feel like playing bridge tonight, Dave.
Oh, forget it. You were no worse than I was.
Well, after all, it's only a game.
Yeah, said he, tucking away his winnings. I wonder if I drank $3.76 worth of beer.
Well, there's more out in the kitchen. Come on out. Maybe you can break even.
Now, what are those two cooking up?
Oh, I don't know.
Is the fight still going on? With you and David, I mean? Left over from last night. You haven't been acting like yourselves at all tonight. Either of you.
Oh, it's one of those things. I guess it happens to everybody. David, don't you think we ought to go now? You have to work tomorrow.
Okay, honey.
He's a good man, you're David. You don't have to worry about that.
David?
Hmm?
What did Harry mean when we were leaving? Who's a good man?
Oh, honey, turn the light off, will you? I'm dead.
It's something to do with me, isn't it?
Okay, you'll have to know anyway. I asked Harry for the name of a good psychiatrist.
A psychiatrist?
Yes, earlier. I called the doctor before we left, too. Told him it was an emergency. I got an appointment for you for tomorrow morning. Well, it is an emergency. You don't realize how... Well, I knew you were going to be angry. Sarah?
I'm not angry. If he's any good, maybe he'll be able to convince you I'm not seeing things.
Sarah, I've got to get to the office on time this morning, today of all days, but I'll meet you at the doctor's office. Now, your appointment is for 11 o'clock. You won't forget it, will you?
Look, you don't have to be there if you have a busy day. I can handle it alone.
No, nothing of the sort. And afterward, after the session, We'll have some lunch. Someplace fancy, huh? It'll be all right, Sarah. You'll see.
Oh, it's you again.
Sarah, I must speak to you.
Do you know that you may very well be nothing but a figment of my imagination?
I think that you are tired. Did you sleep well last night?
What do you think? And wouldn't a figment of my imagination at least move his lips a little when he talks?
I can see that you are very sleepy. Oh, yes, very sleepy.
Well, I didn't ask you in.
You are almost too sleepy to stand, aren't you? Here. Why don't you sit here? You'll be much more comfortable.
Well...
That's better, isn't it? You're able to relax now. Relax and rest. Relax and rest. Float and sleep. You are asleep now, aren't you? Yes. Fast asleep. You will do as I tell you.
Yes, I will do as you tell me.
Good. Pinch your arm, Sarah. With your right hand, pinch your left arm. No, harder than that. You can feel nothing. You feel no pain.
No pain.
Very well. I am going to perform a minor surgical operation now. You will feel no pain, of course. A simple incision at the base of the skull. There will be no bleeding. Now, what I am inserting, Sarah, is a very small device which your body will in no way reject. It is in every way compatible. By means of this device, it is better you know this, Sarah, although you will not be aware of it later. Through this device, we shall be able to read your thoughts and participate in them, guide them. This will be possible at great distances, light years, actually. You are now sutured, what you would call sutured. There is no wound, no scar. You felt no pain, did you, Sarah?
No pain.
And yet your own doctors would find this type of surgery very difficult, if indeed at all possible to perform. Now, do you know what I have just done?
Yes.
Tell me.
You've planted a device at the base of my skull so that you can read my thoughts and guide them.
Yes. You must listen carefully to what I tell you now. Do you understand, Sarah?
I must listen carefully.
You will emerge from your hypnotic state when you hear the sound of my vehicle leaving. Is that clear?
Yes. When I hear your spaceship fly away.
You will not remember having seen me today at all. Please repeat that for me.
I will not remember having seen you at all today.
And all you will remember about my visit yesterday is that you made it up as a joke. It did not really happen.
I didn't see you yesterday. It was a joke I made up.
Very well. When I leave the room, you will fall into a deep sleep. When you hear our vehicle moving away, you will awaken feeling as though you have a long, healing night's rest. Is all that clear?
It's all clear.
You busy, Dave?
Harry! No, come on in. Aren't you a little out of your territory?
Well, yeah, I am. I knocked off and came over here because, Bea called me a few minutes ago to say she's seen the damn thing, too.
Seen what?
The saucer, the flying saucer.
Oh, Bea saw it?
Yeah, says she did. Says it was hovering there right over your backyard with a door open, like practically the whole side of a ship, she said. And a kind of stairway coming right down onto your lawn.
Oh, come on, not B2. What are they trying to do to us?
Well, to tell you the truth, Dave, I don't think B was putting it on. She can't lie worth a nickel, and she sounded scared, really scared. And, anyway, that's not all.
For Pete's sake.
She'd started out shopping, see, and forgot to take a list with her, so that's why she went back. I mean, that's how she happened to see the thing in the first place.
All right.
So, she went back in the house and was watching through the window, and I swear, Dave, this is what she said. A tall, skinny man came walking out of your back door and went up the stairway and into the saucer. Then it made that crazy whooshing noise like we heard the other night. I did hear that, Dave. I honestly did. And it didn't really sound much like a jet. Well, anyway, it made that noise and took off. Like 1,000 miles a minute, B says.
You think it's true?
Well, unless B's blown her mind, too. She said she wanted to go right over to your place and see if Sarah was all right, but she was afraid to. Yeah, I think it might be true, Dave. I think, anyway, we ought to go out there and see. Oh, there's B. She must have been waiting at our front door.
Oh, I thought you'd never get here, you
Is
two.
Sarah all right, B?
I haven't seen her. I can't help it. I was scared. You didn't see that awful-looking thing just hanging up there over your backyard, or the weirdo that came out of your house. Can we go in now? I don't mind as long as I'm with you two.
Yeah, okay.
I don't suppose one of them's still in there. I mean, since the thing took off. It wouldn't go away and leave one of them behind, would it?
I'm still not ready to believe
You'd
it.
believe it if you'd seen it.
Sarah?
Yes, David? Oh, I thought you were going to meet me at the doctor's office. Well, what's this, a delegation?
Are you all right, Sarah?
Why wouldn't I be all right?
Sarah, did anything happen this morning?
Not a thing. Not unless you count me falling asleep, sitting bolt upright in a straight kitchen chair. I really must have been dead on my feet.
The man from the flying saucer didn't show up?
Oh, come on. Don't you think we've had about enough of that nonsense?
Nonsense.
Sarah, I saw him. I saw him come walking right out your back door, plain as day, and get into his saucer and go. I saw that, Sarah. I really did.
Oh, please, let's not anymore. So I made up a silly story. Now, I'm sorry I did. I never dreamed you'd all take me so seriously.
Now, wait a minute. There's something wrong here. You were taking it seriously enough last night. Now, don't try to tell me you weren't.
It was just a joke, David.
Joke?
I wish you could all see yourselves. You look as if you'd just come in from a funeral or something.
Sarah, if it was just a joke, why didn't you say so when I told you about the psychiatrist?
Oh, I'm all mixed up. I swear I saw a tall, skinny man with funny hair get into a flying saucer and fly away. If it was just a joke you made up, Sarah, maybe I'm the one who needs a psychiatrist, because I saw that. I know I did.
All right. Sarah's going to keep her appointment, aren't you, Sarah?
I don't see any point, David. You'd just be throwing your money away.
Well, still, if I ask you to, you will, won't you?
Well, if you want me to, why not? I can't see what good it's going to do, but I guess it can't do any harm.
No, Sarah.
What?
What? I didn't say anything.
You are not to see the psychiatrist. Is that clear, Sarah? You will not see the psychiatrist.
Who said that?
What? Nobody said anything.
Didn't you hear it? B.
I didn't hear anything.
You will do as you are told. You will refuse to see the psychiatrist.
Who are you?
Sarah.
I can cause you pain, Sarah. I can cause you great pain.
David, what is it? Somebody keeps... Don't you hear that voice?
I don't hear anything, Sarah.
I I do not want to cause you pain, Sarah, but I will if I must. You are not to see the psychiatrist.
Come on. We better go, honey. The appointment's for 11 o'clock.
All right, I'm coming.
I'm sorry, Sarah. Truly, I am.
David. Oh, God, David! David, make it stop!
Sarah.
Make it stop!
I hope you didn't feel the pain along with Sarah. It would have convinced you, of course, as I'm sure it has convinced the people in our story, that the man from outer space is real and not altogether friendly. If there is any doubt lingering in your mind, however, I believe it will be dispelled when I return shortly with Act 3. The willingness of the open mind to accept the new and seemingly miraculous, at least as an hypothesis, has always faced opposition from the less flexible mind, which finds the status quo easier to live with. David, however, as well as Bea and Harry, has had a convincing demonstration that the new is only the as yet unknown. Bea and Harry are waiting in Dr. Freuling's reception room. David has taken Sarah into the doctor's office.
Now, just lie down here and rest. And help me with her, will you, Mr. Hughes?
Please, make it stop.
Sarah, honey, do what the doctor says. Now, lie down and try to take it easy. And just do as the doctor says. She seems to be in a great deal of pain, Doctor.
Oh, she is in pain. There's no doubt whatever about that. What causes the pain, this is what we must learn first of all.
Well, can't you give her something?
I think best not to do that until I have learned what has happened to her.
Sarah, refuse to speak with this doctor, this psychiatrist. Tell him only what you have been ordered to say. You have seen no man from a flying saucer. It was only a silly joke. Leave his office. Nobody can force you to stay. And go home. Do only this and there will be no more pain.
You are asleep now, Sarah. You are in a deep, restful sleep. You are resting in a quiet, lovely place where there is no pain. No pain, only rest.
You will not sleep. You are uncomfortable. There's no severe pain now, but you know there will be if you listen to this man.
Now, Sarah, I want you to tell me exactly what happened this morning before David came back from his office.
I can't, Dr. Freuling.
Uh-huh. Well, it is not yet. We try again.
Freuling, if it's going to keep on like this, I think we'd better just quit.
Stop it! Stop it! Stop it!
We are on the right track. He was there this morning. She told me that much before he got through to her again. We are going to win, Mr. Hughes.
Well, win or lose, what's going to be left of Sarah?
All of her, Mr. Hughes. More than there is of her now. Sarah, shall we try again?
I can't, Dr. Freuling. You won't let me. You don't know how it hurts.
It's no good, Sarah. You know it is no good.
Now, try to relax and clear your mind of everything but what I say to you.
I'll try.
Sarah, what did the man do when he came to see you this morning?
He said he asked... Oh, no! He asked me to help him. Stop it! Stop it, please!
Sarah, you are under my control, not his. The pain will never stop until you do as I say. You must do as I tell you.
Bear it, Sarah. You can bear it if you try. help me, and it will all be finished sooner than you think. How did he want you to help him?
It will be worth. The pain will be worth.
He wanted me. He wanted me to make it stop.
He wanted you to what?
Be his contact. He couldn't. Oh God! He said he couldn't read a thought I was.
Oh, no, pain can't kill, Sarah. What if I decide to kill you?
I don't care.
Enough. Dr. Freiling, that's enough.
You were to what, Sarah? What did he want you to do?
He put a thing in my head, and he knows what I'm thinking. He can... No! He can hurt me with it. Oh, yeah!
Stranger. Doctor,
Wait. Her pulse is strong. That's good.
Is she...
She will be all right. He cannot hurt her while she is unconscious. He put a thing into her head. Is that what she said? Is that what you heard her say?
Yes. Isn't there something you can do?
Miss Jameson, I want an ambulance at once. Emergency entrance, Physicians Hospital. Get Dr. Carter for me. Tell him Physicians Hospital at once. It was good of you to come, Dr. Carter.
Yes. What have we got?
A device has been implanted in a young lady's skull, I believe. I cannot be certain.
Implanted by whom? How long ago?
Only this morning, as I believe it. By whom, now, it's a long story, and the patient is in intermittent pain.
All right. We'll have to have x-rays.
I have already made x-rays. They are here.
All right. Have you read them? Have you found anything?
I am a psychiatrist. I think there is something, but I do not wish to prejudice your judgment.
Oh, very well. Well, is everything clear here? It's all right. Nothing here. And not... Wait a minute. That little particle. Is that what you mean?
How does it look to you?
It's like a pinhead. Oh, yes. It's foreign, all right. Must be. But implanted? It's very small.
Large enough. I am afraid for my patient's reason. Perhaps her life. I do not know.
I have to see her before you operate, Dr. Carter.
Oh, she's already been sedated.
Believe me, Dr. Carter, it's imperative.
Well, if you feel so strongly about it.
Sarah?
Oh, is that you, David?
Yes. Feel better now?
Oh, yes, I feel fine. Just sleepy. He isn't bothering me right now. I mean, there isn't any pain.
Do you think you could contact him, Sarah?
Oh, I expect he's around. Why?
I want to get a message to him.
What message? David, I don't want you to...
No. I just want to talk to him, Sarah. I just want to meet him. Is he listening now?
Oh, I can't tell, but I imagine he is. David, you mustn't...
I just want him to meet me and talk to me. It's as important to him as it is to me. I'll go back to the house. There's nothing I can do here anyway. I'll go back to the house and meet him there. I have something important to tell him. Important to him.
Well, if he's listening, you could just tell him now.
No, not now. I'll meet him at our house as soon as I can get there.
I'm afraid, David. You sound as though...
Just give me a kiss, Sarah. I love you.
I have taken more trouble than you realize, Mr. Hughes, to meet you here. What is it you wish to tell me?
I have a proposition for you.
I am willing to listen for a short time, though. The surgery is about to begin.
You aren't going to interfere, are you?
Your wife is a danger to us. I am sure you can understand that. We're reluctant to take a life, of course, but our mission is of greater importance.
Listen. Now, just listen. Why does it have to be Sarah? What's the matter with me?
What do you mean?
I mean, put your gadget, whatever it is, in me. Why couldn't you do that? I'd cooperate, don't you see? You wouldn't have any of this resistance you get from Sarah.
Why? Why would you turn against your own people to help us? Aliens, as you call us. Why would you be willing to do that?
Willing? I'd be doing it to save Sarah's life. Wouldn't you do as much for your wife?
We do not have wives.
Oh. Well, my wife is very dear to me. There's nothing, I guess, that I wouldn't do for her. So you see...
Be quiet.
What?
Please, do not speak. I am in communication with my colleagues.
Oh. Tell them...
Be quiet.
Oh, God, please.
All right.
You'll do it?
No. We have decided against using you.
Huh?
We have learned a great deal from you. This love is your word. This is an unfamiliar factor. This love must be taken into consideration. We are not sure that anyone so afflicted would be sufficiently stable for our purposes.
And what about Sarah?
It is a risk to release her, of course, for we cannot erase her memory, but we have taken greater risks.
Then you won't interfere with the operation?
Not interfere. No, not the way you mean. We shall help. Your surgeon will need our help.
Oh, thank God. How is she, Doctor?
Fine. I have never seen anything like it. Would you ask her yourself?
Sarah?
Oh, David, I feel so much better. I feel perfectly well, as if nothing ever happened.
Thank God for that.
I have never seen such surgery. A motion picture at fast speed. His hands moved so quickly, I would never have believed it.
Did you see him? The man from the saucer?
Yes, honey. He's real. You'll be glad to know that.
Oh, I do. Believe me, I know.
Is she really all right, Dr. Furley?
Quite, yes. She is free now.
Yes, I'm free. But I don't think they've finished. They're too strong. They're too vulnerable. I'm safe, yes, for the time being at least, but I don't know if the world will ever be really safe again.
Maybe it will. They've discovered a new factor. Maybe it's stronger than they are.
Well, how strong is love? The new factor on this old earth of ours. Stronger than hatred? I like to think so. Hatred makes the headlines, I know, but love, in its unassuming way, has been making the world go round for a good many years now. I'll be back shortly. David is president of his bank now, and doing a very good job of it, too. He and Sarah are even happier, have an even more secure marriage than before their adventure. The near loss of something dear often underscores the dearness of it. Well, whether you come by UFO or some more conventional method of travel,
be here to join us for our next chilling story. Our cast included Kim Hunter, Nat Polan, Ralph Bell, Joe Silver, and Robert Dryden. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. I'm E.G. Marshall. Man is beset with irrational fears called phobias, excessive persistent terror of a particular thing or situation. This morbid fear has no reasonable cause and therefore cannot be eliminated or even modified by reasoning with its victim. One of the most common phobias takes its name from the Latin claustrum, meaning a closed place. Thus, claustrophobia is an abnormal dread of being kept in a confined space, unable to leave it. Mona Clayton, Broadway star, is so afflicted. Our mystery drama, Who Has Seen the Wind, was especially written for the Mystery Theater by Nancy Moore and stars Michael Tolan and Terry Keane. The lot of an actor's agent seems an enviable one. All those dazzling actresses for clients. A constellation of stars to set on their courses. Take Gary Stewart. He recently married one of those actresses, Kitty Lockwood. And soon he will try to set on her course another client, Mona Clayton, who is about to receive a coveted British award. We're in New York. All night, snow has fallen. The city this early morning is chastely white, unspoiled by sludge, smudge, and people. In Gary Stewart's Park Avenue apartment, a sudden rude sound.
Oh, who the devil?
What time is it, Gary?
How do I know? Turn on the light.
6 o'clock. What maniac would call it 6?
Answer the thing, Kitty.
You answer. I'm asleep.
Kitty, the phone's on your side.
All right. Hello?
Oh, thank heaven.
Mona?
Kitty, darling, I'm terribly sorry to wake you, but
You're up in an airplane. You're on your way to... Are you calling from the plane?
No, that's not until 8 o'clock. And unless you or Gary come over here this minute, I won't be on the plane.
Come over? What are you talking about?
Most absurd thing is... Bobo, do stop whimpering. Kitty, Bobo's so nervous he knows something's wrong. Well, wait, I want to pick him up.
Yeah, muzzle him while you're at it.
Oh, dear, I can't reach him. Oh, hold on, will you, Kitty? Just hold on.
I'm holding. Oh, honestly, Gary, 6 o'clock.
What's going on?
She's picking up that little beast of a poodle so he won't yap into the phone.
I mean, why did she call?
I don't know. She's just babbled so far. Something about she wants us over there.
Over? We were there last night. She's supposed to be on her way to London. Something's going wrong, huh?
I gather. Something about she can't catch the plane unless we... I don't know. Lean in and listen. Kitty? Kitty, are you there?
I'm here. Now, what is this all about?
Oh, Bobo's all nerves. He catches it from me. He ran under the bed. That's why I was so long.
Mona, I have had exactly no sleep. Now, what is this about?
Come over to my apartment and bring the set of keys I gave you.
Those keys are so I can water your plants. Water them now?
Do stop making jokes when everything is so terrible. Will you just come? You or Gary or both. But the most ridiculous thing happened. See, I set my alarm for 5:45. My service had a wake-up call, but I never trust them. Well, the alarm rang, and the phone rang, too.
Yes, splendid. So did ours.
Well, I got up. I got right up. I went to the door, my bedroom door, and my dear, it would not open.
So?
Don't you see? I can't get out of my bedroom. I cannot open the door. It is stuck.
Mona, for heaven's sake, stop being so helpless. Doors in $2,000 a month penthouses do not get stuck.
But it is.
Well, so maybe it's a little bit stuck. With the slightest effort on your part.
I tried, and I tried, and I pulled, and I pulled. It is stuck. Kitty, it will not open.
Kit, I noticed it last night. It really was sticky.
Is that Gary? What's he saying?
More to the point, what are you saying?
Will one of you come over here before I lose my mind? The wretched door opens inward. If you push and I pull, it'll open.
Give me the phone.
Mona, here's Gary.
Oh, Gary?
Mona, now listen to me.
Mm-hmm.
All you need to do is phone your night porter. He'll get the pass keys and he'll help you.
No, there isn't any night porter or day porter or super or anything.
Oh, Lord, I forgot the maintenance strike.
So will you come, Gary, please? And hurry. I can't stand this much longer. The walls, they just come. Hurry.
Now, wait. Now, listen. You can yell out the window, help, lady in distress. Get somebody's attention and tell them to go to security. Security can get the keys from...
There is no security either. Anyhow, I can't yell and get any attention. I'm too high up and I am on a course.
Oh, you had to live in a penthouse.
Bo, don't cry, darling. Gary is coming right away. Gary?
That's right. Don't cry, darling. Gary is coming right away.
Oh, you're sweet. You are so sweet. Oh, but I'll miss my plane. I know I will. And I won't get my British award.
Yes, you will. Now, look, you be ready, coated, hatted, booted, and I'll have a taxi waiting.
And don't say take a later plane, because they're having that huge award reception, and the time can't be changed, and I won't...
Mona, hang up. Oh, she is the most Oh, well. Oh, I hate to leave this warm nest and go out into that cold, cold world.
Then don't.
Don't go? Leave Mona like that?
Leave my closest friend, my award-winning claustrophobic closest friend, locked up like a felon? Sweetheart, my love, I am not saying that. Of course I'm not. I am saying I'll go and you can nestle snug in your bed.
You're kidding.
Mm-mm. Get back in and I will get out. I don't mind. Really, honestly, I don't. Oh, I mind. Mona never should have closed a dumb door she knew would stick, but since somebody has to go, I don't mind.
Kitten, you're being awfully slow. Mona really will miss her plane.
I guess I'm not awake yet. Where on earth is my cherries in the snow lipstick?
Snow on the ground and you have to wear an appropriate lipstick?
Aha! That'll be Guess Who. Where are you? Why aren't you here?
No, I've got it. This is Gary Stewart on a recording. Sorry I'm not home. After the beep sound, please leave your message, name, and number. I'll get back to you as soon as possible.
Hush, Bobo. Beep. Gary, this is Mona. Where are you? Please, hurry. It's just awful here. On the plane, I can take tranquilizers and 2 sleeping pills, and I can sleep, and I can stand it. But here, and it's a wonder I could call you, because I told the phone company to cut off my phone, because I'll be gone for 3 months, and... Gary? Oh, it's one of those wretched recordings. hoarding things. Goodbye.
She bought it.
Yeah, honestly, it's a wonder she knows how to walk across the stage. Gary, how can she be such a good actress? I mean, a scatterbrain, never knows what she's doing.
That's how, by never knowing what she's doing. Brains never got in Mona's way. She's an instinctive actress.
Yeah, whatever that means. Anyhow, it's what I am not. And it's why she won the award and I didn't. Best American actress in a British play.
You're every bit as good an actress. If you'd played that juicy part, you'd have copped the award yourself. Hey, Kit, you're dawdling again.
All right. They wear slacks, don't you think?
I just think hurry. Mona's hysterical.
Yeah, these nice warm red slacks. Red slacks in the snow. And why didn't I play the juicy part? Because my agent, Gary Stewart, sold Mona Clayton to the producer instead of his wife, Kitty Lockwood Stewart.
Now, Kitty.
Yes, I know. The producer wanted a teensy doll baby beauty of a Dresden China blonde, and Kitty is a tall brunette.
For the zillionth time, honey, that wasn't the reason. You're a comedian. The part called for straight drama, tragedy.
All the same, I may kill my tall, plain, dark self. What should I do? Pills, gun, gas, poison, jump? Which is best? Where are my boots?
Last night you kicked them under the bed.
Oh. Why did I ever agree to this trek through the snow at dawn?
Because you're an absolutely smashing wife.
Mona got the award, but I got Gary. Oh, my love, my only love. Tell your insecure bride for the zillionth time you're not sorry you married me instead of Mona.
Absolutely not sorry.
Want to bet?
No, gimme. This is a recording.
No. She needs to be warned you're not coming. Her big, brave Gary. Mona, I'm on my way as soon as I find my other boot.
Oh, but I thought, Gary, it's been so long. It's so terrible. The walls. The walls, they're pushing in. And Bobo wants his breakfast. Where's Gary? Kitty?
Mona, now just hang on tight. Now, I'm coming right now. Do you understand? Right now. Boy, she's on the ragged edge. I know her. I've seen her like this. I gotta get there fast. Find my other boot while I put on my coat, okay? How could she fall apart so fast?
Yes?
Mona, I just want to tell you that Kitty's on her way. She's gone from here about 5 minutes. In another 5, she'll be walking into your front door.
And opening the bedroom one?
Right. Are you dressed and ready?
Yes, I'm wearing my red suit, the one you like. Oh, you are so sweet to call.
Now, just hang on. Kitty'll be there. Hey, someone just came in our front. Look, I gotta go. I hope you catch your plane, honey. Have a nice award. Kitty.
Oh, listen, I'm just as freaky as Mona. I forgot to take her keys. Waiting for a taxi, suddenly I realized just thank the Lord I didn't go all the way to Mona.
Well, get the keys and get going, kid.
I don't even know where they are. They ought to be in my purse, but they're not. Just help me look.
Well, they're here somewhere. We came straight in here when we got home last night.
Oh, I will never call Mona scatterbrained again. I am worse. And, Gary, I can't get a taxi. It's too early, all that snow.
Well, walk then. It's only 5 blocks.
Where are the keys? They're not here.
Hey, your pockets.
What?
That coat. You wore it last night. Look in the pockets.
Oh, my Lord. I really will kill myself for this.
Go, darling. Just go.
Now, precious. Aunt Kitty's on the way. I don't know why it's taking so... Shh. Bobo, the front door. Kitty?
I'm here. Kitty to the rescue.
Hush, Bobo. I'm right here beside the door.
And I'm right here on the other side.
All right. Push hard, and I'll pull. Kitty? Kitty, what are
are you doing?
Mona, I am pushing hard.
Well, harder. You have got to do it harder. Kitty!
It won't budge.
Oh, kick it! Harder!
I'll kick its slats out. I'm so mad at it.
Nothing.
Darling, listen now. It won't open. It will not open.
Well, it has to. I can't stand it. It has to.
Claustrophobia, an excessive abnormal dread of being in a confined space. Mona Clayton, confined, filled with terror, with torment, and the door remains closed. Such an obsession worsens with the passage of time, thus worsens in Act 2, which will unfold shortly. At the end of Act 1, I spoke of Mona Clayton's obsession. But is that a correct description of her problem? I consulted Mr. Webster. He tells me that the word obsession once had an occult meaning, a person possessed by a demon. That original connotation is now obsolete, but I'm strongly inclined to apply it to what is taking place in Mona. Ask yourself during Act 2 if she does not seem possessed by an evil spirit.
Now, Mona, listen to me. Now, stop crying and listen.
Yes.
I've pushed the door as hard as I can. Now, don't get scared when I stop talking to you. I have not deserted you. I'm just going into the living room to find something to ram the door with. Mona?
I hear you. How could a door stick like this?
I don't know. Is it damp, maybe? I don't know. Now, just hang on to the doorknob, and I will be right back.
Don't stay in there. Come back. Come. Gary. Yes, a phone. Yes. Oh. Ring. You're not ringing. It's dead. They shut it off. Oh, no. No, not yet. Oh, please, not yet. Gary, fix it, please. Please fix it. Make it ring.
Mona?
They've cut off the phone. It's dead.
Mona, listen to me. Come back to the door. It doesn't matter about the phone.
It does. I can't call Gary.
You do not need to call Gary. Now, listen. I've got this chair now. I can run at the door with it. It'll ruin your Chippendale antiques. It's a battering ram now. Now just stand back from the door and don't be scared of the sound. Okay?
Yes.
1, 2, 3.
Nothing.
I'll try again.
It won't work. Nothing will work. I will be trapped here forever. I told you.
I don't believe this. The chair broke, but not the door.
You're not trying.
What?
You're not. You want me to miss my plane.
Mona.
You don't want me to get the award.
Mona, stop that. Now, just stop it.
You're jealous because I won and you didn't.
Of course I would like to have won, but if it couldn't be me, I'm glad it's you.
You are not glad, and you are jealous. You are jealous of the award. You are jealous of Gary and me. He loved me first. You know he did. You are jealous because we had an affair.
He says you didn't, and I believe him.
We did.
I don't care if you did. I do care that you are working yourself into a frenzy. Now, you think you've missed your plane, and I'm afraid you have, but we still...
I don't care about the plane. I just want out of here, and you won't let me out. The walls are closing. They are closing, and you will keep me here forever.
Oh, no.
No one will come. Everyone will think I'm in London, and I can't phone, and you will leave me here to starve and die and be dead.
Mona, shut up. Now, I'm about to go and get somebody to break this door down. Somebody in the building, somebody in the street, somebody...
Then why don't you go? You just keep talking and talking.
If you want to know, I'm afraid to leave you alone when you're like this.
You see that? You see that? You don't want me out. You want me to go crazy. You tell me that I'm crazy.
You're talking crazy, that's all. Now, I'm not going out of here until you make me a promise. You promised me you will not go near the windows. I want you to get in bed, and I want you to stay there. Will you promise?
I don't want to go near the windows.
I have your promise.
But what if the walls close too tight?
They are not closing at all, Mona. You imagine it. You are to stay away from the windows. Yes, Mona?
Yes.
Now, you've got Bobo. You talk to him while I'm gone.
But he's asleep. How could he be asleep? He doesn't care what happens to me either.
Mona, you were getting better for a minute. Count backwards from 100, okay? Anything to keep the awful thoughts out. Yes? All right?
All right. Go. Just go. 75, 74. The walls, 73, 72. I could get out through the courtyard. The snow, it's deep and soft, and I'd be out. Out! No. Kitty would like it if I... It's what she wants. Don't go near the windows, Mona. You're talking crazy, Mona. Windows. Kitty, where are you? Why haven't you found someone if you really want me out? You hate me. God, I am talking crazy. Kitty's my friend. 65, 64, 63. Three windows. There are 3 windows. 1, 2, 3.
Oh, Fitz, you're back. I got coffee all waiting for you. Mona on her way?
Listen, get your coat. I couldn't get the door open, and hurry.
Good Lord, Mona's still shut in that room?
Don't talk, just come. She is wild.
Well, why didn't you phone me? Oh, I know her phone is up. Well, you could have used one of those street phones instead of coming all the way back to the apartment.
I didn't have change. Not one single dime, 1 nickel, 1 quarter. I couldn't phone.
You mean you
Stop asking questions and come on. We can talk on the way. Can't get a taxi either. For heaven's sake, will you come?
All I can say is thank God we're joggers.
Who can jog in the snow? Oh, Gary, I've been away from Mona for hours.
Kit, not even 1 hour has passed since Mona first called. It's 5 to 7.
I can't believe it.
Well, believe it.
But to a claustrophobic locked in a room, 1 hour is a lifetime.
Yeah. You mean you couldn't find one person you could take into that apartment?
Gary, I told you, I rang and I knocked on both apartments below Mona, and I just gave up. Either everybody's in Florida or asleep or afraid to open the doors at 7 a.m. So I tore down the street and... How many people do you see on a snowy morning on Park Avenue in New York City at 7 o'clock?
All right, sweetheart, take it easy.
I'm sorry, I can't. I can't jog another step. I mean, jogging around Central Park in good weather is one thing. Through foot-high snow, I can't.
Okay, well, take it easy. We're almost there anyhow.
Gary, did you have an affair with Mona?
Oh, for Pete's sake.
All right, don't answer.
I certainly won't. You know the answer.
Do I?
Kitty, is this the time and place? Anyhow, we've been down this road a dozen times. And will you please not look like that, huh? All crumpled and sad. You're my happy girl, my girl that's 1,000 laughs.
Oh, yeah.
Now, will you please?
How's that?
Beautiful. You're marvelous.
I'm an actress.
Well, anyhow, it brought us right to Mona's building.
I think Lord Byron said it. And if I laugh at any mortal thing, 'tis that I may not weep.
Mona, we're here. The shoulder of Gary Stewart, former football star, against your door, and you're out of jail.
Less boasting, more action, darling.
Shut up, Bobo. Now stand back, Mona. Here I come. Mona?
Mona.
The window. It's open. Oh, my God. She's there. 16 stories down.
In the snow. Wearing a red suit. Cherries in the snow. Oh, Mona, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
You were asked to consider if Mona Clayton was possessed by a demon. In the light or the dark of what has happened, how do you answer? She had everything to live for, youth, beauty, talent, fame, yet she went out a window because she could not go out a door. Claustrophobia or an evil spirit? In Act 3, we'll find the surprising answer. And if I laugh at any mortal thing, quoted Kitty Stewart, 'tis that I may not weep. But she cannot hide her tears with laughter anymore. It is 4 hours since Mona's death. Kitty lies in her own darkened bedroom, Bobo beside her, phone off the hook to avoid the intrusion of reporters and friends. But suicide is a police matter, and she can no longer avoid official questioning. Gary has just opened the bedroom door.
Kid, I've told Lieutenant Hench all the details. He's promised he won't keep you long. Just routine. Will you come now?
Routine for him, not for me. What's he like?
What you'd expect. Efficient, reasonably bright, a little bored maybe. Seen too much, heard too much. But very impressed with who you are.
Who am I?
Honey, don't talk like that. I'll tell you who Hench says you are. Broadway's favorite comedian.
Charming. I must go to any lengths to make him laugh. Is he also impressed with who Mona was?
He didn't happen to mention that.
But Mona will be mentioned when I walk into that living room, won't she? Oh, poor Bobo heard Mona's name. See, if I stop holding him for 1 second, he begins to quiver. I think he knows what happened.
Kit, are you sure you want to keep him? You never really liked him before.
How could we not keep him? You know how Mona felt about this little creature. Bobo? Bobo, you promise Aunt Kitty you won't cry?
Oh, for Pete's sake, not baby talk. You sound like Mona. I'm sorry, I can't think of her as...
Dead is the word, Gary. Mona is dead. And the fault is Kitty Lockwood's.
Kitty, in the name of heaven, don't say things like that to Hench. All that junk you've been saying to me. It's nonsense. We both know it.
It's not what I know. I know it's my fault she's dead.
I can't stand here and argue and keep Hench waiting any longer. Now, please come, darling. And please be careful what you say.
Broadway's favorite comedian with red eyes and red nose will now make an entrance and try to remember not to say the wrong lines.
Real pleasure, Miss Lockwood, Mrs. Stewart. I saw you in Dust Off That Dream, best show around last fall.
Then you missed Mona Clayton in Who Has Seen the Wind.
Well, yes, in my line of work there's enough tragedy. I like comedy.
She won an important British award for her performance. If it weren't for what happened this morning, almost at this moment, she would be accepting that award.
Lieutenant, can we get on with this?
Yeah, sure. Mrs. Stewart, if you'll just describe for me the events as you know them before the suicide.
Lieutenant, I've said this to you twice before. Mona Clayton did not commit suicide.
And I've said to you that she went out a window 16 stories up, jumped to her death of her own volition. That is suicide.
She didn't do it to kill herself. She did it to get out of her room. What sent her through that window was claustrophobia, not a death wish.
You are both wrong. It was not suicide, not to escape a room. It was murder.
Oh, Kitty. Now, Mrs. Stewart, your husband warned me you might say something of this sort.
Lieutenant Hench, I murdered my friend as surely as if I pushed her out of that window.
And he explained why you would say such a thing. Shock, sorrow, undeserved guilt, because you weren't able to help her.
Undeserved guilt? Will you listen to my sins of omission, Lieutenant? I was slow dressing. I left this apartment without Mona's keys, had to come back. On the street again, I could have stopped an occupied taxi and explained the emergency. I didn't. I walked instead.
Honey, don't rehearse all this.
I have to. When I got to Mona's, I didn't push hard enough on the door. Then I didn't ring enough doorbells to get help. Back on the street, I hadn't the sense to bring even a dime in my purse. And again, I didn't look hard enough for somebody to help or flag a cab. I ran to Gary again.
Mrs. Stewart, none of that is murder. Bad luck, bad planning, but it's not murder. Regret for these things is understandable, but taking blame for your friend's death, no.
You really don't think that I...
No one could possibly think that, Mrs. Stewart. Now, Mr. Stewart, I believe your wife should go back and lie down. I can question her another time.
No. You've made me feel better. You really have, and I thank you. So you ask me whatever you need to.
That's better. Go ahead, Lieutenant. Finish.
All right. Mrs. Stewart, suppose you describe Miss Clayton's state of mind when you got to her apartment.
The fear kept increasing, especially when she found out the phone was disconnected. She was a little out of her mind, Lieutenant. She was talking crazy. That's why I didn't want to leave her. I mean, without someone to talk to, even on the phone, she'd be more afraid. But if I stayed, she was still locked in. So it was go, stay. It was a terrible decision. Did I make the wrong one? I don't know. I just don't know.
Sweetheart, you made the only one you could.
Can Lieutenant Hench say that to me?
I can and do. At any time, did Miss Clayton threaten to go out the window?
Never. But she did keep saying that the walls were closing in.
I believe that's a common delusion of people with her kind of phobia. How long had you known Miss Clayton?
Oh, over 10 years. I knew her very well. That's how I knew what she was going through this morning, and I failed her.
Lieutenant, isn't this enough?
Yes. Thank you, Mrs. Stewart. Sorry I had to put you through this.
I'm not, because you have made me feel less guilty.
Mr. Stewart, will you stay a moment longer?
Right. All right, kitten, now I'll try to sleep.
I'll try.
Good. I won't come in till you call me. Kid? Wake up. Come on, wake up.
Okay, you told me to sleep. Why are you waking?
You've had quite a long sleep. Were you dreaming of Mona?
Mona. For a little while I could forget. Why did you wake me?
I have a report I think will interest you. It interested me.
A report?
I've been doing some investigating. It began by accident. After Lieutenant Hench left, I discovered I was out of cigarettes. I looked in your purse. I found not cigarettes, but something you didn't have. Change.
Money? Coins? You mean all the time?
3 dimes, 2 nickels.
All the time I could have phoned you?
Yes.
It must have been nerves caught from Mona. I rummaged too fast in my purse. I panicked. I ran for you. Oh, Gary.
Before you left Mona's building, you said you rang 2 doorbells. The apartment's on the floor below. Yes?
Yes.
But the tenants were asleep in Florida or afraid to answer the bells at that hour. Isn't that what you thought?
Well, I guess there could have been some other reason.
I rang those same doorbells. 16A, no answer. But the live-in maid at 16B did answer. She said she was up at 6 this morning and no doorbell had rung until I rang it.
Darling, what on earth are you... Are you suggesting I didn't go to those apartments?
It does seem a little odd, wouldn't you say?
No. The live-in maid could have been running the water. It could have been in the shower, couldn't she? Did you ask her that?
No. No, I had a lot of other puzzles in my mind. For example, your offer this morning to go to Mona instead of me. At the time, I thought it was very sweet of you.
And now you think?
That it was unnatural. You hate getting up early, you hate the snow, and I was the obvious person to go. Do you deny any of that?
No.
Second puzzle. Considering Mona's emergency, you were very slow dressing. Why? When you're always a fast dresser.
I told you I was half asleep, Gary. I was. Have you more puzzles?
You left here, went down to the street, stood around for 5 minutes or more waiting for a taxi when you could have walked to Mona's in that time. And then suddenly, or not so suddenly, highly efficient Kitty realizes she's forgotten to take Mona's set of keys.
I did forget them. I was worried about Mona, not thinking straight.
You don't find it odd that they were in your coat pocket all the time?
I don't find anything odd in a crisis situation.
Those several delaying tactics aren't odd?
I can't stand much more of this, Gary.
And not an odd coincidence that while you were dressing so slowly, you spoke of the fact that I, as Mona's agent, got her the envied role in Who Has Seen the Wind and did not get it for Kitty Lockwood?
Well, it is true, isn't it?
And not another odd coincidence that you asked me that tired, beat-up question, did I have an affair with Mona?
To which you've always answered that you did not. But in the horrible light of what you've been saying to me now, I'm beginning to wonder.
You've always wondered. You never believed me or Mona. And you think the affair never stopped.
Well, then we're even, aren't we? I can't believe you've been faithful, and you can't believe I tried to save Mona this morning. That is what you've been saying, isn't it?
I could believe you tried, believe all your answers to my questions except for one fact. You could have opened Mona's bedroom door yourself.
What?
It took hardly any strength at all for me to open it. You could have done it almost as easily. If you wanted to.
That is not true. I tried with every ounce of strength I had. If you believe I didn't try, then why haven't you said so before?
I didn't give it any thought when it happened because that's when we found Mona. I only realized it since I began putting all the bits and pieces together.
So what is my devoted husband saying now that he's put them together?
You know what I'm saying. That fake confession of murder to Lieutenant Hench wasn't fake. It was fact.
No. No.
You've been jealous of Mona for years. Her looks, her acting, her success before yours. The fact that I loved her first. For her to win the British award was a blow your ego couldn't take.
Stop it, Gary.
Well, maybe at first you only meant to make her miss her plane. Miss all that public glory in London. And then standing by her stuck door, the phone out of service. Yeah. You realized what else you could do.
No. No. Oh, all right. Maybe subconsciously I did want her to miss her plane, but that's all. I swear I pushed her door as hard as I could. I even told her not to go near the windows while I was gone. I said that. If I wanted her to... Would I have said don't go near the window?
Yes. Neatly putting the idea in her head. Jump, Mona, jump.
Stop saying that. I won't listen. It's a lie.
Admit it, Kit. You hated her. You wanted her dead.
She said that. Did I? I don't know anymore. I did hate her, I think. I didn't realize till now, but want her dead. Want to drive her to out the... Did I? Could I?
Well, did you? Could you?
No. I didn't do it. Or make her do it. And you can't prove I did. Oh, you'd like to, wouldn't you? You were always on her side, always got her the best parts. She gets the part in Who Has Seen the Wind. She wins the award. Well, lying there in the snow, that's winning.
You killed her, and you know it. Now, it can't be proved, but you'll live with what you've done for the rest of your life. Alone. I won't be around. Goodbye, Kitty.
No, I didn't do it. Don't go, please, please.
I'll come for my things when you're not here.
Gary, come back. Gary. Gary. Gary.
So, not Mona, but Kitty is possessed by a demon that has destroyed one and soon will destroy the other. At no time did Kitty's conscious mind think, I will be rid of Mona and never be accused of murder. No, the workings of her subconscious were dark and secret as it manipulated its creature to commit a deed never thought possible. I'll return shortly. Kitty Lockwood's motive for murder was hidden, even from herself. But we have been given strong evidence and a warning that when hate rules the psyche, all manner of other evils are released and flourish. Who has seen the wind? The wind of envy and jealousy, of hate and vengeance that can destroy a mind. Our cast featured Michael Tolan, Terry Keane, and Carol Teitel. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. I'd invite you to sit down, but at the moment we're in a laboratory. The laboratory of Dr. John Gilbert and Stephen Kaplan, two research scientists at State University. Nothing but sinks and test tubes and Bunsen burners, and only one chair at a desk where Dr. Gilbert is now sitting alone, talking into a small tape recorder. I think without disturbing him, we might just listen.
Tape 26. 4 p.m. Friday, February 17. Tomorrow, we will make the supreme test. The serum I-23 has already been effective on mice and rabbits. Tomorrow, if it works on the human body, there's no end to the potential. I have no qualms at all. The serum won't kill me. At least, I don't think so. But we cannot know its true worth until we try it on a human. On me.
Our mystery drama, I Thought I Saw a Shadow, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Bob Jurin and stars Nat Polen. When man tampers with the forces of nature, sometimes great things are revealed to him. Radio, for instance. Had it not been for man's curiosity, his probing and questioning, the miracle of broadcasting might still be undiscovered. And then, where would we be? That's just one of the thousands of ways that humans have put the laws of nature to productive use. But there are other laws and forces that are better left untouched, unexplored. For these laws are immutable, fixed, unchanging, and some of them, when disturbed, produce frightening and devastating results. Let's go to the laboratory of Dr. John Gilbert and his assistant, Dr. Stephen Kaplan, as they prepare to tamper with just such a law.
Lab 2, Kaplan here. Yes, sir, right here. John, Colonel Morgan.
Oh, thanks. Hello, Colonel. I was expecting your call. Yes, on Saturday. But I know we've discussed it, Colonel, and I have to be firm. No witnesses. I realize the government is funding the project, but until Dr. Kaplan and I are sure it's ready, we have to conduct our experiments in absolute secrecy. Thank you, Colonel. Yes, certainly, as soon as we have the result. Goodbye.
If this thing's supposed to be top secret, how does Colonel Morgan come out thinking he can bring in a party of bird watchers?
Well, he has to act important. Wants to be sure he gets whatever credit is coming. And I should be used to that.
You mean Dr. Ferguson?
She could have shared that award with me for the work we did on blood plasma. It was mostly my work. She could have given me some recognition, even though I was only her student.
Well, forget her. I'm still worried about going ahead. I don't think we've run enough tests on the animals. I think it's too soon to be squirting the stuff in your arm.
I know, Steve. But how much further can we go with the animals? We can't get a subjective reaction. We know the primary function of the serum works, but we don't know how they feel, how they move under the influence.
I know you're right. And I know we're going through with it on Saturday. And I know I'm supposed to be a level-headed scientist. And I know I'm damn scared.
I'll get it. Lab 2, Gilbert.
Hello, John. I'm not interrupting.
Margot.
Oh, I'm sorry to bother you at the lab, but I never get an answer to the apartment.
I know. I'm not there much anymore.
You were never there much any time. But that's past, John. I wonder if I could see you.
Of course, Margot.
This project's taking all your time. You name it.
Well, I could meet you tonight. Do you want to come to the apartment?
No, I'd rather you came here. Want to make a dinner?
That'd be nice.
How about 7?
All right, I'll be there.
Goodbye, John.
See you later, Margot.
No comment.
She's still my wife, Steve.
In name only. I hate to see your concentration broken by another meeting. Particularly now. 2 days before.
I'm not a teenager, Steve. I can control my emotions.
John, does Margot know about our work?
No. I've kept it top secret even from her. Which wasn't difficult since we see each other so seldom now.
Are you going to tell her?
Why should I?
I don't know, really, but if something goes wrong...
What would telling her in advance accomplish?
I think, as your wife, she ought to know there's a chance she may never see you again.
More coffee, John?
No, thanks, Margot. I'd rather get down to some serious talk.
Okay. We've been through the wine, the candlelight, and the steak. Now we've got to face the facts.
The fact being?
I want a divorce.
I was afraid of that.
John, don't make it any more difficult for me. We've been separated for almost a year. I want to be free.
Do you? Really?
No, yes. A few months ago, I might have had doubts. But now I know I want to marry Bill Watkins. I want to be free to marry him.
Well, I can't blame you.
I'm not going to drag up the old neglected wife routine. You'll always be a deep part of me. But I want more out of life than the shadow of a man.
Well, I can't argue the point. But you'll always be a deep part of me. You know, working in the lab, those many nights, those lonely nights for you, for me, you were always there. I love you. Even though you were home and I was working, we were there together.
I may have been there for you, but for me, it was lonely. Is lonely.
Well, I'll do whatever you want, Margot.
Thank you.
No, damn it, I don't mean that. I don't want Bill Watkins to have you.
John.
Give me one more chance. Let me finish this project I'm on now. It'll only be a few weeks, and I'll take a sabbatical. We'll travel. We'll be together every minute. And then I'll settle for a teaching position. In California, a nice, quiet, steady life.
In other words, your career is the price you'll pay for me.
Yes, if I have to.
And you'll hate me for it. No, John. I want it my way.
Well, it doesn't have to be settled tonight. Things can change. Maybe you will be free.
What do you mean by that?
Well, Steve thought I ought to tell you. It's supposed to be top secret, but as my wife...
What is it, John?
The project, the government project.
Well, I know that. I know it's taken every minute for 2 years.
But you've never known what it was.
No. No, I could have put up a fight against another woman easier than that secret project.
Well, Steve thought I ought to confide in you as my wife. Because, as he put it, you may never see me again.
What?
You've got to swear to secrecy, Margot. No one on Earth except Steve and a handful of government officials know about this.
All right. I swear.
Steve and I have developed a serum. A serum that's injected into the body and renders the body totally invisible.
Invisible?
It changes the molecular structure of the body. It works on the nucleus of the body's atoms. We've proved it with the lab animals.
Invisible? But why?
Margot, its use in the military is beyond imagination. For spies, troops, invisibility could turn the outcome of battles. And it works. On lab animals, it works.
Well, that's fantastic.
And on Saturday, we're trying it on me.
On you? John, you mean you're going to become invisible?
Well, that's the hope and the plan. The effect only lasts for an hour or so, but we can't be sure of it until we try it on a human. On the rats in the lab, it lasted 1 hour. Then, gradually, they reappeared. No worse for the experience.
Then it's not dangerous?
Not to the animals, but we've got to try it on a human to really find out. To get the subjective reactions. I mean, will I see myself? Or will I look down and see nothing but space? How will I move? My body will still be there. I won't be able to walk through things like a ghost, or will I? These are the questions we have to answer with a human subject.
You.
Me.
You'll come out of it all right.
We hope and expect so. The effect has to wear off.
And if it doesn't?
You'll never see me again.
Oh, you seem to be making light of it.
I have confidence in the serum. I admit I'm a trifle nervous about the sensations, the unknown. But to a scientist, the thrill of the unknown is the whole reason for being.
Oh, well, I know.
But it's not dangerous. If it were, those rats and rabbits would have been dead, or worse.
But you'll have to take a much larger dose than you gave the animals, won't you?
Well, naturally. You see, being a scientist's wife, something did rub off.
And what that larger dose may do...
Is something we have to find out on Saturday.
Are you ready, John?
Yes.
You're sure?
I'm sure, Steve. We've worked for 2 years for this minute.
All right.
Oh, damn it. Let it ring.
I can't. Lab 2.
Steve, can I talk to John?
It's Margot.
All right. Margot?
Oh, John, I had to call. Are you all right?
We haven't started. You called at a very awkward time.
Oh, I'm sorry, but I simply can't stop thinking.
I understand. But you'll have to let me call you later.
If you're able to.
I will. Please, Margot. I can't talk now.
Oh, all right. Call me later.
Go ahead.
Okay. It's a large dose. At least 30 seconds to empty the syringe. Feel anything?
Not yet.
I'm going to slow down on the pressure a second.
Why?
Let your body absorb what it's got already.
I don't feel a thing. Maybe I'm not supposed to.
You don't look any different either.
It's too early to tell. Maybe the dose we planned isn't big enough. Start the tape recorder. I have now absorbed 200 cc of the serum I-23. The 23rd formula, which Dr. Kaplan and I feel to be the effective limit for invisibility. I have no sensation. 20 seconds have passed since the beginning of the injection. In our experiments with mice, invisibility began within the first 10 seconds and was complete by 30. Taking into account the difference in size and body tissue, I should begin to disappear within 2 minutes, and complete invisibility should be effected in 5. 40 seconds have passed. The syringe is empty.
Feel any different?
Our proportions couldn't have been that much off.
It's not likely, but everything's still an X factor.
The dosage must have been too small.
We don't know that yet.
All right. We'll wait 15 minutes. Failure number 1.
I don't understand it.
I'm too tired and discouraged to rethink it now. It just doesn't work on human tissue.
Larger dosage won't work either. If it's going to be practical for military use, the dose has to be small. A capsule a guy can pop in his mouth. A spy can't wait around for 2 or 3 injections to work.
I know. We'll go back to the formula Monday. I'm going to forget it for 48 hours. What time is it?
4:10.
All right, I'm going out and have the biggest martini I can find. How about you?
I'll take 2.
You know, the nitrogen element may be too low.
I don't think so. The balance was 80-20 nitrogen over phosphate. More likely it... John, stop a second.
What's the matter?
Look, on the pavement ahead of us.
What?
The sun's behind us. Look at my shadow.
So?
In front of you, there is no shadow.
You're right.
Your body isn't casting any shadow at all.
No shadow. A curious condition for Dr. John Gilbert. For anyone, for that matter. After all, one's shadow is a very personal thing. It's yours alone. And to be without one, well, it's unnerving, to say the least. Thank goodness I still have mine. I can see it right here on the studio floor. So don't go away, please. Me and my shadow, if not Dr. Gilbert's, will be back shortly with Act 2. A man without a shadow. Something strange happened to the body of Dr. John Gilbert when he tried to make himself invisible by injecting a serum into his veins. But something stranger still is in store for Dr. Gilbert. For Margot, in fact, for the entire city where Dr. Gilbert lives and works. Let's return to State University.
No shadow. Something's happened, Steve. The serum had some effect.
It's working. Maybe this is one of the first signs.
Come on, back to the lab. I want to make some tests and go over our notes. Now, move the light closer. Closer. That's it. Now circle me. Move back. Raise the light a little.
Still nothing. Not a sign of a shadow.
It's been 55 minutes since the injection. This is as far as the serum will go, apparently.
What do you mean by that?
The only way I can figure it. My body has lost some of its density. It won't obstruct light. That's why there's no shadow.
Yes. Yes, the molecular structure must have dispersed just so far.
Uh-huh. It's obvious, then, that a massive dose is the only thing that will bring on complete invisibility.
Oh, no more, John. Not now.
No, I didn't mean that. I'm not ready for more. But I'm going over the formula till I find it. The one equation that will push us over the line. We're so close. Oh, boy. Well, why don't you take off?
I have nothing on for the night. I'll work with you.
I'd rather do it alone, Steve.
John, do you think it's wise to be alone? We don't know what reaction might be next.
The phone's right here. If anything happens, you'll be the first to know.
You're not hiding it very well, Margot.
I know, Bill. I'm sorry to spoil our supper.
Margot, I love you. We're going to be married. Your problem is my problem.
Not exactly. It's John. I'm worried about him.
Is he giving you a hard time about the divorce?
No. But he was going to call me today. I was expecting to hear from him before you picked me up.
What's he calling you about?
I can't tell you.
You still seem awfully interested in John.
I am interested in his work. It's important.
I thought his work was the whole problem between you two.
It was, but, well...
Then why all this sudden interest? The concern?
Oh, Bill, you have a way of twisting things, I say.
Margot, level with me.
I can't tell you any more than I have. Only that I may never see John again.
That would be fine with me.
Oh, stop it, Bill, please. If you knew my reasons, you'd understand. But I can't tell you.
I feel no physical sensation at all. No dizziness, no apparent lessening of muscle tone or tissue structure, no loss of weight. Just loss of shadow. Oh. This will be the last entry for this date. Saturday, February 18. I will resume tomorrow when... Steve? Steve, is that you? Steve? Who's there? I could swear someone came into the lab. New item. It's 10:05 p.m. I have a distinct feeling someone has entered the lab. There was no sound, just this feeling. I will continue taping in case this may prove helpful if anything happens. I know I am not alone. Who's there? Answer me! I can see a shadow. I know someone's there. Shadow is moving from the outer hall. In a second, I'll know who it is. There's nothing but a shadow. A man's shadow moving into the lab. It glides across the floor now, not toward me, toward the wall. Within all reason, this can't be. But it is happening. Now it moves along the wall and stops. It hangs there on the wall, waiting. The shadow of a man. Now I know with all certainty that that shadow on the wall is mine. How still it hangs there. waiting for the last of the serum to wear off. Now, it moves again. Moves with a will of its own. Slowly across the wall, toward the window. There, it pauses by the window. And now, disappears into the night.
Archives.
This is Dr. Ferguson, Judith Ferguson.
Yes, doctor.
I'd like to have the 1969 AMA report on cholesterol sent to my office right away.
I'm sorry, Dr. Ferguson. The archives are closed.
They are never closed to me, young man. I'll expect that report within the half hour.
But, doctor, the files are locked for the night. I have no authority.
Then who has?
Only Mrs. Abrams, the director.
Then get her at home and get me that. Just a minute. Who's out there?
Dr. Ferguson?
I've got to go. Someone just came into my outer office. Get that report and get it now. Who's there? Sonny? Thought I saw a shadow. Huh? It is a shadow. But who's there? Answer me. Just a shadow? It can't be. Oh, get away, please. Get away. Don't. No.
John?
Huh? Oh, Steve.
You've been here all night.
What time is it?
9 a.m.
Oh.
John, are you all right?
Yes, I think so. I can't seem to remember. Oh, yes. Yes. Steve, something's happened.
It sure has. Dr. Judith Ferguson was found dead in her office last night.
Dr. Ferguson?
It's on all the newscasts. Some clerk from the archives took a report to her office. Said Ferguson insisted on having it last night. He found her.
Murder?
They don't say.
How awful.
We'll hear all the lurid details soon enough. I'm more concerned about you. Any side effects through the night?
No, it's funny. I can't seem to remember anything after you left me. I think I started to dictate, and I just don't remember. My mind's a blank. Why can't I remember?
Another effect of the serum, perhaps.
Maybe. Well, maybe the tape will tell us. I'll rewind, and then we'll find out what happened to me. Huh, that's strange. There should have been more than that.
We'll play it.
There are no physical sensations at all. No dizziness. No apparent lessening of muscle tone or tissue structure. Just loss of shadow. This will be the last entry for this date, February 18. I will resume tomorrow when...
Well?
There's more. There's got to be more.
Well, that's all there is. You fell asleep.
No, there's something... An impression something more happened. But why isn't it on the tape?
You fell asleep.
Why can't I remember? Why?
Oh. Lab 2. Kaplan here.
May I speak to Dr. Gilbert, please?
Who's calling?
Lieutenant Healy, 4th Precinct.
Oh. The police, John.
Police? Why? Hello?
Dr. Gilbert, I'm Lieutenant Healy, 4th Precinct. I wonder if I could talk with you this morning.
What's wrong? Margot?
Oh, it's about a Dr. Judith Ferguson.
Dr. Ferguson, oh, yes. My associate just told me.
We're asking everyone who knew her to help if they can. I understand you're acquainted with her.
Yes. Some time ago, I was a student in one of her classes.
In about an hour, all right? At your lab.
Yes, I'll be here.
Thank you, Dr. Gilbert.
What's up?
He wants to talk to me about Judith. They're asking everyone who knew her.
Well, you haven't seen her in how long?
Well, I see her in the hospital now and then, but our work together was over 2 years ago.
Well, relax, John. You haven't got anything to worry about.
You know Dr. Ferguson how long?
Well, Lieutenant, we were actually associated for only a year. I was a graduate student in one of her classes. That was 2 years ago.
We wouldn't single you out like this, Dr. Gilbert, but we're told you and Dr. Ferguson were involved in a successful medical project, one that Dr. Ferguson received an award for.
Yes, on blood plasma.
Well, after working that closely with Dr. Ferguson, can you remember any incident, any friend of hers, anything that might give us a clue to who'd want to kill her?
Well, then you do suspect murder.
This was no accident.
How was she killed, Lieutenant? Nothing's been said.
We were keeping that quiet. She was suffocated. Apparently, a clerk from the hospital archives department took a report to her office. She didn't answer his knock, so he got the custodian to open the door. They found her.
The office was locked from the inside?
Windows, too.
Well, then if it was murder, how did the killer get out?
That's just one of the problems we've got with this case.
Oh?
There were no marks on the body, but the room was a shambles. She fought with someone. But we figure whoever tore that room apart has some marks on him. That's why we're talking to anyone we can find who knew her. Something will give the killer away. Well, thanks for your time, Doctor. I'll be in touch if we need any more from you.
Thank you, thank you.
Goodbye, Lieutenant.
There was a time, I suppose, when I could easily have killed Judith Ferguson myself. My work, her acclaim. But I certainly wouldn't dream of it now.
Come on, I'll buy you a drink. It's getting late.
I'm so mixed up. These 2 days have been... Wait.
What's the matter?
Someone's come into the lab.
I didn't hear anyone.
No sound, no. But someone's here. Now I remember. Last night, I remember. I was alone. I thought it was you.
What are you talking about, John?
It's back. It's here in the lab, just like last night.
John, stop this.
There it is. Good Lord. What? Shh. It's my shadow. My shadow. Alive. And with a will of its own.
You saw this last night?
Yes. Now watch. It moves along the wall. So slowly. Silently.
I can't believe I'm seeing this.
I couldn't believe it either, Steve. There it goes. Look. Along the wall. The drapes. Now, out the window. Just like last night. It's gone. Just like last night. It vanished at the window. And then... Dr. Ferguson.
Ferguson? You don't think it was responsible for...
It seems to have a will of its own. Steve, where's it going now?
You've heard it said that some people are afraid of their own shadow. Well, it seems that Dr. Gilbert's shadow is something to be afraid of. It has already disposed of one of Dr. Gilbert's dark, subconscious resentments. And there's not the shadow of a doubt there'll be more sinister happenings when I return shortly with Act 3. A shadow is on the loose. A shadow with a will of its own, now drifting, gliding. And where, indeed, is it going next? What or whom is it after? Both John Gilbert and Steve Kaplan saw it pass through their lab. There's no doubt that Dr. Gilbert's shadow has an existence of its own. And Gilbert seems to think he knows what it's been up to.
John, are you suggesting that this thing killed Judith Ferguson?
I'm quite certain it did.
That's impossible.
The policeman said Judith died of suffocation. No marks on her body. A locked room. Does that sound like an ordinary murder?
No, but why Dr. Ferguson?
I don't know. Perhaps because I wished her dead at one time. I think we should notify this Lieutenant Healy.
And tell him what? That we think a shadow is out killing people? Your shadow? He'll lock us up.
Oh, I know. It does sound like nonsense.
If this thing is a part of you that disengaged itself when you took the serum, it should return to normal when the serum wears off.
Steve, it has worn off. I took that injection more than 24 hours ago. But that thing still exists.
I'm still not sure I buy it, John. We don't know how long the serum might stay in your body.
We found no trace of it in the mice after 4 hours.
True, but their shadows didn't go wandering around either.
Perhaps mice don't have resentful souls.
Oh, you've really sold yourself on the idea that some astral part of you killed Judith Ferguson.
When the serum changed my molecular structure, who knows what it released? I am changed permanently. The serum wore off long ago. And that thing out there continues to exist.
Lab 2, Dr. Kaplan.
Oh, Steve, Margot. Is John there?
No, he went home around 4 o'clock.
Oh, I can reach John at the apartment then.
Yes.
How is he, Steve? I mean, really, after the experiment.
Tired. Very tired. We both are. But there were no serious effects.
Oh, I'm glad of that. How did the news of Dr. Ferguson affect him?
He was shocked. The police were here this morning.
The police? Why?
Well, they're questioning everyone who knew her.
But why John? They certainly don't suspect him.
Of course not. It's routine.
Well, I'd better call him. Thanks, Steve.
Bye, Margot.
Oh, that must be Bill. Coming! Come in, Bill.
Feeling better today, darling? You were pretty upset last night.
Yes. I'm sorry I spoiled our dinner.
Margot, we've got some things to talk about that can't wait.
I know. John.
No, not John. You're the one who's making my life complicated, not John. Do you want me or don't you?
Of course, Bill. But why do you insist I cut off every mention of John?
I won't share you.
Oh, Bill, that's kid stuff.
It's not kid stuff, and it's not only this weekend. I felt it for weeks.
I am trying desperately to control myself. I've had a nerve-wracking weekend, and you won't let up on me.
Then tell me what's so special about Dr. Gilbert this weekend.
Bill, let go of my arm.
Tell me.
He's doing an experiment.
So?
Well, he's trying to...
To what?
Bill, there's someone in the bedroom.
What?
I just saw a shadow pass the bedroom door.
But how could anyone get in through the...
Bill, what is it?
A shadow. Moving along the wall. The shadow of a man.
I see it. But how?
This doesn't make any sense.
Oh.
There's no one here. Just a shadow.
Oh, Bill, I'm frightened.
It stopped. Now it's sliding down the wall.
Coming along the floor. Coming towards us. Oh, Bill, it's covering you.
I can't breathe.
I don't know what to do.
Get out.
Oh, Bill.
Get away, Margot.
No, Bill.
We haven't been able to get a word out of her, Dr. Gilbert. She's in deep shock.
Then you don't know what happened in Margot's apartment.
I'm hoping you'll be telling me. This smacks of more than coincidence, Dr. Gilbert. 2 people whose lives touched yours, dead within 24 hours of each other, and killed the same way.
Are you ready to believe me?
Ready?
My shadow killed them both. I don't know who will be next.
Now look, Dr. Gilbert, if you're going to make light of this, I'll be damn sure you're sorry.
Oh, I'm not making light of anything. My shadow is loose, with a will of its own.
Now, you may be an eminent scientist.
Look at the floor, Lieutenant. Look! There's your shadow. Where's mine?
Oh. Well, okay, I've read enough science fiction to believe it, but don't ask me to be putting out an all-points bulletin on your shadow. Shadows don't kill people, Doctor. People do.
Is that you, Bill?
Margot, it's John.
John. Oh, Bill's dead.
Relax, Margot. Don't try to talk.
Oh, it was so horrible. The shadow on the wall. It came at us. It moved along the floor, and then Bill choked.
Mrs. Gilbert, you saw this shadow. Only a shadow.
There wasn't anybody there. Nothing but a shadow. A shadow.
Well, I'll be outside. I've got to make a phone call.
John, how is Margot?
She's out of shock. They have her sedated.
This Bill Watkins was victim number 2.
There's no doubt. She saw the shadow. It enveloped him and slowly suffocated him.
What does Lieutenant Healy say?
I told him the whole story. He had a hard time accepting it until Margot confirmed the shadow.
Dr. Gilbert, Dr. Kaplan, we've got real trouble.
What's the matter, Lieutenant?
2 more deaths, exactly like Ferguson and Watkins.
Who?
A reporter from the Herald, Jim O'Hara.
I never heard of him.
Well, how about Helen Morris, a bridal consultant at Long's Fashion Center?
No, I don't know her either.
Oh, you're positive there's no connection?
None at all.
Well, that means the thing is hitting at random.
Oh, Lord, what have I done?
Well, look, is there any clue, Dr. Gilbert, anything that might help?
There hasn't been time to study it. It only started yesterday and... Wait a minute. There is something. The shadow always returned to the laboratory. I saw it first before Dr. Ferguson did.
And then we both saw it there this morning, before it went after Bill Watkins.
Then your lab is the most likely place to look for it.
I don't know. I don't know what it will do. Still, I'm responsible.
How can we stop it if it does show up?
Well, we'll worry about that later. If this leaks to the press, we'll have a panic. That's right, Captain. Dr. Gilbert thinks it will come back here to his lab. Well, I don't know. Wait a minute. The captain thinks he ought to send a cordon, surround the lab.
You wanted to keep this quiet.
No cordon's going to catch a shadow.
Hello, Captain. The doctors think it'll attract too much attention. I agree. Oh, okay. Okay, we'll wait. And keep your line open. Almost an hour. 9 o'clock.
I wonder if we're driving it off waiting like this, Lieutenant. I think it'd be better if I were alone.
No way. I'm going to be staying.
Dr. Gilbert has a point, Lieutenant.
Well, there's nothing any of us can do if it does appear. You can't shoot it, catch it. Why don't you leave me alone and see what happens?
Well, maybe you know more about this then than I do. I'll go along. I'll be right downstairs, though.
I'll wait with the lieutenant, John. Maybe this is between you and whatever it is. Your shadow.
Yes. Yes, I think it is.
I don't like leaving him alone.
Neither do I, Lieutenant. But I don't know what else to do. If the shadow comes back, maybe he can deal with it.
And it may not come back. It may keep on killing.
Who knows what it's going to do?
Whoever heard of anything like this before? I can't believe I'm staking out a shadow.
We can wait in here. Faculty lounge.
Well, I only wish I knew what we were waiting for.
Tape 12. Sunday, February 19, 9:30 p.m. There have been no further effects on my body. Nothing more to indicate the cause of this strange transformation that's taken place with the loss of my shadow and the subsequent power of that being. Will it return to me? I know now what I have to do, what I must do. There it is. Slipping in at the window. I knew you'd be back. There's only one way you can be stopped. When I die, you'll have to return to me, locked to me as you were all through my life. My shadow, no longer with a will of your own. It's my own life that gives life to you.
Almost 9:30.
I think we ought to go back up. At least we can see if he's okay.
Maybe you're right. Come on.
Yeah, no, I got my doubts about anything happening like this.
That's John.
I'm getting me gun ready. John! He may still be alive.
John!
Oh, let me get to the phone. Police emergency. Get me.
He's dead.
Never mind. The gun's still in his hand. He never fired a shot.
And there's not a mark on him.
The thing just like the others.
We'll never know. Oh, John.
What are you doing, Doctor?
What I should have done long ago. Destroying the formula and everything about this fiendish project. The chemicals, the notebooks, even the tapes. I don't want to know anymore. I hated this thing from the start.
I gotta call headquarters. That thing may still be on the loose.
No, it isn't, Lieutenant. Look on the floor.
Oh, yes, I see.
Yeah. The shadow of a man slumped over in his chair. Do you have any doubt it's Gilbert's shadow? As still as he is.
What did kill Dr. Gilbert? His shadow? His subconscious? Dr. Gilbert went too far over the border of man's understanding. He delved too deeply in secrets that should remain untouched. For in all of heaven, earth, and even hell, there are some things that are better left untampered with. And this was one of them. I'll be back shortly. Stand up and take a good look at your shadow. Is it following your every move? Is it really the shadow you're casting, or, look closely now, do you detect a little deviation, a little rebellion, a hint that perhaps your shadow might like to do its own thing? Maybe you'd better turn off the lights. That's the surest way I know of getting rid of shadows, wanted or otherwise. Our cast included Nat Polen, Joan Shea, Gordon Gould, and Lloyd Batista. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. You are all fortunate today, and I am indeed glad for you. For today's story was written by the genius who gave us Tiny Tim, Scrooge, David Copperfield, Oliver Twist, literally a world of unforgettable characters. Very rarely did Charles Dickens spin out for us a mystery, but today we will untangle the web of just such a story. Our mystery drama, Hunted Down, written by Charles Dickens, was adapted especially for the Mystery Theater by James Agate Jr. and stars Gordon Heath. Charles Dickens spent quite a bit of time in the United States. He toured the country reading his stories. He even wrote some here. This story, Hunted Down, appeared serially in the New York Ledger in August 1850. But this account of deception and murder could have happened today, over 125 years later. The same idea has been copied by modern authors, but no one has ever told it as vividly as Charles Dickens. This is the way it begins.
My name is Edgar Sampson. I am the chief manager of London Life, one of England's oldest life insurance companies. To deal in insurance, one must know how to judge a man. If you can't do that, chances are you will be deceived, and your company could lose a fortune to the unscrupulous. Which brings me to the first time I met up with Julius Slington. Adams, who is that man dressed in black who just left the office?
Just now, that was Mr. Julius Slington.
One of our clients?
No, he's not insured with us, not as far as I know.
He has an air about him, I say, like a warning.
A warning?
As if he was saying, not in so many words, take me just as I show myself. Come along, follow the gravel path, keep off the grass. I permit no trespassing.
Oh, I see what you mean, Mr. Sampson. Mr. Slington is all business.
Nothing wrong with that, but this gentleman wants to be sure you know it.
Well, if that's it, he put on a very big act for the little he wanted.
Which was?
A few application forms for a friend of his who wants to take out life insurance.
Why did he come to London Life, did he say?
Yes, he did. Said he was recommended by a friend of yours.
Of mine, Adams? Did he know my name?
Yes, sir. He looked over here and said, there's Mr. Sampson. Not that I've had the pleasure, so I shan't trouble him.
Huh. Well, that'll be all, Adams. You may go back to your desk. No, I didn't like the looks of this Slington. He had smiled too much at Adams, was too agreeable. A week later, I went to see an old friend for dinner, and who should be there but Julius Slington.
Edgar Sampson. Well, the work seems to agree with you.
Oh, I must admit, Tom, I enjoy it. It was nice of you to ask me over for a meal. Do you know that fellow over there, standing by the mantelpiece?
Well, of course I know him. I'm not in the habit of inviting strangers to eat with me.
Then, since we are both under the same roof, introduce me.
Certainly. Julius, I want you to meet Edgar Sampson, Julius Slington.
How do you do? How do you do?
Well, you know, I thought you two had met. Julius was thinking about some life insurance. I told him to look you up.
I did look in at Mr. Sampson's office on your recommendation, Tom, but since all I wanted was a few insurance forms, I didn't want to trouble him.
I would have been glad to help you.
I'm sure of that, and I'm very much obliged. Another time, perhaps?
You're thinking of insuring your life?
No, dear, no. I'm afraid I'm not so prudent as all that. I was inquiring for a friend. I hear that London Life has recently suffered a great loss.
In money?
No, in talent and vigor.
I was not aware of it.
I speak of your Mr. Meltham.
Oh, to be sure. He is a great loss. A young man, so energetic. Yes, 'tis a shame. You, knew Meltham?
Only by reputation. Very young, wasn't he?
About 30.
To suddenly become incapable of business at that young age. Any reason for his sudden, what should I call it?
Oh, my dear Slington, I see Tom is telling us dinner is served. Oh, will you excuse me? What can I tell you? I simply could not bear the fellow. I thought him prying, insincere. And I'm sure he must have realized I was having second thoughts about him. But my reactions didn't stop Slington. He even sat himself next to me, and after dinner, as we were lighting up cigars, there he was again, at my elbow.
I didn't want to go into this at the table. But as we were saying before, this young chap, Meltham, who used to work for you, whatever happened, do you suppose that he should suffer
Suffer what, Mr. Slington?
I was going to say, A nervous breakdown.
Is that what you've heard?
In a way. I understand he was actually, how can I put it, broken-hearted. Something about a girl. Although it didn't seem probable to me, Meltham being a young man so distinguished and attractive.
Attractions and distinctions are no armor against death.
Ah, the lady died. Pardon me, I did not know that. That does make it very sad. Poor Mr. Meltham. She died. Ah, dear me. Lamentable. Lamentable.
Do you think this Slinkton is genuine? Neither did I. Why this commiseration for Meltham, whom he couldn't have known very well, if at all? What was Slinkton up to?
Mr. Sampson, you're surprised to see me so moved about a man I have never known. But I am not so disinterested as you suppose. I have suffered, and recently too, from death myself. I have lost one of two charming nieces who were my constant companions. She died, barely 23, and her remaining sister is far from strong. Ah, my dear Mr. Sampson, the world is a grave. Well, now, if you'll excuse me, I'll have a word with the ambassador.
Dear Edgar, you seem to have spent a good part of the evening talking to Slinkton. He's not a bad chap, really.
For some reason, Tom, heaven knows why, he's followed me from my first glass of wine to my last cigar. How long have you known him, Tom?
Oh, a few months. I met him at Busoni's, the painter. He knew Slinkton in Italy, where he'd been on holiday with his two nieces. One of them died, and he returned to London. He wasn't annoying you, was he?
Not really. There are some people who travel from house to house, visiting acquaintance to acquaintance, and in that way acquire ready-made friends.
Oh, come now, Edgar. Julius Slinkton is not that much of an opportunist.
My dear Tom, when your very livelihood and the success of your company depends upon knowing whom you are dealing with,
You saying, Edgar, that some inner voice in you is warning you all may not be what it seems with dear Julius?
Precisely. With regard to that gentleman, I should be extremely surprised if all were what it seems.
Good morning, Mr. Sampson. That gentleman is here again. He's been waiting to see you.
Slinkton?
Yes.
Ah, Mr. Sampson, good day to you. It's the matter of the insurance policy.
Oh, yes, the forms you brought to your friend.
Yes. The fact is, I'm no little taken by surprise by what my friend has done by way of life insurance.
Has he filled out the application?
He told me so.
What is his name, Mr. Slinkton?
Beckwith.
Adams, if you have a life application there from a Mr. Beckwith, would you bring it in?
You see, Beckwith and I live in the same digs in Middle Temple, top of the same staircase. His door is opposite mine.
Here it is, Mr. Sampson. Mr. Alfred Beckwith applies for £2,000 life insurance.
Thank you, Adams. Yes, seems to be in order. Oh. He names you as beneficiary, Mr. Slinkton.
I never thought he would. I suppose he has no other relative.
No, it's done all the time. The naming of friends as beneficiaries. Now you, for your part, must also fill out one of our forms. That night, I was at home when I had a visit from a young man I had not seen in several months. John Meltham.
Yes. It's been a long time, Mr. Sampson.
Too long, dear John. My boy looked terrible. What have you been doing with yourself?
Well, I'm not up to sorts.
John, I don't think you should have quit the company. When a sad event happens through an accident of fate...
May I interrupt you, Mr. Sampson? This was no mere sad event, but a tragedy. A great tragedy. Nor, believe me, was it a simple accident of fate.
My point is, no matter how tragic, one's days must go on. To do that, the best medicine is to fill your hours with work. Come back to London life, John. We'll welcome you like a shot.
I can't do the work. I've lost faith in my ability to judge or understand motives. I would be worthless to you.
All because a girl we insured dies.
No, let's not talk about it. At any rate, I've decided on another line of work. Something I'd rather do.
I hope it pays you well. And I hope you are as good at it as you were in insurance. All of us thought you were a marvelous agent. And your commissions proved it, didn't they?
Mr. Sampson, all they proved is I put money ahead of humanity. And that's why I can't say it. It's why Marguerite is dead.
I'm sorry the pain is still with you.
I loved her, Mr. Sampson. Oh, how I loved her.
Death is a part of life, you know.
Yes, I can accept that. But not the reason for her death. I came this evening to tell you of the peculiar circumstances surrounding her death.
She was very young. Too young to die.
Please. Say nothing.
As you wish. I shall sit here and listen.
This is very difficult for me to talk about.
I'm sure it is. I know.
No, you don't. I killed Marguerite. I did. Yet I love that girl as I have never loved anyone before or ever shall again. But if the whole truth were known, I, and I alone, led her to her death. I murdered her.
What have we here? Quite a turn of events, huh? Our man Edgar Sampson, who manages London Life, meets, dislikes, and suspects the sincerity of one Julius Slinkton. Then his former employee, John Meltham, confesses to a murder. Is there a link between these three men? If there are answers, let us hope they are forthcoming when I return shortly with Act 2. Charles Dickens came to his interest in mystery, murder, and the work of detection late in his creative life. Not that social injustice, which he constantly assailed, was foreign to him, but specific chicanery like that in this story was a new subject for Dickens. Certainly none of his characters before John Meltham had ever confessed to murder.
I killed that sweet girl just as certainly as if I had put a bullet through her head.
John, I want you to calm down.
It's been too much for me to bear alone. Let me, in my own way, tell you how it happened. I was sitting at my desk at London Life. You were away, I believe.
Mr. Meltham, there's a young lady come to inquire about insurance. Do you think you can see her?
Yes, why, certainly, Adams. What is her name?
Oh, I don't need to be announced. I am not royalty. Marguerite Niner. And you, sir?
John Meltham. Pray, sit down.
Mr. Meltham, London Life has been recommended to me as trustworthy. I wish to deal with a company that will make good on its promises to pay.
I sincerely hope, Miss Niner, that day is in the very distant future.
We all hope that, Mr. Meltham. But death does not always consult our wishes.
Yes, how old are you?
23. You are smiling, Mr. Meltham.
Yes, of course we will insure you. But may I say, for one so young and beautiful, it seems to me that you're...
I appreciate the compliment. May I have the forms to... Oh, please. May I... Could I have a glass of water? I don't feel at all well.
Miss Niner. Miss Niner. Oh, good Lord. She's fainted. Adams, come here, quickly. In a matter of moments, she had come to of her own accord. Adams and I lifted this beautiful creature and carried her to the couch in your office, Mr. Sampson.
I had heard she'd some slight indisposition, but I had no idea the poor girl had fainted.
Well, she insisted we immediately begin to process her policy. When I asked her if she was under doctor's care, she actually implied they had all given her up. Well, right there, I should have said, my dear young lady, if indeed you have a history of illness, London Life cannot insure you. But she was so intense about taking it out as she lay there, looking at me deeply with her lavender eyes, reaching and touching my heart. How could I refuse her? I could not.
I understand. Extenuating circumstances.
I loved her. There could be no other reason. I'm 30 years old, and for the first time in my life, I knew love.
John, perhaps insuring Miss Nina without medical approval was foolhardy, but I would hardly call that an act of murder. Why, she was abroad in Italy when it happened.
I know now Marguerite did not die a natural death.
You have proof?
Not yet.
But one must have proof.
Let us say I have enough. But whether at this moment I have adequate proof or not, I shall follow the person I believe directly responsible until the ends of the earth.
Surely the police...
Oh, no. Now, they may have this person later. For now, it is my satisfaction to avenge the deed.
John, I believe the death of this young lady is something you should completely erase from your mind. It is unhealthy to dwell upon it, and it could wreck your life. And supposing you were wrong, that hers was a natural death.
I cannot forget the day she passed away. It was only 1 month to the day her life policy went into effect. It was also the day I had purchased a wedding ring.
It was quite late when John Meltham left my house. We kept in touch, and in September, I went down to Eastbourne for a breath of sea air. Who should be walking the beach that very late afternoon but Julius Slington with a beautiful girl on his arm, a very delicate, very pale and melancholy young lady dressed in mourning.
Mr. Sampson, as I live and breathe.
Hi, Mr. Slington. This is a coincidence.
How so?
I was thinking of you just the other day.
In a kindly fashion, I hope. Mr. Sampson, this is Miss Nina, my niece. Marjorie, this is Mr. Sampson.
Delighted, I'm sure.
How do you do?
Are you strolling, Mr. Sampson? Shall we stroll together?
With pleasure.
Marjorie and I are about to take this rather steep climb to the top of Beachy Head. Ah, look there. The mark of wheels in the sand. The wheels of a hand carriage. Marjorie, my love, your shadow, no doubt.
Miss Nina's shadow?
Not a sun shadow. Marjorie, my dear, tell Mr. Sampson.
There is nothing to tell except that I constantly see the same invalid old gentleman at all times wherever I go. When I'm strolling the beach or, as we are now, mounting the path to the cliffs. There he is within sight, being wheeled about in a bath chair.
Strange. Does he live in Eastbourne?
He is staying here.
Do you live in Eastbourne?
No, also merely staying. Dear Uncle Julius is concerned over my health, so he has me staying with the family.
And your shadow?
My shadow, I fear, is like myself. Not very robust. He's always bundled up. You can hardly see his face. I don't think I should know him if I were to meet him.
I think I see his bath chair down there coming towards us.
I've not seen him for days. But it does happen. Wherever I go, this gentleman goes. Oh, I'm quite out of breath from the climb. Uncle, can we rest a bit?
Certainly, my dear. We're practically at the top.
Isn't that your shadow now, at the foot of our path?
Yes. There he is. And notice, he's always having his bath chair pushed by the same grey-haired gentleman.
Will you both excuse me for a moment? I think I know the gentleman.
Good evening, Mr. Sampson. I'm glad you arrived before it got dark.
John, I must congratulate you upon your disguise. You make an admirable, elderly, bundled-up gent.
Thank you. Your manservant does well as a porter.
I knew he would. I came as soon as I got your message.
Sir, Marjorie Nina is in danger of her life.
I quite understand.
We must get her away from him.
I shall do my best.
No, not like dear Marguerite, her sister. We must save her.
I have every intention. Keep us inside, John, and I shall do my best to effect a rescue.
He must not know that we know.
Have no fear.
Oh, bless you, sir.
Good Lord. They're gone. I can't see them up there. I must start back.
Hurry! Hurry!
I ran up the steep path at Beachy Head, filled with frightening thoughts of what the area is known for. As I got to the top, I saw Marjorie and Nina at the very edge, struggling with Slington.
Stop! Stop! Oh, it's you, Samson. Oh, thank heaven. I thought we'd lost her.
Miss Niner, what is it?
I don't know rightly. I was just looking down there at those sharp, jagged rocks, and I must have lost my balance or something. It felt like I was being pushed. Now and then I heard you cry, stop, and then Uncle Julius reached out and he caught me. He caught me before I fell.
Oh, my dear Marjorie, I think this climb was too much for you.
But it was your idea, Uncle.
Are you all right, Miss Niner?
Thank you. Yes, Mr. Sampson.
Well, Mr. Sampson, who was he?
I beg your pardon?
Marjorie is dying to know who her shadow is.
Ah, yes, the old gentleman. He is an intimate friend of our mutual friend, Tom, at whose house we first met. A certain Major Banks, an old East India director. You have heard of him?
Banks? Never.
Very rich, Miss Niner, but very old and very crippled. He has been much interested in you, even at long range. He was telling me of the affection he observed between you and your uncle.
Our affection was always a strong one, for we had but few near ties. There are but two of us. Samson, would you be a good fellow and sit here with my niece while I run back and fetch her medicine?
I shall be glad to.
Oh, Uncle, I'm putting you to such trouble. It's hateful tasting stuff.
I shall be as quick as I can.
Please be careful. It's almost dark now and the path is steep.
Don't worry, my dear. Half an hour or so and I shall be back.
He is such a good man.
Miss Niner, tell me more about your uncle.
Oh, you have no idea. The way he cared for my sister. His untiring devotion to her strange illness.
Strange?
What? She just wasted away. No one could ever explain it satisfactorily.
Your sister passed away in Italy?
Yes. How did you know? We were taking a journey, mostly for her health, and in this little town high in the Dolomites where there was no doctor, no help whatsoever, she passed away. They had her buried there.
You have no family? No one to wish her remains back in England?
Marguerite and I are orphans. We have no money, no one, nothing. Oh, I signed a little insurance over to Uncle Julius, as did Marguerite. Otherwise, we were quite alone in the world, until he came into our lives. He made us call him Uncle, but we're not related, really.
May I call you Marjorie?
Certainly.
I ask that because someone very dear to your sister is very dear to me, and he is much concerned over your well-being.
He has a right to be so. I have a feeling that my life is drawing to an end, even as did Marguerite's. It must be in our blood.
Marjorie, do you have any idea why Mr. Slington brought you to Eastbourne?
Yes. For the restorative powers of the sea air.
This very place where we now sit, this cliff, is called Beachy Head. Do you know what it is famous for? In all of England, what Beachy Head is known for?
No.
Suicides.
What?
You heard me right. Suicides. When I came up the cliff path just now and saw you in your uncle's arms, suicide is what flashed to my mind. If you had dropped over the edge, would it have looked like suicide?
But I thought I tripped, or...
And you thought he caught you? Perhaps.
What are you saying, Mr. Sampson?
And the medicine you find distasteful, does it not make you feel worse rather than better?
Uncle Julius said one must expect that.
Why must one? Marjorie, time presses. Heed my warning. Collect your strength, your resolve. Had you been alone up here, one misstep, and this moment you would be lying shattered on those rocks below. Believe me, the next time your life will not be spared.
I cannot believe you.
You must. As your friend, as your sister's friend, I entreat you, Marjorie, without one moment's loss of time, come with me, and I shall bring you to the man you call your shadow. He can tell you better than I of the danger to your life. I had barely the time to run with her to the bath chair where Melton was waiting. As the evening star rose into the heavens over Beachy Head, I saw them disappear, and the tall, familiar form of Julius Slinkton make his way up the cliff to my side.
The tall man with his hair parted in the middle had an air about him that said to Edgar Sampson, "Keep off the grass." Now, as he approaches Sampson, the sign seems to read, "Look out. Danger." We have a devious and cunning man, possibly a murderer, pitted against a clever and just man. What happens will be revealed when I return in a few moments with Act 3. Night has fallen on the English seacoast town of Eastbourne. The waves are high and signal an impending storm. But in the air is not only a storm at sea, but a storm of anger, which might break at any moment. The young lady, fortunately, has been spirited away to safety. Edgar Sampson sits on a rock high on the beachhead cliffs and waits.
Ah, Mr. Sampson. My niece is not here.
Miss Niner felt the growing chill and has gone home.
Indeed.
I persuaded her.
Ah, she's easily persuaded for her own good. Thank you, Mr. Sampson. She's better within doors.
Safer. I thought so, too.
I shall have to take her medicine down to her, then.
She is very delicate.
Very. Since the unfortunate death of her sister, Marjorie has not fared well. But we must hope. Do you stay here in Eastbourne long, Mr. Sampson?
I know. I'm going away tonight.
Oh, so soon? Has the sea air restored you so quickly?
Events, Mr. Slinkton. Events have quite restored me, thank you. I'm going back.
To London?
To London. And I'd better start down. That storm is overtaking us.
Mr. Sampson, may I ask? Poor Tom Meltham, whom we spoke of. He has been stricken, you were telling me?
Indeed, yes. Fatally.
Is he dead yet?
Not when I last heard of him, but too broken a man to live long, and hopelessly lost to us at London life. Were he even to live, which I doubt, he will never be the man he was.
Oh, dear, dear. Sad. The world is a grave.
A few days later, I arranged to see Marjorie Niner in London. I selected the safest place possible, an address where I was certain we could meet in broad daylight and not be observed, in front of the statue of Peter Pan in Kensington Gardens.
Mr. Sampson, my head is still in a whirl. I honestly don't know what to make of all this.
That is exactly the reason, Marjorie. Honesty.
You mean?
I mean that most of us take at face value the actions of others. We begin by trusting them. We expect them, in return, to treat us honestly. The man you call your uncle exploited you, and your sister, shamefully, criminally. And it is only a matter of time before he is caught in his own web.
Uncle Julius. It's so hard for me to believe. He seemed so devoted to us. We often remarked at our extraordinary good fortune to have been befriended 2 girls working in a factory we were, by this charming, lovely, thoughtful person who never made an untoward move in any way.
His only interest, Marjorie, is money. It seems a shame to be talking about such a man in this beautiful place.
Do you know, I haven't been to Kensington Gardens since I was a little girl.
And did you know, another little girl was born right over there in Kensington Palace, and she always played in these gardens. Queen Victoria.
Marguerite and I would roll our hoops right along this path. I miss her so, Mr. Sampson. I wish we had never met, Mr. Slinkton. I wish it with all my heart.
Just try to believe all that has happened is perhaps a dream. You'll wake up, Marjorie, and the world will be beautiful again.
I just thought that nice man, Mr. the one who helped me get away from Beachy Head, my shadow. Peter Pan could never get his shadow to stick on.
That's better. You're smiling. Good things can happen tomorrow. Remember that. Even little Peter Pan believed that. I must be going now. I shall watch over you even more closely than your shadow at Beachy Head.
How long must I remain with Mr. Meltham's sister?
Until we are certain Mr. Slinkton no longer roams the streets.
When will that be?
Soon, I hope. Very soon. The final thread of the web led me to the building where Julius Slinkton lived, the top floor. He on one side of the stairs, and on the other, the gentleman whose life he had insured with us, Mr. Beckwith.
Who is that? Oh, welcome. Enter, my good man.
Excuse me, I noticed the name on the door. Alfred Beckwith.
That is me. Do you know me?
By name only. I'm with London Life.
Ah, yes, you are looking for my dear friend Slinkton, no doubt. He is across the hall. I'll call him. Julius? Julius Caesar! You have a visitor. What did you say your name was?
Sampson.
Julius Caesar! The sun is over the yardarm!
Alfred, what is the matter with you? Oh, Mr. Sampson, what brings you here?
Mr. Beckwith, will you excuse us a moment? Where can we talk, Mr. Slinkton?
Right outside, on the landing.
Oh, yes, indeed. You are excused, but I shall expect you back.
Is this your friend, Beckwith, who you insured with us?
I'm afraid it is. I'm exceedingly sorry to say.
But surely you could be of some help. He is your friend, you said. His rooms are in such disorder. How can anyone live like that? By the way he looks, I'd say he's in the last stages of delirium tremens.
I'm as saddened as you. Yes, he's a very great friend. He must have been very ill, even before I knew him. Now I can do nothing with him. Nothing at all.
How is your niece, Mr. Slinkton?
My niece?
Marjorie Niner. The one I met with you at Beachy Head.
I'm sorry to say, Mr. Sampson, that my niece has proved treacherous and ungrateful. She left me without a word of notice or explanation. Simply disappeared. No doubt she was misled by some designing rascal. You may have heard of it.
I did hear she was misled by some designing rascal. In fact, I have proof of it.
Are you sure of that?
Quite.
Are you both standing out there on the landing forever? Company to breakfast. Julius, boil the brandy.
My dear Mr. Beckwith, I see no food about. Nothing to eat but these salted herrings.
Yes, Julius believes in keeping up my thirst. You will forgive me, Mr. Sampson, the way I am dressed. This whole dressing gown is all I seem to have. My clothes have all disappeared.
Sorry, Mr. Slinkton. You could fetch him some food to eat. The man is ill.
Mr. Sampson, you're a man of the world. I'll be plain with you.
Oh, no, you won't.
I understand your object in visiting here. London Life wishes to save its funds and escape from its liabilities. These are old tricks of the trade with you insurance gentlemen. But you will not do it, sir.
Julius, I found some brandy.
No, you will not be able to evade payment, sir, should anything happen to this dear man. You will not succeed, Mr. Sampson. You have not an easy adversary to play against when you play against me. When the time comes and Mr. Beckwith is no more, we shall have to inquire when and how he fell into his present habits.
Julius, gentlemen, I drink to your health.
Sir, Mr. Sampson, I put this incoherent, poor creature aside and wish you a good morning.
With that, Alfred Beckwith took his entire glass of brandy and threw it right into Slinkton's face, and then the glass after it. As he mopped the blood and brandy away, Julius Slington saw before him a man no longer reeling and trembling, but a changed, determined, forceful Alfred Beckwith.
Slington, look at me, you villain. See me as I really am. I took these rooms to bait a trap for you. You thought me a poor drunkard, an imbecile. You insured my life, did you? I saw Mr. Sampson before you did. Your plot has been known to us all along. Having baited you with a prize of £2,000, you were going to kill me off with brandy. And since the brandy didn't seem to be working quickly enough, you were pouring poison into my glass. Thus, I was not too far gone not to observe you.
The man is mad. Obviously a drunkard and a fool.
Murderer. Why do you suppose I was certain you would fall into the trap? Because you are no stranger to me, Julius Slington. I knew you, murderer, who for so much money had poisoned one innocent girl while she trusted you and was on the point of killing another.
Are we going to stand here, Mr. Sampson, and listen to the ravings of this lunatic?
Perhaps we had better.
But while you may be able to deceive your young ladies, this old bird was not fooled. Do you think that I drank all the liquor you plied me with? I poured it away. And then when you were out, I let myself into your apartment, investigated your papers, took samples from your poison bottles, your packets of powder, changed the contents to harmless sugar, lest you be out trying to kill more innocents.
Dear me, Mr. Sampson, don't you find all this a little repetitious and boring?
Not half as repetitious as your private journal spelling out in detail, page after page, how long it took you to do away with your victim. The size of the doses, the signs of gradual decay upon the mind and body, the fancies produced, the pain inflicted. It's repetitious, but not boring.
Mr. Sampson, I cannot remain in this poor demented creature's presence any longer. I'm going back to my apartment.
You won't find that journal in the secret drawer of your writing desk any longer.
Then you are a thief.
And I am also your niece Marjorie's shadow. I followed you to Eastbourne, made certain Mr. Sampson was on hand when you tried to use Beachy Head as the scene of a suicide. And all the while plying Miss Nina with medicine. You said medicine indeed.
Who are you? Why have you pursued me like this? Are you the police?
No, Mr. Slington. We are life insurers. We bank on the life, not the death of those we insure. I am not the police.
Beckwith, who are you?
When you sent the sweet Margaret Nina, whom you murdered, to the office of John Meltham, it fell to his lot to see her, speak with her, give her the insurance forms naming you as beneficiary. But it did not fall to his lot to save her. Having lost her, he had but one object left in life, and that was to avenge her and destroy you. I am John Meltham.
Julius Slington was apprehended, brought to trial, and condemned to pay for his crimes with his life. John Meltham, I am happy to say, is beginning to recover from the sadness of having lost his first love. At least, he no longer blames himself for her death. And it may very well be, if he and Marjorie Nina continue to see one another, they will both find a happiness long delayed. As for myself, Edgar Sampson, I look very carefully at the line marked beneficiary in your policy. I try to find out as much as I can before we insure your life.
Insurance files are filled with stories like the one you just heard. Recently, a man was insured for $50,000. He was thrown into an icy river, left to catch pneumonia, poisoned with alcohol, set afire, run over by a car, and still the man would not die. Others have not fared so well. Is there a precaution, an answer? I'll try to give you one when I return shortly. Yes, it was over 125 years ago that Charles Dickens wrote this brilliant expose, especially for American readers,
serialized in a New York newspaper? Have times and crimes changed that much in well over a century? Deceit for gain, murder for profit? I'm afraid not. The answer, then, is to be on one's guard. Ask, who stands to win if you lose your life? Find out. Be careful, and you may live longer. Our cast included Gordon Heath, Patricia Elliott, Robert Dryden, and Earl Hammond. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown.
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Death is a much maligned figure. An unwelcome visitor to most. But to some, he comes as a friend and a healer, much prayed for and sought. To them, he is Johann Sebastian Bach's Süßer Tod, sweet death, who comes to bind up unbearable wounds. But not to everyone who prays for his soothing touch is he allowed. Some crimes are too great to be forgiven by death. Our mystery drama, The Curse of Conscience, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Ian Martin and stars Tony Roberts. The young, strong hands are clenched so tightly on the cell bars that all the blood is squeezed out of them, and the veins stand out dark and distended against the chalk-white skin. His eyes are glassy, and his voice has the edge of hysteria. His name is Simon Berman, or once was before he changed it for a number. And he is not alone. He is never, never alone anymore.
I'm not looking around. She's sitting there waiting for me to, but I ain't fighting. She'd just start talking to me, and I don't want that. That's the way it all began. But now it's all over. It's gotta be. She ain't there. She can't be. That's the way it is. She's just not there.
Don't be ridiculous, Simon. Of course I'm here.
No.
You know it as well as I do.
No.
I'm never going to go away. So you might as well turn around.
Oh, I don't want to start anything again.
Very well. Suit yourself. But I won't ever go away.
One thing I gotta say is she don't change. I mean, she's like that old crumb in ancient history or something who wanted to get across the river. And the fool who let him climb on his back never could get him off again. It's crazy. I mean, you know, who could have figured the way it began? A couple of years ago, I'm stuck in Cleveland. The town is dead. I mean, dead. You can't turn a buck doing nothing. So I pick up this girl, some Jane. I don't even remember her name now. She drags me into some church social. That's where I meet Cousin Ann.
Hello, my dears. You want some tickets to dance?
Yeah, sure, ma'am. How much are they?
That's our theme of the evening, all for the church. 10 cents a dance.
Well, I'll spring for $1's worth.
You might want our special, $2 to dance all night.
Oh, gee, that's romantic, huh, Si? Dance all night.
Yeah. Give me $2 special. Then.
You'd like some refreshment? We have a nice punch.
No, thanks, no. Just the dancing.
Maybe after you've danced, you'd like a cool, refreshing drink.
What is it, lemonade?
Well, that's what the church provides.
How much is it a shot?
The church set a price of 25 cents a glass.
Okay, fine. We'll be back, ma'am. Okay, Candy?
Oh, sure, Si. Come on, let's dance.
What do you say, Candy? Shall we cut out?
Oh, no. I'm having a good time. Aren't you?
Yeah. It's all right. It's a 2-bit church recreation hall and a jukebox. The Stardust Ballroom, it ain't, you know.
Well, if you want to take me somewhere better, like maybe the disco or one of the big hotel ballrooms.
Well, I was figuring, like, maybe I'd take you home, you know?
At 9 o'clock in the evening? Oh, you promised me a big time.
Yeah, sure I did. But...
I thought you were the big spender. What's your rush?
You turn me on, Mama.
Well, so that's all right, but a girl doesn't like to be rushed all that much, you know?
Yeah, and if we hang around here for a while?
Well, then maybe we could, like, you know, stop at your place.
No, I just had it painted. Look, the place ain't fit to live in. I mean, how about your place?
Well,
You got a roommate or something?
Oh, no, but...
Yeah, but what?
Well, like, I don't even hardly know you.
Hey, what do you want? My life history? Fingerprints? Social security number?
Oh, come on. I don't need anything like that. I can tell you're a real nice guy.
So after another dance, we go to your place, huh?
Oh, okay. But first I gotta go to the, and, like, when I get back, I could use some of that lemonade. You spring for some for us?
Yeah, sure, so long as we got that deal, huh?
Oh, well, you got it made, handsome.
Time you get back, I'll be waiting for you over in the corner there. Go to my place? That's a laugh. I'm down to my last double fin and a cardboard suitcase full of dirty laundry and a locker at the bus station. I gotta make some kind of score, and I need a pad. That's where the doll comes in, and I gotta play her along till I make some kind of connection. So I figure I can afford to invest 4 bits making her happy, and I mooch over to the old dame at the punch bowl.
Well, young man, now would you like some punch?
A glass for my old lady, anyways.
Old lady?
Yeah, the girl I was with, ma'am, you know.
Oh. Well, now, maybe you ought to try some yourself first.
No, that's all right. I don't go in much for, soft drinks.
You might like this one. Try it. We'll make it on the house.
On the house, huh? Well, I never refuse a lady. That's lemonade? What kind of church dance is this?
Oh, I have them once a month. Most of the customers are regulars.
Yeah, well, I can see why.
Would you like another?
You wouldn't have to twist my arm. Thanks. Here's looking at you. And I'll take 1 more and 2 for my girlfriend, huh?
I thought I'd make a sale. There. And there. Let's see now. That's 1 on the house, 2 for you, and 2 for the young lady. That'll be $4, please.
$4? Hey, look, I thought you said a quarter. There was a sign.
That was before the punch was spiked.
Yeah, well, look, I ain't got that kind of dough.
Oh, dear, I hope you're not going to welch. You've drunk 2 glasses, you know. I'd hate to have to turn you over to the boys.
The boys?
They're such nice boys to play at such a brutal game. They have the church hall here Wednesdays for their karate class.
Cousin Ann, look, if I may call you that.
Oh, yes, please do. Everybody does.
I just wanted to say, I just wanted to say, you are something else.
Well, thank you. That's quite a compliment for an old lady in her 85th year.
Hey, you're 85?
I said year, 84. Please don't rush me as I must you. The $4, please.
Well, except for some change, all I got is a $10 bill.
Oh, I can make change.
You win. Wonder what happened to my girl.
Where did she go?
The powder room.
Oh, I can find out for you. Would you mind running my stand till I come back? Here's your $6 change.
Hey, you trust me with this?
Why shouldn't I? Are you all right, my dear?
What? Oh, yes, thank you.
Cousin Anne.
Oh, I'm Candy Minton. Why did you ask if I was all right?
Oh, well, because your young man was worried about you.
Oh, he's not my young man. I just came with him, and
And now you're sorry you did, huh?
I didn't say that.
You didn't have to. He's a bit of a swinger. Is that what it is, Candy?
Yeah, like he wants to take me home, see?
Well, naturally.
Yeah, but you don't see it. I live alone, you know, and I can feel this is like he's trouble, and I don't want any.
Fascinating. How do you know?
Well, I wasn't born yesterday. I know his type by now. He's some kind of drifter, deadbeat, I don't know what. All you got to do is look in his eyes. This dude is trouble.
Oh, I don't think so. Seemed like quite a nice boy to me.
Oh, don't let him fool you.
I think he's just lonely. Maybe a bit scared.
Oh, not him. But what am I going to do?
Well, if you want to go home without him, nothing's easier.
But I can't slip him. I just know it. He's watching for me to come out.
Well, he won't be when you do. I'll make sure of that.
How?
Very simple. I'm going out now, and I'm going to ask him to dance with me.
Dance with you?
Why not? I've always been a very good dancer. Just a minute. How nice, just my speed and right on cue. They're playing a waltz. Now, Candy, while he's dancing with me, you watch. And when you get the chance, duck down the back car to the rear door and out of his life. He won't see you, I guarantee. I'll keep him busy.
I'm standing by the punch bowl when this wrinkled-up little prune blows back, almost catching me sneaking the last drink in the bowl. I figure the best defense is attack since I see she's alone. Hey, where's my girl?
Oh, she's otherwise engaged for the moment. Well, I see the bowl is empty. I'm not surprised.
Well, I've been doing a Russian business here. Let's see, $23.
Thank you. Well, that frees me from my duties. So while we're waiting for your young lady, why don't you ask me to dance?
To dance?
They're playing a waltz. My favorite.
Well, I ain't much on that kind of dancing, cousin. You know.
Cousin Anne, please. Use my name. And there's no problem. I can show you very easily.
Hey, you know, you dance pretty good.
So do you.
Sigh.
Is that with a C?
No, it's with an S. You know, for Simon.
Simon. Oh, I might have known it. You look so much like him. It's almost as if he were alive all over again.
Some guy you know named Simon?
No, his name was Peter. But that's just the same, isn't it?
Oh, dig ya.
Oh, it's in the book of Matthew, chapter 4, verses 18 and 19. It all just seems as though it's fated, Si.
What's that?
That I should command you, as our Lord did to the man Simon called Peter, to follow me.
Yeah, where?
Oh, I would hope to your salvation.
Well, now, that's sort of a rocker for a number one man whose life is dedicated to the pursuit of the easy buck, isn't it? To say nothing of the fact that he's a man who doesn't need an elastic conscience, because in his life to date, he's never needed one at all. Just how do you suppose he'll make out if he ever has to use one? Let's see when I return with Act 2. The tall, dark, handsome boy dances with the little sparrow bird of a woman. A half a century lies between them. The boy, for all his easy carriage, is a coiled spring, tensed, dangerous. His agate bright eyes, afraid and menacing, behind the surface charm. The little old lady is serene and unafraid, with the dauntless armor of extreme age and inner faith. An ill-assorted couple, joined by an accident of fate, which can lead only to disaster.
You're too much for me, Cousin Ann.
I don't think so, Simon. Maybe just enough, or at least what you need. You're up against it, aren't you?
Come again?
You're broke. Practically down to your last dime. And you're looking for a meal ticket.
Lady, you fracture me, you know? I mean, how's an old woman like you know where anything's at?
I put in my apprenticeship finding out. I've lived a lot of years.
Yeah, in the past.
Oh, I'm still here. You'll have to tell me if I'm right. I think you've run out the string side. That $10 I changed for you was your last line of defense.
Hey, what is this?
I know I'm right, and so do you. And this girl tonight, she was just a means to an end, a place to spend the night, huh?
What do you mean, was? Hey, look, I gotta find her and
She isn't here anymore.
How do you know?
Well, you scared her. She wanted to go home. And she's gone, alone. I'm sorry if I broke up your date, but it really was for the best.
Yeah, I'm glad you figure it that way.
Now, before you get too mad, why don't you listen to me?
Yeah, listen to what?
I don't have a date, so you can be mine. The party's over, Simon. Will you see me home?
I never figured this. Me, walking a little old bundle of bones, couldn't weigh over 85 pounds soaking wet home. But what else have I got going for me, you know?
So, that's my proposition. Now, how does it feel for a change?
What do you mean, change?
Well, aren't you the one who usually makes the proposition?
I say it again, Cousin Ann. You are really something else.
Something else from you, Simon, baby. I'd like you to cross over and join my world.
Well, what's your world?
Well, I told you. The way to salvation.
You mean you're ready to take me in? You stake me till I find a job? Get back on my feet? But what's the payoff?
Payoff?
What am I letting myself in for? What have I got to pay back?
Oh, nothing really, except companionship and maybe sort of the miracle of a memory coming alive. For even only a little while. You're so like him, Simon. Well, here we are home. We can say goodnight, and you keep on walking, or you come in with me and make it yours, too.
You're taking some risk.
At 85.
84. You really want me to come stay with you?
I really do, Simon. I think it would be very good for both of us.
I got a suitcase down at the bus station with my things. I could go fetch it and come back.
You do that. And I'll have a nice little supper waiting for you by the time you come back, Peter. I mean, Simon. This'll be your room, Simon. With your own bath right across the hall. Put out towels for you. Oh, there's a closet over there. And whenever you're ready, I have a little surprise for you. Keep it hot in the kitchen.
Yeah, well, I can unpack later. Why don't I come on down with you now?
Whatever you want. From now on, you're home.
You buy this? You can see this happen? I had to shake all the cobwebs from that loaded punch out of my head to make sure it was for real, and I'd fallen knee-deep in it. Suddenly I was cold sober, and I knew I'd hit the jackpot if I just played it right. I washed my face quickly, I combed my hair, and went down to supper in the kitchen.
More coffee? As much as you want. How's the pizza?
Oh, it's the most.
I don't eat it myself. I really don't remember just why I bought it. Maybe someone nudged my elbow.
Huh?
Well, since it wasn't my idea, it must have come from above. I don't think you crossed my path by accident.
I don't know what else.
Well, you don't believe in him as easily as I do.
Yeah, you know, religion ain't my speed.
Perhaps not yet. Oh, you're so like him.
We're back to Peter again, huh? Simon called Peter.
Does that upset you?
Yeah, well, you know, I kind of like to be number one guy. Who was this Peter guy, anyway?
It was the man I should have married. The man I should have made marry me. I was too romantic for our own good, so I just let him walk out of my life.
He ditched you?
No, not exactly. No, he had another appointment, which kept him in France. Villa Wood, near Chateau Thierry.
Yeah, that's what I say, another dame.
No, a gentleman with a scythe.
Huh?
Death, Simon. Death. In the Dark Ages, long before you were born, May 27th, 1918, a German machine gun cut him down. Peter Hearst, who should have been my husband, except that he refused to marry me.
Why?
Oh, just exactly because of what happened. When he marched away to war, he had a premonition he'd never come back. He thought that 28 would be too young for a widow. And I was fool enough to let him have his way.
I don't know, Cousin Ann. Maybe he pegged it right. No sense making making a commitment to some poor Joe couldn't be around. This way he let you swing free. You know what I mean?
If we'd been married, we'd have been together. And if we'd been together, I know we'd have had a child. This way, I was left with nothing.
You mean you never...
Nothing to bother about. Yet. But if I had had that child, he might have looked just like you.
Oh, come on, Cousin Annie. He would have been old enough to be my father. It could have been a girl.
Either way, I might have ended up with a grandson.
I ain't the guy.
No, not yet.
Huh?
Oh, forget that. Now, the first thing to do is get you a job, isn't it? Well, how would you like to work in a bank?
A bank?
Yes, Mr. Gillette is the man who handles my affairs, and I'm sure if I recommended you, he might find something for you. Should I recommend you, Simon?
Why not?
Oh, I'm the one who was asking the questions. I mean, can you be trusted?
What do you think? I mean, what do you think? I want to heist the joint?
Well, I'd like to feel that I could be sure you wouldn't. I told you I was interested in your salvation.
I get a job at the bank. Interest clerk in the savings department. And I lived with Cousin Ann, and she tried to make my peace with her God, and maybe it wasn't all con, because she sort of got to me, you know, and who knows, the way things could have gone, except for Ted Slade turning up one day.
Hey, man, I've been waiting for you.
Yeah?
You don't recognize me? Ted Slade.
Yeah, I know.
Hey, where you heading?
It's my lunch hour. I got someplace to grab a fast sandwich.
Okay. I'll walk with you. Hey, working that joint?
Yeah. Oh, man. I never thought I'd see you go square.
I gotta eat.
Yeah. Best you could do.
It ain't like that.
So how is it? Tell me.
Shut up.
Well, just figured you for a little inside info.
Yeah? About what?
The way banks work. Like, since you're on the inside.
What do you got in mind?
Hey, I'll buy you lunch. Maybe we could get our heads together, huh?
I'm not copping out. I'm not trying to duck it. I knew as well as Ted did where he was heading, you know. We were both main chance boys, and the way it stacked up, whatever religion I'd got kind of, like, melted. It all looked so easy.
Who's trying to knock off your bank, chum, huh?
Yeah, then what?
Well, I've cased this little neighborhood bank corner of Stillwell and 7. Same pattern as yours. Now, Friday should be the big day when the cash is still alive, not buried in a vault. You drive. That's all the risk you take. I pay off 1/3.
Yeah, is it worth it?
You gotta know it is. That's payday for the consolidated machine plant. There's like 150,000 riding on this. You want in?
Yeah, you got me. I want in. When?
Next Friday. Take off sick. In the morning, you pick up the getaway car. From then on in, it's smooth sailing.
Sure, I should have told him to get lost, you know? You think I don't know that? But there were other things going for me right then. Like I was broke. And anyway, I had a grab at it. Huh. What did you say? Cousin Ann? Oh, come on. She was just a lucky break I'd latched on to. Or was she? Wasn't she maybe I don't know what to call it, like maybe a force that was shoving me into a corner. I couldn't break out of it. Say, so maybe Ted was handing me a brass ring. I could grab it and I could get off the merry-go-round. Wrong or right, I grabbed it.
You okay?
Sure.
All right, I'm going out now. I just saw Consolidated make the big deposit.
You can handle it alone?
Duck soup. You just hold fast. Be ready to take off when I come out.
No rough stuff?
Hey, you playing with children. Not unless there has to be. Hang in there, partner.
I saw him saunter into the bank. Then nothing. But the waiting. When I finally heard them, like I guess I knew all along I was going to. That this was one heist which wasn't going to work. No problem. I shoved that getaway car into gear and took off. I junked it 4 blocks away and went back meekly to my job as interest clerk. But I knew right then, no matter how it went, I had to get out, even away from Cousin Ann.
Oh, terrible. What a waste. A young man robbing a bank, shot to death. And what for?
Let me see. Ted Slade.
Oh, did you know him?
I'm just reading his name here in the paper.
Where?
Yeah, right there.
Oh, at the end of the story, I hadn't got that far. Police speculated that the robber could not have been alone. Mrs. James C. Needleson, returning from lunch, remembers a gray sedan sitting near the bank with its engine running. A search is being made for the car and a possible driver. Oh, what a terrible thing. A young man throwing away his life for a few dollars. You wouldn't have to do that, Simon.
Huh?
You have a future, if you want it, with me. May not be much, but all I have when I die is going to you. And I just hope you're willing to wait.
But I wasn't. And I was too scared some smart cop would get a make on me. And I was long past being Mama's boy. So that night,
I picked up stakes and I took off for the Big Apple. If you want to get lost, where else is better than New York? And I thought I'd said goodbye to Cousin Ann forever.
Sooner or later, every grifter, every guy with an angle, gravitates to New York. The city isn't to blame. It's just so big that, like blotting paper, it absorbs and disidentifies anyone who wants to become anonymous. A petty crook like Cy could have remained forever that way but that's the story. So we'll save that till I return shortly with Act 3. Three months in New York have not been very kind to Cy Berman. Oh, he has a new girl. There's always a girl in the life of a man like Cy, but what he doesn't have is money, or what he would call a connection to raise any. Worse than that, he's in the hands of the loan sharks, so he's not at his best this morning.
Lou! Hey, Lou!
Yes, Simon. What is it?
That devil is that racket.
Oh, they're tearing down the building next door. They've been at it since 8 o'clock this morning.
Shut the window, will you? Cut down the noise.
Oh, the place will get like a steam bath.
I don't care. I'd rather sweat than have my brain scrambled. Come on, move it. Do what I say.
Yes, sure, Si, sure. Don't flip. How's that?
Vibration's still enough to knock my head off. I need a drink. Where's a bottle?
I threw it out.
What?
Now, take it easy, Si. You'll knock me up again. It was empty.
You've been hitting it again?
Si, no. You knocked it off yourself last night. Oh, please, you're hurting me.
I ought to lay one across you. Go on, get out of here. Get me another one.
Oh, what'll I use for money?
We clean again?
You ought to know. Oh, jeez, what are we going to do, Si?
I don't know. I can't get nowhere.
Well, if it hadn't been for me, we'd have been on welfare the past month and a half.
Sure. Big deal your brother rung me in on. Get me in the hands of the loan sharks. How am I going to dig myself out of that, huh?
Oh, if you could only get something going.
Yeah, not legitimate, that's for sure. I'm never going to dig myself out that... Who's that?
I don't know. Maybe Sal.
Yeah? Give him my gun just in case.
Now, don't go off like a rocket, Si. I'm sure it's only my brother.
Yeah, I'm not taking any chances. Who is it?
It's Sal.
You alone?
Sure. What do you think?
You better be. I'm nervous. I'm real edgy.
Open the door, Si.
Go ahead, Lou. Open it up. Will you put the gun away, Si? I'm alone. This time. What do you want? You're overdue, Si. Oh, I haven't got it. Well, you'd better get it. You know, the man gets nervous when it goes over $1,000. $1,000? Mm-hmm. Hey, I only borrowed 3 bills. Well, that's the way it is with interest. It mounts up. How am I going to get that kind of dough? Search me. But if I was you, I'd get it. I mean, by Monday next week. That's all the time you got.
Oh, Sal, can't you give him a break? You're my brother, after all.
Lou, hon, there ain't no family connections with the man. Now, I am just a messenger. It's my neck or size. So whose do you figure I'm going to look out for?
Yeah, but he hasn't got it, honest.
Well, he'd better find some way to get it. Hey, ain't you got no family you can put the B on, huh, Si? Nah, I've been on my own ever since I was a... Yeah. Hey, wait a minute. Yeah. Maybe there is a way. It took me pretty near 10 minutes on the phone to get Cousin Ann to stop trying to hang up on me. She sure soured on me the way I walked out on her. But when the chips are down, I can wheedle with the best.
Oh, I'm probably being very foolish, Simon. And that's another privilege of old age. Do you want to come home again?
Oh, more than anything, Cousin Ann, but... Well, only I can't, see.
What's the matter? You're in trouble?
Yeah.
With the police?
Oh, no, nothing like that.
A girl?
Well, no, I don't have any trouble with them.
Yes, I don't imagine you do. Well, what is it, then?
I was very foolish, see. I had to live. I'm in hock.
You mean you owe money?
Yeah, you can say that again.
For how much?
$1,000. But maybe I could stave him off, with less.
You're asking me for the money, Simon?
Just as a loan.
But you'd rather have it as a gift, huh?
Oh, well, you once said something about putting me in your will. I'm sure I'd rather have it now,
$1,000?
You gotta help me, Cousin Ann, please.
Well, give me your New York address and phone number, Simon, and I'll think it over.
I guess I don't have to tell nobody how I sweated out the next couple of days. I must have jumped a foot every time the phone rang. And I had Lou running up and down the stairs 10 times a day looking for the mail. Who's that, Lou?
Search me.
Look, they said I had till Monday. I still got time. Yeah? Yeah, who is it?
It's Cousin Ann, Simon. Will you come down and help me with my bags, please?
Who is it?
It's Cousin Ann. What the devil's she doing here in New York?
So, this is how you're living.
Yeah, it's the best I've been able to manage.
Well, now that Cousin Ann is here, we'll see if we can't improve things for you.
You mean you brought the money?
Now, that's something we can discuss when I get settled in. I want us to enjoy my visit while I'm here, before we go back to Cleveland.
The next few days was enough to get me annoyed enough to murder this old babe. Like it gets to be Saturday, and I sneak out of the house to phone Lou from a booth and let her know how the land lays, see?
Sal ain't here right now, Si. Nothing he could do anyways.
Hey, look, Lou, don't be mad at me. I'm just trying to play the angles, only nothing pays off.
She hasn't come up with the dough?
Nah. She says it's usury and it's against the law. She wanted to bring in the cops.
Oh, no.
Yeah, it was all I could do to stop her. Lou, what am I going to do?
Don't tell me you've run out of snake oil, chum boy.
Lay you off. Yeah, I tell you, I'm scared silly. And what's driving me bananas is all she's got to do is write a check and I'm home free. I've only got today and tomorrow to make her see reason. If she doesn't come through, I'm going to murder her.
Oh, there you are, Simon. I didn't know where you'd got to. I was afraid you'd forgotten our little trip to the Metropolitan Art Museum today.
Look, Cousin Ann, maybe this trip here is a big blast to you, but with me it's life and death. I got less than 24 hours to come up with 1,000 big ones, or else I'm going to get hurt. I'm hurt bad. I gotta know. You're going to give it to me or not?
I have no intention of having any traffic with crooks and criminals, or of condoning usury. I am not going to pay it, and neither are you.
What?
The matter is in much better hands than ours, Simon. And that's the last I intend to say about it.
Whose hands? You think this is something that guy you pray to is going to take care of?
I have no doubt in the last analysis. I am sure when we go to church tomorrow, he will answer my prayers. There's a right way and a wrong way to go about things. Now, you listen to me, Simon.
No. Now, you listen to me, you silly old doll. You're going to make that payoff. You see this?
Yes, it's a pistol.
Yeah, with real bullets. One of which, so help me, is going to make you very dead if you don't sit down and write me a check for that 1,000.
I can't do that, Simon.
You better, cousin. I am not kidding. I'm desperate.
It wouldn't do any good even if I had a check, which I haven't. I haven't even a bank account. And I haven't any money. Certainly not $1,000.
What are you talking about? You're loaded.
I have a small insurance annuity policy, which pays me barely enough to live on.
Yeah, but the house.
Oh, I don't own that. The church has been kind enough to let me use it these last years rent-free in return.
But you said I'd be in your will.
You are, but why, it's only a few dollars that I thought might help.
Why, you silly old fraud. You led me down a garden path. And because of you, I'm going to get my brains knocked out. I could kill you for that.
Only you won't. Because God wouldn't allow a boy like you.
Damn you! And your... Oh, no. Cousin Ann, look. I didn't mean it.
Please, drop your gun and open up. When the door opens, you better have your hands on top of your head.
Okay, I dropped the gun. I'm opening up.
That's nice, buddy. Just hold it like that. See to the old lady there.
Right, sir. How did you know to be here?
We weren't looking for homicide, buddy. Just answering a complaint at the precinct 2 days back by the old lady. Something about usury and loan sharks. We just came by to check it out. What's the matter, Crumb? She didn't want to pay off?
They had me dead to rights. They threw the book at me. Maximum security. Solitary. The night I arrived here in jail, so did Cousin Ann. I was getting ready to turn in, washing my face. As I reached for the towel, there she was, sitting on the bed, knitting on something.
Hello, Simon.
What are you doing here?
Keeping you company.
Yeah, but you can't. You're dead.
Oh, no. No, you took my life in the midst of a deception. And my punishment is I cannot die till you do. We're going to be together a long time.
No. Get me out of here. God! Get me out! I can't stand it! I'd rather die! I'd rather be dead!
Not a pleasant story, I'm sorry to say. But then Simon Berman isn't a very pleasant character. So perhaps the punishment fits the crime. He'll have a long, long time to learn with Hamlet that conscience doth make cowards of us all. I'll be back shortly. Cy Berman is no longer housed on death row. He lives part of the time in a padded cell when he doesn't have to be confined to a straitjacket in his own room. They've even given up treatments. No form of therapy helps. He lives in his private world with only one other companion, a gentle ghost named Cousin Ann, whose kindly presence, far from soothing him, has driven him mad. Our cast included Tony Roberts, Mary Jane Higby, Bryna Rayburn, and Earl Hammond. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
It's not where you've been that counts, they say, but where you're going. But perhaps it's wise to stop once in a while and take a long look in both directions. That was indeed a giant step from Kitty Hawk to the moon. Not so great, however, as the leap from the universe of Isaac Newton to that of Albert Einstein. Professor Einstein, like Alice's rabbit, dropped us suddenly into a wonderland where space and time and weight have lost their ancient meaning. A topsy-turvy world of technical marvels. A world of limitless possibilities for good and evil. Our mystery drama, A Point in Time, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Mary Jane Higby and stars Paul Hecht and Russell Horton. It is sponsored in part by True Value Hardware Stores and Certainteed Fiberglass Attic Insulation. I'll be back shortly with Act One. There is an unseen force that governs our lives. Time. But what is time? A period in which something happens? But suppose nothing happens. Aha, but something is always happening, you say. The earth turns, the tides flow. But look away from this tiny universe of ours. Science tells us there are black holes out in space where there is nothing. In those great gaps, what and where is time? It was musing of this sort, coupled with the most shocking event of his life, that brought Fred Mackey to this quiet room and the attention of two very concerned gentlemen.
Now listen carefully, because this is the last time I'm going to repeat it, okay? Now here is all I know about what happened to Don Wakeman. It was getting on toward evening. We were tramping upstream, keeping as close as we could to the river. Don, as usual, was some distance ahead. I've never known a man with his thirst for adventure and his dogged persistence. Hey, Don.
Yeah?
This looks like a good place, doesn't it? Under this tree?
You mean stop for the night already?
Yeah, why not?
But hey, we want to make the Colorado border tomorrow.
Oh, look, I don't want to stumble around in the dark trying to make camp like last night, so let's knock off, okay?
Well, look, I'd just like to see what's around this next curve.
You know what's around there. More of what we're looking at right now. The river, a strip of grass, a few trees, low bluffs rising on both sides. Oh, come on, why do I always have to be the one to say stop? Don't you ever get tired?
Okay, we'll stop. Yeah, let's just take a look at this map.
Yeah.
See, I figure we're just about here. See, we passed this big rock with the two small ones balancing on top this morning. That's called the Two Sisters.
Yeah. Look, let's unload the gear, huh?
Okay. Oh, wow. It's peaceful, isn't it?
Yeah. Sure gets to you after a while, though.
What do you mean?
The quiet. It's too quiet. It's eerie.
Eerie? It's good for the nerves to get this far away from civilization. You realize we haven't heard another human voice for, 10 days.
Well, frankly, I wouldn't mind hearing another voice about now.
Ah, nonsense. There's nothing like the wilderness to help you get your head together again.
Yeah. It's good to get rid of that backpack. Hey, where'd that come from?
What was that, a shot?
It sounded like one.
Strange. Hunting season hasn't opened yet.
Yeah, some guys don't worry too much about that once they get this far away from the law. Hey, Don, where are you going?
Well, up the cliff. The sound came from up there.
No, Don, hold it.
What's the matter?
You stick your head up over that bluff and you'll get it blown off. You know these amateur hunters, something moves, they shoot and ask questions later.
What was that?
I don't know. Sounded like a car horn. It couldn't be.
Some kind of animal, maybe?
No. Hey, it is an automobile.
That wasn't a shot. It must have been a backfire.
No, that's impossible. No car could get through this terrain.
Well, come on, let's find out.
Hey, watch yourself. That's loose shale.
It's okay. You can get a footing.
Now watch it, Don.
There's some roots and brush to hang on to. I made it.
Good Lord. What is it?
But there's a road up here.
Gee, I'll be darned. How in the world did we miss this?
Look, it runs right back where we came from. You can see those rocks, the Two Sisters.
Yeah, well, why didn't we see the road this morning? It's not on the map. I don't get it.
Hey, look, there's the car.
Yeah.
Behind the scrub oak. Look, Jack.
that? It's a woman.
Hey, look at the car.
Look at that chick. She's the most beautiful thing I ever saw.
Hey, watch out, miss. No, don't touch that radiator cap. You'll get burned. That's steam.
Thank heaven, I was hoping somebody would hear my horn. Do you understand motors?
Well, I never had a car like this one, but...
That's a Packard, isn't it?
Yes, Packard Roadster.
About 1922? 23, I'd say, and in mint condition. Boy, that's beautiful.
But what's gone wrong with it?
Well, look, the radiator boiled over. You'll have to give her time to cool off.
Here, I'll raise the hood so the breeze can get at the engine.
Well, it'll take a little while, which is okay by me. It'll give us time to get acquainted. I'm Don Wakeman. This is my friend, Fred Mackey.
Well, I can't wait. I've got to get back to town.
Town? What town?
Oh. Aren't you from the town?
No, we're hikers.
Hikers?
Yeah, we're on a walking trip.
You mean you walked up here?
All the way from Santa Fe.
But that's miles.
Yeah, that's for sure.
And you walked? Why?
Yeah, that's a good question. Ask him. He's the nature lover.
What town do you come from?
Silver Strike.
Silver Strike? Well, I never heard of it.
It's not on the map, is it?
Oh, it's just a small mining town. We're mighty proud of it, though.
Yeah. Now, I know a lot of guys who come up here hunting every year, and nobody ever said anything about a town.
Want to see it? Hop in. I'll take you.
Well, nothing I'd like better, but you're going to have to wait for that engine to cool.
No, I've got to get back immediately.
Look, Fred, why don't we go down to the river and get some water for the radiator?
No, you can't put cold water in there. You'll crack the block.
We'll make a fire. We'll warm the water.
Well, you'll come back, won't you? You won't leave me here alone.
You bet we'll be back.
You'll like Silver Strike. It's a pretty town.
If it's half as pretty as you are.
Quit your kidding.
Well, I'm not kidding. You're really something.
You're some chic yourself.
What? Yeah. We'll be right back.
Okay, kiddo.
Hey, what's the rush?
What a beautiful chick.
Would you take it easy? She's not going anywhere. She can't, not till that engine cools. Hey, you know that's a fantastic antique, that car? It's worth a lot of bread, you know.
Imagine finding a magnificent creature like that out here in the middle of nowhere.
Hey, Don, you know what she reminds me of? An old-time movie star, Clara Bow. You ever see a picture of Clara Bow?
Yeah.
I mean, didn't you notice that this girl looks just like her?
Hey, you're right. She does. You know, that figure and that hair. I've always been crazy about red hair. Well, look, you gather up our stuff while I heat the water. We are going to spend a couple of nights in Silver Strike.
A couple of nights?
Mm-hmm.
I thought you were set on Colorado by tomorrow.
Colorado can wait. But that girl, man, my fate is calling to me from a 1923 Packard Roadster.
From the moment he laid eyes on that woman, Don Wakeman was doomed. Well, we finally got her car started. He jumped into the seat beside her. I struggled into the rumble seat with our camping gear. He never took his eyes off her face during the short drive. But when we got into Silver Strike, even Don sat up and took notice.
Hey, what is this, a movie set? Where did all the Model Ts come from?
Hey, and that horse with a milk wagon?
Hey, how about that, an ice wagon?
Hey, look down there, Don.
Yeah. A barber pole. And a cigar store in here. Oh, hey, I get it. You're having a celebration.
The bicentennial, right?
What bicentennial?
What bicentennial?
You haven't heard of the bicentennial?
No.
Oh, come on. You can't be that far out of the action up here.
Well, I guess we are a little bit out of things. Oh, that's my house, on the corner. Won't you come in?
Well, I don't see why not.
Don, it's getting a little late. I don't think...
I'm coming.
Where have you been? We're searching for you.
The Don Roadster broke down.
You went outside bounds on the first day, completely against regulations. And you took this pair with you. What unit are they from?
They are not townspeople.
You're not above the rules, Ella.
Carl, these are visitors, not townspeople.
Oh, visitors. Well, welcome to Silver Strike. How did they manage to get up here?
They walked all the way from Santa Fe.
Well, I'll be doggone.
I thought that would surprise you. You see, we don't get many visitors up here.
In the hunting season, I should think you would.
Well, now, if you fellas walked all the way, you must be about tuckered out.
Yeah, that's for sure.
Come on inside.
Now, look, it's really getting late, and we better be going.
Confidentially,
I got something special in the way of liquid refreshment. You know what I mean?
I could do with a drink, Fred.
Sure you could. Well, come on into the house. Now, this is none of your lousy bootleg hooch. I got the real thing. Bottled in bond. Fella smuggled it in from Mexico. Now, come right on in. You can just drop your backpacks here in the hall. Yeah. Zella, honey, run out to the kitchen and fetch the bottle Jose brought back. Bring 4 glasses. You've been a bad girl, but I reckon you can have a little snort, too.
Hot dog. Be right back.
Silly little flapper. I guess I've spoiled her. Well, come into the parlor. Take the load off your feet.
Oh, thanks.
Boy, am I bushed. You'll find Silver Strike a friendly town.
Paul? I don't see it.
Back of the shelf, hon. It's kind of tough to get at. Reckon I better go myself. Top shelf, hon.
Well, that is one strange pair.
You think he's her father or her husband?
It's hard to tell. It's funny, the way they talk, both of them.
Yeah, like they're back in the 20s.
Yeah, a couple of weirdos.
No, wait a minute. I wouldn't say that. That Zella is a sexy little doll.
Yeah. You know the town, it doesn't look real? I mean, it's like you said, a fake movie set.
Dang prohibition law. Maybe all right for them cookie pushers back east, but when a man's been working all day, he needs a drink.
You still have prohibition?
Yeah. It dries the bone. Well, here's mud in your eye.
Down the hatch.
Here's to you, lovely lady. Liquid lightning. That's what they had in that bottle. Well, when my breath came back and my eyes cleared, Zella was smiling her weird little smile and Carl rambling on in his 1920 slang. I wanted to say something, but I couldn't get my head together. I was numb. Time stood still. Then Don slumped out of his chair. Carl laughed. He bent over Don, then turned to me, his breath hot on my face.
Well, that took care of them for the time being. Well, now, Zella, my friend, you have some explaining to do. You want to do it now, or shall we liquidate our visitors first?
What have our friends wandered into? A town time-locked in some mysterious way in the 2nd decade of the century? One thing seems certain. Silver Strike is not the friendly town its citizens would have us believe it to be. We'll learn more when we return to Act 2. In the wilderness, far beyond Santa Fe, there is a sign. Silver Strike, altitude 8,000 feet. Population 10,000. A casual visitor to the town might think he had slipped back into the early 1920s. The little boys wear knickerbockers, and the little girls have bows in their hair. The prevailing mode of transport is the Model T. But the sign goes on to say, a friendly town. Fred Mackey would have quarreled with that description as he struggles to recover from an almost lethal Mickey Finn.
I think it was the jackhammer in my head that finally brought me to. Every nerve in my body quivered and ached. The soft chime of a clock striking 10 sent a shiver of pain through me. Moonlight streamed in the window and fell across Dawn, sprawled on the floor where that rotten booze had flung him. Through the closed door of the kitchen, I could hear voices, hot with anger.
No, you're not going to kill them. Not till I get the information I want.
I know what you want out of them, and it's not information. This is the last time I accept a mission with a man-hungry female.
Now, you look here. I share this command with you equally, and don't you forget it.
You've disobeyed the External Security Agency. The manual distinctly says that...
External Security has made a botch of this operation with their faulty information. I'm trying to save it.
What faulty information?
That is just the point. I don't know. But one thing is certain. Before we go ahead, we'd better find out.
Bunkum.
Oh, you are such a fool.
I don't know why they sent you on this expedition.
Because you couldn't have got here without me. I'm the only chronologist who could chart the trip.
Yes, you know time sequentials, and that's all you do know.
This is a useless argument.
No, please, Carl, listen to me. There's a big mistake of some kind, and we can find out from these men what it is.
There is no mistake.
I know there is. They spotted it the moment they got here. The town amused them. They laughed.
This was their last laugh. I intend to follow my orders, as given in the manual.
Carl, we can't just blunder blindly ahead.
I am going to follow orders, to the letter.
I refuse.
You refuse to carry out the mission? That's mutiny.
Look, Carl, all I'm asking is a short delay to reassess the situation.
Well, I suppose if you're going to be so pig-headed about it, but these men are not leaving here alive, and that's final.
All I needed to hear. I managed to drag Dawn out into the hall. He was a dead weight. A bowl of white flowers gleamed in the moonlight near the door. I threw them on the floor and poured some of the water in his face. He stirred slightly.
Don. Come on, Don, wake up. We gotta get out of here.
Don, I hate to do this, but...
Oh! Come on, you gotta come out of it.
Stop that.
Come on, get up. Come on, get up. Okay, let's try something else. Ow! Get that out. Quiet. Gonna break my arm.
I'll twist it off if you don't wake up. Now listen to me. We've got to get out of here, now. Okay, come on, get up. Get up. Yes, you can. Come on, up on your feet. Okay, here we go. I'll help you. All right, now lean on me.
What's the idea?
They're going to kill us.
What?
They are planning to kill us. Now, can you walk?
Well, yeah.
Okay, come on. Here we go.
What's this?
Your knapsack. Come on, grab it and let's go.
Well, where are we going?
Back to the river. Come on.
Find a motel. I gotta lie down. I'm sick.
We've got to get into hiding. Dan, they're going to spot us a mile away in this moonlight. Come on, let's go over here. Over here in the shadow of the trees.
Oh, wait. I better go to the police.
No, I don't trust anybody. This whole setup, this whole town seems phony to me.
Probably imagination.
Don, if you don't pull yourself together and get tracking, so help me, I'm going to leave you. Now try, man.
Okay.
That's better.
Here comes a car. You hit your ride.
No, come on. Stay back here in the shadow.
What's going on here?
Oh, it's nothing. My friend's been sick. He's all right now. Thanks for stopping. We're okay.
What are you fellas doing on the street this time of night?
I was just passing through town. We're backpackers.
Backpackers, huh? Looks more like vagrants to me. Now, you hold everything till I come around and get a look at you. Yeah. Don't try to pull any fast ones. I got a gun on you. Sick, huh? Looks drunk to me. Hey, you the guy's been running the bad booze in here. I've been on the lookout for you. I'm the sheriff.
No, Sheriff. We're from Santa Fe. Here, we have identification. I'll show you.
You are under arrest.
Arrest? For what?
For drunkenness, disorderly conduct, public nuisance.
Oh, look, we're just walking quietly through town. Is there a law against that?
This is a gun, mister. It says, get in the car. Do you hear it?
Perfectly. Come on, Don. You heard what the man said.
Sheriff's office. Bronson speaking. Oh, yeah, Carl, I picked them up all right. They're safe in the cooler. Oh, no, they didn't give me any trouble. None at all. Yeah, well, I'll wait till I hear from you. Right, Carl. Goodbye.
Sheriff!
Quiet back there.
Sheriff, haven't you overlooked something?
Hey, well, what's that?
The small matter of our rights. I mean, you failed to tell me my rights.
What rights?
Well, for starters, Sheriff, I have a right to a phone call. I'd like to talk to my lawyer in Santa Fe. We could hear you.
I wouldn't argue so much if I was you.
You lousy...
Hold it, Fred.
Look, this is a damned outrage.
Shut up. That's the way we like things in Silver Strike. Nice and quiet.
Don, we're in a real jam. And that guy Carl, he really means to kill us, you know.
Damn near did. What do you think he put in that booze?
Listen to me. We got to get a couple of things straight around here.
Not now. I got to lie down.
You can't. And look, this is important. They'll probably separate us for questioning. Don't give them any information. You understand? None.
It must have been rat poison.
Look, Don, pull yourself together. Did you hear what I said?
Oh, yeah. Don't give him any information.
Right. Because if you do, we're as good as dead. The only reason we're alive now is because that woman thinks we know something she wants to find out. So hopefully we are safe till she does find out, whatever it is.
Oh, look, I can't follow all this. I gotta lie down.
Look, they've made some kind of mistake. She thinks we know what it is. What she actually said was they spotted it the moment they drove into town. Now, let's think, Don. Let's think back. What was it we spotted?
Oh, I don't know. The kooky 1920s look.
Yeah. They know all about that. I mean, did we say anything she didn't seem to know about?
Well, no. Hey, wait a minute.
Yeah?
The bicentennial.
That's right. She never heard of it.
Yeah.
But what puzzles me is that they talk like they really are in the 20s.
Well, maybe they are. Maybe we've slipped back in time.
What do you mean, slipped back?
I saw this movie once about a fellow who slipped back 200 years. Yeah. All the women wore hoop skirts.
Man, you must be hungover.
Oh, no. A hangover would be a relief compared to this.
Well, look, there's got to be a perfectly natural explanation. And we'll find it out if we ask ourselves the right questions. Now, why would anybody want to put up a 1920 town up here in the wilderness? Huh?
I don't know.
Well, think.
You can't. My head feels like it's been in a meat chopper.
Try.
Tourist attraction?
Up here?
No, why not? There's that guy moved London Bridge to the Arizona desert, and tourists flock in by the thousands.
Yeah, but how would they get here?
The road?
Yeah, I've been thinking about that road. Gravel, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but there wasn't a mark on it. Not a bump, not a rut. I'd swear that no vehicle had ever gone over it. And why didn't we see it when we climbed up by that big rock, Two Sisters?
I don't know.
I mean, look around you. Here. Does this cell look right to you?
Well, I'll tell you, the bunk looks good. I gotta lie down, Fred.
I mean, it all looks new. I bet we're the only people ever been in here. I mean, you're right. It's like a bad movie set. The people, they seem unreal somehow.
Not Zella. She's a sexy little doll, if I ever saw her.
Even Zella seems strange, out of this world.
Okay. So she's from Mars. They're all from Mars. Now, that is my last word. Now, will you let me lie down and quietly die?
Mars.
Oh, man, you're in worse shape than I am if you think I meant that. Now, spaced out I may be, but I still don't go for flying saucers.
Don stretched out on one of the cots and passed right out again. The fatigue and the hangover finally got to me, too, and I had to lie down. I didn't wake up until late afternoon, and when I did, I rolled over and looked around, and I sat up with a start. Don was gone. Don! Sheriff!
Quiet!
Sheriff, where's my friend?
Quiet!
Sheriff, come here.
Quiet now. They can hear you out on the street. Now, what's eating?
Where's my friend?
Well, your friend, he left.
Yeah, I can see that. Where is he?
Well, now, I don't recollect him leaving no forward in that
Look, how did he get out?
He walked.
You mean he just opened the cell door and he walked out?
Well, that's about the size of it.
Okay, well, then let me out then, too.
Oh, sorry.
Well, you won't let me out, huh?
That's about the size of it.
Why not?
I ain't had no orders to let you out.
Well, who gave the orders to let him out?
A lady come down here with an order from the mayor.
They left together?
That's about the size of it.
That was when I began to lose hope. Don never could resist a pretty woman. And I'd never seen him as hot as he was over this Zella. If she got him alone for 20 minutes, I felt sure she could get anything she wanted out of him. It was 2.5 days before I saw him again.
Open up, Sheriff. He's coming with me.
Don! Where the devil have you been?
Here, Sheriff. Here's the order. You'll see it's okay. Yeah, it seems in order, all right. Well, my friend, You're a free man. Yeah, here's your knapsack. Everything's there. You better check it for yourself, though.
Don, what's been going on, eh?
So long, folks. Don't you take no wooden nickels.
Hey, I'm going to sue you. I'm going to sue you in this town for everything you've got. False arrest.
Tell it to the Marines.
I'd like to push those ugly teeth down his throat.
Hey, take it easy.
Where have you been?
Living with Zella.
Yeah, I gathered that. I suppose you've told her everything you know?
No, I've told her nothing.
Yeah.
Now, look, you're wrong about Zella. She's the most gentle, most tender woman I've ever known.
Oh, man, I was afraid of this.
You and I have got to have a serious and a calm talk.
Okay, but let's get out of this pest hole of a town first.
We can't. We can't get out.
What do you mean we can't get out?
It's no use.
What's going to stop us?
A lot of things. The security here is not to be believed. Now, this is going to be hard for you to grasp. It was hard for me at first. You were right about Silver Strike. This town is only 3 days old.
What?
It's an invasion base.
I don't get it. What are you talking about?
Infiltration from another planet.
What?
It's true. These people are all part of an invasion force like commandos from outer space.
You're kidding.
No. They are going to take over the Earth. And they can do it without firing a shot. See, they have orders not to scorch the land. They need it. They've exhausted the resources of their own planet and 5 others besides. They are going to take over the Earth and plow it under for farmland.
An invasion from outer space? I hasten to remind you that we have only Fred Mackey's word for what happened that day in the remoteness of the Sangre de Cristo Mountains. But, invaders or not, the citizens of Silver Strike are clearly up to no good. What their intentions really are, we will learn when I return with Act 3. Two lone hikers in the mountains, not far from the rise of the Rio Grande, have stumbled into a town redolent of the atmosphere of the early 20s. To Fred Mackey, the inhabitants resemble the characters in a silent movie. But his friend Don Wakeman insists they are invaders from outer space.
It's inevitable, Fred. They're going to conquer the world, and swiftly.
You are asking me to believe that this yokel of a sheriff and that idiot Carl are really spacemen? From a flying saucer?
Of course not. They don't use vehicles. They haven't for centuries.
Well, then how did they get here?
Space compression.
Space compression?
Yeah. Look, there's a lot of space inside the atom, you know? It's mostly space. Well, they prefabricated a town like Silver Strike, compressed the component atoms, and reduce it with all its inhabitants to a speck of energy. Then, they send it out on a beam.
A beam?
A beam that travels many times the speed of light to any point in the universe.
Yeah, then I suppose they pull the atoms back up again?
Exactly.
Oh, look, that woman is kidding you. This is ridiculous. Take a look around you. They're stupid. They're like hillbillies. That Carl, he's completely ape.
Yeah, well, Zella agrees with you about him. She says he's basically dull-witted, but he's a trained chronologist.
What in the world is that?
A time navigator. You see, when you travel through space, you travel through time, too. Well, it's very involved.
Oh, come on. You know what I think we've stumbled into? Some kind of kook commune.
Oh. I told Zella I wouldn't get anywhere with you. One last time, Fred. This is it. You understand me? This is it, the end of our civilization. We can't fight it. The technology of these people is centuries ahead of ours.
Where did she say they came from?
A planet called Agantha.
Agantha?
Yeah, it's in another galaxy. To them, Earth looks like a lovely little greenhouse. You see, they've exhausted Agantha's resources. We are the 2 luckiest men on Earth, you know? Thanks to Zella.
Well, how do you figure that?
They need us. See, their advanced intelligence agents have failed them somehow. At least Zella thinks they have, and she's afraid to proceed without better information. If we cooperate, they'll make us technical advisors, officers in their army. Otherwise...
Yeah, otherwise?
Carl wants to blot us out. Instantly, without leaving a trace.
You really believe this, huh?
I believe what I saw.
All right. Now, wait a minute. If they're from another planet, how come they talk like Americans,
Well,
huh?
they've been planning this operation for years. They've been trained for it since childhood.
All right. But then why the 1920 masquerade?
I don't know.
Yeah.
Well, fortunately for us, the operation got fouled up somehow. Somebody goofed.
Do you know what you're saying? We've run into a huge, a cosmic snafu. Okay, well, let them figure the way out of it. They're getting no help from me.
John, honey?
Oh, hi, Zella.
Well, did you have a good talk? Hello, Freddie. Feel better, kiddo? I brought you a root beer.
Yeah, I had one drink with you. I haven't recovered. Thank you.
Oh, that was Carl's idea. He's a bungler. I hated to have him included in this mission, but we had to have a time navigator. I handled the space trajectory myself, and I'm proud of what I did. Not 15 miles off, but the time projection is tricky, too. So, we have to put up with that dumbbell, Carl. Now, what we want out of you boys is simple. Just tell me what it was about this town that struck you as off-key.
Oh, no, I'm not telling you anything. All right, you'll get that straight right now. Neither is my friend here, if I have anything to say about it.
John, darling, I'd hoped you'd explain to him. Freddie, listen, I'm trying to save your lives. Tell me, why doesn't Silver Strike look like your average American town?
It must be the time element, Zella, the 1920s.
All right, Zella, what have they told you?
Look up there.
What?
In the sky. What is that thing?
What it looks like. A flying ship.
But it's huge.
What is it?
Is it an Earth ship?
Yeah, it's a jet, all right.
Jet?
Yeah, jet-propelled airplane.
Jet-propelled? Carl, did you hear that? There's your proof. Earth has only small cockpit planes, hardly bigger than automobiles. That's what we were told, isn't it?
Yes, but...
And look up there. Now can you see that something's wrong? Advanced intelligence told us nothing of aircraft of that size. Son, what did you say about the 1920s look?
Well, the Model T Fords, all the horses...
What is the date?
The date? Well, it's the 5th or 6th. I'm not sure.
No, the year. The year.
The year? Well, it's 1976.
1976? No, it can't be.
1976. Well, that puts another light on things, doesn't it, Carl? The Advanced Information Agency didn't fail us. You did. You bungler, you fool. This is all your fault.
Zella, I can explain.
You had charge of the time schedule. You brought us in 50 years late.
I don't see how I could have.
What will we do, Zella?
We'll have to abandon our plans and get back to Agamtha immediately.
Yeah, they must be wondering what happened to you.
We can't salvage this operation. Carl, alert the members of the expedition. We leave Earth within 12 hours.
What shall I do with this pair?
John, darling, you're coming with me, aren't you?
You know I am, Zella. Any time, any place.
John, no. Now, come on, wake up, man. You can't do this.
I am going to go with the woman I love.
We'd better take them both with us. We'd better have something to show on Agamtha for all the money we spent on this expedition. Otherwise, they'll tear us apart.
Oh, no, you're not taking me back. No way.
It's your only hope for survival, Fred. They're bound to win. Now think. We'll be the first, the only Earthmen to reach out beyond the stars, to see what lies beyond the Milky Way.
I don't want to see beyond the stars, and I sure don't want to be reduced to a speck and shot out into space with Carl in control.
Okay. I use the ion redactor on him.
No. Let him go. Please. Zella.
I can't do that, John.
Zella, if you destroy him, you'll have to kill both of us.
John, it's impossible. I'm sorry.
You know how I feel about you, Zella, but I can't stand by and watch you kill my friend. Just free him. Let him go, and I'll come with you.
I can't free him. We can't leave him here to spread rumors to warn the Earth people.
Let him talk all he pleases. Nobody will believe him. I promise you. Nobody will ever believe him.
And nobody has believed me so far. Oh, I understand why. The region has been thoroughly explored, and there's no evidence of a town ever having been there. No sign of burned ground from a blast-off either. But you see, it wasn't like that. There was no blast-off. When they were ready to go, Don and Zella walked with me to the edge of town.
Don't look back. The light will be too intense for your eyes.
Don, you sure you won't change your mind?
I'm standing on the brink of the greatest adventure of the ages. Nothing in the world could make me turn back.
We'll be back in less than a year. We never give up.
And when we come back, I'll get to you first, Fred. I'm going to save you in spite of yourself. So long. And good luck. You're going to need it.
You say there was no sign of the town ever having been there?
No, Doctor.
Well, it's the same story you told me nearly a year ago when you first came down out of the mountains.
Well, I was badly shaken by the experience. But, Doctor, as you can see, I'm perfectly well now. I'm ready to go home.
Well, now, we think we're certain that you'll feel even more secure in your recovery if you take a longer period in a stress-free environment.
No, Doctor, I don't need it. I really don't need it.
We've located a splendid place, Mirror Lake. It's run by Dr. Cumberland.
No.
Excellent therapist.
No, my nerves are as steady as yours.
There's a man here from Mirror Lake.
Look, never mind, Doctor. I'm fed up. Look, do you hear me? I've had it with you people.
That's patient transportation.
No, I'm not going. I'm not going. No.
Dr. Siddeley, patient transportation service. The receptionist told us to come right up.
Yes. Come in.
I'm Al Freeman, Doctor.
Tom, my God, you've come back.
This is the patient?
Doctor, here's my proof. This is Don Wakeman.
No, Mr. Mackey, this is Mr. Freeman.
This is Miss Michaels.
How do you do?
It is her. It's the woman from again, Zella. I told you.
It's too bad. He's been perfectly lucid until now.
You have the impression we've met before, Mr. Mackey?
Yes.
Well, we've come to take you with us.
You've come to take me with you?
Yes. To a very nice place.
Oh.
Are you ready to go?
Yeah. Sure, I'm ready to go.
Well, splendid.
Yeah, I'll go.
Splendid.
Goodbye, Dr. Siddeley.
Just a moment. There are some papers that must be signed.
Sure. Give me a pen, eh?
Here you are.
Thank you.
Mr. Mackey, I'm sure you'll be glad you made this decision. Keep in touch with us. We're interested in your progress. I hope you'll let us hear from you.
Oh, you'll hear from us, all right. That's for sure. You'll hear from us sooner than you think.
An immediate invasion from outer space? Well, now, with all its recent probing, science has yet to receive the slightest indication of sentient beings out there. But before you go to sleep tonight, consider this fact. Within the area of the sky known as the bowl of the Big Dipper, within that area alone, there are discernible 2 million billion stars. Can you believe that in all that vast array of worlds, there is nobody? I'll be back shortly. If there's a moral in Fred Mackey's story, it must be this. Science provides us every day with greater technical marvels, but technology can't offer the wisdom or intelligence to use them properly. For that, perhaps we must look to older and more profound disciplines. Some 5,000 years ago, we were given 10 precepts, which, carried out to the letter, would bring us into accord with nature and our fellow beings. And that would indeed be a giant step, greater by far than the leap from Kitty Hawk to the moon. Our cast included Paul Hecht, Russell Horton, Terry Keane, and Court Benson. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division and Anheuser-Busch Incorporated,
Brewers of Budweiser, this is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
The preceding program furnished by CBS Radio.
Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. How great is our capacity for belief? Most people would probably claim they'll believe anything they can see, feel, taste, touch, or hear. In short, anything they could experience with their senses. But I will venture to say there are things in this world so fantastic, so incredible, that you or I could stare at them with our own two eyes and swear under oath that we were not seeing what was there. Our mystery drama, the 9th volume, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Percy Granger and stars Michael Wager. Energy is something we hear a great deal about these days. The kind of energy provided by oil and coal, that is. We hear debates as to how much of these precious substances are left. Some say supplies are virtually unlimited. Others say we'll run out in 200 to 300 years. And the more dire prophets claim a mere 25 years. Whatever the figures, one thing is certain. As the situation becomes more urgent, some of those looking for new reserves are not going to let anything stand in their way. The year is 1998. We're at a drilling site on the western slopes of the Rocky Mountains.
Okay, start her up. Start her up. Shockey?
Yes, sir?
What are the chances of that well getting down another 50 feet by noon?
I don't know, boss. That's pretty solid stuff we're drilling through now.
I don't understand this. Not in all my 42 years in this business as a company geologist told me to drill halfway up a mountain instead of on the low ground.
He seems pretty confident.
He's a young smart aleck, if you ask me. He isn't quite right.
You mean in the head?
Yeah. But he went to college. All right, get on the back of that rig, Shockey, and take it as fast as you can. But remember, under no circumstances do I want any more delays.
Morning, Milo.
Morning, John.
Coffee's on.
Uh-huh.
Everything underway okay today?
How can you be so cheerful when we've only got less than a week left and no sign of oil?
Less than a week?
5 days, to be exact. I got a call from headquarters last night. They've decided against renewing the lease on this land.
Oh, they're crazy. They know how much oil there is under that mountain.
Well, John, forgive me, but you seem to be the only one still under the illusion that there's anything at all down there. We've drilled 10 dry holes over the past 2 years, 10 dusters. And all of them have been based on your so-called calculations.
That's right, because headquarters always pulled a pipe before we got down far enough.
Do you have any idea how much drilling costs go up when you get down past the second mile?
Milo, I'm going to make you a little wager. How many feet do you think the boys can take it down today?
I asked Sharky for 50 by noon.
Then I will bet you $100 that by noon we've struck oil.
$100.
How far down are we now?
As of last night at quitting time, it was 19,967 feet.
Okay. I'll make that bet even more specific. I say that by the time we reach 19,980 feet, we'll be into the biggest pool of oil you ever saw.
Well, it's only 13 more feet.
That's right. Is it a bet, Milo?
Well,
Mr. Hawkins.
Yeah?
Mr. Burke, I think we've hit something.
What?
We've hit an air pocket.
Are you sure?
I think that's what it is. The rock bit's not meeting any resistance.
None at all?
No, sir.
Are you holding in position?
Yes, sir.
Good. Get ready to cap. Keep the rig going, but wait till I give you a signal. I want to get company headquarters on the phone.
Yes, sir.
Oh, Milo, I think you just saved yourself $100.
I want headquarters to put this over the intercom. When this geyser goes, everybody in that whole building is going to hear it. What? What was that?
Sounded like the rig. The rig! It stopped!
What's the matter? What's happened?
Sharky, what's gone wrong?
I don't know.
Well, why did you stop the rig?
Something weird is happening, boss.
What? What are you talking about?
Well, there was this, I mean, I don't know how to describe it. The rotor was kicking up rock dust. You know, that yellowish granite we've been drilling through, and then all of a sudden, well, it changed color.
Changed color?
Yeah.
And for that, you stopped the rig?
Well...
Oh, now, wait a minute, Milo. Sharky, you said the dust changed color to what?
Well, I think it was kind of reddish.
Ah, well, it sounds like we may have hit a stratum of clay.
So where is this red dust? Let me see it.
Well, now that's what I'm trying to tell you. It isn't here anymore. It was in my hands. I was holding it in my hands, looking at it, and it just disappeared.
You mean the wind blew it away?
No. My hands were cupped. There wasn't any wind. It just evaporated.
It just evaporated? Disappeared?
Yes, sir.
Now I've got two nuts to deal with.
As a scientist, I'd be rather curious to have a look at some of this dust. There ought to be still some of this stuff in the hole here if I can just turn the pipe. Ah! Here we are.
No, I don't know if I'd touch it, Mr. Perk. What if it's not safe?
That looks harmless enough to me.
Yeah, but you don't know. That's from nearly 4 miles down in the earth. It could be almost anything. That's why I had them stop the rig.
I think my first guess was right. It seems to be clay of some sort. It's very odd, though.
What would it?
Had to be a seam of clay that deep in the earth. And the kind of rock formation we've been cutting through.
Look there. See what I mean?
Hey, what happened to it?
It just vanishes. That's what I was telling you.
Sharky, bring me some kind of small container, will you? A plastic bag, anything, so long as it's airtight.
Okay.
Why airtight?
I think it must be the fresh air that's causing this stuff, whatever it is, to disintegrate. I want to get a sample of it down to Boulder, to the university there, and have it analyzed.
This is the only airtight bag I could find, Mr. Perk.
What is it?
Well, it's from my lunch pail. Wife put my sandwich in it this morning.
Well, I guess it'll have to do. Milo, will you give me a ride?
Well, what about the well?
I think we'd better leave the rig off until we find out what this stuff is.
It's past 1 o'clock. We've lost the whole morning. How much longer is this friend of yours going to take?
Milo, Professor Anderson is a very thorough person. He'll be finished when he's finished.
This is ridiculous.
You saw that dust disintegrate with your own eyes.
So, stuff comes up from the center of the earth and acts weird. Why not? If I was down there, I'd act weird.
It doesn't raise your curiosity at all. Professor Anderson.
Gentlemen.
What did you find out? Were you able to analyze the powder?
Mr. Hawkins, is that right? Yes, sir. You can call me Milo. Milo, how do you enjoy working with this practical joker here?
Professor, what?
You see, Mr. Hawkins, Mr. Perk here was one of my more intelligent students, so I assume he must be attempting humor when he comes around bothering a busy old man with a handful of powdered tile.
Tile?
That's right, John. What you asked me to drop everything for and analyze is nothing but common tile, such as one might use to roof a house. What's so special about it?
What's so special about it, Professor, is that it comes from the bottom of a well shaft nearly 4 miles down inside a mountain.
Oh, I see. So you weren't pulling my leg. Why did you ask me to keep the sample in an airtight container? It made my examination much more difficult.
Because when that dust is exposed to fresh air, it disintegrates.
Disintegrates? John, if that's true, do you realize how old this material could be? Your find must be investigated at once.
Well, there's just one problem, Professor. How would you get down there?
I don't know. I only know the site must be excavated. This powder could well be far older than all our previous estimates. It could be all that remains of a civilization we never even knew existed. Which reminds me, John, I must keep this sample and run dating tests on it.
Of course. Now, look, our company has a deadline. If we don't find oil, we've got to be off that land by the end of the week.
Oh, but you can't continue to drill for oil, son. Don't you realize that by continuing to drill, you might destroy an invaluable clue to our past?
I don't care about the past, Professor. I care about the future. And I don't see that the excavation of one more prehistoric Indian dwelling or whatever is going to make any difference. But getting to that oil, if it's there, will.
The problem still is how to reach the site.
Just a minute. You're drilling up near Pine Creek, aren't you?
Yeah, 3 miles up the mountain from there.
Well, then I think there might be a way. There used to be a big silver mine at Pine Creek, remember?
Ah, that's right. It was abandoned at the turn of the century, 95 years ago.
Yeah, but the last shaft the miners dug struck a cave system.
Of course. You took us there on a field trip.
Now, let me see. I should have some maps around here someplace. Yes. Here we are. This is the one I'm looking for. A cutaway view of the mountain. Now, you can see here how extensive the cave system is. Now, where exactly is the location of your drilling site?
Right here.
There, you see. Trace lines straight down 20,000 feet. That's your depth.
Uh-huh.
And it would place you here, the very deepest bowels of the mountain. But here you see the cave starting at the base of the mine shaft, which is already at the base of the mountain, and you give yourself a head start of nearly 15,000 feet.
And look, here's a branch of the cave which comes practically to the point our drill has reached. Why, we could crawl there in a matter of hours.
Now, just a minute, John. Seem to be forgetting who pays your salary.
Milo, look, it's now 1 o'clock. Give me until starting time tomorrow, 9 o'clock. What do we lose? A half a day.
I think perhaps you better allow Mr. Perk to attempt the descent. My analysis showed traces of a rather strange substance. An adhesive, I believe.
Well, why was it strange?
Because it was entirely synthetic. And no primitives we're familiar with could possibly have known about it.
I'm reminded of an old story about a cabin boy on a clipper ship. It seems he was always losing things. One day, the captain asked him to clean his favorite clock. But when he asked to have it back, the boy couldn't produce it. The captain flew into a rage. "I suppose it's lost," he said. "Oh, no, sir," replied the cabin boy. "I know exactly where it is. It fell out of my hands as I was cleaning it, and it's at the bottom of the ocean." The characters in our story know where something is, too. And like the captain's clock, the only problem is how to get to it. We shall dig deeper into all of this when I return with Act 2. There are many things which distinguish man from the so-called lower orders of the animal kingdom. And geologist John Perk is giving us a good demonstration of one of them right now. For man is the only animal who will deliberately set off to confront the unknown. John Perk has bought a few precious hours from a grudging Milo Hawkins, and with Sharky as his assistant, is descending into the mountain.
Sharky, careful. This ledge isn't too wide.
Is there room for both of us?
Just barely.
What time is it, Sharky? Almost midnight.
Sharky.
Huh?
There it is. The end of the tunnel. Hand me the bag with the drill and the explosives.
Here we go.
While I'm drilling a hole for the dynamite, you get out the oxygen packs. Then inflate one of those balloons to seal off the tunnel behind us. We don't want any fresh air getting into whatever is behind that rock.
The tunnel's all sealed off, Mr. Perk.
Good. Charge is ready. Now let's just back up around this corner here.
Yeah.
Okay. It'll just take a second to hook up the wires.
Mr. Perk.
Yeah?
Are we sure we want to do this? I mean, are we sure we want to know what's back there?
I'm a scientist, Sharky.
Yes, sir.
It's all wide. Push the plunger.
Okay. Can you see anything?
Not with this flashlight. No. Wait. Through the dust, it looks like there's a chamber of some sort. Come on. Let's get back in there and set up the light. Here. Give me the light. You crank up the generator.
Okay. Okay, turn her on.
Good Lord.
I don't get it, Mr. Perk. We must have taken the wrong turn. This isn't a prehistoric dwelling. It's somebody's house.
We didn't take any wrong turns, Sharky. Well, look. See in the ceiling there? It's the nose of our rock bit from the drilling rig.
Yeah, but look at this. A stove, a sink, even a dishwasher.
And look in here. A dining room, rugs, a table, chairs. They look like they came right out of a department store.
I don't like this. I wish we'd brought guns or something. What if this is some kind of criminal hideout?
4 miles underground?
Well, we don't know. Maybe it's a secret government project, a bomb shelter or something.
But how was it built?
I don't know. But there's got to be a reason why it's here.
Let's have a look around. Maybe there's another way in which the survey charts don't show.
Did you find anything, Mr. Perk?
Nothing. How about you?
Well, nothing.
Fantastic. This entire house is encased in solid bedrock.
But I saw bedrooms, a bathroom, even a TV set. Everything just like people lived here.
Except that there are no signs of life anywhere.
Hey, look at this. Glass in the windows, not even cracked. And curtains.
I wonder if the plumbing works.
Well, it's one way to find out, isn't there? Hey, the stuff that came out of the tap. It's black.
Black?
What is it?
Let me taste that.
No, Mr. Perk, don't.
What I thought. There's nothing wrong with this, Sharky. It is perfectly good crude oil.
Oil?
Yep.
I don't believe what I'm seeing. A ranch house in the middle of the earth with oil coming out of the faucets. It's like magic.
I think there may be a more rational explanation, at least for the oil. Did you see any stairs leading to the basement?
I saw some stairs down the hallway.
Come on, then. Let's follow these pipes. Pipes should be over on that far wall.
What's that?
No, I stepped in something. The whole basement floor seems to be covered with it. Shine your lights out.
Hey, look. It's oil. The whole floor is 3 inches deep in oil.
You see, I was right all along. There is oil in this mountain. We were right on target.
The only thing that stands between us and a gold mine is this house.
This solves everything. At last, we have proof that the oil exists. The company can go ahead and take a new lease on the land, and we'll have the time to try to find an answer to the mystery of this house. We We can leave the generator here. We've got to get back and stop Milo starting the rig up. What time is it?
2:57 a.m.
We should just about make it. We'll inflate another balloon to seal the passage behind us before removing the first one. Are we all set to go?
All set.
Wait a minute. What's this?
What?
This door. I didn't see it before. Did you check it out?
No, I thought you did.
Well, we better have a look.
Mr. Perk, this place gives me the creeps. I got this funny feeling. Why don't we just leave well enough alone?
Help me move the light over.
What kind of thing could survive down here without air? Mr. Perk, I'm frightened. Now, don't open this door.
Get out of the way!
What is it?
A library.
A library?
Only a library. Room filled with books. You're not afraid of them, are you? I'm going to have a look. Maybe they'll provide some kind of clue. The owner is obviously a man of refinement and culture. Look at this. Complete works of Shakespeare, Milton, Plato's dialogues, Aristotle, Dante, Plutarch. Here are the more recent authors, Faulkner, Fitzgerald, Hemingway. This isn't offering us much in the way of clues.
Huh.
Did you find something?
This reclining chair. My father-in-law's got one just like it in his den.
Oh.
Exactly like it. It's a different color, but it's the same model.
Now, here's something. Whoever owns these books is obviously interested in history. Here's an entire case devoted to it. Herodotus, Tacitus, Livy. They're arranged in chronological order. Holinshed's Chronicles, Gibbon's French Revolution. Who's this?
Who?
Someone named D.V. Davis wrote A History of the World. I thought. I never heard of him, Sharkey.
Well, don't look at me. I never heard of half those other guys you mentioned.
D.V. Davis. Strange. Every other author on the shelf is familiar but him.
Mr. Perk, you remember that feeling I had before? Well, it's coming back. I think we ought to go.
Now, wait a minute. History of the World by David Vladimir Davis. In 9 volumes. There are only 8 volumes here. Well, there's a space. The 9th volume is missing, and the 8th volume covers... Good Lord. Sharkey, you don't see the 9th volume of this set lying around anywhere, do you?
No, why?
Did you see it anywhere lying around the house?
I don't know. I just...
Try to remember.
Well, there were some books on a table in the living room.
I've got to find it.
Yeah, but the time, it's after 3.
Forget the time. We've got to find the 9th volumes of this set.
Why?
Because I am holding the 8th volume in my hand. I can feel its weight. I know it's real. It's not an illusion. The 8th volume of a 9-volume set of books on the history of the world. Our world as we know it and have lived it. And this 8th volume goes from the year 1815, the Battle of Waterloo, to the year 2000.
But this is 1998. What is this guy, fortune teller?
Don't you see? There's still another entire volume to the set. I think I'm beginning to understand.
Hey, wait. What's that noise? Miss Perk, the house is beginning to shake.
It's stopping.
What was it?
I'm not sure. But if we really are sitting on top of an oil field, it's a highly unstable situation. The vibrations from the dynamite must have disturbed things.
We got to get out of here.
First, we have got to find that book.
Why? Why? What's so important about some old fortune teller's book?
That's not it, Sharkey. That's not it at all. Don't you realize what we've discovered? This is...
What's that smell?
What?
That smell. Hey, it's gas. There's gas escaping from somewhere. That explosion must have opened a leak in a gas pocket.
Quick. Put this book in our bag. We'll have to come back later with masks to search for the 9th volume.
Mr. Burke, there's daylight.
At last.
There's someone there at the mine entrance.
What? My God, it looks like Professor Anderson.
John? John, is that you?
Yeah. We're coming, Professor. What are you doing here?
I must know what you found down there. I've been up the entire night running dating tests on that tile sample. At first, I couldn't believe it. But now I know there can be no doubt. That powder you brought me is over 12 billion years old.
But we know the world's only 4.5 billion years old. Well, I mean, that's what I heard Mr. Hawkins say once.
Yes, that's what we've always thought, Mr. Sharkey, but evidently we've been wrong. Now tell me what you found.
At the bottom of our well hole is a house. Even more perfectly preserved than the ruins of Pompeii. It has every modern appliance we're familiar with, from electric can openers to reclining chairs.
It's just like the houses in the suburb where I live.
The only difference is it is from a civilization so far in the past. And until now, not even a trace of it's been known.
But what about all those books, Mr. Perk? The Shakespeare and all. How'd they get there?
Shakespeare? That's the most incredible thing of all, Professor. That 12 billion year old civilization was ours. Same names, same events, same people fighting the same wars, making the same inventions, creating the same masterpieces.
Probably making the same mistakes.
Oh, so that's why you wanted the 9th volume of that history.
That's right, Sharkey, because whatever fatal mistake they made, whatever happened to cause their extinction, is going to happen to us, unless we can discover what it was and avoid it.
The 9th volume?
There isn't time to explain now, Professor. We've got to get back to camp and stop Milo before he turns on that rig.
In our beginning is our end, said T.S. Eliot. All living things duplicate themselves in reproduction with a phenomenal precision. So is it not at least possible, then, that nature repeats itself on a larger scale, too? In fact, on the largest scale of all. I shall return shortly with our final act. We catch but glimpses of our past. The legend of Atlantis lives on. The mysteries of Stonehenge and the giant statues of Easter Island continue to baffle us. The most advanced and sophisticated civilizations are represented by mere shards of pottery stumbled on by accident. For all our research, there is still behind us a vast unknown. But now, a discovery, fantastic, terrifying evidence of a former civilization identical to our own. A civilization whose end was so cataclysmic, no trace had ever been discovered until now.
Milo, thank goodness we got here before you started that rig.
John, I've got a bone to pick with you.
There's no time for that.
Sharky?
Yes, sir.
Get out there and get the rig started.
No, wait, you've got to listen to us.
I've got a better idea, John. Why don't you listen to me for a change?
Oh.
I got a little phone call last night from headquarters. You remember them, don't you? They wanted to know how things were going. Understandably, they're getting a little anxious, considering the fact that we've got only 4 days before our lease here is up. And you can imagine my chagrin when I had to tell them the rig wasn't even running. That my geologist, who's supposed to be telling me where to drill, had told me to stop so he could go down and nose around some prehistoric Indian hut.
That's not what's down there.
I don't care what's down there. My job is to drill for oil. Do you know who's arriving today? Sid Dobbs.
Sid Dobbs?
That's right. The company executive vice president. He wants to know what the heck is going on here. He's flying up personally to take over the operation.
Well, if you would let me get a word in edgewise, I can tell you what's going on.
All I want to know is why we haven't struck oil.
Well, that's one thing you don't have to worry about. There is oil down there. We saw it.
You saw it?
I stuck my finger in it. I tasted it. It's there, right where I said it would be. The drill is no more than 20 feet above the strike at this very moment.
Well, then, let's get it going and have that oil coming up for Mr. Dobbs, so he won't have our heads in a sling. Sharky?
Yes, sir? No, wait a minute. You can't start the rig, not until we've had a chance to go back down there.
Go back down? What for?
Milo, what we've discovered, it wasn't what we expected. There's a house down there, all right, but it's modern. I mean, well, not modern exactly. It's 12 billion years old, but...
Sharky, what's he talking about?
I know, it sounds incredible, but Professor Anderson ran dating tests on that powder we took him, and it is 12 billion years old.
Ah, so you found a modern 12 billion year old house.
But the important thing is the book. That's why we've got to go back down.
Oh, I see. What
The
book?
9th volume. It's a history of the world from the year 2000 on.
John, I'm doing my best to stay with you, but you aren't making it easy for me.
Milo, now listen. There is a house down there from a civilization that existed 12 billion years ago that was ours. It was us. Don't you see what that means? We're being given the chance to look into the future.
I see. Sharky?
Yes, sir?
You've been awful quiet.
Yeah, I guess so.
You were down there with Mr. Perk, weren't you?
Yes.
You went all the way with him? You saw everything he saw?
Yes.
And you saw this house he's talking about?
No. No, I didn't.
What? Sharky, you didn't see a 12 billion year old house that looks just like ours, that has a set of books? It's going to tell us what's going to happen?
No, sir, I didn't. I didn't see any of that.
That's what I thought.
No! Sharky, what are you saying? Milo, look in this bag. We brought up the 8th volume of that set. See, look, it goes from 1815 to the year 2000. Now, will you believe me?
There's nothing in here but a pile of dust.
What? Oh. Good grief, we're in such a hurry I must not have sealed the container properly. Look, Milo, you've got to believe me. 12 more hours is all I need. But we've got to go back down there.
Hello, Hawkins here. Yes? Okay, I'll be right over. The company plane has just landed with Mr. Dobbs. I'm going to meet him, and I want that rig in full operation by the time we return.
Milo, listen to me. Remember when we were at Anderson's lab? He said his analysis of the powder showed traces of a substance that primitive man couldn't have known about.
Oh, yes. Yes, I meant to tell you. Professor Anderson called yesterday, right after you and Sharky had gone down into the mine. He'd run another test and discovered what it was.
But doesn't that convince you I'm telling the truth?
It was mayonnaise, John.
Mayonnaise?
That's right. Remember? We used a sandwich bag from Sharky's lunch pail. Mayonnaise.
Sharky.
Mr. Perk, please, let me get by.
Why did you lie?
I got to get the rig started.
Are you crazy? Do you realize what we'll be destroying?
Mr. Perk, I don't want to talk about it.
What are you afraid of? Going back down there, we'll run hoses down to pump out the gas. Anyway, you don't have to go if you don't want to. I can find somebody else. I know it's risky, but it's too important not to take the chance.
Mr. Perk, please let me go.
Not until you tell me why you lied to Milo. Don't you see what this discovery could mean? The chance to look into the future, the chance to avoid making the same mistake twice.
How?
What?
How are we going to avoid it?
Don't you want to know your own fate?
No. I don't want to know.
An entire civilization may perish because of your cowardice. Why won't you support me?
Didn't you see that house?
Of course I saw it.
Did you take a good look at it?
What are you getting at, Sharky? What's the matter?
It's a modern house.
So?
It's not ultra-modern. It's not some weird, futuristic contraption filled with gadgets we've never seen. It's modern. It's contemporary.
Don't you see what that means? This is as far as we're coming. This is the end of the line. Whatever's going to happen is going to happen soon. And it's probably too late to stop it.
But we can try if we know what it is.
I don't want to know what it is. I don't want to know.
So you won't support me. When Sid Dobbs arrives, you won't back me up.
Sorry, Mr. Burke.
You'll think I'm a raving lunatic.
Sharky, why isn't that rig going yet?
Oh, man. Hello, John.
Hello, Sid.
Mr. Dobbs, I'm sorry. I gave orders for the rig to be running.
That's all right, Marlowe. Forget it. The rig isn't going on.
It isn't?
No. We've decided to suspend operations altogether.
Suspend operations?
Our lease is up in 4 days. It'll take us that long to pack up and be out of here. And as far as I'm concerned, the sooner we never see this place again, the better.
Sid, when you say suspend operations, you mean you intend to pull a pipe?
We sure can't afford to leave it behind.
You can't do that.
What? Why not?
Removing the pipe would expose the hole to the fresh air and... Well, there's something down there that would be destroyed.
By fresh air?
Sid, we struck some old clay rock yesterday. That's why the rig isn't going. John insisted on exploring in a nearby cave.
Sid, you have to listen to me. Sharky's right. There is oil down there. We're within 20 feet of it.
Are you asking me to start the rig going again?
No. I'm asking you to take a new lease on the land and hold off making the strike until I've completed my explorations.
John, I remind you that we've been listening to you for 2 years. There's no more time. It's all run out.
You are also sitting on top of something infinitely more important than oil. And it's going to be destroyed.
John, I think you need some sleep. That's your problem.
Now, wait a minute. Just a minute, Marlowe. I'm curious about these continued illusions, John. I might give you one more chance. I will accept your considered judgment as a rational scientist that the oil is there and hold off drilling. If you'll tell me what's down there that's so important.
My judgment as a rational scientist. Oh, never mind, Sid, never mind. Go ahead and pull the pipe.
Okay. Marlowe, have the men pack up. We'll pull the pipe and dismantle the rig in the morning.
John, why didn't you just tell Mr. Dobbs what it was you'd seen?
He wouldn't have believed me, Professor Anderson, not without Sharky's corroboration.
So? You're going to start pulling the pipe in the morning in a golden opportunity and we'll be lost forever.
No, not exactly.
Oh? What chance remains? Surely you don't intend to stop them at gunpoint?
No. I'm going to try going down again.
You said there was gas leaking, that the ground was beginning to shift.
We can wear masks against the gas, and as for the shifting, well, we'll just have to take that risk.
You said we.
That's why I came to you, Professor. I need someone to go with me. It's a two-man job. I don't know who else to turn to. I know you're... I mean...
Oh, I know what you're trying to say. But on a mission of such importance, I wouldn't hesitate. Not for 1 minute.
Then you'll come with me?
Yes, of course I will.
Good. We've got to start at once. There's barely enough time as it is.
Sharky, I can't say I'll be sorry to see the last of this place. Something about it always did give me the willies. That you better lock the gate for the last time.
Oh, okay, Mr. Hawkins.
Hey, wait a minute. What's that?
What?
The stuff on your boots. The black stuff.
Why, that's the oil.
Oil? Where'd it come from?
Well, that's what I was trying to tell you all along. The oil that's down there. Mr. Perk and I saw it, and we waded through it.
Sharky, get Mr. Dobbs from the office.
Why?
We've got to start up that rig.
There is oil, Sharky. Oil. Do you know what that means? Ha! Our future's golden.
Here it is, Professor.
This is amazing. A house in every detail, exactly like our own. From a duplicate civilization that inhabited the earth 12 billion years ago. Oh, how much it could teach us.
Wait a minute. Sharky said he thought he'd seen some books in the living room. This way.
Look, over there on that table.
Yeah, this is it. The History of the World by D.V. Davis.
Volume 9.
Do you realize what this will mean, Professor, when we open this book?
Yes. I wonder what it is, John, that we're to learn about ourselves from ourselves.
What's that? Professor, they started the drill. The whole house! It's collapsing into dust!
There is a legend in classical mythology about the Sibyl, a prophetess who lived, appropriately enough to our story, in a cave. She offered to sell 9 prophetic books to Tarquin the Proud, the last of Rome's legendary kings. He refused, for he felt her price was too high. So she burned 3 of the books and offered him the remaining 6 for the same price. Again Tarquin refused, and again Sibyl burned 3 of the precious volumes. Finally, he bought the last 3 for the price of the original 9. But because of his stingy short-sightedness, mankind lost forever his chance to know what the future holds. I shall return shortly. Really want to know what fate has in store for us? That would probably depend on whether or not we had the ability to act on that knowledge and to alter the impending course of events. But would it be a simple matter of avoiding a single fatal mistake? Or would we discover a future as complex as human nature itself and as unchangeable? Our cast included Michael Wager, Court Benson, and Robert Dryden. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown.
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Our tale is another domestic story. It's about the happy home life of a modern young family. A life, unfortunately, which is cut brutally short. Please be warned. Some of the scenes may not make you feel safe and secure, even if your door is locked and bolted. It's a story about a family man named David Farmer. A family man brought to the point of saying these words to his closest friend.
I'm going to kill him, Stan. That's all I can do right now. I have to kill that animal, or I have to stop living myself.
Our mystery drama, Promise to Kill, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Henry Slessor and stars Gordon Gould. The scene is a suburban community called, appropriately, Park Pleasant. For that's exactly what it is. Pleasant and park-like, and very serene. A haven for the families of busy city executives like Dave Farmer. Dave is a lucky young man. He has a good job. He has a beautiful young wife named Connie. He has a daughter who promises to grow up looking just like her. But little Susan has plenty of time for that. She's only 5 years old. The day is Monday. The time is 8:15 a.m. The day is just beginning. So is the nightmare.
Dave, will you please hurry up? Stan's going to drive me crazy with that horn.
I'm coming.
I wish you wouldn't fly down those stairs. I'm always afraid you'll break your neck.
Listen, it's my neck that's the problem. I can't seem to tie my tie around it this morning.
It's no wonder with Stan blowing his horn that way. What's the big hurry? It's only 1:15.
He's got to be in court this morning.
Well, that's his problem. You don't have to be at work until 9, and I insist that you have some breakfast.
I really don't have time, honey.
Yes, you do. Look, the eggs are all made. The toast is halfway done.
No, it isn't. You haven't plugged it in.
Oh, my. That's Susan again. She insists on pulling plugs out of the wall.
You better keep her away from wires and stuff. She'll electrocute herself.
Anyway, here are the eggs.
Hey, what's going on here?
Come on in, Stan. I've been intimidated into eating breakfast.
Breakfast? Listen, I've got a case to argue this morning, and this carpool was your idea.
It's okay. I'm all ready.
That didn't take long. You didn't even taste those eggs.
They were great. Terrific.
I am sorry to rush him out so early, Connie.
Daddy!
Uh-oh. A new complication.
Where's my Pooh Bear?
That's right, my darling. You told Susan you were going to bring her a Pooh Bear last night.
But I did. I just got home too late to give it to her. She was already asleep.
Well, where is it, Daddy?
Wait a sec.
Oh, for Pete's sake. Come on, Dave. Am I going to hang up my client for a woolly bear, huh?
I want my Pooh Bear.
Here it is. Just as I promised.
Oh, isn't he cute? Don't you love him, Susie?
Oh, yes.
Say thank you, Daddy.
Thank you, Daddy.
Dave, will you please...
So long, darling.
Bye. And will you call me this afternoon?
Don't I always?
Have a good day. You too, Stan.
Thanks. You two have already ruined my day.
Serves you right, bachelor.
Well, I'll say one thing for married life. Hasn't hurt Connie's looks.
Yeah, she really looks great, doesn't she?
Yeah, I've almost forgotten how pretty she is. It's the first time I've seen her in more than a month.
That's not my fault, pal. I told you what to do. Get yourself a date, and we'll make it a foursome one night.
That's the trouble with being a bachelor. You've always got to scrounge around for a date.
Okay, we'll make it a threesome.
I'm sure you'd rather not. Three's a crowd, right?
Not when two of them are married. Anyway, it's about time you made it a permanent foursome. Why don't you make up your mind which of your 55 girlfriends you want to marry?
Tried it once. I didn't like it.
If at first you don't succeed, try again.
Yeah, that's what you say. You hit it right the first time.
Just lucky, I guess. No kidding, Stan. How about going to the theater? The theater.
What about it?
I forgot to tell Connie to go to the box office.
What for?
Some tickets were left for us at the Park Pleasant Playhouse for tonight. But we have to pick them up before noon.
Relax. We'll stop at a phone booth on the way.
Susie, are you sure you want to dry those dishes? Mommy can do them.
I want to help.
Well, it's sweet of you, baby, but there are only a few.
Can I give Winnie the Pooh scrambled eggs?
No, dear. Bears don't eat eggs.
What do they eat?
Bears eat honey.
Well, I could give him...
No. You can't give Winnie the Pooh any honey either. I mean, bears don't eat anything this time of the year. They just sleep.
Oh, then maybe I better put him to bed.
Now, that's a good idea.
How long do bears have to sleep?
Well, they usually sleep through the whole winter.
that long? Maybe Pooh Bears are different.
Run along now, dear. Mommy has to answer the phone.
Maybe it's for me.
Maybe so. Hello?
Hi, hon. It's Paula.
Hi. 1 second. It's not for you, baby. It's your Aunt Paula. Now, you go give Pooh Bear a nap.
Okay.
Paula, hi.
How are you feeling?
Oh, fine. You're calling pretty early, aren't you?
I'm calling to give you a wonderful opportunity. If you meet me in the city before noon, I'll buy you lunch and then we can go shopping.
Oh, I can't today, Paula. I'm sorry.
Why not?
Well, Susie's home from school, for one thing. They're having one of those teachers' conferences.
Why can't the maid take care of her?
Because it's Emily's day off, and I've got a dozen things to do around the house, and at the moment I have to answer the doorbell.
Go ahead. Who's stopping you?
Well, do you want to hold on, or should I call you back?
I'll hold on.
Oh, hello, Vernon.
Hi, Miss Farmer.
What in the world time is it?
Oh, gee, I don't know. I don't have a watch, but, I thought it was the right time.
Well, you usually deliver the groceries around 10, don't you?
Well, sure, usually, but I thought, well, you know, they'd come early today.
Well, all right. I suppose it doesn't make all that much difference.
It does to me, Miss Farmer.
What?
Listen, what do you want me to do? I mean, should I bring in the stuff right now?
Well, of course.
I could leave them out on the truck for a while. No, I guess that isn't such a smart idea. I mean, you got milk and cream and stuff. They might get spoiled.
Well, of course they might get spoiled, Vernon. What an idea. Bring them in right away.
Yeah, sure, I'll do that, Miss Farmer. I won't be long.
Okay. Paula, are you still there?
I'm here. What's going on?
Well, it's just the boy from the supermarket. Vernon, whatever his name is.
Oh, yes, the blonde Adonis. All muscle, including his head.
Well, there is certainly something wrong with his head today. He's talking so strangely. Anyway, listen, about the city. Thursday is absolutely the first day I can make it.
Here it is, Miss Farmer.
All right, Vernon. Paula, what do you think about Thursday?
Thursday's fine. I'll call you Wednesday just to make sure you don't chicken out.
All right, Paula, bye.
So long.
Miss Farmer.
What?
Is it okay if I put everything here?
Well, yes, of course, Vernon.
Pretty big load today, but I can handle it. I mean, I'm strong, you know?
Yes.
Yeah, you want me to put the milk and stuff in the refrigerator?
No, just leave them there.
You know, it was really something this morning. I mean, the way I felt driving over here.
Yes, it's a lovely day.
You know what I mean? Driving over here and knowing that, that I was going to see you.
Well, that's very sweet, Vernon.
Kept seeing your face in front of me like it was in the windshield. You know?
But, Vernon, what a strange thing to say.
Kept thinking about how it was going to be. And when I rang the bell and you opened the door and you saw me and... I don't know. Here we are. I mean, just acting like always.
Like always?
You know, like nothing was special.
Well, never mind the rest of that stuff, Vernon. I'll empty the boxes myself.
Yeah, okay, that'll be better. We don't have much time, I guess. I gotta be back at the store around 9:30.
Vernon, what are you doing?
Oh, you got such soft hands, you know.
Please, don't do that.
Listen, what about her, you know, your little girl?
Susie? What about her?
Well, I mean, where is she, school or something?
Vernon, stop that.
Oh, gee. Oh, your skin is... Oh, I don't know. It's like something else. It's not just not
Stop
skin.
it, for heaven's sakes.
Please, don't tease no more, Miss Farmer. Don't tease. I ain't got much time.
Vernon, will you let me go? What is the matter with you?
Where do you want to go? You want to go upstairs?
You let me go. You let me go or I'll scream the house down.
Don't do
I will
that.
call the police. I swear I will.
Now, you stop that, Miss Farmer. You just stop playing games with me. Don't, Mrs. Farmer. Now, please, be nice. Don't make me hurt you. Please.
Baby in here. We can't sleep.
Are you sure you dialed the right number?
Positive. Think I don't know my own number?
Well, a lot of people don't.
Connie's got to be home. We left her only half an hour ago.
Well, maybe she's in the bath.
Susie picks up the phone when she is. I'll try just once more. Fine. Now I got a wrong number.
Hello, who is this?
I was calling the farmer residence.
Oh, yeah, this is the right place. Who am I speaking to, please?
Well, maybe you can answer the same question, since it's my house.
Are you Mr. David Farmer?
Yes, that's right. And who are you?
This is Patrolman Ernest McLeavy, Mr. Farmer.
Did you say patrolman?
What was that?
Listen, is there something wrong out there? Was there a fire or something?
Good Lord, Dave, what's...
No, Mr. Farmer. It's not a fire. Could you please tell me where you're calling from?
I'm in a phone booth on the expressway. For Pete's sake, will you tell me what you're doing in my house? Let me speak to my wife.
I'm sorry, Mr. Farmer. You can't do that. Maybe it would be best if you came back home.
I'm not doing anything until you tell me what happened there.
There was a little trouble. I mean, a lot of trouble.
I want to know what kind.
You'd better just come back here, Mr. Farmer. Your wife and kid were hurt very bad.
Oh, Lord. Connie, Susie. How bad?
What's going on, for Pete's sake?
I want to know what happened. I want to know how they were hurt and how badly.
I hate to tell you, Mr. Farmer. I mean, just like this over the phone.
Damn you, tell me!
They're dead. Both of them are dead, Mr. Farmer.
It's a strange place to find yourself in the middle of a nightmare. A highway crowded with cars and trucks, the bright midwinter sun shining in your eyes, hearing a disembodied voice telling you that everything you cared for in life is gone, vanished in one bloody instant, one terrible moment of madness, one meaningless action. But this nightmare isn't over for Dave Farmer, or for a young man named Vernon White. We'll be back in just a moment with Act Two. The scene changes. We are no longer in the quiet suburb of Park Pleasant. We are in a large, high-ceilinged room, flanked by American flags, solemn with the traditions of American justice. This is a courtroom. Seated in the front row is David Farmer. Beside him sits his friend Stan, his sister-in-law Paula. His face is ashen, haunted. And at the defense table, his hair neatly combed and brushed, his cheeks rosy, wearing his best blue suit, looking very much like the all-American boy, sits Vernon White, killer.
Your Honor.
Yes, Mr. Waterman.
The defense has no objection to these photographs being submitted to the jury, but these proceedings have been delayed long enough.
Very well. Is the prosecution ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
Then please continue your examination of the witness.
Yes, Your Honor. Patrolman McLeavy, you've seen these photographs we've shown the jury?
Yes, sir.
Is it an accurate representation of the scene you discovered that morning at the Farmer house?
Yes, sir. That's what I found.
A young woman, brutally assaulted, strangled to death.
Yes, sir.
Evidence of a struggle.
Yes, sir.
A young wife and mother slain in her own kitchen, and a child 5 years old slain just as horrible.
Your Honor, may I object to the prosecution's use of such emotional terms?
I beg the defense attorney's pardon. You're quite right. One hardly needs words like brutal and horrible to describe this crime. The facts speak for themselves. Now, Patrolman McLeavy, did you also see several boxes of groceries in that kitchen?
Yes, sir. About 4 boxes.
You concluded that a delivery had been made that morning?
Yes, sir. The perishables hadn't been put away.
And that led you to make inquiries in the neighborhood about the arrival of the grocery truck?
Yes, sir. We learned that the truck from the Park Pleasant supermarket had been there and left.
Mm-hmm. And you sought out the delivery boy, or should I say, the delivery man.
Yes, sir. I interrogated Mr. Vernon White.
See? And what did he tell you?
He apologized.
For what?
He apologized for killing Mrs. Farmer and her daughter.
Dave, eat something, will you? Don't just stare at your plate. Now, come on, eat.
No, I can't.
David, this is ridiculous. No breakfast, no lunch. What good is that going to do you?
No good.
Oh, you talk some sense into him, Paula. Look at him. He's lost 10 pounds since the trial started.
David, please. She was my sister. I loved her. I loved Susie. But I know that I have to stay alive. I know that. And so do you.
Come on. Let's get back to court.
Vernon, was Mrs. Farmer alone when you walked into the kitchen?
Yes.
Did you attack her right away?
Attack her?
You heard me. Did you just reach out and grab her?
Well, no, of course not.
Did you try to embrace her, kiss her, anything like that?
Yeah, I guess I did, because...
Because what, Vernon?
Well, because I thought she liked me. Because I thought she wanted me to.
The defendant will rise. Vernon White, you have been tried and convicted for the crime of homicide in the first degree. The laws of this state, as amended on October 5th, 1974, impose a mandatory sentence for this crime. Therefore, it is my duty to instruct the warden of the state prison in Pigstown to take you to a place where you shall be kept until the 31st day of March, 1976, at which time you will be hanged from the neck until dead. May God have mercy on your soul.
Who is it? I said, who is it?
It's Paula. Please let me in, David.
All right.
Well, will the real David Farmer please shave?
How did you find me?
If you must know, Stan told me.
Stan has a big mouth.
You look terrible. You look as run down as this hotel.
What did you want me to do? Stay up there in that house?
Well, you could have found something better than this.
This suits me fine.
If you want to stay in a hotel for a while, fine. But the least you can do is get a decent room.
This isn't a hotel room, Paula. This is a waiting room.
What?
A waiting room. A place for me to wait for the 31st of March.
Oh, Dave. Dave, that's terrible. That's so senseless.
What else have I got to do but count the days?
But to do this to yourself. To hole up in this awful flea bag, staring at the calendar, thinking of nothing but that poor moron's execution.
He's not a moron. He's Jack Armstrong, the all-American boy. Didn't you hear what he said in court? He thought Connie liked him, that she wanted him.
Dave, listen to me. Vernon White killed something very precious to me, too. Dave, I have to tell you something.
Tell me what?
What you want to happen isn't going to happen.
What did you say?
There isn't going to be any 31st.
There's always a 31st. 7 months out of the year.
I mean, there isn't going to be any execution. Stanley called to tell me. I think that's why he gave me your address. So I could break the news to you instead of him.
What are you talking about?
The appeal was accepted. Because of Vernon's substandard intelligence. Oh, something like that.
You're lying to me.
Dave, they've commuted his sentence to life imprisonment.
They can't do that. They can't.
They did, Dave. Vernon White went through tests. He's not an imbecile, and he's not insane. But he's just not, smart enough to know the difference between right and wrong.
They can't do that. He killed Connie. He killed my little girl. Good Lord, Paula.
You've got to accept it, Dave. Don't let it make such a difference to you.
No. Never. I'll never accept it. Do you think I can go on living with him alive and breathing and walking around and smiling and Connie and Susie dead? No. I won't let it be. Admit it. Vernon isn't crazy. They would have pleaded insanity if he was.
It's not a matter of sane or insane, Dave. There is such a thing as clemency.
Yes, clemency for the criminals, not for the victims.
The kid's got an IQ of under 80.
He was smart enough to think Connie liked him. He thought she had a crush on him. He was so used to having girls ogle him in the supermarket, juggling those crates with his big muscles.
Dave, this is useless. The court has accepted the appeal. You just don't have any recourse.
You're wrong. I do.
Like what?
I'm going to kill him, Stan.
Huh?
That's all I can do right now. I have to kill that animal, or I have to stop living myself. One or the other. That's how it has to be, Stan.
You're crazy, Dave. I don't believe you mean that.
I mean every word. I'm going to kill him. And you're going to help me.
But the man's in prison.
People get killed in prison. There's a way to do everything if you have the desire and the money. I have both.
You haven't got that kind of experience.
But you have, Stan. You were in criminal law once. You must know people.
I'm sorry, Dave.
You're supposed to be my best friend. If that's what you are, prove it. Help me wipe this germ off the face of the earth.
It wouldn't prove anything.
It will to me. I want his life for Connie's, for Susie's, and mine. Whose life do you want to save, Stan? Vernon White's or mine?
Oh, no. I hope you're not talking about...
Sure, that's what I'm talking about. You heard what I said. I can't live if he does. I'd just as soon stick my head into an oven.
You are putting me in one hell of a spot.
Find out what I have to do, Stan.
Mr. Ross, this is Dave Farmer.
Hello, Mr. Farmer. Nice meeting you.
Yes, hello.
Mr. Ross is in the transportation business. He was a client of mine a few years back.
Yeah, long-distance hauling, you know.
Yeah, can we get to the point?
Well, this is the point. Mr. Ross has a brother named Joey.
Yeah, Joey, right.
Yes, well, unfortunately, a few years ago, the Rosses got into a jam.
We was a moving company, me and my brother.
Yes, I got Mr. Ross off, but his brother wasn't that lucky. He's serving a 10-year sentence right now in Peakstown.
Peakstown, right.
Yes, well, Joe's a friendly guy. You know, he's made a lot of friends in prison.
Yeah, Joey's okay.
The point, Stan.
Proposition is this. Now, Joey is a trustee at Peakstown, and even though he's made some, errors in his life, he doesn't like child killers any more than we do. Now, he might want to do something about Vernon White.
We ain't talking about favors, though.
No, not favors. What we're talking about entails a certain amount of risk. So it's only fair that we arrange some compensation.
I'll pay anything. Name your price.
We've already agreed on a price. It's $3,000.
I'll make it $5,000.
Wait a minute, Dave.
I'll make it $5,000 if you kill him before the 31st.
Let's see. When did you pay this plumbing bill?
I don't know, Paula.
It's marked paid, but I don't see the canceled check.
What does it matter?
It does matter, Dave. You can't let everything slide this way. Half a dozen people are threatening to sue you for this or that. And I suppose you know that you let your insurance policy lapse. You went right past the 30-day grace period.
What's the difference? You know why I had that policy.
But it's ridiculous to let it lapse. One of these days you might
Don't say that, Paula.
Anyway, I called your broker and arranged to have it paid. I'm surprised Stan didn't do that for you when he had the power of attorney.
Stan isn't a bookkeeper. He's a lawyer.
Still, he could have been more helpful. He knew how spaced out you were. He could have hired a girl or somebody to pay your bills, keep your accounts in order.
Paula, will you stop taking off on Stan? What have you got against the guy?
What have you got in his favor?
He's my best friend. He proved that.
Maybe. I wonder how friendly he'd be if you were broke.
Oh, cut it out, Paula.
Oh, look at this checkbook. None of the stubs filled in. And you must have spent $1 zillion.
There were expenses.
I know that. But Stan sold those securities for you back in March. That meant a deposit of almost $100,000.
Paula, I can't think now.
Okay. But I just want you to know that there are expenditures I can't explain.
Hello?
Dave, it's Stan.
Yeah? What's happening?
Dave, don't get upset about this. But something went wrong up in Peakstown.
What do you mean, wrong?
I don't have all the details yet. Our friend Joey up there tried to fulfill his mission this morning, but he botched it.
How?
Vernon isn't dead. He's hurt. He's got a knife wound, but he's alive.
We had a deal, Stan.
I know. We won't pay until we get what we paid.
I don't care about the money.
It's just a delay, that's all.
Well, for how long?
We can't be sure. Vernon's in the prison hospital. It's a hard place to reach, Dave. But don't worry. Mr. Ross says he'll get the job done.
He's got to. He's got to.
And so the executioner has failed to perform his allotted task. Vernon White is alive, and not so well, in the prison hospital. But the physicians who will treat his wounds don't know that he's suffering from what might well be a terminal illness, the disease called revenge. We'll see if Dave Farmer gets that revenge in a few moments when I return with Act 3. Vernon White, killer of Constance and Susan Farmer, is still alive. David Farmer is alive, too. If walking, talking, and breathing are signs of life, as his sister-in-law Paula sits in a restaurant table and looks at his pale features, her eyes are clouded with pity.
Dave, when I first met you, when Connie introduced us, I remember thinking you were sweet and kind, maybe a little vulnerable.
Vulnerable?
Seeing what you wanted to see in people, giving them nice, clean images, even if they were more complicated than you wanted them to be.
I suppose you're talking about Stan.
No. I'm talking about Connie.
Connie?
You see, I had my sister for a sister much longer than you had her for a wife.
I never saw anything complicated about Connie.
It was hard to see. She had such a bright, glowing surface.
Paula, we were married 6 years. Do you think I didn't know Connie?
She always wanted so much, Dave. That's what worried me when she told me she was getting married. She was used to 100 phone calls, 7 dates a week, 50 men in her life at all times.
She was beautiful, Paula.
I know. She was dazzling. Maybe that's what happened to that poor delivery boy. He was dazzled out of his senses.
Is that why you wanted to have dinner with me? To defend that moron?
No, Dave. I had another reason.
Well, what is it?
I finished all the books last night.
So?
I did everything I could, Dave. I got everything to balance, practically to the penny.
I knew you were a great bookkeeper.
The only trouble is, I still can't explain some of the cash withdrawals that were made by Stan.
Forget them.
Forget?
You heard me.
Forget $25,000?
25,000?
That's right. Well, now even you seem surprised.
Well, it can't be that much, Paula. It just can't be.
It is. And I think you must know what that means.
25,000?
All taken out in cash.
Well, but there were expenses, Dave. You know that. I mean, I'm sorry if they weren't all itemized.
That's not like you, though. You were always a stickler about money. You always said you were raised poor, so you had respect for the buck.
Look, Dave, I wasn't at my best at the time either. Now, Connie meant a lot to me, too. You know.
Stan, what happened to that money?
Hey, come on. What kind of a tone of voice is that?
I want an answer.
Oh, wait, are you accusing me or something? Oh, wait a minute. I just got it. Paula put you up to this. Paula never liked me much. She's found the perfect way to get back at me.
The money's gone. It went into somebody's pocket. And I want to know whose. I want to know if there's something you're hiding.
Maybe there are some things that gotta be hid.
Nothing like this.
You were willing to spend $5,000.
That was different. That money had a special purpose. Now, what's the special purpose for that 25 grand?
I wanted to spare you the truth, Dave.
What truth?
Well, even now, I don't want to tell you. I'd rather you thought that I was a thief and a swindler, that I robbed you.
Is that what you did?
No. What I did for you and for Connie.
Connie?
I swore to myself that you'd never learn about it.
Learn about what? The money?
About what the money bought.
Well, go on.
It went into somebody's pocket, all right. George Waterman's.
Vernon's defense attorney? Are you kidding me?
I had to do it, Dave. I had to make things easier.
Well, how could they be easier? Vernon confessed. His prints were on everything. There wasn't any doubt of his guilt.
Dave, the money bought a note.
What note?
I should have burned it the minute it was in my hand, but I didn't. Lord knows why. Who knows? Maybe I was afraid that this would happen, that I'd have to account to you for what I did.
What note? Who wrote it? What did it say?
I have it here. It's in this drawer. Oh, I would give my right arm if you never had to see it.
It's Connie's stationery.
Yes.
Her handwriting.
Yes.
I have to see you. Dave leaves for the city at 8:30. I'll try to send Susie out to day school. I'll be waiting for you, darling. Please don't disappoint me.
I am sorry, Dave.
It's her handwriting.
Yes, I know.
I have to see you. Dave leaves for the city. Good Lord, Stan. What does this mean?
The note was sent to Vernon White.
No, that just can't be.
He turned it over to his attorney after the arrest. Waterman didn't want to submit it into evidence before he talked to me. He knew it wouldn't make any difference as far as the verdict was concerned. It might even have made his client a little less pathetic, but he knew it would make a difference to us.
I'm not going to believe it. I'm not.
Oh, heaven help me. I didn't want to either. But it's the truth. $25,000 worth of ugly truth.
Who is it?
Paula, please open the door, Dave. Don't worry. I didn't bring you chicken soup, just a couple of containers of coffee.
Did you think I'd need sobering up?
You do, Dave.
I haven't been drinking.
I thought you might be upset tonight.
Why?
Because of what happened.
Have you been talking to Stan?
No, of course not. I have nothing to say to Stan, and he vice versa. I meant about Vernon White. Do you still take your coffee black?
What about Vernon?
He was released from the prison hospital, but the authorities thought it would be too risky just to put him back among the same prisoners, so they transferred him.
Where?
Well, I guess they thought he couldn't be very dangerous after the knife wound and all that, but he must be a strong young man.
Get to the point.
He got away, Dave. Vernon's loose.
It wasn't easy, Mr. Farmer, let me tell you.
But you really know something?
I know everything. This kid, Vernon, is a dope. He ain't playing with a full deck, you know what I mean?
I know.
Well, a pal of mine, he lives on East Avenue. He gives me the tip. Some kids in the neighborhood, like a gang, they do a lot of prowling around the section where they're knocking down buildings for some kind of housing project. Well, they spotted this blonde guy sleeping in one of the condemned buildings. I think maybe they rolled him, only he didn't have no money.
What happened to him? Where is he now?
Well, my pal, he goes to have a look at the guy and sees the kind of clothes he's wearing. He figures he busted out of the joint.
Where is he? Where's Vernon White?
My friend's got him, like in custody. You know what I mean. Sometimes there's a reward for turning in escaped cons.
He wouldn't call the police?
No. My friend is not exactly friendly with the cops. But bread is bread, Mr. Farmer.
I'll pay your friend. How much does he want? 1,000?
More like 2. And then there's me. I put in a lot of time.
All right. 1,000 for you, 2 for your friend. Only, I want one other thing. I want a gun. Hello, Vernon.
Hello.
Do you remember me, Vernon?
No, I guess I don't. No, wait, you look kind of familiar.
Look hard, Vernon.
Nope, I just don't remember. Hey, you bring me something to eat?
My name is Farmer.
Yeah, the man that was here before, he said he was going to bring me sandwiches or something. I sure am hungry.
Vernon, doesn't the name mean anything to you?
Well, what was it again?
Farmer. David Farmer. My wife's name was Connie. My daughter was named Susan. Do you remember now?
Yeah, I remember. I saw you up at Park Pleasant and in the court.
I'm her husband, Vernon. The husband of the woman you murdered. The father of the child.
Mr. Farmer, I'm really sorry about what happened. I really am.
Yes, Vernon. Everyone told me you were sorry.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't mean to hurt your wife. I really didn't.
And the little girl?
Yeah, I didn't mean to hurt either one.
You liked them, didn't you? You liked my wife, and she liked you.
Well, I thought she did, Mr. Farmer. She told me she did. Only when I came to see her, like she asked me to, she put up this big fight, and I got all upset about it. I didn't know what I was doing anymore.
A lot of the girls like you, don't they, Vernon?
Yeah. A lot of girls at the store. Hey, is that a real gun?
Yes.
Oh. Yeah. Well, anyway, she sent me that note, and I thought she was like the girls in the store. Well, she said it was good looking. That's what he told me.
He? Who told you?
Well, he did. He did. Yeah, the man I used to see there.
What man?
I forget his name. The lawyer.
What?
Yeah, he told me that she liked me. And I'd be loading up stuff at the supermarket, and he'd drive up and say, "Hey, Vernon, Mrs. Farmer thinks you're a real good-looking kid. She'd really like to get you all."
You're crazy. Nobody told you any such thing.
Yeah, he did. And then he gave me this note that she wrote to me.
He gave you the note? This lawyer?
Yeah. I swear, he gave me this note, and it said, "I want to see you. My husband's going to the city, and I want you to come around."
You're a liar. You're a liar.
No, look, I swear it's true. He was that friend of yours, the one that you drove around with a lot. And he gave me the note, and I went there, and she didn't like me. She didn't like me at all. And that's when everything went wrong. Everything.
Come on in, Stan.
Oh, thanks. Did you hear the good news?
About Vernon White? Yes, I heard.
Yep. Well, they'll be holding him in maximum security for a while. You can scratch any idea of getting at him, at least for the time being.
It's okay, Stan. I've dropped the idea. Vernon's death doesn't mean anything to me now.
Well, I'm relieved to hear that.
In fact, I was the one who turned him in. That anonymous tip to the police was mine.
But how did you know where...
I didn't see any reason for Vernon's death. Not after he told me about the note. Yes, I talked to him, Stan. Mr. Ross helped me find him. And we had a good, long talk.
I hope you didn't take him too seriously, Dave. You know the kid's a moron.
He's dim-witted, not a moron. Dim enough to think that Connie liked him just because you said so. Dim enough to believe that note was meant for him when it was really sent to you.
No, wait a minute, Dave.
I couldn't understand it at first. Then I remembered how it was between you and Connie before I came along. I had a little more to offer, so she picked me. But she didn't want to give you up either.
Dave, now I don't know what you heard.
Something happened, Stan. Connie threw you over for some reason. I remember when you stopped coming around to the house.
Dave, I swear to you that
she must have hurt you pretty bad. So bad that you wanted to hurt her back. So you picked Vernon.
Please, let me say something.
He told me all about it. What you used to say to him, to goad him on, get him all excited. And then you gave him that note. The note Connie once sent you.
I didn't mean it to work out the way it did. So help me, I didn't. I didn't know what he'd do. I just wanted to teach her a lesson.
That's why you were willing to help me. Willing to let me kill that boy. So he'd never give you away.
Dave, I didn't mean it. I didn't want it to happen, Dave.
But it happened. He killed them. Connie and Susie. You killed them.
No, it's not me. I swear it wasn't.
Will you swear, Stan?
Yes.
On your knees?
On my knees, Dave, on my knees. I swear it wasn't me.
All right, Stan.
Dave, that gun,
It's the 31st, Stan.
An execution has taken place on the 31st of the month. In the mind of David Farmer, justice has been done. But now, the executioner himself must face the bar of justice for usurping the privilege only the law can have. Only the law must have. I'll be back shortly. We hope you didn't find our little domestic tale too grim. When violence strikes close to home, it's always more upsetting. If you are disturbed, why not sit back now, have a nice warm drink, go to bed early, and take tomorrow off. Then you'll be all ready for a little more terror and suspense when we return with another episode of Radio Mystery Theater. Our cast included Gordon Gould, Earl Hammond, Russell Horton, Hetty Galen, Leslie Woods, and Roy LeMay. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. I'm E.G. Marshall. William James, renowned and honored psychologist and philosopher, called it wonder sickness. Man's restless, unceasing research into the arcane mysteries of psychic experience. He thought it soft-headed and idiotically credulous. Well, he may have been right, but the world has never wholly submitted to his judgment, and the search goes on. Our mystery drama, The Ruby Lamp, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Elspeth Eric and stars Mandel Kramer. Mr. William James may have pooh-poohed psychical research, as indeed he did, but in his famous book, The Varieties of Religious Experience, he wrote this: "The whole drift of my education persuades me that the world of our present consciousness is only one out of many worlds of consciousness that exist." Listen now to the story called The Ruby Lamp.
Good dinner, Edith. Glad you liked it.
Anything for dessert?
Apple pie, if you want it.
Did I ever pass up your apple pie?
I didn't make it, Paul. I bought it.
Oh. Well, in that case...
I just wasn't up to any baking.
Are you depressed again?
I guess you could call it that.
Well, what would you call it?
I don't know. Let's not talk about it, okay, Paul?
No. No, it's not okay.
Well, so it's not okay. I'm going to clear the table. If that's all right with you?
It is not all right with me.
Oh, well, pardon me.
I want to know why you're depressed. I'm your husband. We live together in the same house. You think it's any fun for me to watch you dragging around like this?
No, I don't suppose it is much fun. It's not much fun for me either.
Then tell me about it. I have a right to know.
You already know.
I don't.
You do.
Edith, I swear to you...
We did all our talking a long time ago. There's nothing more to be said. It's all been said. It's finished, over, done with.
I give you my word, I don't know what you're talking about.
Then I will tell you once more and for the very last time. Where are they?
Oh.
Where did you put them? What have you done with them? Where are they?
Edith, I have told you...
I know what you've told me. I heard it all. And I still want to know. Where are they? Show me where they are. Show me the spot. What have you done with them?
Edith, please.
I have a right to know, and you've got to tell me.
This is getting to be absurd.
Where are you going? Are you walking out again?
I'm going to make a phone call.
To whom? Who are you calling?
Nat Horner. If he's in, I'm going to stop over there.
I thought you wanted to talk to me.
Not about that.
Oh, I see. You'll talk to me about anything in the world except the one thing I want to know. The one thing I can't stop thinking about. The one thing I've got on my mind all day, all night. That you won't talk about. Is that it?
Keep quiet.
Is that it? Tell me.
I said keep quiet.
Hello?
Hello, Professor. Paul Morrison.
Oh, yes, Paul.
You going to be home this evening?
I'm always home.
Is it okay if I come over?
Well, certainly.
Play a little backgammon, maybe?
Delighted.
Be there in a few minutes.
Right.
Edith? Edith?
I'm in the kitchen.
Listen, I'm going over to Matt Horner's house.
Wait a minute. Just 1 minute.
We're going to play a little backgammon.
Before you go out that door, answer me one thing.
Edith.
Tell me where they are.
Edith, please.
Tell me.
I'll be home early.
Tell me where they are, what you did with them.
What difference does it make? They're dead. Both of them dead.
Aha, double six.
I think you're going to gammon me.
I think I'm going to backgammon you, my friend. You haven't borne off one man. You still have one on the bar.
I know. Well, here goes. 3 and 2. Well, that's not much help. Okay, your throw.
Double 4.
All right, I give up.
You don't want to play it out?
I can't concentrate.
Something got you down?
Edith's been at me again to tell her about the children.
Oh.
What I did with their bodies.
Why don't you tell her?
Matt, they were born dead. Never even had a chance to breathe or to cry. Never lived at all. Wasn't anybody's fault. Just one of those accidents that happen. Uncommon, but it does happen. I mean, there's no way of foretelling it, no way to prevent it. It just happens.
Well, still, they were her children. Doesn't she have the right to know where they are? Where their bodies are?
Oh, Matt, you know Edith.
Well, not as well as you do.
Well, I know her very well. Been married 10 years.
You can be married for 50 years and still not know the woman you're married to?
Yeah. Well, if I told Edith what I did with those little bodies... They were both boys, by the way.
You told her that, I hope.
Yeah, she dragged that out of me.
Why not tell her, then, where they're buried?
Man, I had the bodies cremated.
Oh, I see.
I mean, I thought... I just had to put it out of our minds. Dismiss it, forget it.
Forget 2 children?
2 children who never lived, Matt. 2 children we never knew.
Edith knew them. Both times. You never did, but she did.
Yeah, well... Maybe.
No, maybe. She did.
Look, let's talk about something else. You mind?
No, I don't mind. You want to play another game?
No, I can't concentrate, man. Tell me, what have you been doing with yourself lately?
Oh, not much. The old arthritis keeps me from doing much.
It's still bad, huh?
Well, I'm afraid I've got it for life. What's left of it. Still, I manage a little work in my rose garden.
Edith has a rose garden. She loves it. Sometimes I get jealous of it.
Uh-huh. And then, of course, there's my photography. That takes up most of my time.
How's it coming along?
Well, lately I've been doing some experimenting.
Oh? New techniques?
Oh, very new. Well, not completely original with me, but a largely untried field, and lately much neglected.
Well, you're going to tell me what it is, or are you just going to hint around indefinitely?
I'm not sure you'll be sympathetic.
Well, tell me, for Pete's sake. I'll listen to anything. I don't much feel like going home right now.
Well, in 1932, they performed the first experiment in Los Angeles.
What experiment? Experiment in what?
Thought photography.
What? You said...
I said thought photography. Photographing thoughts.
You're kidding me, aren't you, man?
I told you might not be sympathetic.
I told you I'd listen to anything, so tell me. About photographing thoughts. You mean you have a special thought camera? Thought film? What?
No camera at all. Only a package of sensitized photographic paper. And a ruby lamp.
Ruby lamp?
In the darkroom. A ruby lamp doesn't affect this particular sort of sensitized paper.
Well, what do you do with this particular paper if you don't have a camera?
You open a fresh package of the paper in the darkroom under a ruby lamp. Then you cut it into strips.
Sounds crazy.
Then each person in the room, the original experiment, there were 4 of them, distinguished scientific gentlemen, each person holds a strip of the sensitized paper close to his forehead. Not touching it, just close to it. Holds it by the edges and thinks of some particular thing. Holds it there for precisely 3 minutes. At the end of the 3 minutes, the strips are developed in fresh fixing baths and then processed.
And then what? What's the point?
In this particular experiment, photographic images appeared on the paper, identical to, or very similar, to the objects the men were thinking of. Their thoughts had been photographed.
That's crazy.
There were 2 more experiments within weeks. Same results. The Los Angeles papers carried an account of them, with pictures.
I still say it sounds crazy.
And the same experiments were conducted later in Japan and in France.
Same results?
The same.
It's crazy.
Care to try it?
Here?
In my darkroom.
Now?
If you have the time.
I have the time, all right. Why not?
Why not, indeed? Follow me. 3 seconds to go.
I still think this is crazy.
2 seconds.
I feel like a fool doing this. I mean, standing here with this...
All right. The bath is ready. Let's have the strip.
Take it. Glad to be rid of it. The whole thing is so absurd.
We'll soon see how absurd it is.
You want to know what I was thinking about? I was thinking about Edith. Of course, that's perfectly logical. I just had a row with her, so naturally she'd be on my mind.
Mm-hmm.
I was dreading going back home and seeing her. But that didn't keep me from thinking about her.
Of course not. We're getting something. Yes. There's an image here, all right? Yes, look here. It's a woman. Look for yourself, Paul.
I can't believe it. It is a woman. You're right. The image of a woman.
Now do you believe that thoughts can be photographed?
But, Matt, this isn't an image of Edith. This is a very young girl. Young girl with long blonde hair hanging down to her waist. And she's wearing a cape, a long plaid cape. It isn't Edith at all. It's nobody I've ever seen before. This girl's a stranger.
Orthodox scientists may shake their heads in disbelief at experiments like the one you've just listened to. But the mysteries of this world are still so obscure that the sternest, most rigid academician must succumb occasionally to wonder sickness.
We'll return shortly for Act 2. Are we not all of us afflicted in some way with wonder sickness? A blind belief in our own immortality, a secret conviction that we can influence our fortunes, an inner faith that in some as yet undiscovered way, all things will work for the best. All illusion, perhaps, but without such wonder sickness, how could we go on living?
Professor, you home? It's Paul. Matt, it's Paul. I need to see you.
Coming.
It's urgent, Matt. I have something to tell you.
Oh, heavens, what a racket.
I'm sorry.
Come on in. Sorry it took me so long to answer the door, but my arthritis...
I didn't stop to think. I'm very sorry.
It's all right. Why, are you wrought up?
Yeah, I am.
Well, come on, sit down. I take it you're not here to play backgammon.
Hardly, Professor.
Well, sit down. Catch your breath.
Matt, I saw the girl.
You did?
Yes, the young girl in the photograph, or whatever you call it.
The image on the sensitized paper?
Yes, that one. I saw the girl. And she was wearing the plaid cape. She had long blonde hair parted in the middle. It was the same girl. I recognized her right away from that image. It's incredible.
Who is she?
I don't know who she is. I never saw her before.
Well, didn't you try to find out?
Of course I did. I followed her all the way to the bus stop. And I waited with her. When she got on the bus, I got on. I rode with her all the way to where she got off, Elmwood Avenue, and I got off when she did, and I followed her all the way to her house, and I watched her go inside. Look, here, look. Wait, here. I wrote down the address, you see? Here, 210 Elmwood.
Wait a minute. Didn't you speak to her?
Speak to her?
You mean you followed her down the street, got on the bus with her, got off the bus with her, trailed her to her house, and waited while she went in, and you did all that and never spoke to her?
Well, should I have?
Well, mere curiosity, one would think.
Well, what would I have said to her? I mean, that I held a piece of sensitized photographic paper close to my forehead for 3 minutes, and when it was put in a fixing bath, there was her image? I mean, do you think I could say that to a complete stranger? She should have called a cop. It'd have put me away.
You're absolutely sure that you've never seen this girl before?
Absolutely.
Well, you may have passed her on the street.
Well, I never paid any attention if I did.
Oh, there's such a thing as deja vu, you know. Meaning already seen.
Yes, I know. Something in the past. Something seen in the past that suddenly recurs.
Or some detail recurs and makes it seem as though the whole experience were happening again.
Matt, I swear to you, I never saw this girl before. Now, on the bus, I had a good look at her face. I never saw her before in my life. Never spoke to her. Never had anything to do with her. Why did she turn up on that strip of paper?
I have to tell you, Paul, I don't know.
It was Edith I was thinking of. I was thinking about my wife. Not some strange young girl that I had no interest in.
Fascinating.
Well, to you, maybe. Not to me. I've had enough of your experiments.
Oh? I wonder if you have.
I have, believe me. Now I better get home. Edith will be expecting me. I'm already late, but I just had to stop off and tell you.
Are you going to tell Edith?
About what?
About the young girl.
Good Lord, no. I haven't even told her about the experiment.
Why not?
How could I? How can I? She'd want me to explain it. And I can't explain what I don't even understand myself. Edith, I'm home. Sorry I'm late. Edith? Where are you?
In here.
Oh. I stopped off to see Matt Horner.
Oh. Well, how is the professor?
He's fine.
Oh, that's good.
Edith, you all right?
I'm fine.
Are you sure?
Well, isn't that what everybody says when you ask them, how are you? They say, I'm fine. How are you? And you say, I'm fine. And that's that. Oh, I forgot to ask you. How are you?
I'm all right.
Well, at least you didn't say fine.
Edith, it's you I'm worried about.
But I'm fine. Fine. Perfectly fine.
Honey, have you been drinking?
Not much.
Because you hardly ever drink at all.
It doesn't seem to do much for me. I don't know what it does for people who do drink, but whatever it does, it doesn't do it for me.
Edith, Is it still the same thing?
What thing?
About the babies?
Oh, that.
I mean, you know I haven't told you because I think it's better if you don't know.
You're probably right.
Glad you understand that, honey.
I didn't say I understood it.
Well, you have to trust me.
Yes, I have to trust you. I can see that.
Where are you going?
I'm going to go for a walk, clear my head.
Well, honey, if I thought it would make you feel better, I would tell you. But I don't think so. I think it would just make you feel worse. Honey, believe me, I have given this a lot of thought.
I won't be gone long. You can get your own dinner, can't you? Or you want to wait?
What's that thing you've got on?
What thing?
That cape.
Oh, this old thing. I've had it for years and years. You know how I am. I never throw anything out.
It's plaid, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. I got it out of the closet in the attic. Thought I'd wear it for change. Heavens. I bought this when I was in college. Now, about dinner.
Edith, when you were in college, did you have long hair?
What? Did I have long hair?
And was it blonde?
What's the matter with you?
Please tell me, when you were in college, did you have long hair and was it blonde? And did you part it in the middle?
How could you know that?
Edith, tell me, please, tell me.
I didn't even know you in college. You were 3 years ahead of me.
Tell me, it's important to me. Tell me.
Are you sure you haven't been drinking, tossed off a few with Matt Horner?
Edith, tell me.
Well, okay. Yes, in college I had long blonde hair, and I parted it in the middle. Satisfied? Now, I'm going for a walk.
Matt, open the door. It's Paul Morrison.
Yes, Paul, yes.
I need to talk to you, Matt. Right now. You hear me?
I'm here.
Oh, come in, Paul. Come in. Oh, what's the trouble?
I'm not keeping you from anything, am I?
Nothing that won't wait. Sit down. Want a drink?
Oh, good Lord, no.
Coffee? Tea?
No, nothing. Matt, when I left you, I went home, and Edith was there. She was sitting in the living room. She was not doing anything. She was just sitting there with a bottle of wine on the table beside her. Matt, I don't think Edith takes 6 drinks a year.
Was she drunk?
No, she wasn't drunk. I'm positive she wasn't drunk or anywhere near it. At first, I thought maybe she was because she just seemed so strange.
Strange? In what way?
Well, she was very calm. Very, very calm.
Well, that doesn't sound alarming.
I know, but it was a weird kind of calm. It was just not natural, you know? Not natural for her, anyway. Now, I asked her, was she drinking because of the babies, me not telling her what I'd done with their bodies. Matt, she was even calm about that. The one thing she has never been calm about. And just about the only thing that we've had fights about. But this time, she said, in that deadly calm way, she could see that my way was the best way, that she trusted me, and so on and so forth. And then she said that she was going for a walk.
I don't quite see what you're so alarmed about, Paul.
Just wait. She went out in the hall, where the coat closet is.
Yeah.
And when she came back into the living room to ask me, could I get my own dinner, Matt, she was wearing a cape.
Oh?
A plaid cape, Matt. Like the one in the thought photograph. A plaid cape like the girl I saw on the street was wearing.
Well, lots of women wear capes.
She said she hadn't worn it for years. That she bought it when she was in college and she'd stored it up in the attic. She just brought it down from the attic and decided to wear it for a change.
Well, some women do save things. Pack rats, I think they call themselves.
Matt, I had never seen that cape before in my life.
Not when you were both in college?
I never knew Edith when I was in college. I was a senior. She was a freshman. Look, I know what you're going to say, that I could have seen her around the campus, though I swear to you we never met or spoke to each other or knew each other's names or anything. Still, I may have seen her on campus, and maybe it registered somewhere in the back of my mind, though where, I couldn't tell you. The same as the young girl on the street. I mean, I may have passed her and the cape registered somehow, and that's what made it come out in the thought photograph.
Because it reminded you of Edith. Edith in college.
A second cape I didn't remember? Reminding me of a first cape I didn't remember? Are such things possible?
Yes, they are. Now, if I were you...
Oh, wait, there's more. I asked Edith if she'd ever had long blonde hair parted in the middle. Her hair's brown, she keeps it short. And she said yes. That in college it was long and blonde and parted in the middle. But, Matt, I never saw her like that, never. Unless what you just said. I did see her, even if I didn't pay any attention, and the thought photograph was... Would you call it, already seen?
Deja vu.
Yeah, deja, whatever. Already seen. Well, you can imagine how I felt. The thought photograph, the girl on the street that I followed, and then seeing Edith in the same plaid cape, and having her tell me that she used to have long blonde hair parted in the middle when she was in college.
About the age of the girl on the street, huh?
That, it can't all be coincidence.
No, I don't think it can.
I had to drag it out of her. The cape and the hair and all that. I mean, she started to think that I'd been drinking. And you know that I hadn't been. I mean, I was here with you. Not that I think she cared very much whether I had or hadn't. She just pulled her cape around her and went out. And I came running over here praying that you'd be home. Like the good Lord, here you are.
Paul, when Edith comes back, may I make a suggestion? You don't have to follow it, of course.
What is it?
Well, ask her if she'll come over here and make the same experiment you did in the dark room. The ruby lamp, the sensitized paper, everything just as before.
Oh, I don't know, Matt. I don't know that Edith would want to lend herself to a thing like that.
It didn't hurt you, did it? Quite the contrary. And if Edith hesitates about it, tell her I'll make the same experiment myself, with her, at the same time.
Edith? Edith? You back home? I just went over to see Matt Horner for a few minutes. Edith? Edith, are you upstairs? Edith, where are you? Hey, now, better simmer down. She's just not back yet, that's all. She went for a walk. Told you she was going for a walk, so it's not so surprising that she isn't back yet. Just calm down. Go make yourself some dinner. That's what she said to do anyway. Just wish I was hungry, that's all. Well, maybe there's some ham in the refrigerator. Edith. Edith, what is it, honey? Wake up. Wake up, honey. It's Paul. Come on, baby. Good Lord. It's all right, sweetheart. It's going to be all right. You're just exhausted or something, but it'll be all right. Believe me.
Hello.
Hello, Matt. It's Paul. Listen, I just got home, and Edith is sort of slumped in a chair here in the kitchen. She isn't moving, and I can't wake her up.
She been drinking anything?
Oh, I never thought of... Yes, there's an empty sherry bottle on the table and a glass.
Well, it seems to me she's simply passed out. If you want to, you can call the doctor, but I don't think you need to.
No, you're right. You're probably right. Matt, could you come over here? Not so much because of Edith, but because of me. So much has happened. So much I don't understand.
So much has happened. A strip of sensitized paper held close to a man's forehead. An image of a girl with long blonde hair wearing a plaid cape appears on it. The man's wife resurrects a plaid cape from the attic and reveals that she once had long blonde hair. Now she has been discovered slumped over in a kitchen chair unconscious. Yes, so much has happened, and much more will happen when we return with the concluding act of The Ruby Lamp. a very young child exploring the mysteries of the world around him, into which he has so precipitously been flung, is one of the great joys in life. The curiosity, the concentration, the thrill of discovery, and over it all, the sheer wonder that there is so much to see, hear, smell, touch, and taste. Perhaps this is the beginning of the wonder sickness that clings to us throughout life. And who would want to live without the capacity to experience wonder?
Edith? Darling? Honey, open your eyes. Can you do that? It's me. It's Paul.
Paul?
Yes, darling. It's Paul. Are you all right?
Yes, I'm all right. I came home. You weren't here.
I know. I went over to see Matt Horner for a minute.
I started to get dinner, and then I thought... I don't know what I thought. I was going to make chicken livers, I think, so I got out the cooking sherry
and you drank it.
I guess I did. Well, look at that. The bottle's empty.
You never could drink very much. You passed out.
I guess I did. Oh, imagine that.
That's what Matt said had happened.
Matt Horner?
Mm-hmm.
Was he here? Did he see me like this?
No. Darling, I phoned him. I was just so scared, I didn't know what... And so many strange things have been happening.
Nothing strange has been happening, unless you mean me getting drunk.
Oh, I didn't mean that.
Oh, somebody's at the door.
That's just Matt. Matt, come in. The door's open. We're in the kitchen.
Why is he here? He hardly ever goes anywhere.
I asked him to come over. I was so worried, with everything that's been going on.
I really don't understand what you mean.
Well.
She's okay, Matt.
Hello, Professor Horner.
Hello, Edith. Glad to see you're all right.
Well, it seems I passed out.
Cooking sherry.
Oh, you got a headache?
Yes. Well, I guess I earned it.
Matt, I'm sorry I dragged you over here, but it's just that I was in such a state.
Why don't you make Edith a cup of tea, Paul? Would you like that, you think?
I think so.
And maybe a slice of dry toast.
All right. It won't take me but a minute or two.
I really feel ashamed of myself, Professor Horner.
No need for that. How's your rose garden?
Oh, I haven't been paying too much attention to it lately. I haven't felt much like it. How's yours?
Well, my Zephyrine Drua are coming along.
Oh, that's wonderful.
He'll be ready in a minute.
No hurry. We're talking about a rose garden. I don't know, Paul's been so jumpy the last day or so. He's been talking about the things that have been happening. Do you know what he means?
Yes, I do.
Things that have been happening that I don't know about?
Well, things I think you should know about.
Well, for goodness sake, tell me.
Edith, I've been making some photographic experiments. Photography is my hobby, you know.
Well, I thought your hobby was raising roses.
Well, that too. But my indoor hobby is photography. And recently I read about an experiment conducted a long time ago by some doctors in Los Angeles under test conditions. In a dark room, by the light of a ruby lamp, they held strips of fresh sensitized paper close to their foreheads for 3 minutes, simultaneously thinking of some specific thing. At the end of the 3 minutes, each of them announced what he had been concentrating on.
All right, I finally got it. Here you are, honey. Here's your tea. There's milk if you want it. I don't think we have any lemon.
Just put it down, Paul.
Okay.
Professor Horner was in the middle of telling me something interesting.
The experiment, Paul.
Oh. Gee, I don't know if you should, Matt.
Please. I want to hear it.
Well, when the strips of paper were developed and processed, they showed an image, or one very like, of the object each man had been thinking of.
Why don't you drink your tea, honey?
I will. Professor, go on. All this with no camera?
No camera at all. I must tell you that no one has ever found an adequate explanation for the phenomenon, though it's been successfully repeated elsewhere by other scientists, so I thought I'd try it.
And did you?
Yes, I did. A few nights ago, with Paul.
Matt, do we have to go into all this?
Paul, please. Let him.
Paul came to my house for some backgammon.
I remember when he did that.
I talked him into undergoing the experiment in the darkroom. And what appeared on the strip of paper was the image of a young girl with long blonde hair parted in the middle, wearing a plaid cape.
My cape. Is that why you were asking about them?
That's why.
But you never saw me with long blonde hair wearing my plaid cape.
Well, he did see a young girl on the street. The same hair, same cape. And he took no more notice of her than he did of you in college. But both of you registered an image somewhere in the back of his mind. And the sensitized paper under the ruby lamp brought it out.
That's amazing.
So now you know. Now go ahead, drink your tea.
Edith, I want to ask you to do something.
Matt, leave her alone.
I want you to make the same experiment.
Matt, no, I won't hear of it.
Why not? Can't possibly do her any harm.
Not now, Matt. She's in no fit condition.
I think she is.
Well, I say she's not.
Well, let her decide, all right? Edith?
You say it can't hurt me?
Not possibly.
Then I'll do it.
Feeling all right, Edith?
I think so.
You ready to go into the dark room?
In a minute. Do you mind? I'm not used to all that sherry. My mind isn't too clear, and my head aches.
Take all the time you want.
Or you can call the whole thing off.
No, I don't want to do that. I'll just walk around the living room, if you don't mind, and get my nerves settled.
Whatever you like.
Oh... Is that your Zephyrin Drouin rose you were telling me about?
Yes, that's one of them. I have two more further back.
Lovely.
I'll take you outside and show them all to you later, after the experiment.
You don't have to go through with the experiment, Edith.
But I want to. I'm breeding a new rose. You know, Professor, I've been at it for several years now.
Oh, that's interesting.
The bloom is small and white and very fragrant.
You must show it to me sometime.
I'd love to. It's quite sweet. I'm about to register it with the American Rose magazine. When I'm sure it's perfect.
Have you given it a name?
I thought I'd call it Midlothian. Just because I loved the book so much when I was in school.
Midlothian. Oh, that's nice.
Well, I'm feeling much better.
Good. Feeling well enough for the experiment?
I think so.
I'll tell you what, Edith. To reassure you completely, I'll take the experiment with you. You and I will hold the strips close to our foreheads, and Paul can hold the stopwatch. How's that?
3 seconds to go.
Feel all right, Edith?
Fine.
2 seconds.
You all right, Professor?
Never better.
All right, let's have them.
Here's mine.
And here's mine. I'm really quite excited. What were you thinking about, Professor?
My dog.
But you don't have a dog, do you?
Not anymore, but I used to. Good old Barney. He always slept at the foot of my bed.
What happened to him?
He died about 5 years ago, at the ripe old age of 18. Good old Barney. Died in his sleep.
Your strip is developing nicely, Matt. Want to take a look?
Of course I do.
Yeah, we all do.
Well, what do you know?
What? A dog. It really is. It's the image of a dog.
Good old Barney.
Now, what were you thinking of, Edith?
I can't tell you.
Well, you have to, or the experiment's no good.
Well, I can't. I'm not even sure myself what I was thinking of.
Well, that's ridiculous.
Well, I'm sorry.
Look, let's not squabble about it. Let's look at the paper.
All right, here it is. Look. Well, it looks like flowers.
Roses.
Oh, of course. You and Matt were talking about roses.
You saw my Zephyrin Drouin out of the window.
So naturally...
No. No, wait a minute. This isn't the Zephyrin Drua.
Sure it is.
The Zephyrin Drua has no thorns. The roses in the photo image have thorns.
Let me see. You're right. She's right, Paul.
These roses in the photo image are small, and I think they must be white. And they have thorns. These roses are mine, my new breed, my Midlothian.
Well, of course. You just told me about them.
I've neglected them lately, but they have been on my mind without my even knowing it. I wonder why.
I know why.
You know why?
You know.
Our 2 children, our boys, are buried beneath the Midlothian roses.
Right here? This is the spot?
They were cremated, Edith. For a long time, I had the urns kept at the crematorium. You know, till I could make up my mind what to do with them.
Oh, Paul, you could have talked to me about it.
I know. And I guess I should have, but you'd been through so much. 2 babies in 2 years, and never to have seen either of them. There were little silver plates on each of the urns. Both of them just said Baby Morrison and the date.
When did you decide to do this?
A few months ago. I got to thinking that they might be lonely. I don't suppose I thought they were lonely. I guess what I really thought is that we were lonely. Anyway, I was. And I wanted them near me. Near us.
Oh, Paul. You should have told me. We could have done it together.
I thought I ought to do it alone. Because you see, Edith, I didn't leave the ashes in the urns. I opened the urns, and I scattered the ashes around your rose bushes.
Darling, don't cry, please. Please, don't cry.
I haven't cried since that night, the night I put them here. I never want you to cry like that, Edith.
I've cried.
Of course you have. Of course you have. Forgive me.
But we should have cried together. Not separately.
I know now, but then...
Darling, I'm only 35. Don't you think we could... Couldn't we?
Of course we could. And we should, and we will.
Oh, Paul, you've taken a big load off my heart.
Edith? Paul?
Oh, it's Matt.
I wonder what he wants.
It must be important.
Paul? Edith? I want to ask you a favor.
Anything?
Anything at all, Professor.
May I stay with you for a day or 2?
Of course you may.
Stay as long as you like.
No, just a day or 2 will be fine. You see, I had a fire in my house.
A fire?
Yes, in the middle of the night. Not a bad one. I woke up in time to put it out.
Well, that was lucky.
Yes, wasn't it? Usually I sleep like a log. But last night, something wakened me in the nick of time. It was the frantic barking of a dog. At the foot of my bed. Good old Barney.
Perhaps it's a human weakness to want everything explained, to have it made clear, made logical, sensible, to have it brought within our comprehension. Only then, the poor human feels, will he be rid of his heaviest burden, his anxiety. This is why the child is forever asking, why? Even when he is grown, even when he is elderly, even at the point where he is ready to die, probably he will still be asking, why? I'll be back shortly. How many whys are answered? I think very few. Yet man persists. The answers that he finds turn out to be, at best, only partial and lead only to more questions. Why doesn't he give up and simply take things as they are. I think it is that peculiar beast known as man, and he is afflicted with wonder sickness. Our cast included Mandel Kramer, Terry Keane, and John Beal. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown.
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. It was William Congreve, the early 18th century playwright, who first penned the words, "Heaven has no rage, nor hell a fury, like a woman scorned." It is a basic truth, whatever century. Certainly is true in the 19th, where this story lies. But the woman, in this case, not exactly what you might imagine, but I'm getting ahead of myself. Let's begin at the beginning. Our mystery drama, To Hang by the Neck, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Ian Martin and stars Marion Seldes. The Calvert-Conway spread, brand mark C-Circle C, used to lie between Dallas to the north and Houston to the south, and east by west between the Louisiana border and Waco. It wasn't the largest cattle ranch in Texas, but in its own right, between those two extremes, it was an empire. The ownership of empires, or the succession to them, has caused most of the turbulence in history, and has always brought tragedy and agony to the individuals involved in them, as witness the story of C-Circle C.
Carrie, what are you doing here?
I came back, Mother. I thought you needed me.
Of course I need you. But what good is this? You're gone. I've had enough of dreams.
Maybe this is a little more than dreaming.
What?
Remember Becky Pryor, who was going to be my maid of honor?
Of course. I had a letter from her recently. She's coming to visit from New Orleans.
But you don't want to see her?
That isn't true, Precious. Your father felt that perhaps the way I am, it wouldn't be the best idea.
He's very solicitous of you, isn't he?
Of course. He loves me.
And me.
He loved you.
Oh, that's true enough. Rebecca Pryor, my best friend. I want to protect Becky. That's one of the main reasons I returned. And you must help her too, Mama. Please, protect my friend. Protect my friend. My friend.
Pardon me, ma'am, but you've just got to be who I'm looking for. Miss Rebecca Pryor?
I answer to that name, sir.
What is yours?
I'm Teague Whitman, ranch hand of the C Circle C. I was sent to meet you.
Oh, how nice. I was afraid I might have beaten my telegram here.
No, it come on time. The only thing was I reckon Mrs. Carstairs didn't have enough time to answer you back.
Well, I'm glad because being an anniversary and all, I wanted to come.
Anniversary?
Yes, sir. Just about 1 year ago, I came off this same old train to be maid of honor at my friend Carrie's wedding. Only to find out the terrible news.
What news was that, ma'am?
Both Avisham, her husband-to-be, had run out on her and carried it.
You have no need to go on, Miss Pryor. I know what you're talking about. The hanging.
I still can't believe anyone, especially Carrie, could kill herself that way. But I don't want to talk about it anymore.
I can understand why. I got the rig waiting. Let me get your bags and take you out to the ranch.
Who is it?
It's me, Julie. Chad. May I come in?
It's your house, Chad.
Well, it's your bedroom, Julie. I wouldn't have disturbed you except... Well, I thought I heard you talking to someone in here.
Well, who could I be talking to?
I don't know. Silly of me, perhaps. I thought maybe Becky Pryor had arrived earlier and we expected her.
No. Rebecca isn't here yet.
Well, I was out riding the fence and just came in. She might have arrived without my knowing it.
There's very little you don't know that happens, Chad.
Well, I'm human. Can't be everywhere at once.
So am I. And I find that I'm not any place anymore.
Now, Julie, don't talk like that.
I try not to, Chad. But since the accident, and most of all, Carrie, what do I have left to live for?
Me?
Yes, Chad, my husband. I do have you to live for.
Sometimes I wish you felt that more strongly.
You must believe me. You are the only thing that keeps me alive, Chad.
My darling.
Listen. Someone's driving up. That must be Rebecca.
She planning to stay long?
Well, I shouldn't guess. She just said in her letter she'd like to come and visit Carrie's grave on the anniversary.
Why didn't you mention the letter?
It's just one of those things. I replied, invited her. Do you mind, Chad?
Oh, why should I mind? You need some companionship, stuck out here in the back of beyond the way we are.
I reckon maybe I do, Chad, especially since my accident.
Oh, that damn mare. I told Punch Williams her milk wasn't proper drawn after she lost the colt, and she went plumb loco. I should have fired Punch. What kind of ranch foreman was he to let it happen?
You cannot blame him. I should have been ready when the mare shied. It's just that she was always so sure-foot and gentle. I never dreamed
don't dwell on it, Julie.
Well, what else can I do? My back broken, shackled to a chair the way I am, in pain most of the time.
Yes, it's your visitor, all right. I'll go on out and make her welcome.
I never should have let Rebecca come here, except somehow I must find a way back to my own child. Oh, my lovely darling. The flesh cut and scarred, the staring eyes, your feet moving a little yet, as if they had life of their own, but all the rest of you was still. Why? Life could still have been good. Nothing should have made it worth throwing away.
Oh. Well, here we are, Miss Pryor. Can I hand you down?
Oh, thank you. Have you been with Conway Ranch a long time?
Oh, no, ma'am. Just since I was mustered out, a few weeks. I'm a Johnny-come-lately.
Were you a Johnny Reb?
Not from these parts. I was Union. I'll get your bag.
But what brought you to Conway Ranch? Or maybe I should say the Carstairs.
It's still the C Circle C. even though Mrs. Conway married again with Mr. Carstairs. Most of the old hands still call it the Conway spread.
Dear Becky, how nice to see you again.
Oh, Mr. Carstairs, thank you. I hope it was all right to come.
Well, of course, you're the nearest thing to a daughter we got left. You're always welcome here.
That's nice of you.
Teague, you can put the horse and rig away, then report to Punch Williams. I'm sure he can find you something to do.
I reckon.
Thanks for your escort, Mr. Whitman.
My duty, ma'am, and my pleasure.
That's a nice young man.
Teague? I don't know. Too close-mouthed about himself and everything for my fancy.
I think he's just kind of shy.
Well, he's a good worker, I'll say that. Hands haven't been so easy to come by with the war. Well, here we are. Let me open the door for you. Well, in you go. What are you waiting for?
I was just thinking how different it was the last time I came into this house.
Don't, Becky. Please don't.
I'm sorry.
And try not to talk too much about it to my wife. She...
Oh, I understand. Oh, I just hope I didn't make a mistake. That I'm really welcome.
Why, you know I couldn't be more pleased. And the only reason Julie isn't down to meet you is because she can't walk anymore. She's confined to her bed or her chair.
Oh, what happened?
It was 7 or 8 months after Carrie died. She wanted to go riding one day. I still didn't like to see her off alone, so I went with her.
Chad? Chad?
Oh, excuse me. Yes, dear?
Heaven's sakes, what's taking so long? Isn't Becky here?
Yeah, just brought her in.
Then you just march her right upstairs here. I want to say hello and make her welcome. Why don't you run along, Chad? Us women can find plenty to talk about ourselves.
Well, I thought I ought to see Becky settled for dinner.
Well, Mrs. Ames can see her things are put away. Now, right now, I'd like to talk to Becky alone.
Very well, Julie. See you at dinner, Becky.
Right, Mr. Carstairs? Quick. Go to the door. Make sure he's gone. Gone? Don't you see he doesn't want us to be alone a minute? Now, don't upset yourself. Upset myself? I'm torn apart. Is he gone? Yes, I think so. What is it, Mrs. Carstairs? I have no right to put you into jeopardy, but I need help. Your letter was a godsend. The only chance I had. Mrs. Carstairs, what is it? Shall I ring for help? Oh, what shall I do? It's just another back spasm. Pills in my drawer. And some water. Oh, here you are. How many of these pills? 2. And water. Here. Now, I can't tell you, but I must. I need help. And Gary can't rest in peace until the truth. Is
anything wrong?
You better come in, Mr. Carstairs.
What's the matter, Becky? I thought I heard Julie cry out.
Well, it's her back, I think. I gave her some of these pills. 2 of them. Is that all right?
Yes, all you can do when these attacks come.
Oh, look at her. Look, she's...
Yes, it's a very strong drug. Puts a person to sleep almost immediately.
Oh.
Quite frankly, I don't like her to have them so near at hand. I'm always afraid if the pain is too much, she might take an overdose. She seems rational enough, but she's not. Ever since Carrie's death, her mind wanders. All the wildest flights of fancy, feelings of persecution. I don't know. I'd hoped to spare you this, but now that you're here, I'm afraid my poor wife is stark, staring mad.
Rebecca Pryor looks at the handsome man, the lines of sorrow etched deep in the gentle face, and her heart goes out to him. And then suddenly, she is remembering the haunted face of her dead friend's mother and her cry for help. Against what? Rebecca doesn't know.
What she does know is that she will not be able to relax till many questions are answered. I shall return shortly with Act 2. You are Rebecca Pryor, in the year of our Lord, 1865. The war between the states is over now, but you remember vividly 1 year ago the excitement of traveling from New Orleans to the ranch in Texas, where you now are, in order to be maid of honor at your best friend's marriage. You were roommates and inseparable at Mrs. Covington's Seminary for Young Ladies during the war, and it was there that your roommate, Carrie Conway, met Beau Faversham, who was to have been her husband. Now, 1 year later, after the wedding that never happened because Beau disappeared and Carrie's awful death by hanging herself, you are back at the ranch.
Dear Daddy, I'm writing you because something is strangely wrong up here at the Circle C. And I think it might need you to help set it straight. Do you think there's any possibility you could come here as though to fetch me home? And then, while you're here... Oh, who is it?
Chad Carstairs, Becky. Can I see you a minute?
Of course, Mr. Carstairs. I'll be right there.
Oh, if it's too early...
No, I'm all up and dressed, as you can see. Come in.
Thank you.
How is Mrs. Carstairs this morning?
Well, not much better, I'm afraid. I'm going into town to fetch a doctor. I thought perhaps you might like to ride with me.
Oh, that's kind of you. But maybe I can help here with your wife.
Oh, I doubt it. She'll be keeping to her bed today, and the housekeeper, Mrs. Ames, will be there to keep an eye on her. No, let me persuade you to come with me. We could have a nice meal at the hotel and give you some little holiday feeling on your visit.
Oh, that's kind of you, but I am a bit tired after my trip up. I think I could just rest here at the ranch today.
Well, if that's what you want. I tell you what, my ranch foreman hasn't quite decided what to do with that new hand who brought you from the station. I'll have him stand by.
Don't bother. I can take care of myself.
Well, if you want to rest, that's fine, but Teague will be available.
And you're sure I can't help Mrs. Carstairs?
Oh, no. Best thing is to leave her alone. She's a whole lot more than you or any one of us can handle.
From my window, I watched Mr. Carstairs climb into his buck wagon and give some orders to Teague Whitman, who glanced once towards the house. I drew back as he looked up. I found suddenly that I was a turmoil of mixed feelings, and the only thing I could think of to do was to finish my letter to Daddy. But as I did, I blamed myself bitterly for not going into town with Mr. Carstairs. I could have posted the letter myself. Now, who was I going to trust to get it sent out? Once I sealed the envelope, I felt the need of some air.
Well, howdy, Miss Pryor. What you got there, a letter you want mailed?
Yes, I reckon I should have finished it sooner in time for Mr. Carstairs to take it to town.
Well, you won't have to lose out. I'll be riding in after sundown. I'll see it goes out with the morning stage.
Oh, I wouldn't want to bother you.
Or trust me.
Well, whatever made you say a thing like that?
I don't know. Maybe because I wish I was sure you did or would.
No. Why on earth shouldn't I?
I kind of got the notion Mr. Carstairs has it in for me some way and plans to let me go.
Oh, I don't think so. It's just...
Just what, Miss Pryor?
Well, I think he... No, I'll tell you straight out what he said to me. He thinks you don't talk very much about yourself, and he'd like to know more about your background.
And he asked you to see what you could find out?
Not exactly. Anyways, I wouldn't have any part of a thing like that. It's none of my business. But maybe you could do something for me.
A pleasure. Matter of fact, I was told by Mr. Carstairs to keep an eye on you.
An eye on me?
Well, he seemed to want to make sure you stayed away from Mrs. Carstairs in the stable here.
Why the stable?
Well, I wasn't here when it happened, but I suppose because this is where Miss Carrie, Well, you know, I should think it'd be the last place you'd want to see again.
But I was going to ask you if you could saddle me up a horse or hitch one up to the trap so I could ride into town and mail my letter.
Oh, I don't know about that. There's only one horse left in here, and Punch Williams, the ranch boss, took all the hands in the remuda out this morning to graze up on the Northwest Fork. There's just this one mare left.
Well, there's just this one girl. That'd suit me. Will she take her in?
No, ma'am. The way I heard it, this poor little black mare got stole some time back, and whoever the horse thief was, he hitched her to a split-rail fence somewhere and left her to starve or die of thirst. Well, she got so frantic, she broke the stringer right out of the posts, and when they found her lying exhausted in an arroyo, she plain had dragged that heavy log, Lord knows how many miles, till her strength gave out. Buck Henry, the oldest of the hands, told me about her. Ever since that day, you try to hitch her to anything, and she goes just plumb loco. Other times, she's as nice a little filly as you'd ever want to see.
Or will she stand if you just let the reins trail?
I reckon.
Well, then I'll just change into some jeans, and you could saddle her up, and I'll ride her into town.
I don't think Mr. Carstairs would want that.
Well, I do.
Would you come inside the stable with me for a moment?
No, I don't want to go in there.
Why? Did you see her hanging?
Tone. Yes, I did, just before they cut her down. Oh, how could she have done such a thing?
I was hoping you might know the real reason.
What do you mean, the real reason?
Well, it's mighty hard to believe a girl could hang herself just because a man ran out on her, if he did.
Oh, he did, all right.
Where is he now, this man?
I don't know. I don't reckon he'd dare show his face anywhere in this state, or Mr. Carstairs will be out looking for him. What are you doing?
Opening the stable door.
What for?
Just where was she hanging? Could you point it out?
From that big beam there. Oh, Lord, I don't see how she could have done it.
Plain and simple, Miss Pryor. You toss a lariat over the beam, tie off the hitching rail so it hangs with a noose some 8 feet off the ground, climb on a horse, get under it, put the noose over your neck, and kick the spurs home, and you're left hanging.
To strangle slowly to death like that, it's so horrible.
Nope. Chances are on the first drop you break your neck, and you don't know anything after that.
Oh.
No, ma'am, the how is not the question. It's the why. Just like you said. And I get the feeling you know more than you want to say about that.
Who are you?
Let me ask you a question first. What brought you back here? A year after it all took place. What are you looking for?
What right have you to ask?
Maybe none. You afraid to answer?
I don't see it's any of your business.
Supposing I could convince you it might be.
What's that?
Someone coming. It's Mr. Carstairs.
Back from town so soon?
I reckon he forgot something. Anything wrong, Mr. Carstairs?
No. Just something slipped my mind. Becky, didn't you say something about a letter you wanted to get in the mail?
Well, yes, I did. But I hope you didn't come all the way back here for that.
Well, weekend coming up suddenly crossed my mind. It could be important. I should take it in.
Could I change my mind and come in with you?
Well, that's always a lady's privilege. Tell you the truth, it's just what I hoped you'd do. It crossed my mind after I left. This was no place to leave you alone. You going to be leaving us soon, Becky?
Why do you say that, Mr. Carstairs?
Well, letter to your father. I thought it might be to arrange to have him meet you. This is no place for a young girl anymore, I'm afraid.
I hadn't planned to leave right away. Of course, if you want me to.
Oh, I'd be the last person to chase you out. But with Julie as she is and the memories, sure don't blame you if you included in your letter the news that you're coming home. Now, there's a train day after tomorrow, or the stagecoach, and we can make arrangements as soon as we get to town.
Well, but no. You see, I'd hoped to stay long enough to be of some help.
Well, No one can help Carrie anymore. Julie's in the same way. The only difference is she's alive.
What are you doing sneaking around up here, young man?
I wasn't sneaking, Mrs. Ames.
Then what were you doing?
Before he left for town, Mr. Carstairs asked me to tell his wife that he'd come back to take Miss Pryor with him.
Mr. Carstairs told you no such thing. There'd been no need to tell Mrs. Carstairs anything. She's sound asleep. You're lying.
Is that you?
Maybe we both are, Mrs. Ames. I hear talking in there.
That's her, talking to herself again. Crazy. If you ask me, she ought to be put away somewhere.
Like her daughter and Beau Faversham?
What does that mean?
I was just asking. Did you mean dead like them?
Who said Beau Faversham was dead?
If he isn't, where'd he disappear to?
Nobody knows that, of course. After he ran out on Miss Carrie, he wouldn't dare leave any traces of... What business is that of yours?
None.
Who are you?
Just a hired hand.
With a large bump of curiosity. I'd like to know why. And what you're doing in the house. I'm sure the cat... Mr. Carstairs wouldn't like it.
Does he have to, Mrs. Ames? Couldn't you and me share a secret or two between us?
You keep your ideas to yourself, young man. You picked the wrong woman to smart around. Now get out of this house, and before the sun rises tomorrow, I'll see that Mr. Carstairs gets you off this ranch.
How, Mrs. Ames? Feet first, like Beau Faversham went?
Why do you say that? Who are you?
Oh, just an interested bystander. You listen to me and listen close. If you're counting on Mr. Carstairs inheriting the C-Circle C, or ever controlling it, forget it.
Oh.
And you might want to keep your own skirts a little clean. So I'm asking you a question. What really happened the night Miss Carrie died in the stable? How did she die? And why?
Why, everybody knows that.
They know what was supposed to have happened. What I'm looking for is the truth. Good Lord. What was that?
No, Carrie, no. Don't tell me there was a child.
You know there was. Why else would I harm you?
What is it you want me to do?
Face the truth. Don't let me have died for nothing. Don't let him win.
What can I do? I'm afraid he'll kill me just as he did you. No, Carrie. Leave me alone. I'm afraid. Now, don't ask me to fight him. Don't.
What is it, Mrs. Carstairs?
Oh, nothing. No, nothing. It's just a bad dream.
A dream about what?
Who's that? Get him out. I don't want to talk about it. I don't want to talk about anything. I just want to be left alone.
I'd like to have you talk to me, ma'am.
I don't want to talk to anyone ever again. Except maybe Rebecca Pryor.
What is it that tortures Mrs. Carstairs? The daughter who seems to haunt her? You must believe that the Carrie who talks to her is a figment of the imagination, a reflection of a guilty conscience. But exactly why does she have a guilty conscience, if she has one? And who is Teague Whitman or Mrs. Ames? And most of all, why should a stranger like Rebecca Pryor be the one who, in her agony, Mrs. Carstairs seems to want to turn to for help? I'll return shortly with Act 3. While events at the C-Circle C have been moving to their own climax, they have also been moving more slowly to a decision in Becky Pryor's life. First off, she has a strange feeling about the letter to her father.
This is a general store. We can mail your letter right here. Why don't you give it to me, Becky, and I'll take it in.
Oh, I can do it myself.
Oh, it's no trouble. Won't take a minute. Unless you don't trust me to carry the mail.
Why would I feel that way? But as I gave it to him and he swung from the buckboard and went into the store, I wished I hadn't. Some nagging doubt tugged at me. For a moment, I almost followed him in. But I was too late. For at the moment of decision, he was already returning.
That's that. Now we can go visit Doc Medford. Yeah, boy, yeah.
You really think he can help us?
I don't know what that means.
I'm afraid to say it means anything. It was honestly just a question.
Then I'm going to be just as honest in return, Becky. No, I don't think he can. I don't think anyone can.
Then why do you go to him?
Well, what other choice do I have? I couldn't save my daughter. I'd like to save my wife.
Why did Carrie do it, Mr. Carstairs? Hang herself? That's really, I suppose, why I'm back here. I just can't understand.
That she counted the world well lost for love?
No, she was young like I am. Some other man would have come along. To tell you true, I am never going to rest till I can understand why.
Well, you're very young, Becky. So many things you don't know or even imagine. If it'll help you, I'll tell you the one secret.
What?
Why Carrie killed herself. It wasn't just because her promised husband walked out on her.
Then why? Why?
She was carrying a child that would have no name.
Bo Faversham.
If he wasn't the father, who else could she claim? And how could she face bringing a fatherless child into the world?
All right. I came back and I stuck my nose into it, stirred up muddy waters, couldn't leave well enough alone. What is well enough? What is it I'm looking for? And if Carrie didn't put a rope around her neck, how else did she die? And most of all, why am I so scared?
Becky, I don't know what you wrote in the letter to your dad, but I didn't mail it.
What?
Here it is, unopened. I just felt there was no point in mailing it, the way I feel now.
I don't understand.
Well, I figured with you taking the train tomorrow morning, you might even get there before the mail's delivered.
You want me to leave?
Well, it would be best for everyone.
I didn't see Mrs. Carstairs that evening. I went through all the preparations for leaving, haunted by some inner voice that I shouldn't, that something was being left undone. I didn't get a chance to talk to the doctor after he'd seen Mrs. Carstairs. And when Teague Whitman came to get my bag, he was escorted by that dour Mrs. Ames, so we had little to say to each other. I might have made some opportunity to try to see Mrs. Carstairs, but the truth is that after dinner with Mr. Carstairs, the wine seemed to go to my head, and I barely made it up to bed before I was in a profound sleep. Deep, but uneasy, because it seemed to me that in my sleep, I was talking to Carrie.
Becky.
Huh? Who's that? Who's calling?
It's Carrie.
But you're dead.
In the grave, but not at rest. I wander and cry out for retribution.
Retribution? For what?
For dying too soon and dying in shame. Don't leave me alone. You're the only friend I have.
But what can I do to help?
Someone will show you the way. You have guessed it, some of the truth. Someone will show you the rest. Someone. It's all going to be in your hands. Your hands.
Becky? Miss Pryor, wake up.
Hmm?
Wake up. Wake up.
What is...
It's
It's T. Whitman.
Huh?
You gotta get up. Here. Let me help you to your feet. That's it. Now, start walking.
What are you doing in my room?
I'm trying to revive you. You've been drugged.
Drugged? With what?
Keep walking. Breathe deep. With Mrs. Carstairs' medicine for her back pains.
But why should I be drugged?
So you could be killed more easy.
Killed? Who would want... Shh. Why would anyone want to kill me?
Same reason Carrie was killed. And my brother.
Your brother?
Yes, ma'am. Bo Faversham. You see, Faversham is my real family name.
I don't understand.
Of course you don't. Becky, it all goes back to what is the most unattractive of human sins. Greed. Chad Carstairs was foreman of this ranch, and he wanted to own the C-Circle C so bad he'd stop at nothing. He tried to romance old man Conway's wife and wouldn't have got nowhere except, well, fate gave him a lucky break. Mr. Conway died of a heart attack. So he swarmed around and finally up and married the widow, only to get a real shock.
What sort of a shock?
Well, he found out the spread wasn't left to the widow, but to Carrie, the daughter. He tried romancing her, but she didn't want any part of him. She had her own man, my brother, Bo, but Chad Carstairs is a man set on getting his own way, so he didn't stop at romancing. It wasn't my brother's child she was carrying.
Oh, no. Oh, so that's why Bo walked out on her. And why she...
Bo didn't walk out on her, Becky. He loved her too much. I figured Chad had some hired guns to take care of my brother and leave him in the desert to have his bones picked clean. Carrie didn't hang herself. She was hung.
But how?
At the point of a gun. He had the rope all tied to the spike on the hitching post and made her climb on the horse, dropped the noose over her neck, and kicked the horse out from under her. I reckon, poor lady, she didn't care all that much about living anyway. But she didn't take her own life. It was took.
How do you know all this?
Oh, I don't. I'm only guessing. Well, how you feeling now?
I don't think I'll ever want to sleep again.
Oh, good.
Good?
Yeah, because I got to get you out of here while there's still time for you to get away.
Well, I'm leaving tomorrow morning.
Well, that may be too late.
Too late? For what?
To save your own life.
Why should my life be in danger?
Because this evening, while you were asleep, drugged, Doc Medwick and I witnessed this will by Mrs. Carstairs, leaving the C-Circle C to you. Yeah, she'd asked you to take it home with you, well, to your father, to be recorded.
But why will the ranch? To me?
To anyone rather than the man who murdered to make it his own. And you were her daughter's best friend.
But what difference does it make? A will could be changed at any time, as long as...
As long as the person who makes it is still alive. Becky, Mrs. Carstairs died less than an hour after this will was made.
She's dead?
A few more pills than you were fed. Mrs. Ames took care of that.
She's in on it?
She's Chad's real wife.
What?
It's true. Now, you come on with me. We're going down to the stable and get you some transport to get you out of here with a whole skin. All right. I've saddled and bridled our poor old local little mare. Only horse we have to get you into town so you can pick up the midnight stage.
Aren't you going with me?
No, ma'am. I'm staying to even up some old scores.
You don't mean to kill Chad Carstairs?
That's exactly what I aim to do.
Oh, no, please, T. Please, there's been enough killing. What good would it do?
It would save your life, for one thing.
Is that so important to you? Or is it just revenge for what you think might have happened?
I guess that's a question I'd better let you answer.
Maybe I can answer that for the both of you. No, don't move, Teague. Except real slow to loosen your gun belt and let it drop while I light this lamp. Do it or I'll put a bullet in her.
You can't get away with any more murders, Chad.
My territory here where I live, I can get away with anything. Now let me have the will.
No.
Give it to him, Teague. What does it matter?
Once we do, we're both dead.
If I kill you both first, I can just take it.
Except that killing us both might not be as easy to explain as all the others. Carrie, my brother, your wife.
I'll find a way.
I'm not so sure. You're losing your touch, you know, Chad. You finally had to poison Mrs. Carstairs because you missed the first time.
What does that mean?
Oh, don't try to spook me, Chad. You took her out on this poor little mare here you knew was loco, didn't you?
All right, that's enough talking, Ed.
And then you stopped somewhere, and before she had a chance to dismount, you jerked at the reins against the bit in her mouth as if to tie her up.
What are you doing?
No!
Hey, are you all right?
I am.
And Mr. Carstairs?
Oh, poor little mare. She didn't mean it. But she saved our lives.
What happened?
She trampled him to death. Well, it's sort of poetic justice. What he spent his life doing to women. Only at the end, this particular one turned the tables.
In one quick move, Teague Faversham had flipped the halter rope over the hitching rail, and immediately the mare had reacted by going berserk. Chad, caught off balance, was unable to protect himself against her flailing hooves. The special death he had planned long ago for his wife, unsuccessfully, was successful by accident and became his own. True poetic justice. That ideal justice which poets exercise by making the good happy and the evil unsuccessful. I'll return shortly. The C-Circle C has changed its brand, but the ranch is more successful than ever. It's now the T-Bar-R, framed in a sort of circle that looks a lot more like a heart. And it's run by Teague and Becky Faversham. Their first child is on the way, but both of them feel in a sense it is their second. The first is a little black mare that Teague has spent a long time gentling, and who no longer fears being hitched. Maybe she takes an example from Teague and his bride, Becky. Our cast included Marion Seldes, Bob Caliban, Ann Petoniak, Martha Greenhouse, and Bill Griffiths. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. I'm E.G. Marshall. Welcome to the halls of mystery, the corridors of terror, where the impossible becomes the probable, and the unexpected becomes the accepted. Because in this exciting theater of the mind, the things you don't see but imagine are far more terrifying than anything we might show you. Oh, you'll hear strange things, and these will conjure pictures that only you can produce. For starters, let's listen in on a phone conversation between electronics engineer Roy Watson and his boss, Andy Carter.
Hello, Roy. I know it's 10 o'clock at night, but I've got something strange over here at the lab. Can you come right over?
Well, sure, Andy. Well, what's up?
It's something on the L43 tape recorder.
The one I brought home the other night?
Yeah, and while you were using it, it picked up those sounds you've been telling me about.
Well, the mice?
I don't know what you've got in those walls of yours, but they're sure not mice. I want you to get over here and listen to them.
Our mystery drama, Sagamore Cottage, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Bob Juran and stars Bob Caliban and Carmen Matthews. Large houses have large shadows and large secrets. Far out on Long Island, New York, sits a large house with very large shadows. The Sagamore Estate, once the showplace of the island. The estate still stands, but the happy days have died with the generations. To make ends meet in maintaining the estate, Miss Eleanor Sagamore, the last remaining family member, rents out a small cottage, the caretaker's cottage in better days. And it's to this cottage and this foreboding estate that young Roy and Peggy Watson are now traveling. Two destinies are fast approaching each other, and what will happen, only time can tell.
Well, we ought to be within sight of it soon. The real estate agent said it was only 10 miles.
Roy, did you think he acted funny?
About our renting the cottage?
Yes.
Well, frankly, I did. He insisted there were better and more attractive places, but not for the price.
We don't have to take it. Oh, there, up ahead. That must be it.
Oh, it has to be it. From the description we got. We'll be there in a minute.
I don't see any cottage yet. It must be behind the house.
Yeah, it probably is. The gatehouses were near the front of the estates. The caretakers live back in the gardens.
It's been some time since anyone cared for these grounds.
Well, I imagine the old girl has little enough to live on without expensive gardeners.
Oh, the house doesn't look too bad. But I'm sure it's nothing like it was.
Well, let's go. She must have seen us arriving.
It's so still. How does she stand it all alone?
That's her problem. Come on.
You didn't have to ring. I saw you.
Miss Sagamore, we're the people about renting the cottage.
I know it. Who else would be coming up to Sagamore?
Well, can we see it?
You'll have to see Miss Sagamore first. She must decide if you're right for it.
Well, then you're not...
I'm Margareta.
Show them in, Margareta. Don't stand there crabbing.
You heard her. Come in.
I'm Miss Sagamore.
How do you do?
That will be all, Margareta.
Yes, Miss Sagamore.
Shall we retire to the library? Actually, I could answer the door faster than Margareta, but she's been here so long I couldn't hurt her feelings. I have to allow her the chores.
I understand. It's nice of you.
We arrived at Sagamore the very same day. She came to work as a housemaid the day I was born. But you're interested in the cottage, not in us?
Well, we would like to see it.
Please sit down. What brings you to the island, Mr. Watson, is it?
Yes. I'm starting a new job out here with Crown Electronics.
Oh, that ghastly building 2 miles down. I've heard they do evil things in there.
No, it's an electronics research firm.
Ray guns and weapons.
Not quite. We're experimenting with a new transistor. I've been hired to head a team. It's my specialty.
I know nothing about it except it's evil, but I won't hold it against you. I like you both. You know, Mrs. Watson, you strongly resemble Marie Antoinette. Has anyone ever told you that?
Well, no.
A striking resemblance. Turn your head a little to the side.
Oh, well.
Yes, even the profile.
Perhaps we could see the cottage?
Oh, of course. I get carried away sometimes.
That's all right. I knew I married a queen.
It's quite remarkable. Quite. What do you think?
It's absolutely charming.
Suits me fine.
Then you'll take it. I'm so glad. The rent's only $200 a month.
That's the best part about it.
We hope to have our own place by next summer, but living here will be a delight.
It has a lot of character.
Well, then let's go back to the main house, and I'll give you a receipt for the first month's rent. I don't ask for a lease or anything like that. You look like reliable people.
Thank you.
And desirable people. Very desirable.
Oh, even the china's expensive, Roy. Limoges yet. In a rental cottage.
First class all the way. Look, you get settled in. I'm going to run over to the labs and let Andy know I've arrived.
Okay. The place is so clean, there's not much to do.
I'll see you later, my queen.
Roy, she gave me the creeps when she told me I looked like Marie Antoinette.
Why? I thought it was a compliment.
Well, probably was, but the way she looked at me, scrutinized is the word, I felt so uncomfortable.
Forget it. She probably won't mention it again.
Roy, I didn't expect you till Monday. When'd you get in town?
Yesterday. We wanted to get settled first, so we drove in and got us a place to stay.
Great. But you don't have to be on the job till Monday.
Oh, I thought I'd take a couple of days to look around, get familiar with the plant ahead of time.
I like that kind of attitude. I think we're going to work well together.
Well, that's why I took the job.
Come on this way. I'll show you your office. Where are you staying? You find an apartment in town?
Oh, better than that. We took the cottage on the Sagamore estate, 2 miles down the road.
Oh, the Sagamore place with that wacky old dame?
Oh, she seemed okay to us. Peg loves the place.
You wish you weren't renting there.
Why? Because Miss Sagamore's different?
The last 2 tenants in that cottage, first an elderly man, and then after him a young widow, disappeared.
Disappeared?
They apparently left and never came back. Nobody bothered about the old man, but when the young widow disappeared, her folks came looking for her. They were frantic.
And she was never found?
No. Never heard any more about it. That was 3 or 4 months ago. They passed her picture out all over the place, hoping someone had seen her.
But surely they didn't think Miss Sagamore...
Oh, no. She seemed as surprised as anyone else that they'd left. In fact, I still have one of the pictures here. Kept it just in case there was a way to help those people.
Oh, attractive, isn't she?
Yeah, just 26. Sort of looks like Marilyn Monroe in a way. Little darker, though. I still wish you'd move out of there.
You find me 2 bedrooms, carpeting, fireplace, and utilities for $200 a month, and I will.
Well, you win. But watch your step. I don't know what it is about that place, but I don't want to lose a good assistant.
Hello. May I come up?
Oh, Miss Sagamore, of course.
Well, I just stopped by to see if everything's all right.
Just perfect. It's beautiful.
Yes, it is a charming cottage. And it's so nice to have someone in it again. It's been vacant for several months.
I can't imagine why. It's so lovely.
People around here have strange ideas. Oh, I did want to mention, Mrs. Watson, not to let Margaretta bother you. Sometimes she says and does things that, she's getting on in years.
I understand.
Oh, and by the way, should you hear music from the main house tonight, it's just a little party I'm having. I do hope you won't feel offended that I haven't invited you. It's just some very close friends.
Oh, of course I won't. We've only just met. I wouldn't expect...
I do love my little parties. I'll have you and Mr. Watson over soon.
Oh, that's very kind, but I expect he'll be working late a lot with the new job and all.
Oh, of course. Well, there's lots of time. I must get back. I don't like to leave Margaretta alone too long.
Thanks for coming by.
Oh, Mr. Watson's coming up the drive.
Oh, he's home sooner than I expected.
I'm so glad to have you both, my dear. My Marie Antoinette. I hope you'll stay a long, long time.
Certainly, till we get a place of our own.
Hi, honey.
Hi, Roy.
Well, I'll leave you two to each other. Good day, Mrs. Watson.
Oh, hi, Miss Sagamore.
Good day, Mr. Watson.
You're back early.
Oh, not really. Andy and I went over the plant, and I'll go back early tomorrow. Yeah. What did Miss Sagamore want?
Oh, just to see if everything was all right.
Oh.
What's the matter?
Nothing. Why?
You look... Well, a cloud passed over your face.
Oh, just thinking about the new job, I guess. Come on. Let's go out for dinner.
You should eat your potatoes. I'm not hungry. You know I never eat very much before a party. I don't know why you insist on filling my plate with a lot of food I won't eat.
It's not the party. It's them, isn't it?
Yes.
Do you think it's wise so soon?
I don't care. I must.
Well, do you want me to begin?
You can start the preparations. But I want to think a little more about him.
Oh, I'm bushed. I'm not even going to watch the news.
That sounds as though things are in full swing at the main house. You said she was having a party, huh?
Mm-hmm. Some close friends. She apologized for not inviting us. That's funny. I didn't see any cars parked out there.
I'll get the light. I wonder why she has a party on the second floor. Looks like there's dancing going on behind the curtains.
With a house that size, she's probably got 10 living rooms. Unzip, please, huh?
I want to get an early start at the plant tomorrow.
I still wonder why there weren't any cars out front.
What?
If Miss Sagamore's having a party, well, wouldn't there be cars?
Well, you'd think so, but who knows? Maybe they all came in one car, parked in the garage. I'm too tired to care.
Maybe I'll take the train into New York City next week. I'm dying to see Fifth Avenue.
Oh, you'll love it. You ready for the light out?
I was ready an hour ago.
Listen.
You're lucky I'm not afraid of mice. Sounds like we have a visitor. See it?
It's behind her, in the wall.
Oh, I guess the fields are full of them. Oh, he's not bothering you. He won't bother me. They're kind of cute anyway.
Okay. Night, honey.
Night.
Persistent little character.
It seems that Sagamore Cottage has more than Peggy and Roy Watson for tenants. But then, as Peggy said, field mice are kind of cute. They're really not undesirable, and they generally mind their own business. So Roy and Peggy really have nothing to worry about with a field mouse in the walls. That is, if it is only a field mouse. We'll return to Sagamore Cottage shortly with Act 2. Skittering in the walls of your bedroom is not exactly conducive to sleep. And for Peggy and Roy Watson, it was a restless night. The rustling in the bedroom wall stopped after a while, but the next day at Roy's office...
Morning, Roy. Hey, why the long face?
Oh, not much sleep last night.
Oh?
Mice kept us awake half the night.
Mice?
In the walls, rustling and squeaking.
Yeah, I told you shouldn't have rented that place.
And Peg's going in to get some traps when she goes shopping.
A cat's better. If they're field mice, and they probably are, they can grab that bait without setting off the trap. They don't weigh half an ounce, you know. But a cat, now he'll take care of them.
Yeah, maybe you got a point. I'll talk to Peg about it tonight.
Feel like starting on that transistor scheme today?
Sure.
Fine. I'll have Jim McDonald set you up. And say, you might check with him about a cat. His house usually has a litter or two. His wife has a soft heart for strays.
Okay, I'll get me a cat.
Aw, isn't he sweet?
Hey, Jim said he's almost a year. Just right for mousing.
Well, the traps didn't catch anything in 2 days. Maybe just having the cat around will scare the mice off. Oh, you're beautiful. I'm going to call you Tiger because you're such a ferocious-looking fellow. I love you already. There, down you go. And scare some mice.
You want some help with dinner?
Nope, everything's ready. Mix us a cocktail. What's the matter, Tiger? Oh, he's backing away from something, but what?
Oh, great. Our first cat, and he's afraid of mice.
Oh, come here, Tiger. What's the matter?
Well, he seems to be calming down a little.
Something frightened him.
Well, he's supposed to do the frightening. The sounds haven't been too bad for the past couple of nights, though. You seen anything of Miss Sagamore?
Oh, she dropped by this afternoon with some flowers. Pathetic little violet. She said she grew herself. I think they're growing wild all around the property. She talks too much, but she's really very pleasant. That housekeeper gives me the willies, though. I don't know how she stands her.
Time for your tea, Miss Sagamore.
Oh, I don't want it, Margareta.
That doesn't matter. It's time.
Oh.
If things are to work, they must be done exactly. It's always been that way, you know it.
But I still can't see what my tea time has to do with it.
It has always worked. Don't question it. The violets are in the house.
Yes. She didn't seem surprised or anything.
No reason to be surprised over a few violets.
Is it ready yet?
Almost.
I can hardly wait.
You know, they all take time. And some are slower than others. Drink your tea. And I want you to stay in bed tomorrow.
But I was going...
You'll stay in bed tomorrow.
Yes, Margareta. I'll stay in bed.
That's strange. I was sure I closed the house door behind me when I left. Oh, hello, Tiger. Hey, you didn't open the door, did you? Well, it's a good thing I came back for the tape measure. I'll be sure to lock it this time. Margareta.
Oh, Mrs. Watson.
What are you doing here?
Well, I just came to see if everything was all right, if you needed anything. I am the housekeeper.
I keep my own house, thank you. I don't mean to be rude, but I don't want you or Miss Sagamore coming in here when we're not home.
Oh, I'm sorry if I've upset you, Mrs. Watson. Good morning.
Goodbye.
If there is a way I can be of service, please call.
That chance.
I don't like that woman. The sooner things start working, the better.
It can't be too soon to suit me.
I wish she hadn't surprised me in the cottage. It's just liable to make her too suspicious.
I suppose I was rude, but I didn't like her snooping. And I'm sure that's what it was, snooping.
You want me to speak to Miss Sagamore?
Oh, no, I don't think we'll have any more trouble with Margareta. I let her know how I felt. What's the matter, dear?
Do you notice a funny odor?
No, not really.
Sort of like seaweed.
Well, a little, now that you've got me thinking about it. But this is Long Island. Nothing but salt air and seaweed.
Yeah, I suppose. I just hadn't noticed it before. Here's your drink.
Thanks. Good grief, my rings.
I've heard of throwing your weight around, but not your rings.
That's never happened before. My engagement and my wedding ring, both. They just slipped off when I reached for the glass.
Here they are.
Oh, they're usually too snug. Roy, look how they slide on my finger. I don't understand it all of a sudden.
Beats me.
I don't see how they could get larger just like that.
You'll have to have a jeweler put those doohickeys on them to make them smaller.
Well, I'd better keep them off for now. I'll lose them if I try to wear them like this.
I have some work to do tonight. I thought it'd be easier to do it here. Uh-oh.
There they go again.
Oh, I've given up on Tiger. We're just going to have to live with those noises. Here. Look at this.
Looks like a watch.
No, it's a tape recorder.
You're kidding. That small?
Oh, this is nothing to what we expect to do. Someday a recorder smaller than a diamond in that ring of yours. This one actually works. Microphone, tape, speaker, all in this little case, no bigger than a pocket watch.
Fascinating. But you have to work. I better get dinner. I'll have my second drink in the kitchen. Oh.
Well, honey, take it easy.
I'm all right. My right shoe just slipped off when I stood up.
Oh, good morning, Mrs. Watson. I hope you don't mind a visit.
No, of course not.
I want to apologize for Margaretta being here yesterday. As I told you, she's getting on in years, and sometimes, well, she's set in her ways. Always has to have someone or something to care for.
Well, I'm sorry if I was rude to her, but I didn't like her being in the house that way.
How are you feeling?
Feeling? Fine. Why?
You're looking a little thinner.
You notice?
Well, I'm afraid so, but, then it's probably just the change, the adjustment to a new life.
I have found that my clothes, my rings are looser.
Well, that's not so bad. Overweight can be a problem.
But I was never... It doesn't matter.
I'm having another party next Saturday night. The last one didn't disturb you, did it?
Oh, no.
Good. One of these days, you and Mr. Watson must come to the ballroom. You particularly. I know you'll find it enchanting someday. You'll see.
Yes, that's very nice of you.
Well, I must go. Margaretta gets nervous when I'm out of her sight for too long. Good day, Mrs. Watson.
Well, let's face it, Peg, we've both got to see a doctor. This weight loss isn't natural.
I know. I'm feeling weaker, too.
My suits are all a size too big. We've been losing weight. Now, Andy wants us to see the company doctor. He says she's great, and we don't know any other.
She?
Yeah, a lady doctor. She has a private practice in town, but she treats all the company employees.
Well, all right. Maybe we'd better. Maybe it's a virus or something. I mean, for both of us to be this way.
Every test is negative, Mr. Watson. No anemia, no tumors, no blood infection, no problem in the digestive tract. Nothing that would produce such a weight loss in you and Mrs. Watson.
Well, it's encouraging, Doctor, to know we're healthy, but we are getting thinner.
Yes, well, the only thing I can suggest is going into the hospital for extended observation.
Oh, no.
I can't do that.
Well, Andy will give you the time off if I feel it's necessary.
I don't see what more you can do. You've made all the tests, and there's nothing wrong.
Oh, there is something wrong, but we have to search further than the lab tests and x-rays. There seems to be no pathological cause for your condition.
Well, I don't want to go into the hospital now.
We'll wait a while. If we keep losing, well, then we may think differently, but it's probably just fatigue. Roy starting the new job and the change for me.
Mm-hmm. That's possible, but look, if the condition persists, I urge you to do it my way.
Oh, I get it. Hello?
Hello, Roy. I know it's 10 o'clock at night, but I've got something strange over here at the lab. Can you come over?
Well, sure. What's up?
It's on that tape in the L43 tape recorder.
Well, the one I brought home the other night?
Yeah. I don't know what you've got in those walls of yours, but they sure aren't mice. I want you to get over here and listen to them.
Hi, Peg.
I hope you don't mind my tagging along, Andy. I'm curious, too.
Not at all. Let's go in the lab.
What's the sound, Andy?
I was testing the L43 and discovered you must have had it going while you had it home.
Yeah, I was showing it to Peg.
Whether you knew it or not, you were taping the sounds in your walls. They came in very distinctly. But when I played it back at half speed, it seemed to talk.
What?
Well, here, listen. Now, this is the sound at normal speed. Now, at half.
A human voice.
I don't know if it's human, but it is a voice saying something. We can't slow the L43 anymore, but if we re-record and slowed the master tape further, we might understand it.
But what can it be? There's no one behind the wall, unless they're ghosts.
Or coincidence. Variable speeds on tape recorders can produce curious sounds.
I'd like to do some more taping in the cottage, Roy, with more refined equipment.
Well, I have no objections.
Well, how about tomorrow night? The sounds get going at nighttime, don't they?
Usually.
I'll bring over the M2400 model. It's the most sensitive recorder we've got.
Okay. Well, there's no harm in experimenting.
If you two insist, then come for dinner, Andy. You can have your fun over brandy. I hope Andy likes sauerbraten. I guess I should have asked.
I think he'll eat anything as long as it's home cooked and not his usual bachelor fare.
Well, there you are, Tiger. Your dinner's in the corner.
Oh, His Highness finally showed up, huh?
Well, he's not wet. He must have been in the bedroom. Look. Wait, he's got something in his mouth. Oh, I'll bet he finally caught one of the... Oh, what would he catch?
Well, let's see. What you got, Tiger? Come on, drop it. What is it? Well,
Tiger, that's no way to act.
it's nothing but a hunk of straw. Oh, well, there's your seaweed smell.
Well, let's see. It's a little straw doll.
Oh.
I wonder where he found it.
Well, he seems to like it. Well, it's his toy. Look at him play with it.
Well, I've got to look at the potatoes.
Oh, there's Andy. I'll get it.
Hi, Roy. Not too early, I hope.
No, never. Come on in.
Yeah, where can I put this tape machine?
Over here on the table. We'll set it up after dinner. Oh, things have been quiet tonight.
Hi, Andy. The cook will be with you for cocktails in a minute.
Take your time. Charming little place here, all right. What's going on up at the main house?
Oh, another of Miss Sagamore's parties, probably.
I thought I heard music up there.
Fix the drinks, Roy. I'll be right in.
Andy?
Scotch is fine.
Something wrong?
Just an odor. I've smelled somewhere before.
Oh, yeah. That's Peg's sauerbraten.
No, it's not that.
What is it, Andy?
Oh, you must have noticed it.
Oh, that damp seaweed smell. Yeah, we have it all the time.
We've gotten used to it. You can't live near the beach without sea smell.
Andy, what's the matter, for heaven's sake?
That's not seaweed. It's straw. An unmistakable odor. And there's only one thing that smells like that. Just exactly like that.
What?
The straw in a voodoo doll.
Things at Sagamore Cottage seem stranger all the time. Noises in the walls, the Watsons' weight problem, and now voodoo? In the 1970s on Long Island? Well, they tell me it's not limited to Haiti. But is it really a voodoo doll or just something the cat dragged in? We'll find out when I return shortly with Act 3. Good rentals are hard to come by these days. To get a delightful cottage on Long Island with wall-to-wall carpeting, fireplace, utilities, 2 bedrooms furnished, and all for $200 a month? Well, you've got to expect some drawbacks, like noises in the walls and perhaps voodoo dolls the cat brings in.
Are you serious, Andy?
I had some experience with them when I was on college field training in the West Indies. And there's no smell quite like the straw of a voodoo doll. It's quite unmistakable.
But voodoo here?
Oh, good Lord. That thing Tiger brought in.
It was a hunk of straw.
Shaped like a little doll.
What? Well, the cat had a straw thing in here earlier. We didn't think anything about it.
Where is it?
Well, Tiger was playing with it like a toy. It must be around here someplace.
Well, forget dinner for the moment, please. I must see that thing.
Well, I'll see if Tiger's in the bedroom.
He brought it into the kitchen first. Let's try there, Andy.
Now, you may think I'm making too much of this.
Well, I don't know what to think, but you don't expect me to believe Miss Sagamore and that weirdo maid of hers are bewitching us.
Look, I smell something I don't like. You describe a straw doll the cat found. Now, that's a hex, no matter who's pulling it off.
Somehow, I just can't take this seriously.
Tiger's in the bedroom sleeping, but I can't find that thing. I don't know what he did with it.
You say it's not doing you any harm, Roy. What about your weight loss?
What?
Just tension and fatigue.
Dr. Mason didn't think so. She wanted more tests.
You're suggesting our weight loss is due to a hex?
I suggest you both get out of this cottage as fast as you can. Now, forget the recording we were going to do. Forget looking for the straw thing. Pack up and get out tonight.
Roy, I'm frightened.
And you better be. I told you about the others, Roy.
What others?
I never told her.
An older man who lived here before, and then a young girl after him. Both disappeared, never a trace.
Roy, is that true?
All I know is what Andy tells me.
It's true. How or where they disappeared to, no one knows. But there's something unholy here. And I want you two out of it.
Roy, that odor, we we thought was seaweed. We first noticed it the day after I surprised Margaretta in the cottage. What, do you think...
She was planting the doll here? Could be.
It's been hidden in here all the time, until Tiger found it.
Okay. Let's not lose our scientific heads.
I wouldn't wait, Roy. Just leave. You're paid in advance. Take my apartment. I'll bunk in with Jim McDonald.
Okay, Andy. We'll get out, but one more night's not going to make any difference.
Okay, that's up to you. But you'll leave in the morning?
I'll tell Miss Sagamore. First thing.
Oh, what a heavenly morning. It makes last night seem like a nightmare.
Yeah, I'll go up and tell Miss Sagamore we're leaving.
I'll come.
You don't have to.
You're not leaving me alone.
That's too bad we couldn't get any more tapings last night. Not a sound in the walls.
Frankly, I don't care. I'm sorry to leave this charming cottage. We won't find another one as pretty, but I hope we don't find another one as sinister.
Oh, come on, Peg. I don't think there's anything sinister here. I really don't understand Andy. For a scientist like him to go ape over what he thinks might be voodoo.
That is what frightens me. Andy's a reasonable, logical man, and he's concerned. He's no superstitious kook.
Well, we'll have done with it. Goodbye, Miss Sagamore.
I looked all over for that straw thing this morning. I couldn't find it.
Oh, Tiger probably took it out in the rain and it's gone.
I can't believe neither of them aren't home.
I'll try the door. It's not locked. Miss Sagamore?
Hello?
Still as a tomb.
Miss Sagamore? Should we go in?
Oh, no reason to. I'll leave a note in the cottage.
Well, they're evidently not here. But I would love to see upstairs before we go.
Now who's snooping?
You're right. But let's just take a peek, huh?
Okay. Maybe they're upstairs and didn't hear us. Yeah, I still think we should leave a note.
Miss Sagamore!
This place is like a museum.
Oh, I can't imagine living here. How does she stand it?
I guess in its day it was fantastic. Now it's just old and dingy.
Let's go upstairs. I've just got to see that ballroom. Oh, Roy!
What a room.
Oh, well, there must be hundreds of them.
Is this where she holds her parties?
I don't see how she'd dare with all this china. Hundreds and hundreds of figurines.
But we saw people dancing. There's shadows on the curtains.
Maybe this isn't the same room.
It has to be.
Oh, look. On the table by the window.
The clowns?
Pierrot and Pierrette from the old Italian Commedia dell'arte.
The figures are so lifelike. So smooth.
Oh, I wouldn't touch it if I were you.
Oh, it's a music box. They dance.
Those must have been the shadows we saw against the curtains.
These are Miss Sagamore's party guests?
Oh, she's an old woman lost in her memories and souvenirs.
I think we ought to get going.
These things are all so beautiful. Oh, this table seems to be all fairy tale characters. And over there, a complete English drawing room.
Well, look, even Bo Peep's sheep look real. Except for the size.
Oh, I'm going to take a chance and hold Bo Peep. Oh, it's just perfect. But no name. Usually the designer's mark is on the bottom. But such perfect features. She sort of looks like Marilyn Monroe, only darker.
What?
What's the matter? You've gone white as a sheet.
Let me see that.
Well, be careful with it.
It can't be.
Roy, what is it, for heaven's sake?
When Andy told me about the girl who had the cottage before us, the one who disappeared, he showed me a picture her parents had sent around. Come on. We've got to get out of here fast. And I mean fast. Hurry. Just hurry. Don't pack. Just get the stuff out of the car as fast as you can.
I'm hurrying. Oh, get out of the way, Tiger. Oh, Roy!
What is it?
In the drawer. Another doll.
Don't touch it.
It wouldn't matter. The spell is cast.
Oh.
How did you get in here?
There is no escape.
Roy, what's happening?
There is no escape.
Roy! I'm shrinking. We're both shrinking.
Peggy, run! Try to get away.
I can't.
The cat! Tiger! It's gigantic! Run! Hide!
There is no escape.
Help me! Roy!
You'll be all right. Lucky I got you in here. Sorry I couldn't get your wife in time.
What is this? Where am I?
Behind the baseboard in the bedroom.
What?
You're only 4 inches high, as I am. Margaretta's voodoo works well. I'm sorry about your wife, though. She got to her before I could help.
She?
Margaretta.
I'm dreaming. I'm in the middle of a nightmare. It's too much listening to Andy.
It is nightmarish. I tried so hard to warn you.
Who are you?
George Dobert's the name. I've been hiding from them for more than a year.
You mean you?
I was one of the former tenants, yes.
I don't believe any of this.
Very well. Look out there, then. There, through the opening in the baseboard.
Good Lord. That's the bedroom. 100 times as big.
Now you believe me. I tried to warn you. I tried to warn that young girl a few months ago. But neither of you could understand my squeaks.
That was you we heard in the walls?
Yes.
Peggy. Where is Peggy?
Margaretta got her before the cat did. That's all they wanted. I don't think they're interested in you. Yet.
I've got to find her. Help her.
Oh, that's impossible. Don't dare venture out.
I'm not staying here if Peggy's in danger.
Roy! Peggy!
It's Andy. Andy, help us.
Roy! Where are you two?
Andy, in here, behind the baseboard. You've got to help us. You've got to find Peggy. Find Peggy.
It's no use, you know. All he can hear are your little squeaks. Little mouse squeaks. Just like you heard from me.
I'm going out there.
No. If you value your life.
My life? Don't be funny. I've got to get to Peggy somehow. I'm not staying here if Peggy's in danger.
Don't. You can't help her. I'll show you how to live in here, how to get food, how to avoid them.
Not a chance. I'm going after Peg.
Stop, Mr. Watson. Don't go out there.
I'm going to find my wife. I don't care about anything else.
Come back, please. I tried to warn you.
Yes?
Miss Sagamore?
Oh, you're from the weapons factory. I remember you.
Forget about our past differences. I want to know what happened to the Watsons.
What happened? What do you...
Don't play games, Miss Sagamore. I was there in the cottage last night. I know about the voodoo doll. And now they're gone.
Gone?
I warned them to get out, but all their things are still in the cottage. They didn't leave of their own accord.
Well, I'm sure I don't know. I don't keep track of my tenants coming and going.
Okay, Miss Sagamore. Have it your way. But you haven't heard the end of this. They were friends of mine. And I'm following this one up.
You should have let me handle him.
Perhaps I will. He was always a bother, and now it appears he's becoming troublesome. Besides, I do need a taller Louis XIV for my Marie. Is she ready?
Here.
Margaretta! She's perfect. One of your best to date.
I'm pleased with it myself. The glaze is particularly good, I think.
Her, Margaretta. Her. Not it. My Marie Antoinette. My beautiful Marie Antoinette. Your court is waiting, my dear. Over here, by the window. And soon we'll have a nice, tall, handsome Louis XIV for you.
at least this Marie Antoinette won't lose her head. Unless, of course, she happens to fall to the floor, which seems unlikely under Miss Sagamore's watchful eye and loving care. Her figurine collection is her life. I suppose for Peggy Watson, it was her fate. She ended as she did for two reasons, really. The first, she was the spitting image of Marie Antoinette. The second, she made the mistake of renting Sagamore Cottage. I'll be back shortly. And there lies our tale. Except for one thing that bothers me a little. Tiger. Now that Roy and Peggy won't be around to care for him, he's going to find it tough going. I do hope someone remembers to feed him, poor kitten. He hasn't had a thing since Roy. Our cast included Bob Caliban, Carmen Matthews, Janet Waldo, Bryna Rayburn, and Robert Maxwell. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. There's a certain kind of real estate which is special and unique. It can be at once the best or the worst place of all to be. If you want to hide from the world, shut away everyone else, and have perfect solitude, it's the place for you. But if you love your fellow man and value human contact, as most of us do, this paradise can be the very worst kind of hell. The piece of real estate is an island, and this is the story of a very special island. Our mystery drama, The Mysterious Island, was based on the classic by Jules Verne and written especially for the Mystery Theater by Ian Martin and stars Earl Hammond and Leon Janney. In March of 1865, the Union Army of General Grant had the town of Richmond, Virginia, sewed up in siege. And a curious situation developed. Within the town were many northern prisoners, Union officers and others whose burning desire was to escape and rejoin the North. But while allowed certain liberties, the town was so strictly guarded that escape seemed impossible. However, just as their prisoners could not escape, the Southern secessionists themselves were also trapped. That is how Forster's balloon came to be manufactured and inflated in the great square of Richmond, waiting on north wind, which arrived on March 18th with a vengeance.
What brings you out in such weather, Captain Harding?
What else, Mr. Spillett?
Escape?
Whenever the weather is bad is the time. The worse it gets, the better our chances.
Have you a new plan?
I've been approached by someone with a new idea.
Who?
His name is Pencroft, a sea captain and a navigator.
Well, we can hardly hope to escape by sea, so we have little need of a navigator.
Don't be too sure. Suppose we were to escape by air.
By air? How?
We're looking at the means right now. Foster's balloon.
Are you mad? We're not aeronauts.
I am an engineer. Pencroft is a sea captain. We have some qualifications.
And what about me?
You, Mr. Spillett,
will have a front-page story for the New York Herald. And what a newspaper story for a war correspondent to write.
As if I'm alive to put pen to paper. No, it's impossible. The craft is too well guarded, and besides, Jonathan Forster is scheduled to leave today.
With 5 heavily armed men, the gondola is packed with $2,000 in gold, ammunition, and stores. But if Pencroft is right, he will delay his takeoff.
Why?
He reads this wind as the leading edge of a hurricane. Forster won't risk it.
And you propose we should?
It's a chance that may never come again.
How many are we?
Myself, yourself, Pencroft, and his son.
How old?
A boy, but full grown. We can't very well leave Pencroft behind. It was his idea, and he won't go without his son.
Very well. When?
Tonight, after dark, at 10 o'clock. And keep your fingers crossed that the wind does not die down before then.
And so began an incredible adventure. As a writer, it naturally fell to me to keep the record of it. And weird and unbelievable as it may seem, I have tried to keep it faithfully. The hurricane that Pencroft had forecast became a reality. And when the soldiers guarding the balloon had run for cover, that was when we made our break.
Captain Harding, do you think we dare try to take off at this? It's our only chance. What do you say, Pencroft?
Neb and me was ready to set out alone, though I know nothing of sailing a lighter than aircraft. With you along, Captain, your knowledge of balloons, we're doubly ready.
Well, Gideon, are you with us?
Well, if you think I'm going to miss out on the best story of the war, you're crazy. I am with you.
All right, now listen. Luckily, the wind's blown out the gas lamps, so we've got the dark as well as the mist to shield us. But we'll take no chances, since none of us are armed. We'll split up now, and each sneak up to the balloon from a different side. We meet there in 5 minutes. Hurry, Gideon, we're ready to cast off.
Where's the boy?
He was supposed to come from the east. I'll have to go look for him.
Give him a chance. Meantime, all of you, help me get rid of the ballast bags.
I won't go without my boy.
Here he comes now.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to keep you waiting. What happened to you?
It was Top. He must have broken his chain.
Who's Top?
My dog. I told him he couldn't come, but what are they doing to him?
Oh, he's roused the guard. Pencroft, grab the boy.
I've got to go to him. I've
Looks
got
like
to go
he's
to
coming
him.
to us. Cast off the cable on your side, Gideon, while I get mine.
The dog jumped aboard. Oh, Top wants to go with him.
Bring him in. Get him overboard.
It's too late. We're 20 feet off the ground already. Thank heaven we're rising fast enough to get away from their bullets. We've made it. We've escaped. We're on our way home.
Home. Little did any of us know how long it would be before we saw that again, if ever. No words could describe the terror of the next 5 days. The full rage of the hurricane swept us through the air, tossing and turning the gondola basket like a pendulum till all of us were airsick. By night, the captain could not dare risk a descent, and by day, a curtain of swirling fog shrouded the earth. For 5 days, we rode the whirlwind, surviving it Lord only knows how, till at last, that morning, for the first time, the mist parted below us, and we saw the sea. It's sea beneath us.
Yes, and we're falling fast.
What's that sound?
There's a rent in the balloon.
The gas is leaking out.
What can we do, Captain?
Get everything overboard. Lighten her as much as we can.
What about this gold?
Over with it.
It's over $2,000.
Good, it might buy us our lives. Over. Come on.
The food, Captain.
Everything, even the guns.
It isn't doing any good. We're still falling. Land, Captain, land! Top saw it first. Land!
Where?
Neb, you're right, boy. Off to starboard there.
We'll never fetch it. We're almost in the sea now. Oh, we've got to lighten her more.
There's nothing left to get rid of.
Yes, there is. We'll cut away the gondola itself. Quick, all of you, climb up on the net around the balloon and cling to it. The wind's carrying us toward the island.
But Top, he can't get up.
You go with the others, boy. I'll hand Top up to you. Here.
I've got him. Okay. Hurry, Captain. Hurry. We're almost on the wave top.
Just one more cable and cut it.
What happened? We took a wave broadside.
But look, it bounced the balloon up into the air. We're going to make it to land. We're going to... No, Top.
What is it, Neb?
The captain, Dad. The captain, he's gone. And Top went in after him. was true. A wave struck the balloon and carried away Captain Harding and the dog. And the loss of their weight had been just enough to let the collapsing balloon rise and the wind to carry it towards the land. Now, just before we came to the shore, the balloon, half inflated, fell again to the sea. And with the wind driving it and us clinging to the mesh, we were rushed to the shore, battered by the surf, fighting our way to shore, exhausted and half dead.
Easy, lad. Easy. We'll find him.
Oh, never in a sea like that.
Any sign of them, Gideon?
I didn't have much hope, and I was too exhausted to go far. What happened to the balloon?
As soon as we cut ourselves free, the wind took it. It's gone, too.
It's Top. It's Top. Here, boy. Come on, boy. Oh, Top, you're alive. You made it.
The dog looks in good condition. Strange.
Something stranger. His coat's near as dry as a bone. How could that be if he come out of the sea?
Well, he didn't. He came along the beach and... Hush, boy, hush.
Well, then that means the captain may have made it ashore, too.
I don't see a sign of him.
If only Top could tell us.
Oh, but he is, Mr. Gideon. He is. Look. He's got my sleeve, and he's trying to pull me back the way he came. He's trying to take us to the captain.
We followed the excited dog. He was leading us into the tropical jungle. Now, after fighting our way for nearly a mile, we came out in a clearing off which opened a cave. And in it, we found...
It's the captain!
Down, Top, down.
Well, I only hope he's still alive. Captain, can you hear me?
Neb, here, take my hat. Get some water from that stream.
Yes, Father.
How is he?
Well, he's unconscious. Oh, that's a bad gash in his head. But otherwise, he seems unhurt.
How in the name of all that's holy could he have got out of that sea, crossed all them rocks, and dragged himself here?
Yes, seems impossible. But we haven't time to worry about any mysteries now. We have to try to bring him to. As I worked over the captain, my mind was busy with many questions. Where were we? Was it an island or a continent? Did it have inhabitants or not? And how could a man with so serious a concussion, exhausted from a long swim, have possibly dragged himself across those jagged rocks without injury and found his way a mile deep into this tropical jungle to the safe haven of this cave?
I can't answer your question, Gideon. When I hit the water, I was knocked half dizzy. I swam as long as I could, but the waves were terrific. And the last thing I remember was thinking I'd had it and blacking out.
You don't remember anything about getting to the beach or finding your way here?
Not a blessed thing.
And Top?
Oh, I remember his swimming beside me when I blacked out.
Yes, but he could hardly have dragged you ashore.
Hardly.
Well, you'd better rest.
Gideon, where are we?
Well, that's what I'd been hoping to ask you.
I've been thinking about that since I regained consciousness. Now, traveling southeast from a starting point in Richmond at an average of 90 miles an hour ahead of the wind, my guess would be some 7,000 miles away and somewhere in the Pacific.
7,000 miles?
Well, the distance is less important, perhaps, than the direction. The question is where we are here. Is it the South American continent, the Asian, the Australian, or is it an island?
I can answer that. We seem to be marooned on a desert island.
A desert island?
How's the captain?
Well, much better, as you'll see, Neb. What luck?
All kinds of luck. Unbelievable.
Washed up on the shore, lashed to two barrels which kept it afloat. A great sea chest full of all sorts of tools and weapons and clothes.
Maybe more important, 2 wooden crates. One full of tinned goods, the other ship staples. Coffee, flour, dried beef, and the like.
It's incredible. Washed ashore from some shipwreck?
Well, maybe, only... Well, you tell them, Father.
All I could say is them rope lashings hadn't been in the seawater long.
Someone or something, we think, left those stores for us.
And I know for sure I couldn't have saved myself. I had to have help, divine or
Now, just a minute. If anyone's saying that some supernatural influence hovers around the island...
All I'm saying is what I see and what I know.
Well named, the mysterious island, with its unknown benefactor who seems to protect our castaways. Is he real or imagined? And can he still protect them from all the dangers yet to come? If he exists, will they ever meet him face to face? I shall return shortly with Act 2. Can you conceive of traveling 7,000 miles in an unguided balloon? Of being swept from one hemisphere to the other? And yet, if you'll take out a map of the world and lay an ordinary ruler from Richmond, Virginia to the southwest, the direction that a northeast wind would blow you, you'll see you could end up somewhere south of the Hawaiian Islands in the midst of a sea that in 1865 was still largely uncharted.
If indeed some other presence invaded our island, during the next month we had no further evidence of it. We were all too busy with our various tasks, and Captain Harding with regaining his strength to think much further about it. One morning, Neb and Pencroft set out to hunt, and I set about constructing some more earthenware pots on a wheel, which the captain had designed.
Good morning, Gideon.
Morning, Captain. It's a beautiful day.
Seems so to me. Thanks to you, Gideon.
Nonsense. I've done little. Without your leadership and knowledge, we'd all have been in a bad way. Now, this potter's wheel, for example. Without it, no dishes. The magnifying glass you made from your watch crystal, without it, no fire. Oh, hundreds of other things.
Well, I'd be a poor engineer if I had no knowledge of simple mechanics. Are the others gone?
Yes, good half hour since.
Then I'd be an even poorer leader if I didn't face hard facts.
What do you mean?
We must find a better place to stay.
But, Captain, we have shelter, water. Oh, I know the insects are bad at
Gideon,
night.
So far we've been concerned with survival. We've managed that. Now we have to consider escape.
Escape? To where?
Another island, then another. Till at last the mainland or civilization.
But how?
We must build a boat. And to do that, we must be near the sea where it can be launched. Tomorrow I start looking for our new home.
3 weeks later, Captain Harding had found what we came to call Granite House, which became our permanent home. I will never forget the day he first led us to it. A great granite cliff suddenly reared straight up from the beach, a sheer wall facing the sea. To the side of it, we climbed a tortuous path, past a waterfall, till we came to a small plateau with a small lake cupped in it. Around the lake, we followed him to an opening in the granite wall, and then through a continuously downward path till...
Seems like we're on our way back down to the beach again, except inside.
Exactly, Mr. Pencroft.
Well, we must have come a couple of 100 feet through this narrow cave, Captain.
Not much further. This is a fascinating formation. At one time, I believe the lake above and the sea itself were one, filling these caverns.
It won't come back and drown us now, will it?
No chance. You'll see why in a moment. Now, welcome to your new home.
Why, it's huge.
And all those windows opening onto the sea.
That's why the sea no longer boils up into the lake. It broke through the granite eventually.
Oh, it must be 60 feet down to the beach.
A little less.
But if we lived here, we'd have to have all that climb up and then hundreds of feet back down again.
Not at all, Mr. Pencroft. We would build a stout door to protect our rear. Rope ladders from our windows to come and go, which could be drawn up if need be. Use the waterfall for power to help our machines, and build our boat ready to be launched in the river mouth down below.
Well, I understand, Captain Harding, but do we need all that protection?
Who knows? Are we not all sure there is some other presence on our island?
We moved in, and we made it home, and we started to build our boat, the Bonadventure. Looking back over my diaries, it is hard to believe the time that passed almost unnoticed. But even harder to believe the amount of work that was done. On one of his exploring expeditions, Captain Harding had discovered the tattered remains of the balloon trapped in the treetops. These had been brought back to make sails. And at last, the great day of launching had happened, and we sailed within the lagoon, finding the Bonadventure handled very well. It was just at dusk, as we were returning to our mooring, that a strange thing happened.
Help, Neb. Come about.
What is it, Pencroft?
Darned if I know. There was an eddy there, like there might be a rock. But watch out to come about. Clear the boom. Trimmer, Neb.
Aye, aye, sir.
No, hold a minute. Let her fall away.
Now what, Ben?
Right there, Captain, where I saw the water break like an eddy. See it? There, a bottle floating.
We came about, circling again. And sure enough, there was a bottle bobbing in the water. Penn sent Neb over the side for it, and in a few minutes, we hauled him in, wet but triumphant.
What have you got, lad?
It's just like Father said. A bottle.
Give it here.
Here you are, sir.
Let's see if we can get this cork out. Yeah.
There's a message inside, or at least a paper. Can you get it, Captain? What does it say?
Just these words. Help, please. Castaway, Tabor Island. 153 degrees west longitude, 37 degrees 11 minutes south latitude.
Why, that's not over 70 miles. Just over the horizon. We could make it in this craft easily as sailing downwind.
But not all of us. It's near dusk. Head for the mooring. We'll set all our courses for tomorrow.
I won't go into the discussion that night at any length. It's enough to say that since the boat could not handle more than 3 people, only 2 of us could go. At first, the captain and Pencroft seemed the logical pair, but Pencroft proved to be stubborn. He didn't want to be parted from Neb, and I had to agree that he was right. Everything we attempted was full of danger, and our boat was at best very frail. Obviously, it could be best handled by a seaman and his son. So, uneasily, we bid them goodbye the next morning. During the day, we kept busy, but with nightfall, the captain and I returned to worry and the helplessness of waiting.
I don't like the weather.
Yes, looks as if there's a squall on the way, but it should blow over long before they get back.
Should I have let them go is the real question.
Another human being in trouble? What choice was there?
If he's still there.
Paper looked quite fresh. I don't think that bottle could have been long in the sea.
Thinking back, that's what worries me. Well, nothing we can do but wait.
With the fury of a demon, a tropical storm broke, and huge waves lashed at the shore below us. It was the night of the 3rd day, and we had expected the Bonadventure back this night. Could she live in such a storm? Where have you been, Captain?
I climbed down the rope ladder. The tides washed all the way to the cliff. I can't get to the bonfires to light them.
Well, perhaps they haven't started back yet.
I told them to spend no more than 1 day, and if they found no one to return.
Maybe they saw the storm making up and delayed.
Perhaps. Or perhaps the note in the bottle was some kind of a trick. The island may be inhabited. They may have been taken prisoner by some hostile tribe. Oh, I should never have let them.
Oh, no, you can't blame yourself.
But I do. Particularly for not being able to get to the signal fires. In the dark, for a wind like this, they miss the island. They may be lost forever. They may... Look! Look, idiot!
The bonfires! They're lit! They're burning!
Impossible! How could any man in this tide reach the point except by sea?
And no mortal could live in such a sea.
Look out beyond the bonfires. Can you see it winking on the sea? The riding light of the Bonaventure. And the fires will lead it straight to home.
It was the bonfires that saved Pencroft and Neb. And who or what hand had lit them was a question lost the following morning in the excitement of their news. For they had found a castaway on Tabor Island. A new member had joined our society. He was tall, a mass of hair and beard, half clad in animal skins and filthy, more beast than man, and his arms were tightly bound behind his back.
When we first reached the island, we thought there was no one there, although we did find an old broken-down shack, but that looked as though nobody lived there anymore either.
Then we found him, running on all fours like an animal. When we tried to come nearer, he attacked us. And I don't think we could have handled him if I hadn't had a pistol to bring him to his senses.
Oh, he gave me a whopper of a black eye, and we had to tie him up. He didn't want to come with us at first, and, well, he won't talk. You can't get a word out of him.
Then you don't know his name or who he is or what he was doing there?
That's enough. I'm British.
What's your name?
That's as may be.
You ashamed of it?
Who are you, Governor?
Captain Cyrus Harding.
Oh, a military man, eh?
Union Army.
Never heard of it. You American?
I am.
What are you doing on this here island?
We're castaways, just like you. Captain Pencroft, sea captain that is, his son Neb, and Mr. Gideon Spilett of the New York Herald. Now you tell me, what were you doing on that island?
Oh, now that's a long story.
Captain Harding! Captain Harding, sir!
Yes, Neb, what is it?
I think you better bring your spyglass, sir. It looks like there's a ship on the horizon.
A what? Here's the glass, Captain.
Where's my... Oh, thank you, Pencroft. Where away, boy?
East by northeast, sir. About 60 points.
By Tophet, you're right, Neb. There is a sail. Can you make her, Captain?
She's too low on the horizon yet, but ship it is.
We're saved! We're saved!
I wouldn't be too sure on that yet, sir. Not if I was you.
In the midst of their excitement, all four of them turned to the stranger among them, their wild burst of hope and enthusiasm dampened, chilled as though they'd been doused in ice water by the ominous tone of his voice. What does he mean? What enemy could the approaching ship turn out to be? I'll return shortly with Act 3. Well, now, let's see. We left our four castaways gazing in surprise and dismay at the marooned man they had rescued from Tabor Island. But he wasn't looking at them. With his arms still bound behind him, he had moved to one of the great windows in the rock of Granite House and was squinting out to sea with a seaman's eye, his gaze fixed in the direction of the faraway sail, just clearing the horizon.
What do you mean you wouldn't be too sure?
Of that ship, till she comes a lot closer. It'll be an hour or two before she comes near enough to see what she is.
It doesn't matter what she is. She's a ship, and it means a chance to get back off this island and home.
Pencroft is right, Captain. I'll go light the bonfires.
Plenty of time for that, my boy.
She might sheer off if she sees no sign of life here.
Not much chance of that, I should think. She could mean rescue for you four. And she could be bringing you what I'm afraid she brings me. She could be flying the Black Flag.
The Black Flag?
A Jolly Roger.
A pirate ship.
All right, everyone, let's calm down. Pencroft, take my glass and keep a close lookout on that sail. As for you, I think you'd better tell us this story of yours and make it fast.
Aye, sir. 'Tis 10 long years since I talked to any man. The words come slow and my throat is stiff, but I'll try. As you may have guessed, my trade was the sea. But in 1855, I'd been on the beach in Australia, and in desperation to keep body and soul together, mixed up in various trades, none of them quite legal, I palled about with another no-good who in his cups more than once claimed to be the legal heir of Lord Glenarvan.
You mean the millionaire, the shipping magnate?
Yes, the same. I never paid him much heed. And one night in a barroom fight, he was knifed and killed by another Joey of mine.
Joey?
An Australian word for friend, Neb. Go on.
About a year later, this big steam yacht put into Melbourne, and it's his lordship looking for his son. Well, between us, Bob Joyce and myself, we saw a real opportunity to make our pile and end up rich. The plan was simple. Lord Glenarvan's ship needed to take on some crew. I was to say I knew where young Glenarvan might be found. And then, ship aboard was some men we had on our side, and enough of Bob Joyce's gold to buy enough others in the crew.
For what purpose? The boy was dead. Where could you lead them?
Just far enough to sea to take over the ship. Now, don't forget, a steam sail ship in those days in Australian waters. We'd have a freebooter which could own the seas.
What's a freebooter?
A pirate ship. And I take it something went wrong with your plan.
Yes, that's right. One of the crew I tried to buy went to the mate and threw him before Captain Gray. I'll never forget that day as long as I live.
This sailor, fully proved guilty of the crime of fomenting mutiny, shall forthwith be hanged from the yardarm as an example.
A moment, Captain Gray. May I speak to the condemned?
Of course, your lordship.
I can do little to save you, but... First, my son is dead.
You can take the word of a dying man.
Who killed him?
That's not for me to say.
Give me the name of the man so I can hunt him down, and perhaps I can save your life.
Well, why should I protect him now, whatever? The knife was in the back. His name is Bob Joyce.
Very good. Bob Joyce. If I find this man, would you be witness against him?
Well, that's an hard promise to make. Since within 15 minutes, I'll be dancing on the end of a yardarm.
I could intercede.
And have me set free?
No one can promise that. On his ship by maritime law, a captain is in total command. Yet, I am sure my request could save your life.
You do that, my lord. And whenever you need me, just call on me. Oh, his lordship was as good as his word, as far as it went. Oh, I was saved from the gallows. But by the captain's orders, marooned on Tabor Island for the rest of my life.
His lordship has never returned to call on you, as you suggested?
No, sir.
Why do you suppose that is?
Well, until 2 years ago or thereabout, I had supposed because Bob Joyce was dead. And then...
And then?
A ship came to call at my island. Oh, I was delirious with joy. But some sixth sense warned me. I let the boat land, remaining hidden in a secret place. Saw the men who felt I had betrayed him, Bob Joyce, and heard him. He vowed he would search every island in this area until he found me either dead or exterminated.
Well, why was he so violent against you?
Because he felt I betrayed him, condemned him to a life of piracy and fleeing the hangman.
That's why you're afraid of this ship we see bearing down on us. That it may be his ship.
Yes, Captain. Because if it is, I'll give you my word for what it's worth, that he will destroy me and all the rest of us without a single regret.
I don't think there was one of us who wasn't deeply affected by the story Ayrton told, or not convinced of his honest repentance after the punishment he had suffered. But we had little time to dwell on that, for under a steady wind, the ship was upon us sooner than we expected. Less than a mile offshore, she came about, and after breaking out the Jolly Roger...
Hold your fire.
But she fired on
The
us.
advantage of cannon, she's beyond our range.
You're right, Captain. Don't answer her fire. It's what she's looking for.
You mean to see if the island is inhabited?
That's right, yes.
Then if we don't answer, she won't anchor and beat off again?
No. We won't be that lucky. Put some boats ashore.
Some boats?
Aye, lad. There's 40 to 50 men aboard her. Far more than we can handle, except one way.
Which way is that?
You'd have to trust me.
To do what?
I see a spit of land going out there. It can't be more than half a mile to the ship from there. It's coming on to nightfall. Free my arms. Take me out there and I'll guarantee to swim to the ship and set off the powder magazine and blow them all to hell where they belong. And if I fail, what have you lost?
Under cover of darkness, Neb and I sneaked down with him to the point, leaving the captain and Pencroft to hold the fort. Neb and I were armed with guns to protect him if he had to make a run for it. At exactly midnight, he slipped into the water for the long swim, and Neb and I settled down to wait and pray for his safe return. In less than an hour, all hell broke loose across the water in the dark.
We got him. He was discovered.
Now, that much is obvious.
How can we help him to escape?
Mostly by keeping quiet and praying. The trouble is, we never should have risked this.
Oh, well, why?
Because obviously now they know there's someone on the island. And it won't take long to discover how few of us there are.
Well, why should they bother us? I mean, maybe they'll just sail away.
No, I wouldn't count on it. They'll have to come to shore for water and... explosion had rent the night. In the flare of it, we could see the ship exploding literally into fragments, which burst into the air in a spray, and for a long time, like a flaming rocket, hovered, till at last all the fragments came down to the sea and hissed out. Once again, it was black. We waited tensely, and at last, we heard the splashing of a swimmer coming near. Guns at ready, we greeted...
Mr. Ayrton!
Aye, lad. Oh, give me a hand.
Here.
A long swim.
And a worthy one. You got to their powder magazine.
No, not I. They found me before I could get there.
The pirates?
Yes, it was them, all right. We all had a fortunate escape.
Oh, thanks to you.
No thanks to me, lad.
But their powder magazine blew up.
Not through my efforts.
Well, whose?
Maybe the good gods, but some other hand than mine.
He's passed out, Mr. Gideon.
Yes, exhaustion, I hope. Here, I'll take care of him.
How is he?
Not hurt. Just sheer exhaustion. Neb tell you about the...
Yes, and as you can see, now it's getting light. There's no trace of the ship, and...
Well, what is it?
Look, maybe that's our answer.
To what?
To the blowing up of the ship. The chest with the supplies, the bottle with the message. Everything that's been happening to us since we landed on this mysterious island.
I looked, and rising from the sea was a sight I had never seen. A man, or was it a man, clothed in rubber with a great iron bubble on his head and two heavy tanks strapped to his back. Could it be human? Or was it something straight from the bowels of hell?
Yes, gentlemen. I blew up your pirate ship. I am the answer to many strange things that have happened to you since you reached this island. Yes, I am, if you will, your benefactor. Now you must help me.
But who are you, sir?
My name, Captain Harding. It is and will never be other than Captain Nemo.
Nemo? The famous Captain Nemo of the Nautilus?
And of 20,000 leagues under the sea, the same.
But I thought, well, most people believe that you and your fabulous undersea craft were destroyed.
A belief since I shunned the company of men. I was happy for the world to accept. For all these years, I have combed the underworld of the sea alone, in peace.
And your crew?
One by one, Captain Harding, the sea, the rigors of our life, have taken their toll. At last, 3 years ago, I was left alone.
And the Nautilus, that fabulous undersea craft.
I piloted it to its grave under this granite cave you live in.
The well. You used to come up it in your diving apparatus and occupy this chamber for your own.
Right. When you came to the island, I wanted to help. I did it the best I could.
The chest of supplies and tools.
The bonfires that were lighted to bring us home.
My rescue from the sea and tops.
The bottle with the message that Ayrton was marooned on Tabor's Island.
But why? Why didn't you reveal yourself?
My history is my flight from my fellow man.
And now you choose to reveal yourself? Why?
Because I am dying. I have made my last effort in your behalf by blowing up the pirate ship. ask a return from you.
What?
Buried in a subterranean chamber below this granite house of yours lies the Nautilus. I am going to it to die. I ask you to make it my coffin.
What is it you're asking?
Restore my diving equipment to me. Let me descend through the well to my rest. Besides the explosive I used to destroy the pirate ship, I brought a chest. My gift to the living. Now let me go.
Gift to the living? You may go, but where do we go from here?
I can tell you where you must go.
Must go?
At least away from this island. The forces that trap the Nautilus are again burbling. There is an eruption coming which in my belief will bury this island in the sea. Mark my words. As soon as I descend to my burial chamber, you must set sail.
In the Bonaventure? Well, it has barely room for 3.
Nevertheless, Mr. Spilett, you must load it to the gunwales.
But any reasonable sea would swamp us.
You must trust my belief that there will be no unreasonable sea.
But where would we head for?
Northeast by east, tracing the path you came. Only this time you travel the surface of the earth. Follow the trades, and you will reach the Hawaiian Islands.
That's a wild venture.
Not if you take my charts and the chest I leave you. Find your way home.
And you?
The sands of my life have run out. Once I am back where I have lived in isolation for years, I will be content with what is to come. But you leave fast.
We left the island as we came, leaving every possession with weight behind. Oh, we sailed bravely away on the Bonaventure, wallowing in the sea. We had been forced there by the prophecy of Captain Nemo when the center of the island started to spout fire and later brimstone, and the whole earth had rolled in a terrifying warning that the island was about to blow up. Watched while it did, and within all of us was a thankful prayer.
The secret of Mysterious Island, what is it? That life is made to be lived, no matter how we find it, or how it may present itself to us, and that beyond us there is a special being. Yes, if you want to believe in that. And if you do, you can believe that he can make anything possible. Or much more important, that through him, you can make anything possible. If you just try hard enough. I'll be back shortly. A unique and fascinating man, Jules Verne. Over a century ago, he was opening vistas far beyond the vision of the ordinary man, charting unknown seas and revealing what lay beneath them, ranging across unclimbed mountains, through virgin forests, reaching even deep into the heart of the earth to bring his readers the world of imagination. Where would the rest of us be if the dreamers and the visionaries didn't possess the keys to keep opening new doors to new tomorrows? Thank God for Jules Verne. Our cast included Earl Hammond, Leon Janney, Jackson Beck, and Roger Barron. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. This tale isn't for the easily scared or the faint of heart. It's a full-blooded ghost story and introduces once again that intrepid voyager into the unknown seas of the supernatural and the occult, who always manages to return with a pragmatic explanation of what seems to be the inexplicable. Our mystery drama, The Shining Man, was based on the short story by E. and H. Herron and written especially for the Mystery Theater by Ian Martin and stars Bob Caliban and Morgan Fairchild. I don't know about you, but to me, it seems a pity that haunted houses have gone out of style. Perhaps it has to do with the uncompromising utilitarianism of modern houses. After all, what self-respecting ghost would feel at home without a turret room, a sliding panel or two, and a host of shadowed, twisted corners? So to enjoy our story, let's retrace our steps back to the turn of the century, when walls were wainscoted, ceilings were high and ornate, and the clanking of chains and groans from the grave were enhanced instead of smothered by insulation and acoustic tile.
Oh, I hope he's on this train, Uncle Flax. He was due last night, and he wasn't on the morning train.
Well, whatever held him up, it must have been a very important something indeed to keep my nephew Donald away from your side for so long.
Oh, it doesn't matter anymore. There he is. Don?
Oh, darling Gigi. It's been 1,000 years.
A million without you. Was the trip worth leaving me abandoned here in London?
Oh, just wait till you hear. Hello, Uncle.
Hello, Don. Did you take the position?
I did. You are now looking at the brand new headmaster of the Girvan Academy for Boys. Not only that, but I found us a house.
Oh, I knew the trip would be worthwhile. I just knew it.
Congratulations, my boy.
Oh, I must talk to you about the house, too, Uncle Flax.
Oh, there's time enough for that at home tonight. Now, if it's a matter of finances...
No, nothing to do with that. It's... Well, I'll explain later.
Well, whatever it is, you know you can count on me.
My name is Don Campbell. I'm of Scottish and English descent, but I was educated in Canada and America, where I met and married my wife. Gigi was an orphan, like me, and in 1900, being at that time unemployed, we were overjoyed to accept an invitation from my only relative, Mr. Flaxman Lowe, to visit him in London. While there, I suspect through my uncle's pulling a few strings, I had been offered an interview for a job as headmaster of Girvan Academy in Scotland.
The job sounds marvelous, Don. But I know you. Why do you keep avoiding talking about the house?
But that's marvelous, too.
Well, do we need a house? Surely it couldn't have been too difficult to rent something furnished.
But the house is furnished, too. And Gigi, it was too good a thing to pass up. The bargain of all time.
Well, what sort of bargain? What sort of house?
Well, it's kind of hard to describe. It's really stunning. High on a ridge, and the view is stupendous. Connor Old House, it's called. When you look at it from outside, you'll fall in love with it just as I did.
And the inside?
Well, it's been empty for quite a few years, and, well, there's work to be done there. I've already arranged with the agent to hire a man to clean it up. And the price includes the furniture.
Don, are you trying to tell me you've bought this house without my ever even seeing it?
Well, not exactly bought. Just a down payment. Oh, but, darling, I tell you, it was such an incredible bargain.
Why is this house such an incredible bargain?
Well, I suppose because it's supposed to be haunted.
Oh, that's great.
Well, Gigi, I couldn't pass up an absolute steal like this. I can't describe to you how lovely Connor Old House is, clothed in ivy, on the highest hill within its horizon, with the green grass tumbling down to the cliffs and the dunes and the endless sea beyond.
And the ghosts you spoke of?
Oh, local superstition. And if they bother us by groaning and clanking about, well, there's always Uncle Flax. As a parapsychologist, they're his life work, and he can blow them away just like the mists.
Are you so sure?
Brandy, Uncle Flax?
Yes, thank you. You're not joining me?
No, thanks. I only got you away from Gigi so I'd have a chance to talk to you about the house.
All right. What's troubling you?
The house is supposed to be haunted.
By whom?
What they call the Shining Man.
The Shining Man?
Uh-huh.
What does that mean?
Oh, a lot of talk, gibberish, but I honestly don't know. I think a trick of the moon on the windows reflecting, something like that.
I see. Who was the former owner?
Sir James Mackay, who had retired from abroad, Central Africa, I think. He lived there with his daughter and a gigantic black who apparently was devoted to him for saving his life in Africa.
Why did they leave?
Well, they didn't. The daughter, it seemed, had contracted some virulent disease from her African sojourn, and she died while her father was on some business in London.
And the father?
The shock of finding his daughter dead on his return was too great for him, and he settled into a sort of melancholy and eventually died.
It's not a very pretty history. What happened to the slave?
Slave?
Yes, the black man.
I didn't say he was a slave.
Oh, yes, that's right, you didn't. What happened to him, anyway?
Oh, I don't know. Well, let me see. In the local gossip, there was something about Sir James accusing him of being responsible for the girl's death, but, well, it never came to anything because the black had disappeared, and not long after, Sir James was found on the living room couch, dead of apoplexy, his face covered with horrible livid patches.
And this is the home to which you expect to take that pretty young American wife of yours?
Oh, don't be ridiculous, Uncle Flaxman. The tragedies of others have nothing to do with us. A house is not a person. It can't affect us. Well, and even if there are any malign influence hovering around, well, I have the best protection in the world, don't I?
Oh, yes? What is that?
You. Aren't you the foremost ghost detective in the world? If we run into trouble, can't I coax you to tilt a couple of tables or at least exorcise any demons if they're wandering about?
My dear boy, you know I am always at your service, but I wouldn't joke about the unknown, Don. Why this house instead of any other?
Because it's the only one I can afford. And I've already made a down payment. So, there we were, Gigi and I, with all our worldly belongings off for Scotland as soon as we could pack. Of course, I should have stopped to write first and waited for a reply, but that isn't my way. I had made a decision. Why waste time? Especially since London was expensive and almost all my money had gone for the payment on the house, and it would be a month before I could expect my salary at the academy to begin. We had to take the train north to Ayr, and then debark and retrace our steps south some 30 miles to Girvan, the nearest town to what I now thought of our home. It was a good 25 miles by road, and it was after dark on a blustery, drizzly evening when we arrived at Lanark Inn, where I had stayed before. Happily, the landlord remembered me and had accommodations.
Hey, hello there, Mr. Campbell. It's good to see you again. Will you be staying?
Oh, just for a night or so, Mr. McTavish, with my wife.
Well, bid you good welcome too, Mrs. Campbell. Oh, but you're a bonny lass, and I can't blame Mr. Campbell for making you his own. But you look a wee bit chill. Now, come on, Ben, and you'll warm yourself by the fire, the two of you.
Mr. McTavish was as good as his word. Not only did he have a fire, but he had some warming beer, and with it, some heavenly steak and kidney pie.
So, what brings you back to Girvan, Mr. Campbell?
Oh, I'm back to stay, Mr. McTavish.
All right. And where would that be?
At our new home. I'm going to buy Connor Oldhouse.
You are?
Oh, my husband can't wait to take possession. If it had been daylight, it'd have moved right in.
I'd move in right now if I were sure it had been aired and cleaned thoroughly. Mr. Niven, the agent, wouldn't still be around town, would he?
Oh, no, he's away home long before twilight. He lives quite far down the road.
Oh, well, I'd rather see the house by daylight first anyway. We can move in tomorrow.
No, I wouldn't haste too much till Well, till you've had a word with Tommy Niven.
Well, of course we have to see him first. I'll be up at the crack of dawn waiting in his office till he comes in.
Well, I don't think in the morning he'll be by. He'll be over to Contraire, I would think, to the funeral.
What funeral?
Well, you see, it was this lad he engaged from the village here to clean up Connor Old House.
Yes, I commissioned him to do that. What about him?
Well, it's not all that easy to get folks hereabouts to go near Connor Old House, even in the daylight, after all that's happened there.
You mean Sir James and his daughter and their unfortunate deaths?
Aye, and then over all that, there's the...
the Shining Man?
Aye, him. Oh, and in front of the lady, I didn't want to...
Oh, that's quite all right, Mr. McTavish. Don has told me all about the history of the house. It's sort of exciting, but... Well, I don't really believe in ghosts. I'm not scared.
That's my wife.
I don't know but what I'd be a wee bit canny if I were in your shoes. It wasn't only the doctor and his daughter. But there was what happened to the tinker as well. And poor Slow Jock.
Oh, no, now, wait a minute. Who's the tinker?
And who's poor Slow Jock?
Well, here, one at a time. The tinker was a nobody, a tramp, or a bum, I think you'd be calling him in the States. And a couple of years back, he moved himself in. It looked to be as if he lived in the kitchen, quite comfortable and happy for a few days. But then, he moved into the library, and they found him on the library couch. Sir James's couch, that was. Stark, raving mad and at death's door, and his face all over with great black marks like he'd been in a peat bog.
He just had a dirty face. He probably got caught in the rain and went into Connor Old House for shelter and died quietly of pneumonia.
Raving, with the DTs, just like poor Jock.
What happened to him?
Oh, only the good Lord could maybe answer that. But he was just like the tinker, lying on the couch. Only he was dead. Oh, and an expression on his face only old Clootie himself could have written there.
Old Clootie?
The devil. Well, don't tell me Jock's face was blackened, too.
Just like the others. Oh, here, now, I hope I'm not upsetting you.
Oh, no, nothing of the sort. Just the right thing to make us sleep like tops.
Well, the toddy should take care of that. But, I just thought you ought to be warned.
Come to bed, Don. Why are you watching out the window?
Oh, nothing. It's started to rain. Typical Scottish drizzle.
You think there's going to be a storm?
No, I don't.
What is it? Don, what did you see?
I didn't see anything. Go back to bed, Gigi.
Don, you're looking towards our house, aren't you? Connor House, I mean.
Yes, well, I mean, that's the general direction, but it's...
I see it. I see what you saw.
What?
A light. Glimmering like a huge June bug, only it's shaped like a man. Oh, dear Lord, it is haunted, just as the innkeeper said. Look, Don, look, it's the Shining Man.
Now, wouldn't you say that's a fair beginning for a story of a haunted house? What is it that Gigi has seen, or thinks she saw? Some trick of refraction of the light from the inn windows against the misting drizzle of the rain? Or a real light carried by a real person who has no business in Connor Old House? I shall return shortly with Act 2. From ghoulies and ghosties and long-leggedy beasties and things that go bump in the night, good Lord deliver us. An old Scottish saying, and one that shivered through Gigi's mind that night, trickling in icy waves down her spine, till at last Don coaxed her to sleep. But with the coming of morning, all the night fears seemed ridiculous, particularly in the face of Thomas Niven's cheerful scorn. The real estate agent was a giant of a man, an all-Scotland rugby player who boomed and beamed and bubbled with good cheer.
Oh, pack of tommy rot, the whole thing. Old wives' tales and gossips gabbling, eh? That tramp was sheer coincidence, and Sir James and his daughter, well, that was tragedy, if you will, but nothing supernatural about it.
Well, what about this boy, Jock, Mr. Niven?
Oh, yes, well, Jock. Now, there I do blame myself, Mr. Campbell. I should have realized that the boy wasn't up to the job. Never send a boy on a man's errand, eh?
Was he really so young?
Not in years, Mrs. Campbell. A man grown, in body, that is. But he was a touch, not quite right in the head. Mark you, that would never have interfered with the clean-up job. It was just the sort of thing for him under ordinary circumstances, and he and his mother could always use the money.
You say ordinary circumstances. I thought you were telling us that there's nothing extraordinary
About Connor Oldhouse? No, I don't believe there is.
Well, then what caused the poor fellow's death?
Oh, I don't know, Mrs. Campbell.
It couldn't have been the shining man, could it?
Oh, good heavens. They've gotten to you with that old gibberish, have they? Well, whatever you've heard, forget it. There is no such thing.
I'm afraid there is.
What?
I saw it.
We both saw it. Last night.
Where?
Well, he seemed to be in Connor Oldhouse.
Oh, and you were looking from the village?
From our window at the inn, yes.
And this would be after dark?
Yes.
Oh, yes, well, I've seen that myself, whenever it's misting very heavily. That was no ghost you saw, Mr. and Mrs. Campbell. That was Ignis Fatuus, Friar's Lanthorn, if you wish.
What?
What we call will-o'-the-wisp, honey. Caused by swamp gas, I think.
Yes, just the way of it. Sulphuretted hydrogen, actually, rising from rotting vegetation and such, and spontaneously ignited in spite of the damp, so that it glows in the dark.
Well, you think that's what the boy saw and that it frightened him to death?
Oh, yes, very like.
What did the doctors say caused his death?
Sheer physical fright, acting on an already faulty brain. I say hello, that's overdue. It's been on the way for a couple of days. I'm afraid we're in for a bit of bad weather. Shouldn't bother you too much, though, since I'm sorry to say the house isn't ready to receive you as yet. I haven't been able to find anyone else to get over there.
Mr. Niven, before we take any further action, perhaps I should let my wife see the property.
Well, now, look, you're not thinking of backing out on me, man. Great heavens, you have the bargain of the century in that house.
What I'm beginning to wonder is, why?
Oh, I can tell you that. Idle tongue, sheer and simple. How I picked it up myself.
You mean the house is yours? Well, you didn't tell me that, Don.
I didn't know, dear. I thought Mr. Niven was only acting as an agent for the original owner.
Oh, well, you see, actually, I bought it from Sir James' estate for my grandmother and put it in her name before she died. Never had a chance to move in. So it has stood empty the last few years. I will say, however, that if you're considering backing out on the sale, in my opinion, you'd be a fool, young man.
Well, it isn't the house, Mr. Niven. It's its reputation.
Well, then, Mrs. Campbell, I tell you what I'll do. I do feel a little put out that I didn't have it ready for you, as I promised you and your husband. So, as soon as the rain lets up, since I can't find anyone else, I'll go out and clean the house myself.
Well, I shouldn't think a man would want...
Oh, my dear girl, I'm a sailor, and you've only to look at my boat to see what a first-class housekeeper I am. I promise you she'll be shining like a new pin. Not only that, but I'll want to set your mind at rest. I'll spend the night there, too, and show you there isn't a single solitary thing to fear in Connor Oldhouse.
I will admit that I had misgivings. I'd even partially allayed them by sending a wire that morning before we had gone to Mr. Niven's office, asking my Uncle Flaxman to come up to Devon, post-haste, by the next train. But Mr. Niven was so obviously physically powerful that I pushed them aside. If I had known the terror that awaited him and us, I would never... But that is only hindsight. In no time, it was the afternoon of the next day, and Uncle Flax had arrived, and we were briefing him on all that happened in the tap room.
Oh, dear. Just listen to that rain. It's a pity. I'm really very anxious to have a look at this strange house of yours.
You don't think it really can be haunted, do you? I mean, you can prove it isn't, can't you?
Well, I don't know, Gigi. It may very well be.
But I thought you were a ghost detective. I mean, an investigator who proved that they were fakes. all your famous cases.
Oh, not all, my dear. Most, perhaps, but certainly not all.
Are you trying to tell me that there really are such things as ghosts?
I think there is such a thing as the human soul, dear girl. A spirit that has its own life independent of the body. I've seen too much evidence of it in my investigations not to believe in it. But it does not necessarily follow that there is some lost soul haunting Connor Old House.
I don't know. Now you're really beginning to scare me. I'm really afraid, terribly afraid, that there's some awful, malign, dreadful thing that lurks there by night that doesn't want anyone disturbing it, that kills to keep it for its own.
Well, if there is, my dear, then we must exorcise it. But first we must find out what it is.
In spite of the weather, we would have tried to go over to Connor Old House that afternoon, but the driver refused to take his horse out again in that torrential rain. And by the time the rain had slacked off, it was too late, for the long Scottish twilight was beginning to fall. Gigi was lying down before supper when I came downstairs to find my uncle gazing out the window through the peculiar half-light.
Donald, come here.
Yes, Uncle.
Over toward the house, you see that? That light patch in the darkness?
Where?
Framed by the house, as though it came from one of the windows.
Yes. Yes, I see it.
The darker it gets, the more that light glows. It seems to be taking on shape. Is that what you saw last night?
Yes, I think so, but could that be a candle or lamplight from the house?
No, the color is wrong. It's not soft and yellow, and there's no flicker, just a steady blue efflorescence.
You think it might be Will-o'-the-Wisp?
No, it's too steady. Hello. There goes some lamplight. Moving from room to room, it seems.
And the other glow is gone.
It doesn't like the real light, it would seem.
What do you think, Uncle?
Without any facts to go on, very little. I only wonder. But I do know 3 things.
What, sir?
First, that it is too dark for us to venture out there tonight. Second, that when we do, we will not take Gigi with us. And third, we had better leave tomorrow at crack of dawn.
With the first rays of light, and with Gigi still fast asleep, we were off by carriage for the long drive to the ridge. When we pulled up in the cobblestone yard in front of Connor Old House, it was as silent as a tomb. Only the gulls screaming out to sea.
Could your Mr. Niven have left already? Do you suppose he'd missed him?
Well, I don't see how. He came out here by carriage, so he'd have had to use the road. We'd have passed him. Came from the stables. He must still be there.
That horse sounds frightened. Come along, Don. You've been in the house before. Now, you take it. I'll take the stables.
He left me. I hurried up the stairs of the porte cochere, and after testing the handle, swung open the heavy hall door. The gloom of the wet dawning and the heavy smell of stagnant air filled the great hall as I looked around its dreary emptiness. The silence inside the house was oppressive. I called Mr. Niven's name, but the noise only echoed through the house, jarring on the stillness. I walked, almost timidly, to the middle of the hall, my footsteps silent on the carpet of accumulated layer upon layer of dust. Wherever Niven had been cleaning, he certainly hadn't started here. I felt a wave of panic spiral up from my stomach, and I called his name again. Mr. Niven? Mr. Niven?
Don. It's all right. It's all right. It's only me. There's no sign of him here.
No. You didn't find anything at the stable?
No, just a poor horse, bathed in a lather of sweat, shying at the blink of an eye. Something's happened to scare him, but not in the stable.
Oh, here it seems. I don't see how Niven can be in this house.
Oh, why?
Well, you can see the dust everywhere. And my footsteps. No sign of any others.
He's here, in this house.
How do you know?
I can sense it, and the vibrations are bad. Come, which way are the living quarters?
This way.
Including the library?
Right through this door. seems to be stuck. Oh, there. Good Lord. Oh, that smell.
The smell of death. Let me pass.
No, Uncle. No, don't.
Come, help me. I've found your Mr. Niven, I think.
Oh.
Is this he?
Yes. Is he dead?
No, I don't think so, but we've got to get him out of here and home before he is.
What happened to him?
I don't know, but whatever it was, he was trying to run from it when he fell against the inside of the door. Come, my boy, if we're to save his life, we must get him out of here.
I hope you're not listening to this alone. Not that I want to scare you. Yet. After all, we still have no idea what else was inside that room that drove a strong, healthy athlete in the prime of life to the edge of death, do we? For that matter, we don't even know if it is still here. I'll be back shortly with Act 3. Twas brillig, and the slithy toves did gyre and gimble in the wabe. All mimsy were the borough groves, and the mom rats outgrabe. Beware the jabberwock, my son, the jaws that bite, the claws that catch. Beware the juju bird, and shun the frumious bandersnatch. I mention this quote from Lewis Carroll not because it means anything, which it doesn't, but because it suggests evil incarnate and crawling things calculated to send a shudder to the roots.
The indescribable, fetid odor from that haunted room was so stifling and smothering that it almost overpowered my Uncle Flax and me as we struggled to carry the big, heavy, inert body of Niven from the room. We half-dragged him through the door to the relief of fresh air and the carriage outside. How is he, Uncle?
In a rather bad way. He needs medical attention as soon as possible.
Hey, giddy up! Giddy up! Go on! You think he was scared to death? Like the poor guy he sent up to clean the house before?
Not to death, since he's still alive, but something has given him a shock, all right. A profound shock.
Something? You mean the place is haunted?
I didn't say that.
But you meant it.
Perhaps, in a sense.
What do you mean, a sense? When we opened the door and that awful stench poured out, you said it was the smell of death.
It's a figure of speech. I'm afraid only time will tell. Now, hurry now. Get back to the inn.
Oh, Mr. McTavish, what's going on? Where is my husband?
Oh, he's scrubbing from top to toe with lye soap, as Mr. Lowe himself did first.
And my uncle?
Well, after he carried all the clothes out and started them burning, he went back to the bedside of Mr. Niven.
Burn the clothes? Well, what was the matter with the clothes?
Oh, I don't know. Contaminated somehow from that evil house of warlocks and ghoulies.
Don, darling, are you all right?
Well, I feel a little as if I'd been skinned alive. Otherwise, yes,
What
fine.
do you mean, skinned alive?
Well, the scrubbing and that strong laundry soap.
Is that all? Oh, can I touch you now?
Oh, darling, I want you to hold me and never let me go.
Oh. Now tell me what happened. What about our house?
Our house? Oh, I wish the damn thing had burned to the ground before I ever saw it. That's what I wish had happened.
Mr. Niven, you think you can tell me the rest of what happened now that you're feeling a little better?
I could try, but I didn't know. Where was I? Who did you say you were?
My name is Flaxman Lowe. Now, you started cleaning the back of the house, the kitchen, the dining room, the pantry, the living room, so on, eh?
Yes, it was daytime, but I got there later than I'd hoped.
I understand. So suddenly, night was upon you, and you lit a lamp, eh?
Yes.
So after you lit the lamp, you went into the library, right?
Yes. I went in. Oh, that awful smell hit me and turned me sick to the pit of my stomach. I must have passed out.
How do you suppose you got to the door where we found you?
I woke up again, and the lamp had gone out, but there was this ghastly light. I don't want to remember that damned house. Why didn't I burn it the day I bought it?
And when he came to, Mr. Niven told me the lamp had gone out, but suddenly he was aware that the darkness was clearing. A feeble light was filtering down through it from above. He looked up at the ceiling and saw there an irregular patch of pale phosphorescent luminescence which grew gradually brighter and brighter.
The shining man.
And he had the impression that through the radiance above someone was looking down on him. And through the thickening atmosphere of drowsy horror, choking and revolted by the growing odor, he looked up again.
To see what?
To see the brightness dim and dark smears show through it, all running together into something that swelled out and downward like a fat, green, white, evil face from which great drops of black, dripping fluid fell like rain.
Oh, good Lord.
And suddenly, fear and loathing broke his chains enough for him to run to the door, where he plunged forward into a dark, red vacancy to remember no more.
So the place is haunted. By whom and why?
Yes, Uncle, why? And who is the shining man? Why does his ghost haunt Connor Old House?
I can only answer two of those questions.
Which?
I can guess the answers. Who it is and that he is no ghost. As to proving it and the why, that will have to wait until tomorrow. So, here we are again, back at the library.
At least it smells a little better today.
Nevertheless, put your handkerchief over your mouth and nose, as I'm doing, before we enter it. Now, come over to the couch.
Why the handkerchiefs?
Oh, it's simply that I believe the dust in this room to be poisonous. Niven inhaled too much of it, hence his condition. It is literally piled up around the couch here.
Uncle, look. Above on the ceiling, a long, discolored stain. You see that?
Yes. So I should have expected. I think that explains everything.
A blood stain on the ceiling explains everything? What do you mean? Oh, wait a minute. Look.
What?
You see those tracks? A cat has been walking over this sofa. Can you explain that? And what do you mean about the blood stain?
My dear boy, the stain on the ceiling has nothing to do with blood. It is simply a patch of mold and fungus. As for what you call cat's footsteps, look at them more carefully and you will see they look more like raindrops.
Raindrops? In a perfectly watertight room where the dust is so dry the slightest movement makes it rise like smoke?
Ah, the dust. When we came to fetch Niven, I noticed how green and fine it was, and how enormous an accumulation of it there was in this room. Why? Because this dust is like the powder in a puffball, formed of minute spores.
And that's why it's poisonous?
Well, I have no doubt that from this dust, as we shall call it, within a few days a specimen of fungus could be cultivated, which would prove to be African in origin.
But if the dust is so dangerous, aren't we running the risk of...
Well, not if we don't inhale too much. And last night, incidentally, I saw that Niven's coat was covered with it, and that above the collar and along the upper part of the sleeve, as though they had dropped from above, was a spatter of gummy marks which corresponded to these so-called raindrops.
What else would you call them?
Oh, drops from the stain on the ceiling, caused by the unnamed fungus I mentioned, which decays as it matures, liquefying into a dark mucilage which drops down, diffusing a repulsive smell, which disappears as it dries and leaves only the dust of the spores. And those raindrops are most certainly what killed the boy, the tinker, and Sir James and his daughter.
How?
Well, I would guess that the fungus is singularly malignant, acting through the skin to the brain, then interpenetrating all the tissues of the body with terrible rapidity, and causing a violent and horrible death.
Which Mr. Niven escaped because the drops touched only his clothing and not his skin.
Exactly.
Ah, I see. But what about the light? The ghost must have caused all this?
Why don't we go upstairs and perhaps we can find out.
Look, Uncle. Look. The light.
Yes, son, I see it.
Now it's gone. It just quivered for a moment as though...
Where would you say it came from?
From that dark end of the hall.
Between those two doors? Yes, that's where I saw it.
But where could it have gone to?
What actually come from? Which room? You take the left, I'll take the right.
We searched both of the rooms with a fine-tooth comb, but there was no sign of anything. Then Uncle Flaxman had a brilliant idea. We paced off the width of each room inside, then the total yardage outside in the hall. Between the rooms was a common wall which must, by our measurements, be some 3 feet wide, but no door in either to a closet. In the hall, we looked at the seemingly solid wall between the doors. Then Uncle Flaxman said,
Close your room door while I close mine, Don.
Right, Uncle.
Now that it's shadowed again in here, back up toward the stairwell. You see that?
A glimmer of light as though it were behind the solid wall.
Which means the wall can't be solid. Come here. Hollow.
Well, there must be some sort of secret room or closet there. Let me see. Uncle.
What is it?
There's some sort of a catch here to the upper panel.
Probably a means of opening it to ventilate the space between the walls. Try it, my boy, try it.
I have it. Oh, that smell again.
And look.
Good Lord. What is it?
I fancy it is the body of the missing black man who was supposed to have worshipped his master and his mistress.
Black? But he's white. What's that shining white stuff all over him?
A fungus. The fungus. The shining man, whose phosphorescent glow on damp evenings sometimes shone through the little window at the end of the closet and scared everyone in the countryside half to death. Not a ghost, but just a poor man who met a terrible death in a coffin of his own making.
How horrible. Oh, Don, how horrible. Who was he anyway?
Sir James Mackay's faithful servant.
But remember, I said slave, and I think not so faithful.
What do you mean, Uncle?
I have always intended to devote myself to the study of obeah.
Obeah? What is that?
Voodoo, a fetish-worshipping religion of sorcery and conjuration. In the dead man's hands were the remains of two crude figures, a man and a woman, coated with the fungus.
You mean he was responsible for the deaths of Sir James and his daughter?
Or for wishing his gods to take vengeance on them for the virtual slavery in which he had been held all his life. Poetic irony, isn't it, that the monster he called into being in the end was the means of his own destruction?
Oh, that house. I could never live in it now.
Don't worry, darling. We never will. What should be done about it, Uncle?
It should be burnt to ashes, just as we did our clothes. It's the only way the spirit of evil will ever be exorcised from Connor Old House.
That same night, Connor Old House went up in a pillar of smoke, its funeral pyre lighting the Scottish night. Interesting that earlier that same evening, Mr. Niven, now recovered, had left the inn for his home. Don Campbell had ridden alone to the post office for a letter which didn't arrive, and Mr. Lowe had gone for a long ramble to blow the cobwebs away, as he said. But who or what caused the fire, no one will ever know. I'll be back shortly. Mr. Flaxman Lowe has proved and demonstrated that the shining man in Connor Oldhouse was not supernatural, that he wasn't a ghost. When is a ghost not a ghost? All I know is that fungus-swathed corpse, desiccated and decayed, but still propped upright in its narrow tomb, will haunt me the rest of my life. Our cast included Bob Caliban, Morgan Fairchild, Ralph Bell, and Ian Martin. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by General Electric Citizen Band Radios and Buick Motor Division. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. How does a Mediterranean cruise in the sun sound to you? All expenses paid. Not very sinister? Rather pleasant, eh? That's what you think. For when this cruise is only half finished, I think you'll be ready to abandon ship and take the next plane home. We're on a cruise with Elvira Graham, one of the world's leading fashion designers, her escort, Tony Butler, and her daughter, Marjorie. At the moment, our ship is docked in the Libyan coastal town of Derna. Elvira and Tony have gone sightseeing, trying to find a certain shop they heard about from the ship's captain.
This is so deserted. There can't be any stores down here.
Oh, it's not a very long alley. Let's look. Oh, there's a candle shop.
Would that be it?
Well, there doesn't seem to be anything else.
Elvira, I don't like this. Let's get out of here.
There's nothing to be afraid of.
It's just too strange. We've gone almost the whole length of the alley, and there's nothing but that candle shop. And that's closed.
Tony, wait. Look up ahead. The alley doesn't end. It makes a turn.
Let's go back. Captain Miller said the store didn't really exist, and I believe him.
We can at least look. Come on. Tony, look! There it is!
Our mystery drama, The Devil's Boutique, was written especially for the Radio Mystery Theater by Bob Jurin and stars Joan Loring and Robert L. Greene. Elvira Graham found the Devil's Boutique, and that was her greatest mistake. She found it on a sunny afternoon in Derna on that Mediterranean cruise. And what happened after that, well, Tony Butler will have to tell us. A year has passed since that fateful afternoon, and at the moment, we're in the office of Lieutenant Morgan, 31st Precinct.
Come in, Mr. Butler. Sit down.
Thanks.
Sergeant McKay says you can identify the body, the lady of the earrings.
Yes.
Oh, good. We'll go right down to the morgue and...
I don't have to see her, Lieutenant. I know who it is.
Well, a viewing is absolutely necessary, but We can do it later. Who is she?
Elvira Graham.
Was she a friend of yours, a relative?
A friend.
Elvira Graham. We put her age at about 50.
If you'd seen her in life, you'd have thought she was 30. But you were close. She was 52.
I'd appreciate your giving us a statement, Mr. Butler. Tell us all you can about her. Cause of death was drowning, no marks on the body. We have it down as suicide, but we still can't rule out murder.
I'll make a statement, but would you do me a favor? Keep it out of the press.
Well, it's already news, Mr. Butler.
I know that. It was the item in the paper that brought me in here.
Ordinarily, when unidentified body floating in the river isn't that much news, but a nude woman in earrings and fantastic lipstick.
That's why I know without the shadow of a doubt it's Elvira Graham. And that's why I wish you could keep what I'm about to tell you out of the papers.
Well, I'll do what I can, Mr. Butler, but well, they don't have to know every detail. We'll have to release her identity, though.
Yes, I see that. A lot of people are wondering what happened to Elvira Graham, and now they'll know. But the woman suffered enough.
Yeah, she won't suffer anymore.
No, I guess not. She was admired, hated, adored, despised, envied.
You say you're a friend. She has no relatives?
Only a daughter. I'm here in her stead.
The daughter's name?
Marjorie.
Marjorie Graham. Well, just relax and tell us all you can about Elvira Graham. I'll ask questions later.
Elvira Graham was a fashion designer. At her peak, the best. And she had a knack of making sure that no one, but no one, ever looked better than Elvira Graham. It was almost a year ago, in June. She just had a showing of her fall line, and she, Marjorie and I, were starting off on a cruise to relax. I was her escort of the moment.
Roger! Bye! Bye! Tell Amy I'll bring her a souvenir from Italy. I said tell Amy I'll bring her...
Can't hear you, Elvira, dear. Just wave.
Oh, bye! Bye! Marjorie, give me a streamer, quick. You've thrown them all, Mother. Oh, it doesn't matter. Come along. Let's go back and finish up that champagne. I think you've had enough, Mother. How many times do I have to tell you, Marjorie? I'll be the judge of that. Oh, I'm exhausted. Pour me one more, Tony. Thank heaven Marjorie's gone to her own cabin. She is so tiresome sometimes. Do you think I've had too much champagne, darling? Be honest.
Well, you do want to look your best at the captain's table tonight.
Sweet, sweet Tony. You have such a knack. For what, I'm not sure yet, but a knack. You're absolutely right. You drink this. I'm going to take a nap.
I think I'll go up on deck for a while.
Tony? Do you think that dress Charlotte Remsen was wearing made her look slimmer? Maybe a little taller?
Definitely. You designed it that way.
Yes. Made her look almost too attractive, I think. Well, I'm not going to think about work anymore. We're here to relax. Kiss me, Tony. And let Elvira get her beauty rest.
Marjorie, I thought you were in your cabin.
Oh, it's too exciting to stay down there. What's Mother doing?
Napping.
Of course, I needn't have asked.
Marge, why do you stay so close to Elvira? Don't you want a life of your own?
I could ask the same of you, couldn't I?
Touché.
Are you in love with my mother, Tony?
Love? No. And you know she's not in love with me. We're companions. I'm convenient. And vice versa.
The great Elvira Graham. She picks her men the way she picks her wardrobe.
But it's fun while it lasts. Escort to the great Elvira Graham. And all that press doesn't hurt my acting career.
Well, at least you're honest, Tony. Probably the first who was.
Thank you. But you didn't answer my question, and I've answered yours.
Why do I stay so close? I admire her, too. But I love her. So many people are jealous of her, and I feel maybe I'm the one little sincere spot in her life. I don't always agree with her.
And she wants you with her. I know that.
I wondered about that. Why the glamorous Elvira Graham wants her 20-year-old daughter tagging along.
Ever stop to think she loves you?
Yes, I think she does.
And let's face it, you add to her image. Who would believe that anyone as young as Elvira could have a 20-year-old daughter?
I've heard that before. Mother's always been vain. Lately, Tony, it's becoming more of an obsession.
She's the acknowledged queen of fashion. What would you expect?
She's putting it before everything else. She sold her soul to vanity.
Such profundity from one so young.
Don't laugh at me, Tony. I'm worried.
I'm not laughing at you, Marge. But there's nothing we can do about Elvira's personality. We just live with it. Or
what?
Or leave it. And for the moment, it suits me to live with it. Come on. Why don't you take a nap, too? You want to look your best? We're at the captain's table tonight.
How could I forget it? Mother?
Come in, dear.
I just wondered if you were ready to go up for dinner. Tony and I have had a cocktail already.
Yes, just about. But I see you're not Marjorie.
I am. That's why I came by.
But, Marjorie, you're not going to wear that scarf with that dress.
Well, yes, I am.
Oh, no, dear. The dress is chiffon. It looks fine, but you don't cover décolleté as low as that with a scarf. It's ridiculous. Besides, it's the wrong color. It should contrast, if anything.
But I thought it was perfect.
Perfect? Marjorie, I cannot understand how the daughter of Elvira Graham can be so insensitive to style. Doesn't anything rub off?
Mother,
We're dining at the captain's table. It may not mean anything to you, but it does to me.
I disagree with you about the scarf, but I'll give in to your superior judgment.
No, darling, you'll find it's always right. Now, hurry and replace that dreadful scarf with a string of plain, simple pearls, and change your lipstick. It's too bright.
I'll meet you in the dining room.
You do understand. I just want you to look your best. Well, you must always look your best, my dear. But never better than Mother. I've never tasted such wine, Captain.
A very special vintage, saved for very special guests.
Oh, you flatter me, sir.
Have some more, Marjorie?
Oh, no, thank you. I'm fine.
Do, Marjorie. It's bound to improve your disposition.
Just a little. There. Mr. Butler?
Thanks.
This isn't your first cruise, Mrs. Graham?
The first with such a charming captain.
Now, who's flattering?
No, I was quite honored to be asked to your table, Captain.
Oh, my pleasure, Mrs. Graham. I've been admiring those pearls, Miss Graham. Are they natural?
Yes, and matched. Thank you for noticing, Captain.
Stunning.
Really? I always thought Marjorie's neck was too thick for pearls.
Mother?
A light scarf might have been more suitable, perhaps.
I bow to your expertise, Mrs. Graham, but I do like the pearls.
Thank you, Captain.
As a matter of fact, I know a place you'd both be interested in. Have you ever heard of the Devil's Boutique?
Devil's Boutique? No. Sounds fascinating.
It's a little shop in Derna, on the Libyan coast. I've heard some of my passengers talk about it.
If it's unusual, it's for Elvira.
Apparently, it is unusual, all right. Actually, they tell me the shop itself has no name, and it's very difficult to find, even with directions.
How curious. What do you mean?
Well, I've had passengers tell me about the unusual things they've bought in this shop. Clothes, accessories, scented candles, everything.
Oh, that sounds charming.
But I've had others who claim they've never even been able to find it. That's apparently why it's called the Devil's Boutique.
Elvira will find it.
When will we be in Derna?
In about 9 days.
Oh, there's lots of cruise to enjoy before then.
Yes, our first stop is Cadiz. Then we swing into the Mediterranean.
Oh, well, here's to the Mediterranean. And the Devil's Boutique.
The next few days were filled with sun, shuffleboard, and swimming. Elvira made sure everyone knew Elvira Graham was aboard. She'd spend a half hour deciding on just the right outfit for the time of day she'd make her appearance. Even the shade of her lipstick changed. One color for morning, another for cocktails. We stopped for a day at Cadiz and then slipped into the Mediterranean.
There it is, on the horizon.
Derna.
We'll dock in about 2 hours.
How long will we be there, Captain?
We'll leave with tonight's tide, about 7 o'clock.
Good. We'll have all afternoon for sightseeing.
You'll excuse me, I have to get to the bridge.
Certainly.
I have such a strange excitement about this city, Tony. There's something about the name, Derna. And the challenge of finding that fascinating shop.
And this was supposed to be a non-work vacation?
There's no such thing for me, and you know it. If I don't keep ahead of the pack, well, besides, it's fun. We'll sightsee in Derna, and I won't leave until I find that Devil's Boutique.
I can tell you one thing. You wouldn't catch me going near a place with a name like that. And I certainly wouldn't go out of my way to find it. But then, for a woman as vain and determined as Elvira Graham, it might be just the place. Vanity, like love, is blind. And Elvira has no inkling of the strange fate that awaits her in the Devil's Boutique. Most women are particular about their appearance, which everyone should be. But with some, it becomes an obsession. Elvira Graham was pushed by an ego that demanded to be first, pulled by a vanity that demanded most of her attention. And both were responsible for her downfall.
Marjorie, why aren't you dressed? We're going ashore.
I'm not going, Mother. I feel like staying on the ship.
Well, do as you like. Tony and I are going into town and find that shop the captain told us about.
You go ahead. I'll be all right. I just don't feel like going.
This is exciting. I've never seen a place like this.
I wish we knew where we were going.
The captain said follow the main street to the water well and then take the first alley on the right.
If it's that simple, how come some people couldn't find it?
They didn't want to find it badly enough. Come along, Tony.
Why don't we just stroll and enjoy the sights on the way?
Time for that later. Here's the alley. First right after the well.
You're going down there?
Of course.
This is so deserted. There can't be any stores down here.
Oh, it's not a very long alley. Let's look. There's a candle shop.
Would that be it?
Well, it doesn't seem to be anything else.
Elvira, I don't like this. Let's get out of here.
Well, there's nothing to be afraid of.
It's just too strange. There's nothing but that candle shop, and that's closed.
Oh, well, maybe we could knock and ask. Somebody might be in the back.
I think we'd better get out of here.
Oh, I hate to just... Wait, Tony, look. Up ahead. The alley doesn't end, it makes a turn.
Let's go back.
But we can at least look.
This is crazy. There wouldn't be a store hidden back there.
Captain Miller said it was hard to find, and it's probably worth it.
I can't imagine why.
Tony, look! There it is!
There it was, just ahead of us. The windows of a quaint boutique, dimly lighted, and in the window, belts, dresses, slacks, scarves, accessories, beads. Elvira literally jumped with joy.
Tony, we found it. And it's open. Come on. Oh, look at the things in this window. Tony, that belt.
It is different.
It's fabulous. I could design a whole suit around that. Let's go in.
The captain was right. There's no name on it.
There weren't on any of the shops in the main street either. Here it doesn't seem to matter. Fabulous. Just fabulous.
Doesn't seem to be anyone around.
I just want to browse anyway. Look at this jacket. There's not a seam in it. How do you suppose...
Madame likes the jacket?
Oh, yes. It is stunning.
One of my favorite creations.
You're certainly original. I've never seen styles even resembling these before.
And no, I'm not copied. Everything here is quite original.
Mrs. Graham is a designer herself. She knows how to judge quality.
Ah, yes, Elvira Graham. I am honored.
You know me.
Anyone remotely concerned with fashion knows Elvira Graham.
Oh.
Is that not so?
Well, yes, but I never thought here...
You didn't think that in such a humble, out-of-the-way shop, one would have heard of you?
Well, frankly, no.
I keep up with things, huh?
And you are...
My name is Arch.
You don't mind if I look around?
That is what my shop is here for, Mrs. Graham. If I can be of service, just call me. I will be in the back.
Mm. Oh, I stumbled onto a gold mine.
What do you mean?
Why, these styles. The man is a genius. But how many people know about him? No one who matters.
So?
None of this stuff has hit the market yet, and I'm going to introduce it.
You can't take it all back with you, dear.
Ah, yes, I can. In my sketchbook. Tony, darling, you're looking at Elvira Graham's newest collection.
You're going to pass the stuff off as your own?
Of course. Who's going to know the difference?
You have found something to your liking?
Everything. It's impossible to choose. I'd like to bring my daughter back to see your place.
I would be honored.
We're sailing on the Lady Madison. I'm going back to the ship and get her. You'll be open all afternoon?
Certainly.
Come, Tony. I can't wait to see Marjorie's reaction to this place.
Why all the fuss about Marjorie?
I want Marjorie to come back with us so the two of you can distract him while I copy.
You think he's not going to notice you in your sketchbook?
Not if you and Marjorie help. She'll know how to keep him busy. Mother, this is unbelievable. I told you it was sensational. I just wish there were other customers around. Now, you know what to do, Marjorie. Yes. I don't really approve. But I'll do it.
What'll I do?
You stay with me, Tony. You can cover me.
Mrs. Graham, you did return.
Yes. This is my daughter, Marjorie.
I am charmed, Miss Graham.
How do you do? This is Mr. Art, the fabulous designer. Marjorie's interested in a pantsuit. She wants to try on a few things. Tony and I'll just browse.
As you wish. This way, Miss Graham. I have a few styles here I think might interest you.
Oh, just stand close, Tony. We'll pretend we're looking closely at these things, and I'll get my sketches. Well, Marjorie, did you find something you liked?
I'm taking this blouse. I decided against a suit.
Oh, it's very attractive. Well, we must be on our way. We're sailing this evening.
Mrs. Graham? Did you get all the sketches you need?
I did jot down an idea or two. I hope you don't mind. I mean, imitation is the highest form of flattery or whatever.
Is that exactly ethical?
Oh, Mother.
Well, perhaps not, Mr. Arch. I shall tear them up if you feel that way.
No. I didn't say I minded.
Perhaps we should leave. Tony, Marjorie.
One moment, Mrs. Graham.
Yes?
Please, no hard feelings. I should not have mentioned the subject. After all, I am flattered by your very presence. The great Elvira Graham in my humble shop, huh? Would you accept the token of admiration?
I don't quite understand.
Have you ever seen anything as Exquisite as this.
Mother, how beautiful.
Wow.
Oh, they are expensive earrings, but surely you're not suggesting
You
that
would honor me by accepting them.
This is most extraordinary and generous, Mr. Arch, but I don't see how I could possibly.
You do me a disservice, Mrs. Graham. I insist.
Go ahead, Elvira. It's an unusual gesture.
Well, thank you.
I wrap them for you. I'll be right back.
You ought to accept kindness with a little more grace, Elvira.
But he took me so by surprise. I mean, right on the heels of accusing me of spying.
He didn't exactly accuse, Mother.
Well, I don't embarrass easily, but that was one of the times.
Shh, here he comes.
Well, here you are, Mrs. Graham. There is no one on whom they will look better. Good day, Mrs. Graham, and bon voyage.
It was late afternoon when we got back to the ship. Marjorie went to her stateroom to dress for dinner. And Elvira stored her sketches in a secret compartment of her trunk.
I'm not taking any chances with those, Tony. They are priceless.
Speaking of priceless, let's see the earrings.
Oh, yes. Here they are, in my purse. I'm so taken up with the sketches, I'd almost forgotten them. I still don't understand his generosity. Oh, but they are beautiful. Well, what's this?
Anything wrong?
Packed with the earrings. It's a lipstick.
So?
Oh, nothing, really. He just didn't mention it.
Let's see the earrings.
They are extraordinary, aren't they? They seem even more brilliant than they did in the shop.
Why don't you wear them at dinner tonight?
I intend to. Curious about the lipstick, though. I wonder why he didn't mention it.
Almost ready, Elvira. It's 8 o'clock.
I'll be out in a minute. Is Marjorie there yet?
She just arrived.
I won't be long.
She wants us to get the full effect all at once.
The earrings. She's wearing them at dinner tonight?
And the lipstick.
The lipstick?
The shopkeeper at that boutique slipped in a lipstick with the earrings. It seems to match the color of the stones.
Well?
Elvira.
Oh, Mother. They're breathtaking.
They are striking, Elvira.
The lipstick is perfect, isn't it?
It lights up your whole face. It's almost uncanny.
I've never seen you quite so radiant, darling.
Watch out, you two. You'll turn my head.
That has been done by experts.
Oh, you're dreadful, Tony. Come on. Let's go to dinner.
You're turning heads, darling. Everyone's looking at you.
Oh? I hadn't noticed.
Mrs. Graham. Good evening. Miss Graham, Mr. Butler. How did you enjoy dinner?
Captain Miller, I owe you a million thanks. I found that boutique.
And you liked it?
It is fabulous. It's going to do great things for me. Do you like my earrings, Captain?
Magnificent.
I got them at the boutique.
Most unusual.
The man at the shop gave them to Mother.
They're most becoming, Mrs. Graham. Shall we sit down? The steward's ready with the consomme.
Oh, yes, dinner, of course. Oh, Tony, it's been the gayest night since we left New York. I think I danced with every man in the room.
Almost.
Almost?
Everyone but me.
Oh, but... Well, you hate dancing.
You could have sat one out.
Be a dear and unzip me. I want to get comfortable and have a last champagne. Here, alone with you. Tony, darling. Damn. Help me with this earring, Tony. I can't get it off.
Let's see.
Just clips on. It ought to open up.
It won't open.
Oh, try the other one.
I can't budge this one either.
Well, this is ridiculous. It's just a little spring. Pull harder. Ow.
Sorry, darling.
Well, never mind. I'll get them off in the morning. I'm too tired to care. I'm going to bed. Don't wake me tomorrow, Tony. I feel as though I could sleep for a week.
Good morning, darling.
It's morning already. Oh, I must look a sight. Hand me that cold cream, dear.
Here you are.
Oh, I must have been tired last night to leave this lipstick on.
You were quite the belle of the ball, you know.
You don't mind.
The price I pay for escorting the Elvira Graham.
Oh.
What's the matter?
Tony, my lips. The lipstick isn't coming off.
What? I didn't have any luck with them last night either.
Try again, Tony. Try.
Okay. It's crazy. It's just a little spring, but I can't open it.
Oh, you've got to, Tony. I've got to get these off.
I told you I wouldn't go near a place with a name like the Devil's Boutique. You never know what you're in for. The earrings and lipstick the little shopkeeper gave Elvira were beautiful, all right. And she was immediately attached to them, wouldn't you say? We'll see what happens next when I return shortly with Act 3. Let's return now to the stateroom where Elvira Graham can't seem to remove her lipstick or her earrings. 2 items she was given by the proprietor of that quaint little shop in Derna. You know, the one with that odd name.
I've got to get them off, Tony. I can't be seen in the morning wearing these, or this lipstick either. It's just not done.
Relax, Elvira. We'll get them off. Just sit still while I...
Oh, there's no use trying that again. Maybe you could get some kind of tool, something to pry them loose.
Where?
Well, ask the captain. Oh, no, wait, don't. He'd think it's odd.
No different from what I'm thinking.
Mother, Tony, going up for breakfast? Mother, you're still wearing the earrings.
Yes.
Well, do you think they're quite the thing for morning?
Well, of course not. But I'm having a little trouble getting them off.
Want me to try?
Well, you might as well. Tony and I haven't had any luck. Tony, maybe we ought to try and get a tool. Don't ask the captain. Try the purser or someone.
Oh, I've never seen it clasped so tight.
That's not the half of it.
What do you mean?
I can't get the lipstick off either.
We tried everything. Cold cream and even alcohol on the lipstick. Wire cutters we got from the engine room on the earrings. But nothing would take away the color from Elvira's lips or those dazzling earrings from her ears. The metal clasps seemed impervious to the shears. Evening finally came, and Elvira decided she could put in an appearance for dinner. The lipstick and the earrings were appropriate after 6. Relax, darling. You're still the center of all eyes.
Oh, Mrs. Graham, you're wearing those becoming earrings from the shop in Derna. They're quite extraordinary.
They are indeed.
We're having a piano recital tonight after dinner. I hope you're all planning to join us.
We wouldn't miss it.
In the lounge at 9.
We never made the recital. On the way from the dining room, something happened that set Elvira off.
Mother, what is it? Stupid little trap.
Calm down, Elvira.
Didn't either of you hear that woman as we were leaving dinner?
No.
You didn't? You didn't hear her say, how gauche, those earrings again?
To you?
No, to our whole table. I wish I'd slapped her face. Well, I can't leave the stateroom again, not until I find some way of getting these hateful things off.
Maybe the man in the shop who gave them to you can help.
Go all the way back to Derna. There's got to be an easier way.
Well, you haven't come up with it. Maybe Marjorie has an idea. I'm going back to Derna. We'll fly from the next port at which we stop.
Elvira, be reasonable. We can't...
Reasonable? There's no reason to this whole mad thing. Marjorie, you go on with the cruise. Tony and I will go back to Derna and then meet you in New York.
Oh, no, I'm staying with you.
Oh, do as you like. I'm too upset to argue. Tony, see the purser or the captain or someone and see what arrangements we can make. There's the window. And I remember that carpet shop across the square. The alley should be just ahead.
I hope he can help after what it took to get back here.
Oh.
We've been on everything but a camel.
That's the alley we went down, isn't it?
Oh, yes. Come on. This is it. There's that candle shop.
Still closed.
Doesn't look as though it's ever been opened.
Tony?
Yes, I see. That's strange.
The alley ends in a wall.
But it turned off to the left the last time we were here. That's where the shop was. An absolutely dead end.
How could they have put up a wall? We were here only 3 days ago.
This isn't a new wall, Elvira. Look at it.
What?
It's hundreds of years old.
But this is the alley we came down, and it branched off, and we found the shop. I wasn't dreaming. You were both with me.
Tony, this is frightening.
Well, there's another way in, another alley. I've got to find that shop. I've got to find it.
Come on, Marjorie, be quick.
Which way did she go?
I don't know.
Well, she's disappeared in the crowd.
Stay close to me.
The street's so crowded we can't go fast enough. Oh, Tony, what are we going to do?
We pushed through the crowded streets, and finally, after more than half an hour, we found Elvira.
Mother! Marjorie!
Tony, thank heavens I didn't know where to look for you.
Elvira, get a hold of yourself.
I've asked everyone I could find who spoke any English at all. No one, absolutely no one, ever heard of the shop.
The only thing left to do was to go back to New York. We returned home, and Elvira went into hiding. Of course, everyone assumed we were still on the cruise, so no one called. But Elvira was getting more desperate.
A plastic surgeon's my only hope.
A friend of mine had some work done about a year ago. I could find out the name of his man.
Oh, do it, Tony. Do it today.
Now, Mrs. Graham, Mr. Butler, come in.
Thank you, Doctor.
You're a friend of Charlie Porter's?
Yes, we've done some shows together.
Well, now, how can I help you, Mrs. Graham?
This lipstick I'm wearing,
Yes?
I can't get it off. Nothing works, so don't ask me how many things I've tried. I wouldn't be here if anything had helped.
Oh, well, let me see. I'm just going to scrape your lower lip a little. It won't hurt. Yes, the color's embedded in the lip tissue. Seems to be a dye.
Is there anything you can do?
Well, I could try a bleach. It would be uncomfortable for a week or so, but probably effective.
Do it. I'll do anything to get out of this clown makeup, but that's only part of my problem.
There's more.
Take my bandana, Tony. Those earrings, Doctor. They won't come off either. They're clasped completely around my earlobe.
How long have you had this condition?
It's been almost a month.
I got the earrings and lipstick in a little shop in Libya, and frankly, they are bewitched. I know that now.
Hold still a moment. Yes, the lobes are beginning to swell. We'll have to work on this. Well, I'm sorry, Mrs. Graham. I'm at a loss to know what to do with these.
Oh,
have you tried...
A machine shop, an auto garage, everything but an acetylene torch.
I must admit I've never seen anything like it.
No one has.
Well, Doctor.
Well, I shall give you the bleach for your lips, apply it twice a day, and then I'll see you again in a week.
Well, and the earrings?
You have to give them some very serious thought, Mrs. Graham. There seems to be nothing I can do, short of removing your earlobes.
Mother, please answer me.
Leave me alone, Marjorie.
What's the matter, Marjorie?
Oh, Tony, thank God you're here. Mother won't come out of her room. She locked herself in hours ago.
There's no harm in that. She's going through hell.
But I want to help her.
You can't help her. All we can do is to be here if she wants us. If she wants to be alone, let her.
That bleach isn't helping her lips. It just makes it harder for her to talk. They're as bright as ever. This morning she came out for breakfast. Tony, I nearly fainted.
I know. She's not a pretty sight.
Her face is so white and lined. Those colors just scream at you.
I thought I heard you, Tony. Where have you been?
Down at the docks. The ship came in this morning. I went to claim our trunks.
Oh, of course, the luggage we left on board when we flew back. I've never given it a thought. Was everything there?
Everything. And everyone.
Everyone?
A welcome home party.
Oh, no.
About 20.
Oh.
They assumed we were still on the cruise.
Oh, Lord, Tony. What did you tell them?
That you and Marjorie stayed on in Nice.
Oh, that's good. Good thinking, Tony. No one will be calling up here.
Oh, here are the trunks. Just put them anywhere for now.
There's the one I'm interested in.
Here you are. And this is for you.
Oh, yes, I'd almost forgotten.
What are you doing, Mother?
My sketches. I may be in hibernation, but Elvira Graham isn't through yet. I'll fix that demon. Oh, yes, here they are.
What is it, Elvira?
Oh. Oh, no. No.
Mother?
What the... No wonder.
Tony, they're blank. Absolutely blank.
Elvira, please.
Mother!
You saw them. Blank. Every last page blank. He's cursed me.
Elvira, come sit down.
Why? What did I do to be cursed like this?
Elvira, time can...
No. Don't feed me any more of your stupid encouragement. What's the matter with you? Look at me. Clown. Freak.
Tony, I can't stand this. I've got to leave.
Stay, dear little daughter.
Elvira.
Dear, pretty light of my life. Your beauty won't change your freshness. But just look at your glamorous mother. Look, damn you. I've been damned. For what? Why? Is the answer to that in heaven? In hell? Ah, yes, hell, where that demon came from. That demon who gave me this beauty. The devil himself in his quaint little boutique. The devil's boutique be damned. The devil himself be damned along with me. What did I do? Did I worship beauty too much?
Elvira never spoke another word after that. She returned to her room, stayed there, night and day, and 3 days later she was gone.
Gone?
She'd vanished.
You tried to find her?
Oh, yes. We hired a private detective. We didn't want it in the papers or in the police files. After about 6 months, we gave up.
Where do you suppose she's been all this time?
Wandering, hiding. I don't know.
Well, will you look at her body now?
If you insist.
I must. Well, that was quite a story, Mr. Butler. You a writer?
You don't believe it?
I don't know whether I do or not. It's too fantastic to be true. Then again, it's too fantastic to be made up. Well, here we are. Oh, there she...
Oh, no.
What the devil? The earrings are gone.
And the lipstick. Now, do you believe me?
Dear Elvira, you were beautiful, determined, and the world's best designer. You were on your way to becoming the greatest. But be reasonable, Elvira, and look at it this way. There wasn't room for the two of us.
There's nothing wrong in being beautiful to other people. It's when we start becoming beautiful to ourselves that we're in for trouble. Elvira's life wasn't a total loss. Considering her personality, she ended up in pretty good company. I'll be back shortly. I hope you won't think unkindly about the fashion world because of our play. Those worthy institutions strive to keep us looking our best and do a wonderful job of it. Where would we be without them? In jail for indecent exposure, no doubt. But I would like to leave you with a friendly suggestion. The next time you buy a lipstick, jewelry, a garment, be sure there's a label on it. Be safe. Know your designer. Our cast included Joan Loring, Robert L. Greene, Jada Rowland, Bob Caliban, and Ian Martin. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
You can hear the difference. Bright and beautiful music. KIXI, Seattle. CBS News. A new deal has been worked out to free about 50 hostages being held in Malaysia. This is Doug Poling reporting on the CBS radio network. An airliner is due to leave Tokyo any time now. There is one late report which says it has left about 12 minutes ago. It's supposed to be carrying 5 Japanese terrorists who had been held in jail. Their freedom has been demanded by some of their comrades who stormed a building in Kuala Lumpur Monday. They took about 50 hostages, including Robert Stebbins, the American consul. Throughout the day, officials back in Japan talked about what to do. The demand was for 7 guerrillas to be flown to Malaysia, but 2 of them refused to go. A stalemate went on for several hours. Then the gunmen in Malaysia said they would accept just the 5 Red Army members. They threatened to kill their hostages and blow up the building if the demand was not met. President Ford arrived back in Washington late Monday night. He said he was very encouraged and optimistic over the results of his trip to Europe. In 10 days, the president was in 5 countries. The mission included that summit in Finland and the signing of new accords on European security. Some thoughts on the trip from CBS White House correspondent Robert Pierpoint.
For Gerald Ford, this trip really was necessary. Whatever was actually accomplished at Helsinki, this president was required to go by the logic of history. Along with the presidency, he inherited the trip from Richard Nixon. Long before Gerald Ford had ever given a thought to the Helsinki Agreement, or even to taking over the White House, Richard Nixon and Henry Kissinger had decided that Helsinki was another step in a twisting road toward peace. Rightly or wrongly, they had decided that the 4-power agreement on Berlin of 1971, the decision by nations of East and West to discuss a mutual reduction of armed forces in Europe, the attempt to negotiate limitations on the uses of nuclear weapons, all the steps included in that vague French word détente, were related in what Kissinger called linkage. When Gerald Ford assumed the presidency, Kissinger convinced him that to break this chain of small links toward a large goal would be tragic, would tilt the world toward despair, frustration, even war. So President Ford felt he could not say no. Robert Pierpoint, CBS News, with the president.
Israel has announced a commando raid into Lebanon. Authorities in Tel Aviv say a number of terrorists were killed or injured and arms emplacements blown up when Israeli troops raided an Arab guerrilla camp near Tyre in southern Lebanon. The announcement came about 24 hours after guerrillas tried to stage a raid into northern Israel. 1 guerrilla and 1 Israeli were killed in that exchange. Tuesday is election day for Democrats in Mississippi. There are 6 candidates in a primary for the governorship. Considered the front runner is Lieutenant Governor William Winter. Senator Birch Bayh of Indiana appears to be looking toward the Democratic presidential nomination. Bayh says a committee is being set up on his behalf to determine whether he should become a candidate. In 1972, Bayh dropped out of the race when it was revealed that his wife had cancer. She underwent surgery and recovered. The Federal Energy Administration reported Monday that price hikes during July pushed up the cost of a gallon of gasoline to a national average of 58.7 cents a gallon. That's 3.1 cents higher than in June. Now this.
Want to play McDonald's French fry word game?
Huh? Don't be shy. Give it a try. Think of a word.
Put in a fry.
What do you call a French fry with handlebars?
A frysicle.
Don't be a fraidy cat.
You fry it.
If at first you don't succeed, fry again.
Fry in the sky. Wow. Okay. What's big and has 4 legs and a huge french fry at the end of its nose?
A rhinoceros. Let's simplify things.
When a French fry nut is really hungry, what does he do? Get a large order of McDonald's world-famous fries.
You know what they're famous for? What is the best French fries in town?
Get the large order of McDonald's fries. Hot, crisp, golden, and delicious. They're fantastic.
You're why the quality's high, 'cause you deserve a break today. At McDonald's, we do it all for you. At McDonald's.
In New York, a Jewish organization says it's decided to press for the excommunication of Secretary of State Kissinger from Judaism. The Conference of Presidents of Major American Jewish Activist Organizations describes Kissinger as the greatest threat to millions of Jews since the days of World War II. Officials did not specify their differences with Kissinger, but it's thought the activists are angry at Kissinger's effort to get Israel to give up territory it holds in the Middle East. Doug Poling, CBS News.